teacher in your bullshit high school?
No, I learned that in
Yeah,
the
the last S is silent.
Learn that in the streets,
cuz Arkansas.
Bro, don't even get me started, G. I don't want no fucking crip side, bitch. What side you claim?
What side do I claim?
Yeah, what side you claim?
Republican.
What side you?
Wait.
First of all, if you were a real gangster, you would know you're not even allowed to ask me that question.
Exactly.
This is bugging out, bro. Hold up.
If you're a real gangsters don't ask each other that question because we already know from the get go. Just you asking me that question is a violation of your rules.
Nigga,
Did you read your rules? Do you know what your rules are? Do you know your lit? You know your ABCs? No, you don't.
Next thing you're gonna do is
Shit, I'm from Little Rock, man. I mean, goddamn. It's like I know the lingo, man. I'm just
8, 2, 3, bro. You want to know the quadratic?
You can hear the voice. You know from the dirty South.
I'm from the dirty South, homie. The fuck?
Yeah.
What am I?
You're from the dirty South. Your booty dirty. That's about it.
It do what it do.
Make your booty dirty real quick, homie.
I'm sure, homie.
You got me going crazy over here, bro.
That's why I drink distilled.
Yeah, it sounds like you going real crazy. Gang banging on a telephone for real. That's what we doing now.
No. I was just curious. How old are you?
How old are you, motherfucker? Older than you? Old enough to be your daddy? I guarantee you that.
That's embarrassing, but it's alright. So how old is he?
Old enough to be mama.
Alright, so how old is that?
First of all, you asked me a question, what I claim. I put it back on you. Since you want to ask me what I claim, since you think you know something, what do you claim?
No, I don't claim nothing, homie.
You don't claim none?
I never said I did. The fuck is you talking about, bro?
Well, that's where you fucked up then. You shouldn't be going around asking other people what they claim if you ain't claiming nothing. Because you out here by yourself then, right?
Who is this talking? Is this Hank Hill? Is this Lee Pugh?
No, it's a new guy, man. It's Paul. He's talking to you.
Paul. Valued. Well, why's he got popcorn? What the fuck does that mean?
Oh, we watch movies in here sometimes. It's popcorn roll. But anyway, why don't you address Paul instead of just like looking at his roles?
Yeah, you kind of got off the subject real quick as soon as I jumped on. You got off the subject real quick. You talking real tough when I came on, and I was just listening and not saying nothing. Now all of a sudden you kind of clammed up, homie.
My nigga, you
so
going crazy, you bro. The fuck is you talking about?
What's your creed? Tell me, what's your creed? What's your creed?
Some crazy shit, bro. You acting tough like you ain't on a flat or Discord. Calm down, homie.
You know some lit? No, you don't know shit.
Shit, I'm from Little Rock. I can talk gangster too. I mean, I can roll on in.
So how old are you, Paul?
Old enough to be your daddy. That's all you need to know.
That's pretty much it.
So scared he won't even share his fucking age. Damn, bro.
Why do you want to know that?
What does that even matter, man? What the hell are you talking
about? Because these young kids think they know something new that us OGs created. They think they created something new. But ain't nothing new under the sun. Tell them.
Nothing.
Bro, what the fuck is you talking about, bro? You sound like you just smoked a J too, bro. Hey, yo, what strain?
I don't even smoke weed, but if I did,
the green
you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
So you got a job?
No, I want to hear more about this gangster. I want to hear more about this gangster talk. Spit some lit. Spit some knowledge. Spit some lit. Read out your book. Come on, let's hear some. What are the laws?
Hey, Uniburner, you gonna invite your friends in here so we can spout some knowledge to them?
My friends don't have Discord, bro. They ain't.
You ride under the 5 or the 6?
Huh?
You ride with the 5 or the 6? You a gangster, right?
Bro, I never said that. The fuck is you talking about, bro?
I thought you was a gangster. My bad.
My niggas on something, bro. Your fucking wife just divorced you, bro. God damn.
Hank, was he not talking all kinds of gangster stuff? Talking about what set you claim and all this tough guy talking.
Yeah.
Was I hearing things? Was I hearing things or?
Nah, I just ask people to see what they say, bro.
No, you're just trying to see what people say. Oh, well, you're on the wrong channel for that.
Yeah, he already told us how old he is. He was asking how old we are. And he already told us how old he is. He's 14. You say he's 14. You know, I mean, come on.
I'm going to be 39.
My nigga, I'm 16.
All right, 16. Whatever.
All right, so how old is you, Helio Skeptic?
I'm 43 years
I'm old enough to be your goddamn grandpa. How about that?
I'm 43 years old. I've been in Cabrini Green. I've been in St. Louis. I've been in Houston, Texas. I roll with Four Corner Hustlers, GDs, BDs, Bloods, Crips.
My nigga, you can't claim everything. Fool, the fuck is you talking? Oh my!
I never said I claimed.
Bro,
I never said I claimed any of them.
bro.
I said I've been around all of them, and I know the literature, but I don't claim any of them.
I appreciate it, homie. You 43.
Do you appreciate it?
Hey, what do you
I don't
do
think
for a
you. I don't
living?
think you do.
So what you gonna be saying when you 43, bro?
Huh?
You gonna be talking the same shit when you 43, bro?
Fuck yeah, I am.
Why?
No growth.
Yeah, I guarantee you can be talking better shit. I promise.
Nah, he don't know what he's talking about, bro. He's just trying to talk. He's just trying to start some shit, bro.
I know that's not a gang.
The difference is I was fortunate enough when I was young, the people that I did connect with were more knowledgeable and higher up and taught me that I'm not from those streets. As much as I wanted to be a part of that life, and as much as they took me under their wing and brought me into their world, they also taught me that that's not the life for me. And I will never, no matter how hard I try, because I'm white and from the suburbs, it's never going to be in me like it's in them. But they taught me everything that a lot of the people that are from there will never know.
That's what respect. What real respect is, didn't they?
Of actual literature. I have Bibles of literature of at least three sets in my house right now.
Yeah, that's like when I was.
I can spit all the rules. Ask me, but you can't ask me because you ain't above me and you ain't even on my level. So the fact that you even would ask me, you should know that you can't ask another gangster shit. That's
said I was a gangster.
Look, I'm gonna teach you right now. That's one of the main giveaways that you ain't with nobody and you ain't no real gangster and you ain't in no real gang. Because real people don't ask that people. They don't ask.
Hey, hold on.
They don't ask.
Shut the fuck up.
They don't ask. As soon as you get asked, you see
why
someone get lit up and get stomped.
Hey, you gonna shut your mouth and open your earballs?
Uniburn ain't even a real gangster.
I'm over here and going to suck on my balls in a minute. So yeah, I'll be quiet for a few minutes.
Hey, Uniburn.
He's not even a real gamester.
Hey, Uniburn. Yeah. You're like 16, right?
Yes, sir.
So why you talking to grown ass men like you know more than them, bro? Like why are you trying to why are you doing that, bro?
Yeah, if you came in respectful, we wouldn't be roasting you like this, bro. Come on,
you're gonna get older, bro. You're gonna get older. You're gonna know more shit, and then you're gonna try to talk down. You're not gonna try to talk down. You're gonna try to talk to kids that are younger than you. You're trying to give them some information, trying to inform them on some shit. And like, bro, you're just talking shit, bro. Like, why can't you just like be quiet? Like,
get to know you,
nah, dude. Like, you're here for no reason, bro. Like, you can literally just take in this information, bro. Like, it's not that deep, bro. Like, you don't have to get in your feelings. You don't have to try to act hard. It's nothing like that, bro. Like, we're past that, bro.
Hey, to be honest, when he first came in, he was being respectful, and we answered his questions and everything. And now, for some reason, it turned into this.
Decides to come on in and be
he wasn't being respectful. He was halfway listening.
Fucking kill him, bro.
Okay, hold on. Let's back it up a little bit since I'm new and I just came in and I kind of came at you a little bit hard. What can you tell me? Okay, what is your name or what you like to go by? And where exactly are you from? What?
Huh? I said I don't care.
I'm trying to start a dialogue. Look, I'm trying to start a conversation with you. I'm not trying to.
Let's get it back to flat Earth.
Or,
let's get it back to flat
Nah,
Earth.
bro. We're just trying to have a normal
really believe in
conversation
that.
here. No beef. Just have a normal conversation, bro. It's nothing deep, bro. Just talk.
Right.
Just talk. Just speak your mind.
I didn't catch the young man's name.
Paul, suck my ass.
Yeah. Suck your ass.
That bet.
Deleted.
So, anyways, what I guess my question is, what brings you here, and what do you want to get out of your life? Can you answer me that?
I want to get out of my life, man. Bro, I was 16. Yeah. Hold up.
Yeah, what do you?
Bro, it doesn't matter if you're 16, bro. Like, just answer the question.
That's the whole problem. I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to do with my whole ass life.
Like, what do you expect? What do you want out of life, bro?
It doesn't have to be
just trying to marry a big booty Latina.
Hey,
it doesn't have to be.
We learned our manners, didn't we?
Okay.
So,
hold on. It doesn't have to be that deep. It doesn't have to be, I want to be a doctor when I grow up. What do you want to be tomorrow? What do you want to do tomorrow? What are you doing today to set yourself up to do right tomorrow?
I should probably be in bed, to be honest. I got practice 6:30.
All right, you said you have practice at 6:30? Practice for what?
Yes, sir.
Hockey. So yes, you're a hockey player.
Yes, sir.
At what level? What level do you play hockey at?
I play trips right now.
I'm sorry, you said what? What?
I play AAA right now.
What? I'm sorry. What is that? I don't.
Oh, 16.
So you're not in high school. You're out of high school? It's not JV. It's not varsity. It's.
No, I don't play for my high school. I play for a club, different, unrelated.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you're okay.
Yeah.
So is that something that you're really interested in? Do you feel like that you want to pursue that and possibly do that for the rest of your life right now?
Maybe. I mean, I don't even know. Probably.
You don't even know?
That's like the dream, but it's just hard. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's hard. Everything worth doing is hard. I mean, that's one thing that you have to realize. Anything worth doing in your life is gonna be hard. Like, let's say you meet a girl tomorrow that you fall madly in love with, and you want to marry her. It's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be hard fucking work, and it's gonna be frustrating.
I'm madly in love with you.
Can I explain something to the young man?
Everything that is worth doing in life is hard, regardless of what your religion is, what you believe in, whether you believe the earth is round, whether you believe it's flat. Anything that you want to do or pursue is going to be difficult.
So let me get in just for a minute.
You're at a very. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm jealous of you right now at the age that you are, and that you're on here asking questions. Because when I was your age, I wasn't here. I had no idea. I was oblivious. And I was living my life like a fool, had no idea who I was, where I was going, or what I wanted in life. I didn't even have a sport. I had nothing that I was into. I was completely lost. So I ended up doing all the wrong things and trying to take all the easy routes. All I knew was that everything around me was bullshit and it was a lie. And I knew the system I was in was bullshit. So I tried to rebel against it, thinking that the best way to do that was to not go to work, not have a job, sell drugs, hang out on the corner, hang out with all the wrong people, and do all the wrong things.
That's the good stuff to do.
Hey, Paul.
But what I learned later in life, when I kind of grew up more and learned more, is that is another trap. That is exactly a trap that has been set up for people, lost individuals like me or like you, to fall into, to blind us and to screw our life up. So when we do wake up and we want to better ourselves and when we want to do better things, now we can't because we're trapped in this system that they've set up.
Yeah, no, that's how it works, bro. You're 100% correct.
I know I am because I lived through it.
Hey, I was just wanting to know. Hang on just a second.
Right.
Listen, I need to ask something. Are you guys having a conversation with any of these new people that has came down here. Deleted.
Yeah.
Have you guys spoke to Deleted?
9. Yeah. Oh, my bad.
We were talking to Uni or something.
Who? Uniburn?
Something.
Okay, did he seem did he seem chill? I mean, did he seem okay? Have a productive conversation? I'm just curious.
I mean, he was okay. He was okay, and then he got kind of riled up, like he kind of, you know.
Yeah. Well, okay. So this is, well, the reason I'm asking is because this is what I'm going to do because we have a group up there and they came in right after these guys, and I had like 4 or 5 that came in, and like there, a couple that could possibly be a troll. So it's like we figured. But anyway, this is what I wanted to do. Like the new ones that have came in. If you guys haven't had a conversation with both of them yet, like one of them need to decide which one wants to go first, and then the other one can.
Since you're in here, Truth Avails, why don't you just facilitate that?
Well, I mean, I've got to go back. I've got a group of people up there.
Oh, you're still up in the check-in?
Yeah. Well, this because I'm going to send. Okay, because well, we can just leave these two unmuted. But I'm going to send, like, these people are going to come in muted, right? So that they can't, like, all unmute and disrupt at the same time. So you can address them one at a time.
Did you already VC verified?
You can address them one at a time. And then when they, prove that they can have a productive conversation, then then you can leave them unmuted. Does somebody
want to come in with a specific question? Are they going to come in with a... Or you haven't gotten that far yet?
Well, you just have a conversation with her. You just talk to them and ask them questions or let them introduce themselves, whatever. I mean, I just want to let you know when they come in muted.
I mean, just honestly, if they're not a fucking troll. That's really.
I'll go through the list.
Just have a conversation with. I'm not saying
this person deleted that's VC verified. It says about me. Fuck you. I don't know if that person should be.
Well, that sounds like something. That's
a privacy thing.
That sounds like something. That sounds like something that I would put on mine. I mean,
yeah, I guess you
may read mine one day, and it may say that. I'm just saying. Just
changing it later.
Maybe try to have a conversation with these guys and see how they go, and I'll send the rest of them down muted, and you can address them one at a time. That's all I wanted to say.
Hey, I appreciate you letting us know.
Trying to talk to that was talking when I first got on here. Is he still here? I want to ask him if he has a father, if he's raised in a single household, if he has a mom and a dad. Is there a father figure in his life?
Why do you want to ask him that?
Yeah, you talking about
Why do I want to ask him that?
Yeah.
Because I think it's an interesting question, because I want to ask him if he does, and the way he's acting, how would he feel if he had a child? Is that how he wants his son? What does he want for his son? And then thinking about his own father.
Well, we've kind of already roasted Uniburn a little bit, bro.
Okay. I'm not trying to roast him. I want to help him. I don't want to roast him.
I do too, but I mean, if he doesn't want to, Uniburn, you want to talk about it anymore?
Hey, what's he talking about? Food?
How many dads do you have?
Wait, what?
Nothing.
I got 2 dads.
What the fuck?
2 dads, huh?
Anyway,
that's it.
Mm-hmm.
See, now he's acting like he didn't hear what you said. So I mean, let's just leave him alone. Let's see if any new people that jumped in.
Wait,
let's see if
delete it again. But no.
I feel like we should talk about the Earth.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, we don't need to talk about Uniburn's daddies.
Yeah, where is the Earth curvature, huh? Where's that? Because I don't think I've ever seen it.
Not yet.
Hey, there's a new guy here. Deleted, got VC verified. Deleted, are you able to open your microphone and talk to us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool.
What up, bro?
Did you talk to Truth Avails and?
Yeah, I was in the VC check for a little bit.
Excellent. Welcome to the server.
Thanks.
So, how did you find us?
I was doing some research about like flat Earth, and I found this Discord.
Through the Discord or YouTube or?
Through like YouTube.
Cool.
Do you mind if we ask you some questions? They're easy questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to go, Helio? Give them the 3.
There are three. There are 3 standard claims about the globe Earth model that are made, right? And they're very simple. The Earth is a globe. It's it's a ball of a certain size, and there's curvature, right? So,
yeah.
And you're standing on it. The second one is that it's spinning on an axis relative to. I won't even say what, because there's no what as far as that goes. And then the third one is that they're, on this ball we're standing on, we're in, this ball is spinning around in the solar system adjacent to
the near perfect vacuum of space.
Yeah, near perfect vacuum of space where there's a higher pressure volume near the surface of Earth, and we're just spinning around in space where they said there's a differential pressure that's kind of impossible. So why wouldn't no, Hank, you do this better. Go ahead, brother. I'm just
all right. So the first question is: any time in the past history up until recent times, has anyone ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And if so, what was the method that they've done
it? You're asking me that?
It's okay if you don't know. We'll accept you don't know as an answer because we don't expect you to know everything.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't know.
All right, so the next question is: anytime recent past up until now, ancient history up until now, has anyone directly measured the rotation of the Earth's axis?
Probably. I don't really know.
Right, so that's an acceptable answer that you don't know. And the last question is there any way that we've ever measured the vacuum of space? And if so, how did we do that?
I don't know. And these are pretty complex
Those were
questions.
3 really, yeah, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. It's just to illustrate to you and everyone else what you know. And those were 3 very honest answers, and I appreciate that. Because if you would have said that you knew, we would have grilled you a little bit. But since you said you don't know, that's fair, right? So basically, it's a belief that you have that the Earth has curvature and it spins on an axis and it's sitting in the middle of a near perfect vacuum. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean,
right. So it's a belief that you have. No one's ever really proven it to you, but you believe it because it's been what you've been told since you were like old enough to still believe in Santa Claus, right?
Yeah, but isn't there like pictures of like that?
Well, I can show you pictures of unicorn and Bigfoot. Does that make them real?
No, but like I can trust like NASA, you know?
hold on. Whoa.
All right, so here's the thing. Pictures can be manipulated, like we've known, just because you see something on TV doesn't mean that it's real. Photoshop has been around, for a really long time.
Sure, I guess. Yeah, but is there pictures of the Earth flat?
Have you ever seen a picture where it was curved?
Yeah.
Okay, so was that an actual picture or was it a photoshopped image? Do you think you could tell the difference between Morgan Freeman as an image where he was painted with a photorealistic painter, or do you think you can tell the difference with a photograph? Go ahead and Google both right in front of you and tell me, without looking, which one's which. Without looking,
I probably
the
could
answer.
not tell the difference.
Right, so it's easy to trick your eyes, right? Especially when we're talking about if you see it on the computer screen or TV,
but that
right?
could go both ways, like about round and flat.
Exactly. So what we want to do is we want to measure the Earth directly, right? That's why I said we want to measure it directly, right? So what if I told you that there's a known dimension of the Earth? Will you Google the Earth's radius for me real fast? Just the radius of the Earth.
Earth's radius. 6,371 kilometers. Do you want me to do it in miles?
Yeah, miles will be better.
That's fine. 39.59 miles is the
39.59.
Right. So if they give us like dimensions of the Earth, then that means they must have measured it at one point, right? And it also means
got a
that
measuring
it's
tape or something.
right, something like that. It also means that we can falsify it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so somebody post the Black Swan images, please. So if they've given us the dimensions, that means we can work out mathematically where the horizon would be if you're 1 foot off the ground. Would you agree?
Probably, yeah.
All right, so we've done that, and it comes out to 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or at 1 foot, 1.2 miles. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And can you see the live stream voice text?
Where do you want me to look?
It's in the room right above the one you're in, so live stream voice text.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Do you see the oil platforms? You don't see the oil platforms?
No. Do you want me to scroll? Oh, wait, the April, March stuff? No, that's not.
I'm sure somebody will come through in just a moment.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it, Hank. I'm trying to find it. I know I have some. I have one somewhere. I have so much shit in it.
Is this the picture? The 1 foot, the observer height one?
Shit, somebody beat me to it. Same thing.
Right, so here's the deal. I know you're going to have questions about all the different variables and the authenticity of the photograph, right? Because we just got through talking about Photoshop. So someone is going to post the original video, and when we're done, you can watch 2 minutes into that video, and it's going to answer all those questions using landmarks, GPS coordinates, Google Earth, and you'll basically see that that shot could only be taken from one point, looking at one direction, because it's kind of a bullseye shot. Because you'll see that he has to zoom in from really far away to get that shot. Yeah. So it's kind of a bullseye shot, like a, he didn't miss. Okay, so
like Kobe Bryant.
Right. So what the argument goes, it's a modus tollens argument. You may or may not be familiar with that. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 39.59 miles, then the horizon must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Mm-hmm.
So if the horizon is further than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, then the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 39.59 miles. Do you have any qualms with the logical argument so far?
No, sounds good.
Okay. So if you look at the picture, you got platform hill house, platform habitat, and you'll see that one of them is at least 9.41 miles away. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, where's the horizon in that still shot from the video?
In the video? Wait.
The still shot. It's the picture.
Yeah.
What's the horizon at? Right. It's greater than 9.41 miles, right?
Yeah.
So we can assume that it's, roughly more than 10 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you had a woman, right? She's 9 months pregnant with triplets. Oh. And she lays flat on the table. Bad, though? She was 9 months ago.
Yeah.
And she's laying on the table, and the doctor asks her, what color is her toenails? Her answer is going to be, I don't know. There's a whole lot of curvature in the way, right?
Because of her knees and her belly?
No, because of her belly, right? She can't see her feet.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because she's got three
kids coming out of her?
Yeah. So you get that the Earth would have curvature kind of the same way. Like it should block boats as it goes over the horizon. But with the image that we just showed you from the still shot from the video that we're going to show you, which is going to answer all the variable questions for you, it's not at 1.2 miles away. The horizon is actually, in this one, it's over 10 miles away. Now, how is that possible on a globe Earth? Where's the curvature?
That's facts, though. I don't even know.
So here's the deal. I'm not like NASA, and I'm asking you to take my word for any of this. This could all be like some really elaborate trick, right? What I want you to do is I want you to go test it for yourself. Type in Earth Curve Calculator.
Wait.
And I want you Earth Curve Calculator. Just type it in. There's a bunch of different ones you can choose from.
Curve calcu. Okay, I got it. What's up?
I want you to find a large body of water that's at rest, preferably around sunrise or sunset, not during the heat of the day, because the heat is going to perturb the atmosphere and cause the most amount of distortion. You want the least amount of distortion, right?
You want me to find a body of water that I know?
I want you to find a large body of water at rest, and I want you to try to figure out what you can see and what you should be able to see and where is the horizon and where is the objects. And the thing is, you just type in all the information, but you want to do it over a large body of water because if you do it over land, there's topography, right? That's too many variables to calculate. So we measure over water. So like I said, I'm not like NASA. I don't want you to take my word for any of this. I want to brainwash you to think for yourself and to question authority. And in order to think for yourself, you must question authority. And the only way you can question authority is go out there into the world and test it for yourself and see for yourself if there really is curvature like they told us.
Okay.
Is that a fair thing to ask?
Yeah.
Because I could be lying, I could be a trickster, I could be a charlatan, I could be a snake oil salesman, I could be all the above. But what I can't do is make water that's curved, flat, and level. Now think about what I just said. Water is flat and level. When at rest, water is level.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like, does that sound like trickery?
No, that makes sense.
Now think about this. They're telling you that in between California and Japan, or California, Hawaii, there's over a mile of bent water, like a mountain, that's being held up by something called space-time that's bending and warping. That's Einstein's special theory of relativity. You heard of that?
Yeah.
Right, so that's pretty weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
That this non-physical, metaphysical, like concept can actually affect reality. Because like you can't bend and warp my concept of freedom or liberty, can you?
No.
No, it's a concept. It has no like material. So this metaphysical space-time that exists in a near perfect vacuum, it's a belief, right? It's not really something that you can test scientifically because there is no hypothesis. There is no viable hypothesis for gravity, is there?
No.
All right, now Google specific gravity.
Specific gravity?
Yep.
Go on images?
No, Wikipedia or something like that would be fine.
Oh, yeah. Relative density. That's not the same.
Relative density. So if you take an orange and you peel it and you put it in the water, you take another orange and you don't peel it, the one that you peeled is going to be at the bottom and the one that you didn't peel is going to be floating on top. Why?
Whoa, that's too confusing for me. I don't know.
Okay, so one object is dense and is at the bottom of the pool, like a rock. The other object is floating, like a football. Why?
Because it's got something around it.
Right, because the buoyant force is pushing it up, right?
Yeah.
So do you know how the scientific method works when we're talking about natural science?
No.
Okay, so a hypothesis has to have a control variable, an independent and dependent variable. You heard that before?
Nope.
You've never heard that before? You never learned natural science in 7th grade?
No.
So
wait,
are
can
you
repeat
older?
it? Maybe
an independent variable, a control variable, and a dependent variable.
Yes.
All right, so this is how it works. Let's say a caveman, he finds boiling water in a hot spring, right? And he says, I wonder what's causing this, right? So he says, okay, I'm going to go to the ocean, I'm going to get some water, and I'm going to add heat to it. So his hypothesis is that heat is causing the water to boil.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It's pretty smart caveman.
That's a pretty smart caveman. So he adds heat to the water and it boils. He takes the heat away and it stops boiling. He adds the heat again and it boils again.
Mm-hmm.
So he proved with a scientific method that heat causes water to boil. Would you agree?
Yeah.
All right, now let's put a fat man at the bottom of a pool that's empty, no water in it. And he's all the way at the bottom. He's really fat, like 500 pounds. He's obese, morbidly obese.
Like Uniburn?
I don't know what you're talking about, but go with me. So you add water to the pool, and he doesn't have to kick his feet. He doesn't have to move his arms. He doesn't have to hold his breath. He floats because he's so fat that the buoyant force
pushes
is holding him up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now you take away the water. You drain the pool again, and the fat man is sad, and he's sitting at the bottom of the pool with no smile on his face. And you add the water again, and he floats. What did you prove? What did you prove?
That he can float with buoyancy.
You proved by manipulating the independent variable, like adding the heat, that it caused the dependent variable, like the water boiling, caused him to rise and fall by manipulating the medium that he was in. It had nothing to do with space-time, had nothing to do with mass attracting mass. Things sink and things rise because of special, what did I say? Specific gravity. I'm done. Someone else can take over.
He's not.
Anybody else want to take over?
Sure, man. What's the subject? What's going on here?
I'm sure he's got questions.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, I'd like to hear how he feels about what he just heard. How do you
let's
feel
get some
about
feedback.
And a reflection?
Indeed.
It was a lot. It's pretty confusing. I'm not that bright of a kid.
What sticks out to you? What was the most interesting of all that information?
The picture with the further away one and the closer one, and how like flat water when it's still is level, and how with the California to Hawaii that water is apparently bending.
In the globe model, it has to be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Those were things you learned, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Pretty interesting, right?
I guess, yeah.
Well, not a lot of curve so far. Is that correct? Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
with the black swan image. So you know the which one we're talking about? The black swan image, the one with the oil rigs.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about that? What's your conclusion? Do you have a feeling on it? 9.4 miles away. So nearly 10 miles away, and we can still see the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that crazy? It's a long ways, man. How high is the highest you've been up in the world?
Like, in real life?
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know how high it is. I gotta look up. But I've been on the CN tower.
Okay. Is that higher than, I doubt that's
550 meters.
550 meters. Have you ever been up in a plane?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever look out the window? You probably weren't thinking, hey, let's check for curvature when you were up in that plane, right?
No, I was enjoying my flight.
There you go. Good boy. Okay. So, let's see. What you just said, can you, what was that again? Where were you were super high up and not in an airplane? One more time. I'm going to type
The N tower.
The End Tower?
CN tower.
Oh, CN Tower. Got it.
When you were in that tower and you were looking around, did you ever even think for a moment about what you were looking out at and whether it was flat or round for a minute?
No, I was looking at the buildings.
Yeah. Is there a certain thing that you were taught in school or told that you have a question about how exactly the Earth is round, that like a belief that you hold tight to that you might have a question about? Like, why do you believe even that the Earth is round? Do you?
I'm kind of. That's how I grew up, just knowing that the Earth is round, or not knowing,
Just
but
because they were.
Yeah, but that's kind of like being Muslim in Saudi Arabia, you know?
But is there any significant thing that you were taught that you believe this is why I believe it's round, or regardless if it's because my teacher told me, or is there some specific thing other than you were told that that you have that belief other than you were just told?
no, probably not.
Oh, okay.
I mean, my
Well, I mean,
older
that's not.
brother told me that the Earth was round, and I believed him.
Well, yeah. I mean, my older sister told me that there was this fat man in a red suit that comes on our chimney and would bring us presents every.
Yeah, but that's true.
You know,
That's not fake.
right. And I believed it for years.
I still
And
believe
it's
it.
not a disparaging thing. It's not a. It's nothing to feel bad about, because it's not. Nobody's gonna make fun of you, or nobody's gonna say you're an idiot or a dummy, because
Yeah.
we all believed it at one point.
Yeah.
It's just, what do you believe now? And there's ways that you can map it, and you can use mathematics and equations, the same numbers that the people that tell us it is round. That's all we do, is we take those numbers that they give us, and and we just destroy them with it, because they're lying. It's not true. It is a lie. Like everything that you were just told. If you take that into account and use that knowledge and use those numbers, you will see for yourself what it truly is.
Yeah.
Mind if I butt in for a second?
Wait,
Yeah,
can you give me a
please.
sec? I need to go to the washroom real quick.
Sure.
I like that. He said washroom.
You know what I was asking? I kept waiting for him to say was refraction. I kept thinking he was going to bring up refraction when you were talking about across the ocean and across the water, but I was really surprised he never said it.
See, it's not the first thing that comes to mind. The first thing that should come to mind is water, the physics of water. And then you think about a mile of Mount Water, in between like Japan and like California, or sorry, Hawaii and California. Like, that's not how water behaves in real life. So it should be a head scratcher.
No.
I think that's one of those things, though, that it's so simple that it perplexes you too much. Like it's you know what I mean? Like it's such a simple concept, but unless you actually do the physical putting water in a container and moving it around and seeing it, then it kind of wakes you up a little bit more. But just like kind of thinking about it and hearing somebody kind of explain it, I think is a bit hard to grasp. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, here's what's going to happen. We're going to bombard you with a lot of stuff, and then scroll up in the voice text, and just do the look into these things on your own. But also, the best way to do it is to observe your world yourself. Go out and look at stuff with different eyes now, instead of trusting in the back of your head, trusting that it's a ball and it has curvature, and we're moving, and we're right next to an infinite vacuum, and that one you could probably get to later. But observe that it's flat and motionless. Observe that the things in the sky are moving, and it's not you that's moving, right? If you were never told that you were on something rotating and moving in all different kinds of directions, well, you wouldn't assume that at first. You'd look up and say, oh, look, that stuff's moving. Because the key words are, that stuff's moving.
Yeah.
So they flipped everything on us. They want us to use the opposite of our senses. Instead of us saying, I see that, I observe that, they want us to go, nope, I trust the smart man in a white coat. No. I don't need to use my senses. The humans have got it all figured out. I'm all set. Know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Don't
There's a
let
lot
yourself
left to
get
learn,
hung
though.
up on the why either. Don't let yourself get hung up on the why would anybody do these things and try to lie or trick people, because that's a trap in itself too. Just like you said, do it for yourself. Just look around.
Yeah.
Don't
Get
get
that
hung up on the
childlike
why,
curiosity
what,
back.
when, where.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, just again, just don't get hung up on the why, what, when, and there.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
and
can you
in
guys hear
fact,
me?
yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Hank. Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so the thing I said about the scientific method, right? Not everything they tell you that is science is actually science, right? The scientific method, it's a very narrow scope, right? So the scientific method is a tool for ascertaining truth. It's one tool. There's many tools, but it's the best, right? Because when you manipulate the cause and you see the reaction happen, you know that you're the one that caused it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, like adding the heat to the water, like that's what caused it, right? And you can do it over and over again, and you can pass it to your friend and say, hey, look, I did this. You do it. You tell me what you find, right? So the scientific method is a very narrow scope in the sense that it's like a school thermometer. It accurately measures very accurately between 95 and 105 degrees, but you can't take the school thermometer and go home and cook cornbread with it, right?
Yeah.
So the scientific method is a lot of ways the same way, right? There's a lot of stuff that doesn't fit into the scientific method, and the shape of the earth would be one of those things, right? It's a geometry question,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's a math question, and math isn't science. And someone who tells you that it is, that's a category error. Okay? So the interesting thing about science is that it's falsifiable, right? If someone makes a scientific claim and they give you a hypothesis, there's going to be a null hypothesis, right? So the null hypothesis would be if the water doesn't boil because of heat, then heat isn't the cause of the water boiling.
Yeah.
Right? So once you know this, like, you got to look at the world in a totally different way. So now you have to divide what you believe from what you know, right? Like, how many toes do I have? You assume 10, right? But you don't know. Maybe I was in Iraq and I wasn't, but maybe I had diabetes and I had some toes removed, right? The only way that you know is if you check with 2 or more of your senses. You can't just look, because what if I work at Texas Tech and I have high-tech prosthetics and my kid's an artist and they painted it to make it look real, like Hollywood, right?
So I gotta feel your toes.
Yeah, you gotta grab it and feel the heat, the blood flow, the tendons, the bone, the skin,
Suck
the
on them a
hair.
little bit.
No.
Make
You're not
sure.
going to do that.
Oh.
You're not going to do that. But you get what I'm saying, right? You have to
Yeah.
divide everything from belief and knowledge. So you believe that you live on a spinning water ball, right? But what do you actually know? If you were to meditate in your backyard for 3 days and 3 nights, your
That'd be
senses
boring.
would tell you, yeah, it would be boring, but your senses would tell you that you live on a flat, stationary plane, flat and stationary. Because you don't witness any curvature. You don't ever perceive any curvature. You don't experience any earth motion unless you're in an earthquake.
Yeah.
Am I wrong, Hank, to assume that another way to say what you just said is what you were saying about mathematics is it's a made up language?
Yeah, mathematics is a language.
Yeah, it's not science. It's a made up language like any other language, and as long as you know how to speak it and you can control it, you can make it say whatever you want to fit whatever narrative you want.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing. Math isn't reality. And here's an example. So I borrow 10 apples from you, right?
Okay.
And then I pay you back 6. Right?
Scam me.
So there's a negative 4 apples. Can you show me negative 4 apples in reality?
I mean, you didn't make it negative.
It doesn't
You
exist.
just
It's a
kept them
concept.
yourself.
Right. It's a concept.
Negative is a concept.
Right. So think about this: 99 bottles of beer on the wall. You take one down, you pass it around. There's 98 bottles of beer on the wall. The math works out, but the beer's in the fridge in reality.
Yeah. But no, they're on the wall, like the song.
Right, but that's a concept.
gas, but you could just have 99 beers in the fridge and grab and pass it around, and then you have 98.
You could, but I'm just trying to illustrate to you that mathematics doesn't always refer to reality, right?
Yeah.
All right, so
it's
this
it's
is
like
another
saying,
easy.
it's like
Go
me
ahead,
telling you, don't think of an elephant.
I'm thinking of an elephant
your
now.
mind can't your mind can't comprehend the negative. So when I said that, what's the first thing you thought about? You thought of an elephant, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what he was just trying to say with the.
All right, so think about this. Think about this. We talked about the near perfect vacuum of space, right?
Yeah.
So are you familiar with King of the Hill, the cartoon?
Yeah, I know it, but I don't watch it.
Right. So you know that Hank Hill sells propane and propane accessories.
Yeah.
Right? You know why he sells the propane accessories?
No, I don't.
Because if your dad told you to go, to the propane store and get some propane, you'd say, okay, well, I'm going to need a tank. And if he said, you don't need a tank, you would think, oh, okay, something's wrong with dad. Like, go tell mom that dad number 2, he's like really having some mental problems.
Yeah.
Don't call the cops, right? They might shoot him, right? So the thing is like you would say, oh, you got to have a propane tank. You can't just have gas pressure without a container, right?
Yeah.
So how are you breathing right now?
With the air.
Right, but how come the air doesn't spew out into the open available space? Because if you were to take the gas,
it's everywhere already.
Right, but listen, if you take the propane tank and you open the nozzle, what's going to happen?
It's going to spew everywhere.
Until it reaches equilibrium. So how is there high gas pressure on the surface of the Earth and almost infinite, almost near perfect vacuum of space? How come it doesn't spew into the vacuum of space?
God's a crazy man.
What?
I don't know.
You don't know, right?
That's the right
maybe
answer.
it's not a vacuum. Maybe you've been lied to about, and maybe it's not a lie. Maybe they told you it was a model, and for some reason you took it as reality. Like you're not standing on a spinning water ball, you're standing on dirt, or most likely tile or wood or carpet or something. But when you go outside, you're standing on dirt, and that isn't the model. Just like a model Porsche, that would be cool for your 8th birthday, but for your 16th birthday, you kind of want the real thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't get discouraged either to say you don't know. That was the right answer. I want to reinforce that. That was the right answer. You don't know.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with not knowing. Have you ever thought about why the sun lights the earth up so bright and how it does everything it does and makes everything just light up? Why doesn't it make the space around it light up?
The space is
the ridiculous
void.
question
light,
that everybody says
light
is
just
always
goes
that there's
through
nothing
space.
for it.
There's nothing for it to bounce off of.
Really, there's no particles in space. There's no space debris. There's nothing floating in space at all.
Yeah, there are
There's no-
stuff, but like not enough for it to wrap around and make it warm. Like the Earth is pretty large.
So the Earth is larger than space, and all the particles in space.
No, but space is different in it. It's like its own thing.
How though? I mean, I would think there would be way more particles floating around in space, and way more, especially close to our atmosphere, since there's supposed to be so much space junk floating around out there, right? How come the sun doesn't reflect off all that space junk, and you never see it ever in any photograph or from the ISS? You never see any of all these things supposedly floating above us around in space. It's supposed to be just cluttered with all these objects, but you never see any of them ever.
I don't know.
Me neither.
So here's the thing. A lot of people, their ego is so inflated, right? Because they go through school and they feel like because they can regurgitate what they were told like a parrot, which isn't really a talent.
And they're rewarded for that.
They're rewarded for it, so they think they're smart, right? But The real thing is you should be able to think critically. Like, what if I told you that I could fly, right? And I could fly so high that I could walk on the moon. That would be a pretty absurd thing to say, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you verify that I walked on the moon? Can you verify it?
No, I had to be there.
Right, you'd have to be there to know it. So how do you know NASA walked on the moon?
I don't know. Just have to believe them.
You don't. You just have to take the word for it. That's called faith, right? Like the high priest, he knows what God says, so he's going to tell you, right? And he's going to, give you the answer. But if you question him, well, there's consequences for questioning the priest, right? They might ostracize you and treat you differently, right? And you might have to pay a penance or an indulgence, right? You might have to have some sort of socio-economical consequence. You might get fired, right? You might lose your place in society. You might get kicked out of the cult even. Well, the thing about science and truth is that science doesn't fear investigation, ever. Right? Truth doesn't fear investigation, ever.
Yeah.
In fact, it's welcomed. If I walked on the moon and it was true, I would give you the evidence and be like, here, see for yourself. Right? But the thing about it is that governments lie, right? It's called lie by omission. You ever see a FOIA request, you see that it's redacted. There's big black marked out pages, page after page, that they don't want you to see.
Yeah, true.
So the thing about think for yourself and question authority.
Question.
Oh, go ahead.
Like, can you explain what's it called? Time zones to me? Like, how does that work with the Earth flat?
So when the sun is near, it goes over your head, just like a street lamp.
Yeah.
If you're standing under a street lamp, say on the corner of 1st and Main, right, that street lamp's going to be right over your head. But 10th and Main, that street lamp is going to be near the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Is it smaller? Is it the same height as the other street lamps? It's due to perspective, right?
Yeah.
So, sorry, I think that was the wrong answer, actually. So as the sun goes away, it appears to set, right? But the street lamps aren't setting. So when you got a friend, he's standing on 10th Street, right? The sun's going to be over his head, right? Just like the lamp.
Yeah.
And then you got a friend on 20th Street, right? And by that time, this is, not to scale, but you get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as the sun moves over the surface of the flat Earth in a circuit once every 24 hours, it's going to create time zones. So it's 5 a.m. somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And it's 5 p.m. somewhere else. Because the sun is, we assume the sun is local, close by, and small. They say it's 93 million miles away. Can you verify that?
Nope.
Well, and realistically, too, time itself it's not real. It's a man-made concept, just like mathematics. It's not. There really is no time like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. That was created to keep people, in line and in control, to create a work week, to keep workers, and to do manufacturing and keep them in line. There's really no time itself it's nothing. There's really no such thing in nature. Nature doesn't care what date is, what the date is, or if it's 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock. It's a man-made construct. It really doesn't exist at all in nature. It only exists in our own minds.
Yeah.
mean, do you think
Plain-
the sun or the moon cares about how many times it, it shine on a particular part of the Earth or not? No.
No. Should go pro on BO3. I'm so good.
So, I think you should look at both sides of the coin. I want you to Google Flat Earth Debunked if you haven't already. And start reading them off one by one. And we'll take turns debunking the debunks.
I bet.
And it'll be kind of like a debate in a way. Like we're simulating a debate. Right?
Fighting
and
flat
we'll just
Earth
take turns.
5 impossible facts that would have to be true if the Earth were flat. Where are the impossible facts? Lunar eclipses shouldn't occur at midnight. Different stars are visible from different latitudes.
All right, stop.
Bet.
Somebody want to address the stars?
Oh, my phone almost fell.
Did you guys already hear from Black Ice?
Did somebody address the star thing?
Oh, my bad.
I was hoping you'd do it. I think you'd articulate it probably better than anyone else right now.
So the stars in different positions. So the stars in different positions, right? That debunks the flat Earth, right? Is that the claim?
Yeah, according to the website, yeah.
Right, different positions on the Earth. So let's say you go to Walmart, right? And much like the street lamp, the lamp is over your head, right? And then you go to the other side of the store. You go from the meat department to the automotive department, and there's different lights over your head, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is Walmart a sphere?
No, it's probably a box store.
Probably pretty flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would guess almost perfectly flat if the engineers knew what the hell they were doing, and it was a new Walmart.
Yeah.
So that isn't a really good argument. Do you think they might want to reformulate their argument?
The star one?
Right, because the thing is, it doesn't prove that anything is flat because Walmart's nearly.
No, that does make sense though. Like if the Earth was flat, you could be able to see every star from the sky. But like since it's round, you can't like look over a curve and just see. You got to go over there and look.
Do you have superhuman eyes or do you have human eyes?
Human eyes, so I couldn't see over a curve.
So so you can't see forever.
Yeah.
Right? Even if the Earth was perfectly flat, you wouldn't be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York City. There's too much atmosphere, rain, sleet, snow, fog. But not only that, when a girl's right in front of you, right, she's got big hair. But when she gets further and further away, her hair shrinks and gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
Apparently, right? It's because of your perspective, right? Her head isn't actually shrinking unless you're part of some shrinking head cult. So what's actually going on is things appear to get smaller the further you get away from them.
Yeah.
and they also get closer and closer to the horizon. Like think about a car driving down the road. Is the car rising and the lamps setting? The street lamps? No, they're not setting. It's due to perspective.
Yeah, but that. Okay, I guess.
It's because of the optical vanishing point. Everything's going to disappear in the distance at a certain point.
An easy way to test that for yourself is take a plate and put it on the floor and put your nose right up against the plate and look at it. Is it round? Is it a sphere? What is the shape? And then slowly back up away from it and look further and further until you're standing up. And what does it look like? It's still round, but can you tell the exact shape? Is it a sphere?
No.
Well, you can't really tell, right? You don't really know. It still looks round regardless of your point of view, how close you are, how far away you are. I mean, that's a really easy thing to do. Just take a plate and put it on the floor. And unless you're, at an angle, of course you're going to see, but you can't, I'm not saying at an angle, straight on. But like if you're looking down on top of a pool table, all the balls on the pool table are round, right? They're all circular, they're all spheres. But when you're looking at the pool table straight on from the top, are they round or are they just a circle? And is the table you're playing on, is that round?
No.
May I say something?
Go ahead.
What about like buildings when you're looking like from far away? Like I did a whole spiel of this in high school. I don't know if you guys know his name, McIntyre. But like the reason the buildings are visible lies in the fact that the air directly above the water's surface is colder than the air higher up. And this inverse temperature gradient means that light rays refract toward the colder, denser air, allowing an image of the reflected skyline formed on the water below the horizon to appear almost, hovering above the horizon. Like, this notion can easily be verified by taking a photo even further away where the superior mirage will disappear.
Okay, so you mentioned refraction. What does that word mean to you? We got to define terms, right? That way I don't think you're talking about a writing pen and you think I'm talking about a horse pen. What does refraction mean?
Yeah, I'll know a good XMC class. I'm playing BO3 right now.
What?
My bad, not the right time.
Never the right time. Continue.
Don't fuck with BO3.
What do you mean by refraction?
How would I put this?
Should be simple. What's happening when refraction happens?
Don't be afraid to look it up either. Look it up and tell us what you see. And Wikipedia, what does it say? Look it up and read it word for word. If you don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. We're not trying to trick you or got you or anything.
Right.
At least personally, I'm here to help people learn, and I'm here to learn myself. So yeah, no gotchas. But yeah, if you need to look something up, dude, go right ahead. So you know what I mean? So we can all help each other learn.
Yeah, we're all here to learn, bro.
Yeah, like I've been saying, there's no wrong answer. Like, there's nothing wrong with not knowing. Plenty of these questions that everybody's talking about and everybody's saying, I don't know either.
Yeah, man.
But I'm not the smartest answer. I'm not afraid to admit that I don't know.
It's saying the fact or phenomenon of light, radio waves, etc., being deflected and passing obliquely through the interface between one medium and another, or through a medium of varying density.
So what's the second medium that the light passes through? The atmosphere and what?
He's not.
That would be like
so there has to be two mediums, right?
Reflected through glass or
refracted.
air.
Not reflected, refracted, right?
Yes.
I mean, if I'm wrong, correct me. Is it refracted?
Yo, guys, I'm gonna be right back.
Yes.
Okay. So
because there's a
when
light ray
is
and
traveling through the air,
ray.
right? The light that's bouncing off the fish, right, into your eyes. At the point where the light goes from water to air, that's two different media, right?
Right.
At that point, the light is going to change angle of incident, and the fish isn't going to be where you see it. It's going to be actually a little closer to your feet, right? So where's the two media between, let's say, Chicago skyline and your eyeball? What is the two media?
Air and water.
No, because Chicago is above the water, or all the people in Chicago would be drowning. Right? So it's only air, right? What you're talking about is the other part of the definition where it says, what was it, density changes? So you're basically talking about heat waves. You ever seen a helicopter take off with the sun behind it?
Yeah.
And it distorts the sun a little bit, but it's not making the sun set and rise again, right?
Right.
So a heat wave slightly distorts the light. It perturbs it just a little bit, but it doesn't make you shoot a deer on the other side of the hill, right? If there's a hill in front of the deer, you can't shoot it with a rifle or a camera, right?
Right, because it's behind the hill.
Exactly. So if Chicago was actually behind the hill and somehow being refracted up, did you get one? Yeah, it's in the freezer. If it was being refracted up, right, it would be mirrored, mirror. It would be inverted. So the problem is that Chicago isn't mirrored.
Who's listening to Bill Burr? Who's listening to Bill Burr in the background?
Nobody.
Might be me. Hold on, let me check.
Helio, you just constantly got it going in your subconscious. That's what's
No.
happening.
Here it is. I found it. Yeah, it's me. I can hear Bill Burr, and I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, no, on the point that Hank was making about refraction, I was thinking about this before I jumped back in. It's like we get this claim, which, to anyone it should seem a ridiculous claim, right? But as much as the ridiculous claim about refraction or whatever this is, hey, if you stand on the eastern shore of the United States, if the earth was flat, you should be able to see the Eiffel Tower, right? Because it's taller than the flat water or the curved water or whatever. But if the water was flat, you'd be able to see it sticking above because in France or anything that's, you could see the eastern shore or the western shore of England or France or whatever. I mean, you can, if the earth is flat, you can see everything everywhere. This is what people think about flat earth. It's like, well, the earth can't be flat because you can't see everything everywhere every time you look across earth. That's the most ridiculous thing that anyone could ever claim. You can barely see the house down your street. You can barely see your friend's house down the street because it's too small to see because it's just down the street.
How big the earth is, though. You just don't understand how big the earth is, and that there's hills and trees, and the earth is so big you don't understand the concept of how big the earth is. Devil's advocate. Sorry,
No, but their big Earth thing is they're referencing curvature, right? It's like, well, I mean, the water's curving, but you can't see the curve, and the reason it looks flat is because of refraction, right? But hey, bro, you're also saying at the same time that you're standing
Refraction.
on a flat,
What's that?
you're standing on a flat portion of Earth. It looks flat, but it's not really flat. But you can only see so far because refraction makes the Earth look flat, even though it's not. And it's just like, who told you that? Who told you that? Are you just making this up because you want it to be a globe?
And by the numbers, we should be able to go a certain distance up a certain height, and then you would see that drop off eventually. What's a number? I don't remember the numbers.
Well, I mean,
but you should be able to go a certain distance. You know what? And nobody, you'd never see it.
There's no number you can go up high enough and you can start seeing the curvature, because they're going to make up any other type of argument. You can't see it from the ground. You can't see it from the air. There ain't nowhere. They're just like, refraction makes it look flat. That's what their argument is. Doesn't matter. They don't have any math for it. They're just like, it's got to be a globe because I want it to be a globe so bad. Even though it looks flat, it just got to be refraction makes it look flat.
Those CGI images too from the ISS, they look so beautiful and so amazing and so realistic. I can do that in my backyard with my camera, just in the sky and inverting it.
SS footage and think that's the globe. Goddamn. I mean, I feel bad for them.
So if you're at a lower elevation and your friend, family, spouse, whoever is at a higher elevation, you're at the same point, nothing in your blocking your view besides one tree far out.
Hey,
who's
how
going
far
to see?
is this tree? I mean, what the entire... How big is this tree and how far away is it? How tall is it? Which tree are you talking about? Like, if you're standing right in front of the damn tree, you can't see past it.
That doesn't matter. He's saying only on a globe Earth can you see further when you get higher. So Walmart's pretty flat, right? So if you were to stand on the top shelf up there where they say you can't reach the top shelf, ask for assistance. If you were to stand up there, would you be able to see further?
Absolutely.
Is Walmart a globe?
If you took a drone and flew it above Walmart, could you see the whole Walmart? Yes, you could. That's the answer.
Because you have a wider view.
Okay.
Whereas things are not in the way. But if it was an empty Walmart, nothing but a floor and a ceiling and walls, then there's no difference at all. You're going to see the same thing.
Not to like shit on you or anything, but the point I think you missed that they're trying to make is it's not a globe.
All right, so you have an empty Walmart. You stand in one corner of it. The lights above your head, you can see them, and they're really bright. The lights on the opposite corner, this Walmart is freaking hundreds of yards wide. Can you see those lights? And if you can see them, are they above your head or are they like near the floor from your perspective?
No, the point is that when you get higher, you can see further, not because the Earth is a sphere, but because you increase your angle away from the floor. So how your eyes work is when you look out into the ocean, half of what you see is water, and the other half of what you see is sky, and then they meet at the horizon right in the center of your vision. Right? Is that true? I'm going to assume yes. So when they meet at the center of your vision, the water appears to be climbing up to the center of your vision, and the sky appears to be going down. Well, this is because of your perspective. If you were to like run like the Flash or Dash, like run over there to the horizon, it would just move away from you.
Yeah, and to point something out, the sky actually never touches the ground. Continue, Hank.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna say. I want you to continue because I just want to point that out. The sky never actually physically touches the ground. As far as that goes, I mean, but to be honest, the sky actually does touch the ground in reality, like right where you are.
Somewhere.
Yeah. But it's just where you are. But when you're looking across, they never actually touch.
So you're saying
reality.
the horizon is 100% optical.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just like the Black Swan image that we went over earlier.
Yeah,
it changes
I was thinking
based
about
on
this.
weather condition.
Yeah, I was thinking about this earlier. I was looking at, so all the lights were off in my apartment, but my screensaver was on my computer, and I was laying down, I was looking at it shine off the chair. Yeah, I'll let you out in a sec. Hold on. So I was looking at the chair, and the light was in. The chair is bent. The back of the chair is bent, and so I was like, oh, okay. So I just moved my head backwards, and the light shining off the bent chair moved, and I moved my head forwards, and the light moved, and I'm thinking, yeah, what isn't perspective at this point? There's no such thing as a physical horizon. It's just what I'm seeing from where I am.
So let's get another globe Earth proof, please.
And to be honest, I mean, just thinking about that now, when I say where the sky meets the ground, the sky does meet the ground right where you are, because you're standing on the ground in the sky, basically on top of Earth. So you're in a position where you're standing on top of Earth, where the ground meets the sky. When you look across Earth, you'll see a position that you can never reach, where the ground appears to meet the sky, but they never touch in realities, because every time you move toward it, you're back in the same position you are, standing on the Earth where the sky meets the ground.
You know, a good example of that too is when you're on a lake, a big lake, and you can't see land on the other side of the lake.
You could do it on the same thing on a lake. If you're on a boat,
you can't tell where the sky in the lake begins or ends.
Yeah. So it's like, where this is weird. I mean, I don't know if this makes sense, or if it doesn't make sense, tell me. But yeah, I mean, where you're standing is where the ground meets the sky. You're standing on the ground. You can see the ground meet the sky right exactly where you're standing on Earth.
Let's
Or
get another
standing on a
flat Earth
boat.
debunk going. Anyway. Let's get another debunk.
All right, go for it.
I think that guy dipped out.
No, I didn't. I'm still here.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
give us another one.
Would you spend $40,000 to go to space?
No.
What do you mean, like the space between you and me? What do you mean by space?
Out of orbit.
I mean
outer space.
Okay, so orbit means circle or circuit. So I think what you mean is like around the spherical Earth. Would I spend $40,000? No, I'd probably help some homeless people, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. I'd actually do something with the money.
Well, yeah, I think we all would, but if you were given the opportunity that someone would pay for it, only if you would go to space.
If someone wants to give me a free ride to as high in the sky as we can go since the 60s, you betcha. I'll go for free. Absolutely. Hell, shit, I'll pay maybe $100 to go.
Yeah, I'd probably go check it out. As long as I didn't have to worry about blowing up in a rocket.
Right.
And just to
or
let
even
you know,
talking to
like,
Richard Branson.
I just joined this Discord like probably almost an hour ago, so I'm still,
You're good,
fresh.
bro. Give us another debunk. Like we're doing these debunks for you.
If it was me, if I can answer that question real quick, if it was me, I would want to use that money to fund an expedition in any direction, north, south, east, west, in just a straight line, and film it in live time to see what happens and where you end up.
Yeah.
I would rather go to Hogwarts or Narnia. Can I spend $40,000 to go to Hogwarts? Is that possible? No. Well, why do you think it's possible to go to the vacuum of space? I don't think that's possible any more than I think it's possible to go to Hogwarts.
That's between fiction and nonfiction.
Well, yeah, so
Exactly.
you can't have gas pressure without a container, and we have gas pressure here on Earth. So since you can't have gas pressure without a container, that means that going to the vacuum of space is also fiction. You understand that?
Yeah.
So anyway, what did we move on from the 40 grand to space?
Yeah, give us another debunk.
I was asking, what about gravitational pull?
Oh, got it.
Okay, were you not the young man that I went over specific gravity with just like an hour ago?
No.
No, I think it's a different guy.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Sorry.
Like how we have high tide and low tide.
Okay,
high
so
tide and low tide. Well, no, go ahead, Hank.
do you know the difference between correlation and causation?
No.
Okay, so shark attacks go up, right, in the summertime, and so do ice cream sales, right? That's a correlation, right? Because how do we know that the ice cream sales is causing the shark attacks to go up? Well, see, it's not a causation, right? It's because during the summer, people are hot. They want to cool down, especially here in Texas. So they go swimming. And because they're in the ocean, they get attacked by sharks more often during the summer. And they go cool down at the ice cream shop. And the two aren't related as far as the ice cream sales isn't making the shark attacks go up. So causation and correlation are two totally different things. The shark attacks aren't causing the ice cream sales to go up. The heat of the summer is causing both to go up. So how do you know that the tides are being caused by the moon's gravity? Because that's a scientific claim. Cause and effect relationship. So what's the experiment? Okay, well the experiment, the hypothesis will be, okay, let's remove the moon from the equation. Let's take the moon out of the system and see if the tides stop happening. Oh, you can't do that. Right? So to make a claim that something is scientific when it's not, that's called pseudoscience. Look that up. Somebody look that up for me.
Pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, or practices that claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with scientific method.
Right. So you learned in science class that the tides are caused by the moon's gravity, right?
Yes, and I was just about to tell you that. Why were we taught that all throughout school?
Right. So the problem is it's pseudoscience because you can't remove the moon, proving that it's what was causing the tides. So do you know how the scientific method works? Natural science, the scientific method. You get a hypothesis, right?
Yeah, you create a hypothesis.
And you do a hypothesis test. So there's an independent, dependent, and control variable, right? You have to have those. So what causes water to boil?
Heat.
So you add heat to the water, it boils. You take the heat away, it stops. You add the heat again, it boils. What did you prove with the scientific method?
That heat boils water.
Right. So how do we prove that the moon causes the tides because of the moon's gravity? We remove the moon. Can you do that? Can you take the moon away?
No.
No, not everything fits inside the scientific method. You can't manipulate space. You can't manipulate the cosmos. So it's outside of science. Right? Think about your school thermometer. It measures very accurately the temperatures between 95 and 105 degrees, but you can't take that thermometer home and cook cornbread with it. It's outside of the scope of the instrument. Now, science, the method, is for ascertaining truth, but not everything fits into it because you can't manipulate the cosmos.
In scientists that makes sense, because the only facts that scientists have ever made is, okay, the moon's on the North Pole, so all the water is being pulled to the north, whereas when the moon is on the south, it's being pulled to the south. It's being pulled to wherever it is. But I understand if we were to remove the moon, things would be, which is
Then
just
you
not
could
physical.
prove that it's the causation, not just correlation. So how about the shadow of the Earth on the moon during a lunar eclipse? You heard of that?
Yeah.
All right, so they're claiming that the shadow on the moon is the shape of a circle. Therefore, it must be the Earth's spherical shadow casting on the moon. Is that what they claim?
Yeah, because if you were to take a basketball or a baseball and put a flashlight behind it in a dark lit area, it's just going to show a circle.
All right, so look up the definition of shadow.
I know the definition of shadow.
Absence of light.
Yes, correct.
Why does the moon glow red during a lunar eclipse? See, it's not even a shadow, is it? It goes from glowing white light to glowing red light. And the transition takes time. But how do we know that it's the Earth's shadow doing this? Now I would ask you to look up the impossible eclipse, the Selenilian eclipse. Did you find it?
Yeah.
The impossible eclipse. So how could the sun be above the surface of the Earth and the moon at the same time if all three have to be lined up like pool balls in order for it to happen? That's why they call it the impossible eclipse. It's a geometric impossibility to have
Because
two
the
balls
observer is
higher.
looking slightly downward due to the dip of the horizon and atmospheric refraction. There's that word again.
Yeah. So
Because the
what
Earth's
two
shadow
medium?
is in the wrong position.
What two medium is the observer looking through? Two media. It's only one media. And if
What are they doing in there?
Partying.
Cats.
Uh-oh, the cats are playing with the empty box. The wife is upset.
Listen, that's a very good and safe thing for cats to play with, okay? They could be playing with much more dangerous stuff, like the children. Where did Hank leave off?
Cause and effect. To get a drink.
Cause and effect relationships.
Science. Yep. Science.
Yep. So, hang on. So, okay, so Black Ice 1995X. Are you tracking with us so far?
Yeah.
Cool. Let's see. Cause and effect relationships. That's what science is. You need an independent variable, control variable, and dependent variable. You need to be able to manipulate stuff as well as observe it in nature. So, for example, if I were to test the effects of so-called gravity, right? I'm going to get something, and I'm going to drop it from a height. Okay, I'll measure the distance from my drop point to the floor, this, that, and the other. I'll get all the numbers, all the stuff together. The problem with doing an experiment with gravity is I can't remove gravity from the situation to test to see about if I let go of something in the air, it'll drop or stay there or whatever. So do you see what I mean? I can't manipulate gravity, so I can neither prove nor disprove its existence. It's what we call unfalsifiable and therefore pseudoscience. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. I'd love to be able to, take gravity out and just watch what happens when gravity's not there. But since we can't even prove that gravity doesn't even exist in the electromagnetic spectrum, okay, it's very hard to find. In fact, we can't find it. No evidence of it. There's different things, though. Has anybody explained to you what quote unquote gravity is in this physical realm?
No.
Special.
All right.
Sorry, specific gravity. Look it up.
Go ahead, explain that. I need to hear about that too, Hank, if you could.
So specific gravity is what we call relative density. So you take an apple, you drop it on top of Newton's head, it falls down and rolls into the water, and it floats. How come the apple isn't at the bottom of the river? It's because of buoyancy, right? So we talked about the scientific method earlier and how you have to have a cause and effect. You can prove that heat causes water to boil. So let's say you get a morbidly obese man, right? And he is at the bottom of a pool. You add water, he floats. You take away the water, he sinks, right? So I just proved that when you manipulate the medium, it causes things to rise and fall. So what is the cause of things rising and falling? The medium. The man sinks because the air can't float him up. If he jumps out of a 12-story building, do you think the atmosphere can hold him up? No, it can't. But if he jumps in a 12-foot pool, the water will hold him up. Where's the gravity? Where's the bending and warping of space-time? See, it's just a concept. It's a mathematical concept, the bending and warping of space-time. Because space-time is in outer space, right? Where it's a near-perfect vacuum. So this near-perfect vacuum doesn't have a whole lot of material, because it's a near-perfect vacuum. So this space-time, right, it's metaphysical. It's not physical, right? Sorry about the noisy ice machine. So you can't manipulate the space-time and take it away and see that it proves anything, because you can't manipulate it because it's just a concept. Can you bend and warp my freedom, my concept of liberty? No, it's not physical. You can't bend or warp it, right? So which one is the scientific gravity? The one that you can do a test, or the one that's a concept that you can't test? Specific gravity, or relative density, is the real gravity. So why do they teach you all this bullshit about mass attracting mass? Can you define mass for me? Just look it up real fast, if you don't mind. I'm afraid QE is lurking in the trenches somewhere.
I hope he is.
He's gonna bust my balls.
These kids have been pretty good tonight.
Yeah, they have.
Y'all Globers coming in tonight have been really respectful, and it sounds like you're truly interested and genuine. So thanks for being that way. It's been cool.
All right, so mass is the resistance to acceleration. So Newtonian gravity is the resistance to acceleration attracts the existence to acceleration. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense to me.
That'd be a hard one to grasp and explain.
Right. And you can falsify real easily, because if you got propane in a tank, that's a lot of mass inside that tank. But when you open it, does it attract each other, or does gas repel gas particles as they bump into each other? gas particles bump into each other and they want to move away. And without the container, they move away, and the gas doesn't attract the gas.
They never bind.
Right. There's no bonds. Not like solids and liquids. So Newtonian is debunked.
I guess one way that we could possibly prove it, which is completely 100% possible but 100% fatal, is I actually work in HVAC and I deal with Freon and R422, R422B+, R434, which is the new one that we're going to be switching to next year because everything else is going to become illegal. If we were to get every single refrigerator, every single AC unit, every single indoor-outdoor unit, every vehicle, and just puncture every tank, every line, and release all the Freon in the world, what would happen? Because
We
that
would
is
all starve of oxygen and die from hypoxia. Right?
But what is keeping that gas in?
It's the densest gas. Right?
But if you were to let air out in space, it disappears.
How do you know what happened to air in space? We'd have to beg the question with you on that one. We'd have to assume outer space exists as a place we can go to, and take samples of what's out there and such. You said if, and then you said space, right?
Well, I don't know. I was just saying, I was asking you guys if you were to let air into space, what would happen to that? Whereas if you let gas into Earth, where is that going to go?
Okay, if we're in space, I'll go with you on this one. The story is that that Earth exists in a vacuum, an infinite vacuum. The first problem with that is to have a vacuum, you need a container, but we don't even have to go there. So let me try to explain this. On Earth, we have gas pressure, right? Because you breathe that. We wouldn't be able to breathe if we didn't have gas pressure, oxygen, nitrogen, helium, all kinds of things in the air that we need when we breathe, correct? Is that correct? I'm just wondering if you're tracking Black Ice.
Mostly oxygen, nitrogen.
Mostly oxygen, nitrogen. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to keep going as if he's listening. So
I am.
Oh, good. So we breathe this gas pressure. The gas is moving all around because it's pressurized, and there's pounds per square inch of pressure on different locations of Earth. So we can measure this scientifically. We know the gas pressure's there. Problem is, you can't have gas pressure without some kind of containment, a physical barrier, right? And it's pretty simple if you think about it. The word pressure, the base word for pressure is press, right? And if I press against a wall, right, that's me pressing against a barrier. Same thing as if, like, in a pop can, right? When the pop can's closed, it's pressurized. And when you undo the pressure, the gas does what? When you open it up, what happens? What happens to that gas?
It goes into the air because air is denser than gas.
No, well, you got half of it right. It goes into the air, right? Now, it goes in the air, but what does it do specifically? I'll just.
It disappears.
Yeah. Right. No, it doesn't disappear. You can't make gas disappear. But what it does is, like Hank said, it equalizes. What it's trying to do is find its equilibrium within the medium. So before it was in the can, and it had equalized, right, to a point where it was all good. Then you interrupted the pressure equalization inside the can, and you combined the outside air pressure with the pressure inside the can. Therefore, the gas, all it knows how to do is, it's a word called entropy. It's going to seek equilibrium wherever it is. And since a lot of those gases in the can are lighter than air, they're going to rise. Some are going to fall. Does that make sense?
Yeah, as if you can almost do a physical test with that by using water, oil, and alcohol, and putting it all in one bottle and shaking it, and then let it sit.
Kinda. Yeah, there's experiments you can do with liquids and gases. Right. Okay, so the point I was trying to get to was that we are pressurized here on Earth, right? Because we breathe pressure. Does that make sense?
Right.
How can we be pressurized if there's no container and we're next to a vacuum? How does that make sense? We're pressurized. Once again, I'll do it one more time. We're pressurized, so we are contained. That's
I understand. We're being pressed against the Earth, which causes gravity to fall down. So we're staying down. We jump up, we fall down.
Nope.
Well, what do you mean by gravity?
Can I ask him a question?
Well, he just invoked gravity after I just destroyed it. What do you mean by gravity?
What goes up must come down.
Okay, that's a natural law.
is-
That doesn't have anything to do with the bending and warping of space-time or mass attracting mass, or the resistance to acceleration attracting the resistance to acceleration, which is mass attracting mass, which is Newtonian. So I thought we agreed that the reason that things rise and sink is because of specific gravity, which is relative density. Because I proved it with the scientific method. You can go do this experiment with a ping pong ball in your bathtub. The reason it rises and sinks is because of the medium, not some metaphysical concept of space and time as one thing that you can bend and warp, even though it has no physical properties. That because bending and warping is something you do to a physical object. You can't do it to a mental concept. So what do you mean when you say gravity?
Gravity is off the shelf. And at MIT University, they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration for the down vector instead of gravity.
Or gravitation in mechanics.
Yeah.
The universal force of attraction acting between all matter.
That doesn't happen. That hasn't been proven to exist.
Gravity is not a force. I'll go ahead and debunk it real fast. Again. Where's my phone?
It's not a force because it is unidirectional, and a force needs a binary. No, a force needs a field, and the construct of a field is to have a binary polarity or charge, like positive, negative in electricity and electrostatics, and north and south in magnetism. So to have a magnetic field, you need a north and a south. If you don't have the poles, you don't have the field. Gravity has only attraction. And in magnetism, without the poles, you cannot have attraction nor repulsion. North to north repels each other, south to south repels each other, and north to south attract each other. And it's the same in the electricity, the positive charges and negative. Gravity does not have a field, nor is it a force, nor does it have a field.
But
they
in all
say
these cool
it
movies,
is a
they always say gravitational field.
Yeah, uni or monodirectional kind of force, and that is a impossibility in nature. And they use these clowns, pseudoscientists, They like to use Cavendish experiments.
So can I direct your attention to the live stream voice text?
Sure.
Can you hear that, new guy? I can barely hear you, bro. Can you speak up? Live stream voice text, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I
Yeah, I'm
hear
hearing
you,
you.
Hank. Yeah.
All right, so I cited a few sources. Right, could you see what I posted?
Yeah, I'm reading.
Okay.
You better stop being so good at teaching this, Hank, and give him a chance to catch up, would you? Jeez.
Nah, man, this is me parroting. Right? That's no sign of intelligence. A bird could do
Don't
it.
say that. Don't tell them you're doing that.
Yeah, I'm just parroting because I'm not very smart. So I'll bow down to the professor of physics at Yale. And let's see, the other one, that's Yale again. Because, you know, all three are Yale. What do I know, right? What the hell
Well,
do
yeah.
I know about Newtonian physics?
See, and that's the thing. I am not the smartest guy around. I'm not the brightest bulb in the batch. So I just appeal to facts, right? That's just all I do. I appeal to empirical, demonstrable evidence and factual stuff. Tangibility. You know what I mean? That way I don't have to think too much.
Right, and the double slit experiment is an experiment that anyone can do anywhere around the world.
Wait,
I'm gonna deafen myself because there's a video link too to this.
Superman, yeah, go ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, take your time.
We'll be here.
Oh, nice.
I used to have way more sources from QE, and then he deleted my thread. I lost all my sources because I had posted them in his DMs.
Yeah. So, is gravity a field?
Oh, here we go.
A field is another mathematical concept, just like a point. Points don't exist. Fields don't exist.
Yeah. Magnetic field does. Electric field.
A grassy field exists. Is gravity
those
green?
exist.
Yeah. Fields of grass, yeah. 420. But yeah, it is a concept. It's not.
What subject are we discussing here? Because I always hate it when people scattergun. Like, are we talking about rotation? Are we talking about curvature?
About
gravity. We're just destroying gravity again.
Gravity.
It's
Okay.
gravity.
He brought it up right after I destroyed it.
That's so easy. Like gravity is like the easiest thing to destroy.
Yeah. We gave him some info. Hank's been destroying it, and he's now watching a video or two about it. So.
And by the way, gravity can be destroyed in a vast amount of methods.
Wait. I got to stop you there.
Yeah.
How can you destroy something that doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Oh man, he got us on that one.
I mean, destroyed in their mind. You know?
Idea, yes. Destroy the idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
But
I thought
here,
it was a rhetorical question, but you guys nailed it.
Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, and
Take out some unicorns while you're at it.
But here's
I
the
got a
thing.
gift for that.
here's the thing: gravity has never gone through the scientific method. It has no empirical data, but there is for relative density. We have scientific experiments to back it, and we have alternative, quote unquote, theory, and I can say scientific theory, not colloquial theory, because it went through the scientific method and can be proven through experiment for what we think of as gravity. It's super simple. Relative density. It's super simple. And we've proven it through experimentation, but yet either the 106 years out of date Newtonian gravity or the current hot shit Einsteinian gravity, both pseudoscience. Never gone through any experimental validity, validification. Sorry if my words are wrong. But we have, and so I don't understand why we keep going through gravity over and over when we've scientifically proven the explanation for what we think of as gravity, and the things that we call gravity, Einsteinian and Newtonian, have not been validated experimentally, but relative density has. But yet we still talk about it day to day. Like I could never come on Discord again for like 3 months and come back, and you guys would still be discussing. Which I understand there's new people that come in, this and that, but I hear the same people talking about it, and it baffles
Illegal.
me.
We just love to talk about it, brother. We're just obsessed with the truth. Yeah, just obsessed.
Now I understand. But here's the thing: is like it's kind of like arguing with somebody. It's like the more you try to convince somebody of something else, means you don't truly believe it. So it's like I'm of the opinion, like I like coming on here and talking with people, and I like talking about different things. But it's like things like this. There's no point in, you're not going to change somebody's mind if they haven't set, if they're like the difference between globers or newbies and anti-flat earthers. Like you're never going to convince an anti-flat earther of anything, like the usual suspects that come in here. You're not going to change their mind no matter how much logic you make. It's not ever going to change anything. And so it's like I wish, like I don't know, like I just want to talk to like new people instead of the same old people, because you're never going to change. Go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's why you need to go out onto the street.
Wait, he came back.
I just got off the phone with my grandfather and my dad. Same phone call.
Okay.
Let him finish.
They're both really wise, as I'm only 26 years old. I'm still learning. I'm not as wise as Hank might be. Is it possible that he told me that nobody comes into this topic believing Earth is flat?
Yeah, correct.
Right.
Wow.
I've actually have never brought. I'm gonna talk a little bit here, so no one can.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I've actually never brought this topic up, and I actually just got into this because there's a one of the members in here, Master Chief, who's also on TikTok. He got me into this Discord, so now I'm like really more interested. So I called my grandfather up and my father, and my grandfather's really biblical and believes by the book, and he had something to say about that. And then my father also had something to say, which he's more scientific. And they both told me, you can't go into this thinking that Earth is flat. You're going to go into it thinking Earth is round. And you're going to try and base your opinions and your beliefs in scientific facts that you yourself have not proven and not have seen, and were not there to see it. So how could you believe it? So now I'm starting to question my own reality. And
oh man.
Yeah, that's why.
Is it?
I applaud you.
I know this is crazy to say, but Hank, is it possible that someone can come in and completely believe that Earth is actually flat? Because my grandfather actually, or my father actually, when he was in college, he just told me I never knew this either. Because he only, he came back into my life at a later time, but he went to this place, something sea, Salton Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he told me no
And-
matter how far you go, you will never see a curvature.
Yeah. Horizon.
That's correct.
And the salt flats. Yeah. They are flat.
Because of the refraction of the matters.
Not because of refraction, it's because they are planes. They are not curves.
No, I think you meant to say reflection, right?
Yeah.
Hey, brother, that's amazing. So the men in your life basically said, come into it thinking critically, not with a bias towards the globe Earth, right?
Right. And just to prove here, my name is Austin, and I'm not really a biblical person. I'm not going to push this on anyone. I'm not going to. I read the rules of the Discord. I am agnostic. I believe there's higher power, and that's it. That's where it stands.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
You cannot have a creation without a creator.
Yep. That's what's great about flat Earth is it emphasizes intelligent design.
Right. I wasn't created by air or out of the blue. I was created by a creator.
Right.
Yeah, or an explosion billions of years ago.
A funny way to put this, the mother is the canvas and the father is the paintbrush, and you are the art.
And again, to reiterate your point, none of us, no flat earther came into this wanting to be a flat earther. Like it's like I would say like flat earth is like the final boss if you use a video game analogy. Flat earth is the final boss. It will make you question everything about your life. So if you're not open to that coming into it, you're just going to stick to your guns and you're going to be a fundamentalist or you're going to be a zealot or you're going to be, and we all came into this. We all grew up the same way. This was the most ridiculous thing I had ever heard. And I put it off for so long. And the recommendeds would come up and I was like, no, that's stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid. Until one day where this is like many people's story, we got bored and was like, okay, let me click on this and see what they got to say. And I'm going to listen to it. And go ahead.
Like I went into this thinking it's going to be one topic and one topic only, but if you pretend to think that the Earth is flat, and you just think for a minute, how many doors how many doors open up? Like, okay, it's not only because the Earth is flat. This is going to affect, gravitation. It's going to affect everything that's been studied and looked at. It's not just, okay, is it flat or round? No, it's going to be everything. You're going to have to dive and dwell in it.
What's ironic is we were at first in like 2015-16 called science deniers, but in actuality, flat earthers nowadays that would even call themselves that love science, and that the globers are the flat earth deniers, and everything is like we live in backwards world. Everything is like backwards. Go ahead. I hear somebody speaking up. Go ahead.
That was me.
Oh, okay. Somebody.
No, I think you're good.
That was me.
Or whatever. But yeah, we live in like backwards world where we were first called science deniers. Now they're saying we have the whole body of science. We live on a globe, and then now they're saying science doesn't prove anything. They've completely backpedaled all the way, and we live in upside down bizarro land.
And my grandfather just texted me actually, and he said the reason why there's more people that believe in Earth is round is because over time, scientists have been able to alter and make it seem more realistic than the Earth is flat. So they changed everything.
Dude,
like
hold on. What time is it where you are?
It is 1:28 a.m.
You're texting your grandfather at 1:30 in the morning, and he's letting you know that basically they're lying to you and Earth might be flat. That dude, I'm sorry.
That is
That is
awesome.
amazing.
He lives in Hawaii
That's
and he's
fucking
retired.
crazy.
Just
Well,
a-
that's cool too. Sorry, keep going
So-
illegal. I just wanted to make sure people understood that that's what's going on. All right.
So it's like 9 o'clock over there.
Just the fact that you said that you were texting your grandpa, I was impressed just on that alone, that you were texting your grandpa. And then on top of that, texting your grandpa about what my man just said before me. So I agree with him totally, because I was like, text your grandpa. I'm like, your grandpa's texting? That's dope.
He well, I'm not gonna go to anybody else, but more wise person that I trust most. But he just said that way back when in the Bible, where they said he said that a lot of I can't even think of the word.
Hold on. Let me let you gather your thoughts real quick while I talk.
Okay.
So you got okay. Have you ever seen the David Weiss video where he visits a nursing home and interviews like a 90-year-old lady that was, and he asked her about what like her teachings were and her schooling when she was growing
that's
up,
amazing.
and she was taught. Yeah, thank you. And that she was taught that the Earth was flat in like the early 1920s or whenever it was. She's like a 90-year-old woman, and he did a in person in the nursing home, no Zoom shit. He was there sitting next to her. It brings tears to your eyes. He's sitting there with this 90-something-year-old lady, and she's saying, "This is what we were taught when we were kids, that the world was flat and this and that and this and that."
Well, you take that, right? Listen, you take that. So, they teach that the Earth has been taught as a globe for a couple of thousand years as a mainstream sort of effect, right? It really isn't. The globe actually hasn't stood the test of time at all. The globe realistically hasn't been instituted as as an established axiom of truth for the world. Literally for what? It's not survived over 100 years. Realistically, they like to try and play out. It's got this deep, rich history, but it really does not.
Exactly correct. They try and say like it's thousands of years when it's only been like 60 years or 80 years or something like that.
Why didn't someone mute me? I was asleep for like the last 10 hours. It feels like to me. And, I must have made some serious fucking noise.
At least you weren't snoring like I was. I had to get snoring, falling asleep on the Discord. And you weren't snoring, so I guess you got away with it.
Okay, so
go ahead, bro.
He keeps texting me over and over and over.
That's fucking awesome. What's your grandpa saying, man?
Yeah, G-Paw triggers.
He said-
Let's hear it.
He said, it's sort of like the God of the gaps. Once people used to believe that lightning was God's wrath and throwing these lightning bolts. But once we understood it was a natural process, God shrank a little bit more because now we couldn't attribute those lightning bolts to God. We had to attribute that to the real science. And the other thing to the point of the Bible specifically is, why is that one particular text the correct one? You choose to believe that, and that's fine. But there's so many other writings and so many other things in the book. So why
Yo,
weren't
we
they
need your
read
grandpa
wiser?
to come right on this live stream and hang out every day.
I want to talk to your grandpa, bro.
Yeah.
So what does that mean to you, man? I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you finish reading the text?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Sorry about that.
Good.
I'm
That's
questioning
awesome,
my
man.
own. Let's just say I'm questioning my own existence right now.
That's the best place to be.
Hell yeah. You should always be in that middle place. Joker's to the left of me, Joker's to the right of me. Stuck in the middle with
Joker's to the left.
There you go.
Joker's to the right.
you. Yes, sir. We're stuck in the middle with you, bro. Right where you should be, questioning all things.
How's it feel?
We in the field.
Black ice.
It's paradigm shifting. It's mind blowing, but it's also liberating at the same time, right?
Yep.
Right, but
go ahead.
On another note, I'm not going to talk about my financial situation, but
No, you're good.
now I really do want to look into flying out to space, because what if it's all fake? What if it's just
you mean parabolic flights? You know what Richard Branson just recently did was just a super extreme parabolic flight, like the whole zero gravity planes that you can go on and experience weightlessness or whatever. That's called a parabolic flight. All they did was an extremely high parabolic flight. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, no, you're dead on, and I'm posting in the voice text some things about parabolic flights. That's all. Go ahead.
Yep. Okay, go ahead. Parabolic flights, bro. That's
what
all
if you
they
were
did.
to, what if, not what if, go into space and actually look at Earth itself? What if it's just an illusion that your eyes are seeing? Because you are not.
Well, here's
I don't know.
here's where gas pressure comes into play.
That's what I was saying. Like, you're out of your, I forgot what Hank said, but like comfort zone. You're not in your medium. You're not in. You're out
God
of it.
view. You want God view is what you want. We all want God view. We want to know the manual on why we're fucking here and what we're here to do. We want the God view and we want the God instructions.
Yeah.
But we don't fucking have them, and here we are on the internet trying to figure it out. Go ahead.
This is what I wanted to point, that we as men, we cannot have this kind of perspective to see the whole world. That would mean to see it all, and only God sees it all. But we cannot.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Well, listen, does he understand about how Neil deGrasse Tyson states clearly that at the altitudes in which many people will proclaim that you can see a form of curvature, in fact, you cannot see the curvature, that shit's flat up there. We used to actually have a clip, we used to have a clip, in fact, that the people on the ISS even stated that you couldn't actually see any curvature, even up at that altitude. The Ron Jeremy fallacy, the ball was simply just too big, right? And the other people will tell you that they'll tell you the Snoop Dogg fallacy. Just get high enough, dude, and you'll see it. It ain't true. People say they see it out of planes. Plane windows expand in the inner layer. There's 3 layers to that. That's to mediate with the pressure for the equilibrialization of the actual pressurized cabin, right? So lenses obviously are distorted. They're rounded, convex. They're gonna portray certain images to you. It's really that simple,
That's the best response to anybody that says that I've seen curvature from the airplane or whatever they say I've seen curvature from. It's always, that's the best hostile witness to ever say. The thing with the Coriolis effect of Earth turning under a football, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you can't see the curve from this height, and you wouldn't be able to see anything lower than that. Of course, you can't see the height. Those are the two best hostile witness. Go ahead.
That's almost like if you're at a football game, you're in the stands, you see the quarterback throw the ball. You see the ball has a curvature because, the way they throw it, the angle. I'm not talking about like gravity or anything or the curvature or anything. But if you were the quarterback and you threw it straight, you're going to see it.
It's bullshit, bro. It's the spin they put on it. If the kicker hits it at an angle and the ball spins and it's gonna hit the post and it's gonna spin in or it's gonna spin out or it's gonna go right through if it doesn't hit the post. It has nothing to do with Earth curvature or Coriolis effect or anything like that. And like I said, that's why it's so great that Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the Earth turns under footballs, because we can use him as a hostile witness, or anybody that says snipers, the Earth turns under bullets, even though they don't account for it, even though it's in their manual. But when they're in action, they don't account for it. So that's what I used against a military friend that I was talking to. My neighbor, he was in the military, and we were talking about Earth spin, and he was like, "It does turn under bullets and this and that, and this and that." And I was like, "Okay, I'm not going to argue with you about that. of like, okay, so if it does spin under bullets, then it's going to spin under anything that leaves the non-inertial frame, is anything, footballs, airplanes, helicopters, drones, this and that, and then he just,
Can I add on
changes
to that? Because I don't want us
Yes.
to strawman any position of the globe, right? Because the globe doesn't even understand this
my
position.
God.
So what I'll add to that is when it comes to the orbit of the planet underneath the bullet, the reason in which they state that the round, and I know this to be true, is the reason in which they say that is because obviously what we have is, when something leaves the Earth, right? It leaves the Earth and apparently it basically continues with the velocity of the Earth's surface, right? Okay. And then what we have is obviously that would be what keeps it in lockstep, right, with the Earth's surface. This is the reason apparently why helicopters don't rotate. This is the real reason. This is, some people will tell you this, and some people will say it the other way, that all things rotate underneath. It's just ever so slight, right? As opposed to something that is going much faster. And they also say that the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, right? So the projectile itself is going so fast that it defeats the atmosphere of the Earth, meaning the atmosphere of the Earth isn't able to carry it along with it. It is self-propelled, right? Its propulsion doesn't have come from the Earth's orbit, meaning as it leaves, the orbit slings it off at the same time, keeping it in this lockstep, right? It leaves the gun. It's able to completely defeat the atmospheric spin of the Earth. But the issue with that is it's even worse because now to calculate it, right, we would have to then take in account of the muzzle velocity as it leaves, the drop off of the velocity as well over time, because there will be a portion where the bullet itself, as it falls below the speed needed to defeat the atmosphere, there'll be a part in time where that bullet is fast enough to defeat it, so they are spinning underneath it. And then at a certain point, it will almost return back to this lockstep type thing with the Earth slowly orbiting underneath it like a football. So at that point, now we have 3 different formulas that we'd have to screw in, right? We also have the Magnus effect. Often the Coriolis effect is misconstrued with the Magnus effect, which would be the fact of the matter is the bullet itself is spinning, right? The spinning over time is a corkscrewing effect. That corkscrewing effect.
The two effects that you. Sorry to interrupt. The two effects. I do apologize. The two effects you just listed. The what effects?
Coriolis effect and the Magnus effect.
The person who can best explain both of those right now in their own words rather than googling it, who can do that? And then don't forget, don't forget what you're talking about.
We're doing it.
Cut you off.
I was doing it.
Oh. Sorry, then I cut you off. I cut you off short.
That's what we try to do, man. That's the point, right? To get to a point where you can argue it, and then it's fun to talk about. But anyway, yeah, I mean that's where I'm looking for stuff for the parabolic flight so you can see a visual representation of it. But we all just sit around and talk about this all day. So yeah, we don't have to look anything up unless you need like a link or a citation or something.
Yeah. We obviously argue this from a day-to-day basis. I've not really been around for the last few months, so I might be a bit rusty on that, but I do tend to talk about it in my everyday life a little bit, right? I would say in this room, so people will say they're not here to convince people. I completely go on the opposite tack to that. I actually am trying to convince people. I don't care what anyone says. That's me, right? The reason I say that is because most people that I'm around are flat earthers now. So I'm like, well, I've convinced a lot of people about this, or I've at least convinced them to look at it themselves. I think we do so sometimes. Like I was talking to someone last night and we was talking about debate. Debate isn't always the best forum. Have you ever seen anyone in an academic debate yield? You may see a concession, but have you ever seen anyone give the point over to the other one or have their mind change? So like I'm sort of trying to like frame the way I speak about this from now on, not so much in a debate format. Like I'm trying to use, a form of commonality between the person. And then if I am going to debate, I'm going to make sure that it sounds good for the audience.
Well, maybe it's not about changing the other person's mind. It's just for the audience to decide and be the judge in their own mind. Yeah.
My dad just sent me this long message, and I asked him if he could join this Discord. He said no.
Right.
God love him.
Baby
But
steps.
what he just, all right. He said the core of the issue of why there are so many flat Earth believers out there right now is that the information from someone who decides to start a website or produce a YouTube video is not reliable. When I have a toothache, I go to a dentist. My car breaks down, I go to a mechanic. When you have questions about cosmology, you should go to an astrophysicist.
Oh no!
You should go to a physicist.
No,
You
dude.
should go to people who have spent years and years.
Appeal to authority, fellas.
He's telling you to appeal to authority. Okay, can I stop you right there, man?
Yeah.
What do you think about what he's telling you just then? I know we all made a bunch of noise, but what do you think? What does that? How does it make you feel? Is he right about that?
You didn't make noise. You were making.
Well, I was reacting to what he was saying. Listen, he's asking you to appeal to authority. Now, Grandpa can think. I like
No, this is
the
my
way
dad.
he thinks. Oh, okay. That's why it's different. Never mind. So he hasn't really looked into it, and that's all right. I don't blame him for saying that. That's what his generation says, and that's what people who haven't really looked into it say, and that's okay. That's exactly where he should be, to be honest.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a
So
baby
anyway,
boomer.
but he's asking you to appeal to authority. Say, listen, son. The smart man with the beautiful white coat that never gets dirty. If he says it's smart, and he says it's right, and he says it's fact, then by golly, you better not question it. Does that make sense to you, son? I know I'm being a little funny about it, but
just because the clean
In a
man in
minute,
the
I'm
white
going to
coat
try
has a piece
something
of
with you.
paper saying
Right.
he knows everything is not
Yep.
still a credible source.
Right, that's
Can
an
you just
appeal
try
to
something
authority
very quickly?
fallacy.
Let's just try something quickly. Let's undo the
Fallacies.
authority at the same time. Let's undo the authority at the same time. So, all right, let's do this. So, effectively, astrophysics. Is astrophysics even a field of science?
I've never even heard of that.
Well, again, are theoretical space physicists, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, is that a real form of science? As in, it's got the word physics attached to it, right? Okay. Is it a real form of science? Because to know things, okay, to prove things, or to disprove anything, right? What do we need? Right? We need a hypothesis test, right? First, we need
Method.
okay,
Scientific
we need
method.
we need to exactly. So we need to be able to essentially apply. Right, this is applied science, right, Helio? I'm joking. That was a joke from last night. Don't disregard that part. So yeah, we effectively need to make sure that we use a scientific method. A scientific method is a rigorous way of testing cause and effect relationships between phenomena, right? And finding and discerning what the cause of said phenomena is, right? And we do so by manipulating certain variables. I'll keep it pretty simple. But first we need constituent parts to this experiment, right? Okay. So effectively the issue with astrophysics is that if we're looking at the celestial bodies, right? Again, we need a naturally observed phenomena, okay? After we have the naturally observed phenomena, so we see something happen within inside of the natural world, okay? And then after that happens, we then need to create a framework around it that is conducive with the scientific method. The people that create the scientific method, the scientists, are the ones in which want us to attribute this thing to a set of phenomena, and then us apply it. We manipulate variables, and we also have like a way of controlling it, right? We have something we keep the same, but in doing so, right, effectively we denote the cause and effect. The issue with these celestial bodies is that they cannot be used in any way, shape, or form, because again, how can you manipulate anything within inside of it? You're not within that purview, right?
Basically, what he's saying is ask him if it's gone through the scientific method.
So when ask him, has any piece of information that comes from an astrophysicist gone through the scientific method first to denote that it is science before we start to trust in the words of these men, who also will admit, because at the beginning of their name it says theoretical space physicist, not theoretical, remember, and that's not a scientific theory that's built upon evidences. It cannot be. It's not part of the natural physical world. It's very clearly denoted as things that we can tangibly test in the physical world. Sorry to waffle.
Yeah, no, it gets deep because you have to explain to somebody the difference between a colloquial theory and a scientific theory, and it gets so hard. And then like science and the scientific method, or just saying, oh, that's pseudoscience. Pseudoscience by definition means it didn't go through the scientific method. And not everything can go through the scientific method. And the whole field of what they say,
Astrophysics, and it's a contradiction in terms.
Yep, there you go.
It's like a married bachelor, to use a QE term.
Yeah, what are the three fields that can possibly go through the scientific method? It's astronomy,
astrobiology, astrophysics.
What are the three?
Astrology.
Astrology, astronomy, and astrobiology. Are those the three?
Yeah.
Astronomy.
Yeah, pretty much anything that begins with astro is you can't go through the scientific method. You can get the first step, but after that, nope.
Yeah. Observe a phenomena. Then what?
Yep. Then make up a story.
Stories.
Fortune telling.
Yeah,
fortune telling. Yeah.
Magic tricks.
Yeah.
However spectacular, are still just magic.
It's just like palm reading.
Oh no! It starts with an idea. That's what it starts with, not an observed natural phenomenon. No.
A big idea.
Just an
a
idea.
New world order.
Oh, I got an idea. What if? What was the cause of that? You. It was your idea. You were the cause of that. No science necessary.
Well, again, it's actually more fields than that, right? It's actually a lot more fields than that. It's any field that you basically cannot physically test on, right? It really is physically test on. So that goes into lots of different so-called fields of science, right?
There are subcategories.
I feel like there's a subcategory in the sense of yourself, right? So obviously, remember they use the axiom of we are the lab coats, we are the new priests. Okay, we are the ones that can scientifically explain this stuff to you. So we have scientific explainers, right? Like Brian Cox and people like this. I would say that the forms of science in which the raw data that comes out of it, that cannot be sort of understood by the average person because of the language used, right? I would say that for yourself, not as the actual science, as for yourself, that can even be defined as a science for you, because science is meant to be repeatable, testable, and observable. If it's built up in a way, they might have applied the scientific method to it, but if you cannot observe it, let's say it's the Hydra Collider, for instance, right, at CERN, okay, you can't observe it, you can't read the data, and you also, you can't do it yourself, effectively. You can't, it's not observable, it's not repeatable. It's not to you anyway. You're not currently in a position. You're coming from a position where you yourself cannot review the data. So you're again having to appeal to an authority, to trust in that authority based on what they understood from it. That's another position that is an issue. So it's not that these scientific papers wouldn't be able to be understandable. It's just that they don't want to make them understandable to certain individuals. And they also want to tell you couldn't understand them if you tried. So they're always building up walls. Science is supposed to be about openness, supposed to be about, proving things to people that effectively need them proved to them. And why is it that there's such restricted forms of language used inside of this, inside of this field?
Crack, to back your point, Crack, like how 90 to 95% of the scientific papers that are submitted do not follow the scientific method, or might even be higher than that, right? Like you can do a Google search of independent variable or certain words and you won't find them because 95+% of the scientific papers that are submitted and approved for peer review and all that kind of stuff don't follow the scientific method. But go ahead.
That's because the scientific world has effectively walked away from the scientific method. They don't want to be held to it because they realize now with fast travel information that it's very easy for someone to type in keywords and to divine essentially whether or not someone has used these forms of methods. And you'll see articles now from going back as far as 2008 or further And anyone can type this in. Type in the myth of the scientific method, and then you'll find articles called like the myth of methodology, for instance. And this is the this is the people that are purportedly supposed to follow the thing that makes things defined as science. Basically smashing outward, lashing out, going, "You're keeping us in a box, and we don't want to be kept in this box, but we still want to be scientists." And it's despicable and disgusting and childish at the end of the day. But again, this is what they want to do: is cloak and dagger bullshit, man. They want to be able to lie to you using that, that letterhead.
Hey, I want to hear from the dude that's texting his pops and his grandpa again if he's got any further updates.
Yeah, me too.
I love you, man.
Dude.
He told me to look up who Rob Skiba is.
No. Oh boy.
Hey,
hold
on. Hold the phone. Rob Skiba's a cool dude.
That's not all bad.
He has his own idea of everything. He's got his thing going on. There's nothing wrong with Rob Skiba. I mean,
he just needs prayer, Healer. That's all, man. He just needs prayer.
Okay, well, but pray for him then. Fine.
What if
That's fine? I've been in personal contact with Rob Skiba. I like Rob Skiba. So he's
a good person.
Yeah, he's all right, man. Why is anybody going to say anything bad about Rob?
No.
It's
just
cool.
Come and defend his ass like a girl. Like, don't talk about Rob. I'm joking, bro.
No. Actually, I mean, Rob can handle it. If you want shit to talk about the Rob, that's cool. And to be honest, I disagree with him on a lot of shit. That's okay.
Well, all right. Don't talk shit about him, Healer. Come on.
You guys are about to, so that's why I just wanted to kind of.
To be fair, I'm the one who reacted like that. Listen, Black Ice.
I mean, people talk shit about me too, so whatever.
I just want to make it clear very quickly. I love Rob Skiba. He's a great guy.
I like Rob too. That's what I'm saying.
He's put in a lot of really, really quality work. Absolutely.
Was the Skiba?
Just don't listen to a word he says.
Okay.
Was the Skiba?
Hey, before we go, I'm also playing Valorant.
We can critique his information all day long, but the person we can't. There's no written. It's not necessary for us to attack.
Can I ask real quick something real quick? Black Ice, what's up? I have to. I've been listening in, and I have to know. Okay, so the whole thing is your dad was texting you as well as your grandfather, right? And your dad was saying,
it's a group chat.
Okay, so your dad was talking about some things about like maybe you should look into it. Like he doesn't want to look into it, or he has. I thought you were saying he knows it's flat.
No, he said from the beginning his dad was the one that effectively believed in the scientific world, and his granddad was a flat earther, biblical sort of thing. That's all. I got, right?
My dad is like me, where we're both agnostic. He is a Republican. He lives in Pennsylvania. And my grandfather lives in Hawaii, so because I know you guys keep getting them mixed up. But
knew it was flat, right? He's always known, right? Sounds like.
So Grandpa's kind of on our side a little bit in the thinking process, and Dad's fully scientism. I think that's
yeah.
To be honest, at this point, I think
it's interesting that it didn't come up earlier in your life if your grandpa knew it was flat.
Right, that's weird that it didn't go from your grandpa to your dad to you. It like skipped your dad and went straight to you.
Have they had arguments over this before? Has he ever mentioned anything that kind of made you think about it already, or it's just coming up now that you're looking at this?
Maybe they didn't have.
No, just time, like I don't know who said it before, but I don't. Maybe it was Glatflobe. Or Helioskeptic. They said he was bored one day, and they clicked on this video, and they got more deep into it. And
that was me.
Yeah. Well, check this out. I mean, flat is
so they've
not
been looking into it just recently. They weren't like he wasn't like an old school, because I thought he was describing how like they got changed because of he saw the process happen. That was interesting. that your grandpa was talking about, the process happening.
It's like flat
Yeah,
is not
so
a shape. It's
I
not a
understand
shape
what
of Earth. Earth is
let
Earth.
Black Ice answer, Helio.
All right,
real
go
quick.
ahead. My bad. My bad.
I was trying to ask him about the details of the whole thing.
I understand what my grandfather is saying. He's saying that at one point in time, way back when that's all they had and all they could afford, that's what they had. And as time moved on, things change. Things always change when you move on. Things start to disappear. So flat Earth
I see.
basically
Yeah, he
kind of
talked about the lightning.
disappeared,
Yeah.
and now there's a community of like here that
That was the interesting
sticks
part
with
about the
it.
story, because like it sounds like he kind of had a
I'm not.
perspective.
I thought you wanted him to talk. Can you stop talking while he's talking,
Go ahead.
please?
I will. Yeah.
So nobody
Sorry, that was
believes that lightning bolt is. I'm not saying nobody. I'm saying there are more people now that don't believe that lightning bolts are God's wrath, but people that are still in the mindset way back when still believe that's God's wrath. Whereas now Earth is flat, people have kind of forgotten it because of all the scientists and NASA and all this other bullshit, and
Yeah,
Well,
it's kind of
hold
disappeared.
on that point. Is that what they're saying
make a
because of NASA, or is it because
I'm
of
just saying in
what
general, of all the people that have discovered,
what I wanted
Earth
to
is
say
round.
is it's interesting. What's interesting about that is that there have been scientific advancements that do show that we've come to another point in our understanding of science, and then there's this whole absurdity that they've imposed on science with this others this the pseudoscience, and that's the interesting distinction to make within this conversation, because there are explanations for the lightning bolts besides God, but that doesn't but then they conflate it with, because we know that means everything else we're telling you must be true as well, and it's fallacious and ridiculous, no matter how ridiculous. In fact, they make it ridiculous on purpose so that then they know that you believe what they told you to believe, not what makes sense. Because if everyone just thought what makes sense, then they wouldn't know they gave you the thoughts, or that you chose to have faith in science rather than trust in it.
Kind of the same thing. Where do you believe in extraterrestrials, or do you believe in the little green men?
Hold on.
Are we
Do
on?
you
Are we
believe
on holiday live
this
already?
is something?
Wait, hold on, let me go back and forth with him real quick.
Go for it. Go for it. I'm sorry.
That's all right. The extraterrestrial thing, that's the whole thing is like when you first started hearing about this through Helio and Hank, that you started saying, I'm questioning my reality, right? So then you were saying, well, why don't we go to space? Because what if it's all fake? And these are all the questions that are coming up as you realize this. And so another thing you're going to realize is if it's not a ball, then we're not surrounded by space 360 degrees. It's just like we're the basement, and the ceiling is whatever space is. We don't know what space is, and we know that it's not possible to go there because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation to even escape this atmosphere, because there has to be something holding it in. Seems right. So we're talking about all these assumptions that we have to start getting rid of, and one of them would be space aliens coming from planets.
Begging the
Those
question.
aren't terra firma. Those aren't things that they're no longer defined the way we thought they were. Like they're places people live or could live or anything.
Extraterrestrial.
I don't know why.
Hold on. Let me rant for a sec. There was a conference that they had. You might not be aware of in the year 2000, right before 9/11, and it was the Disclosure Project, where this guy got up. He's a doctor. He's an ex-doctor, and he is telling us that basically, aliens are real. We've confirmed them, and there's all these ex-Navy employees, Navy people there, confirming that they would testify in front of Congress that yes, they've seen these spaceships and blah blah blah. And then it goes through this like elaborate thing where this guy says, there's 57 different species living amongst us as we speak. But the interesting thing, when I went back and looked at some of those clips again, because they were talking about, they're living amongst us already, these aliens, right? But it was all to promote this idea of other planets, other, aliens. There's a whole fake alien invasion where a lot of people have been expecting. But the interesting thing is, he said, if these beings were to come from another planet, it would be hard for us to reason that they might be humanoid like us. So he's saying, yes, these species are among us, which, I don't believe anyway. But even if that were true, he's indicating that they didn't come from other planets. Which, if that's the case, then they could have come from other places on the plane, right, outside of our own little area here. That's what they're leading towards now, I think. And I think they may even try to use flat Earth as a way of claiming that these outer ponders are the aliens that we have to now bow down to.
Oh wow!
So there you go with that. That's like having real-time gods that we can threaten us with, right?
Just to back your point up very, very quickly, I just want to say this very quick. So when it comes to like understanding the things that exist, right? Things that could exist that we don't know for a definite, right? So like the interpretation of the grey alien or anything like this, right? And a Gunite, whatever it is. The humanoid part comes in because there's we're sort of thinking of aliens as intelligent, so we think of us as the most intelligent model, so we have to build upon that. So then we start to add in things like reptilian features, because reptilians might be able to live for longer without water or food. This is just like the way the human mind works. And there's also a phenomena that is effectively, when we're talking about stories and building films or whatever it is that something has to at least relate to reality by I think it's about 10%, something that we can tangibly know, right? Be it a human, be it a dog, be it a rabbit. Dark Crystal, for instance, right? We look at the Skeksis and we see vultures, and they are vultures, right? They drain, this life force from, the Gelflings, and even the Gelflings, right? They're sort of humanoid sort of characters, small, and they resemble these things. And it's the same thing that happened with the aliens, right? We attribute like the more not sought after, but the things that would aid you more, right? Like this sort of reptilian-esque portion to it. And that's kind of what the human mind does when it tries to fathom the things of somewhere else. We have to attribute attributes that we first could understand. That's why you know it's bullshit.
Hey,
that's how I
know. You know what? Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Is that new perspective? Is that you talking? Can I actually talk?
I love that we have Crack Villain back. I just wanted to say that real quick.
All right. Well, I do too. And listening to you and well, I mean, apparently you don't want to hear me talk, because every time I try to talk, you want to talk over me.
Go.
All right, cool. So when I was listening to you talk, and the person that was talking about being in, from Hawaii and stuff, the word bank, not well, I guess the word bank can mean many things, right? Bank is an affront, right? At the same time, then it can mean an opportunity, right?
Who said bank?
Who said
Nobody
that?
said it. I heard it in the spirit.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying? Where like if you're in Hawaii, I mean, you're talking about Hawaii, there's always banks. So like the ocean, the flowing ocean moving around, they create banks.
Okay.
The water creates banks, right?
Hello, can I interject for a second?
Okay, am I not making sense? No,
Yes,
it's a bank. It's banking for our spirit, man. I may not be able to express this.
I get what you're trying to say.
But I mean, with you guys, are just like I just really
we got a request for a little interruption from somebody we don't know. Can we ask?
No, they can't. No. Let Helio finish his thought. Right. To be honest with you, let the moderators speak when they want to speak, regardless of whether you're excitable or excited, because otherwise it makes it very difficult for the Globers to come in to even know who it is that's supposed to be like sort of not leading the conversation, but
moderators moderate, right? I mean, that's what we're supposed to do. Anyway, so we have this what you guys were talking about. Shit, now I freaking lost my point. But the banking.
You went rumpus.
Whether it's with sand, earth, water, the water creates the banks. and the overlying shit. Now I lost my whole point. Just listening
I
to
think
this.
you were talking about the inversion of banking, right? The banking on for us, right? The
Well, I
sort
mean,
of like
but it also,
I know what you were trying to say.
it's also the inverse though. It's backwards. It's like the bank, like the water overflowing, and the way that the system is actually created, a banking against or fortifying themselves to create a system where we're kind of like
smashing down
we
walls
don't
to get
really
into.
have any,
Yeah.
almost no uh, resolve at this point.
Bearing, like a bearing, like you don't have a bearing, right? Like that's what I was trying to say earlier, Hilo, like the different walls that they build up in front of themselves, be it language, right? Be it, you know, effectively, like I think maybe that's where you heard that when I was sort of saying that maybe, and then what he said afterwards.
Yeah,
Like,
I
because
lost
I know
my
what you're gonna
point
say. I
because
know, dude, you're a rumpus.
Was it something you were trying to relate to Black Ice's story about his grandfather and his father?
I believe so.
It
That's
had
all
more
right.
to do with about Hawaii or whatever, and how I mean,
Let's
it's like
yeah,
Hawaii,
let's just
and, the
continue.
islands and shit. I mean,
Maybe it'll come back to you.
to be no, it won't necessarily come back to me. But at the core of my spirit, it's like I have the spirit of like this world should not exist this way. You know what I mean? No, America. I mean, people are like, America, fuck yeah. No, fuck America. This is not it. That's not the way we're supposed to live. And who knows what this world was before all of this nonsense, to be honest. I have no idea what it was before. People are like looking for the new world order. It's already here.
You've arrived.
So I don't know. I mean, if you're looking for freedom, well, good fucking luck.
Would you mind if we try to figure out what the person was trying to ask a little bit ago?
Yeah. No, please.
Yeah.
I'll shut
Whoever
up.
it was,
Go ahead.
Whoever it was that interrupted, yeah, go ahead now.
If you're still here. Someone said, hello, may I interject, please? Is that guy gone?
Well, if they left and weren't willing to listen to someone else speak for 5 minutes, then they can fuck off.
Yeah, there was a guy who had a question, and we wanted to finish up first, which we did. So, is the person that had a question want to speak up?
Someone just joined. Maybe that's him.
Nah, he left. It was Oli.
I don't know, but we can go back to talking to you.
Okay.
Yeah, the individual left already.
So, something I want to ask is, so your grandfather, right? So he's obviously listening to people like Skiba and stuff like that, which is great because he will find out a wealth of good information from there.
Yeah, I like Rob Skibby. He's a good guy.
I want to
And the
actually
guy-
give you
the
a bit
guy-
of advice. Can I give you a bit of advice very quickly? So your father, right, isn't coming from the purview of this. So at the minute with the texting in the group chat, it kind of seems like this might turn into a form of debate between the three of you. You're not that learned yet. I don't know about your grandfather, right? Again, you're the younger person. It could be seen as like a form of, and just hear me out, a form of romantic relationship, and I mean bromantic, between you and your grandfather that could be exclusionary emotionally to your father. And I would like you to take into consideration their type of relationship that they have, the closeness of it. Versus,
Can I
and,
look up
listen, the reason,
romantic on
yeah,
Wikipedia?
Urban Dictionary. You can find it there. So, but so what I'm trying to get at is if this argument is framed between the three of you at this point with staunch positions, right? Your grandfather can play the person who's arrived. You can play the person that's on the discovery trail. And then there's going to be a variance for your attention toward the truth that is believed by either person and either proponent. I would recommend taking this discussion in an individual basis. The reason so is because you don't want emotion to cloud the objectivity of any of the discoveries that you guys might find along the way. Often when we frame these things in a form of like argument or between different people like this, it doesn't become about the subject matter. Just a tiny bit of advice.
I'll tell you what. I mean, if you have an opportunity to spend time with, especially as men, you know, like me and my brother I've had the opportunity to spend time with my brother like hours on end, where me and my brother can speak individually. It's like I know him, he knows me, and if you get that opportunity and you really understand each other, then that's really that's quality time. And you just own that, man. And of course he's going to tell his wife some of the shit that I told him, but he's not going to tell her everything. But when you I mean, I'm just saying, my brother's my best friend, but if you have a best friend or a brother that you can like share shit with, and it's really good to talk to people, you know, somebody that you can trust or can tell them everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's freaking
I'm not
awesome.
suggesting
Does everyone? Are you not? Well, I'm not suggesting you necessarily don't do it with anyone you don't trust. But yeah, tell them everything if you trust that person. I mean,
so going back to the elephant in the room.
Oh, the flat Earth.
How? I want to understand. I want to know why it's flat. Why?
Dude,
why
there
all
is no
throughout
why.
school? Why?
There's no why.
Have you ever experienced a sphere that's spinning? Have you ever experienced that one day in your life? Or do you experience it as a flat stationary plane that's obviously, observably, measurably, and navigationally flat? Or have you experienced a globe? What have you experienced?
I guess that would be my answer.
Yeah,
Silence.
yeah. You've only experienced a flat stationary plane. That's all you've ever experienced. That's all we've all ever experienced. But we all grew up the same way you did, and we're in your position at one time.
Hey, illegal. Let's answer his question. I mean, he asked, "Why is it flat?" Well, he didn't say why is it flat, but why do you think it's flat? Or you're gonna have to give us a complete question so we can answer it.
Right.
Can I give him an answer too?
Oh no, he's gonna have to ask a complete question so we can answer it.
Yeah.
Needs to be more specific.
Be specific. Yeah, be specific. And we'll answer.
Do you believe we've been lied to that the Earth is round when it was actually flat?
But well,
yes. Short answer.
Yes, but I mean, but with the implication, you're implying that someone is deceiving us. I mean, this is in your mind. It sounds like there's an implication in your mind.
The answer is yes.
Somebody's like, well, yes, obviously the Earth is not a globe.
Just
yes, we're gonna say yes that we've been lied to about the shape of Earth, but
let's try.
But a lot of people that you might name probably think the Earth is a globe when it's obviously not. So, I think the better question would be, how do you guys think the Earth is flat when it's obviously a globe? You know, and so then we can go back and forth about how the Earth is flat versus globe. Because if we're going to trust any authority to tell us whether the Earth is a globe or flat, we then we're lost.
Screwed. Yeah, we're screwed. So, do you want to reformulate what you were saying? Because I think you were quickly trying to think of something to ask instead. So, what is it you're trying to ask realistically? Like the idea of lying. I want to answer that question very quickly. No is the answer, and yes. Okay. Have people lied about globe? I believe there are many individuals that basically will teach you the heliocentric model, and I don't think any of them are lying to you. Your teachers at school are not lying to you. Some of these scientists are not lying to you. They're feeded off of a curriculum, a linear one in fashion, one that has certain axioms that get to the point to where it is, these tangential lines effectively that intersect, that have to intersect in order for the rest of the story to be true, meaning Big Bang Theory, evolution, etc., those things, if true and held as true, it is only a certain amount of steps before logically people start to deduce and work out, deductively so, the things that could be true in terms of the physical makeup of this reality if we hold those two axioms. People are taught those axioms, and therefore it is logically following along that line that they would believe in these forms of pseudoscience. Doesn't mean they're necessarily lying to you, because when we start to, always believe that every person was lying to us, and we end up with this paranoid sort of worldview. No, they were probably lied to, and so were you. There are liars out there, and that's all I would say on that.
Yeah, we don't know the liars, but we do know those who have been
something?
processed by them.
I think the military's lying. I don't think the peons that mop the floor are lying. I think that, like, the generals know. They have the capacities to fly to the southern ice ring. We
It's
don't.
called compartmentalization. Is what
manipulating.
It's departmentalization as well.
Yeah, they would know. They have all the equipment and the
No, they
capacities to
don't.
do that.
No.
They run GPS.
Wait there. Are you in the military? Like, I'm just being honest. So the military commanders, right? No. The guy that was talking. The military commanders don't necessarily all know that the Earth is flat, right? There are very, very restrictive measures in place that would make sure that people, in fact, and I don't really, again, what you're actually able to see on maybe the one-off flight that is controlled anyway in terms of its route and
check this out. It's not even necessary for any of them to know. Hey, there.
Right? I mean, not hearing me. I'm just saying, like, to sort of say that all of the military commanders are lying is, I would say, is not a good statement to make, and just be careful of that, because again, you really need to look at what they have and the purview they have. Right, they have control over units, but
here's what I'm saying, though. Here's what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is, Crackville, I think in some people's mind, all of the Air Force in every country, all of the air commanders or whatever in the military, they think they're flying over a globe, right?
What's that got to do with what I said? They do think that. Vast majority think that.
But they're not privy to this information. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but he thinks that obviously they have access to these different and vast forms of, transportation that has the capability of, flying much higher, for instance, and longer distances, and they're on missions. Well, no, because the mission control, like, again, who is the person that decides where these individuals go? No commander simply has the one-off capability of just asserting that people go to Antarctica in a high-flying plane and start to look at it. No, there are individualized, compartmentalized groups of people that deal with things, and then you have people from the Secret Service. This is why we have the CIA and the FBI, right? So you effectively put it into the realm of special forces. So all of the missions, right? And the reason people are in special forces, and the reason that no one knows their names, and the reason why they're not allowed to tell anyone, and they have to sign certain things that would attribute them to treason, is so that you can have operation in the field of which you don't want men that are normal, that have the capability of, the Second Amendment and free speech. You make sure that all of that is effectively pushed and cordoned off and departmentalized, not just compartmentalized. And then there's compartmentalization within inside of the special forces. So the special forces are the ones that are going to effectively be doing any type of form of militaristic action. Those are the people that are going to be privy potentially to single segment pieces of that puzzle, but they're not going to see the whole puzzle. That's just my opinion, though.
Let me offer this.
Well,
total number of active duty general officers is capped at 231 for the Army, 62 for the Marine Corps, 198 for the Air Force, and 162 for the Navy. That's U.S.
Yeah,
that's like 600 people.
Oh wait, Are you talking about
Too many.
special ops, or is that what you're talking?
Generals.
Oh, generals.
Military.
Well, do you think that some of those generals are privy to the information about the Earth being flat or something? I don't think any of them know any of this. You know,
I think someone know.
I mean, it's like a lot of people think that, oh, well, you flat earthers think you're special because you figure out the Earth is flat, and all these generals, you know, they've been privy to a lot of secret operations. Don't realize the Earth is flat. For the most part, that's not a part of their operations, man. What the hell? It's not what this is about.
Remember, the reason probably why him and his grandfather and his dad are all talking about this right now is because everyone's had to slow down enough that they might be able to actually review the information. The issue of the military is that it's high pace. These commanders and generals, this is what they rely upon, is the fact that they have a lot of information in front of them all the time.
And as far as the U.S. military, I mean, it's really like it's only been over the past 100 years. I mean, it's a really small amount of time compared to history, I guess. You know, if you want to say that. There's a more of a focus cause than shape of the Earth has not been an idea, you know, for a long time.
He's just lucky that his father and his grandfather are willing to discuss this stuff with him, because a lot of my family members, I cannot talk to them about it.
That's true.
Can't. So just the fact that they're willing to talk about it is like a step ahead of me and probably a lot of other people. So just to keep the conversation going, as long as they're a willing participant, whether they're texting or in a group chat or talking, the fact that they're all willing to, y'all are in a group. It's not even like he's texting his dad and texting his grandpa. They're in a group chat, so they're all, it's like three minds together. And so if he asks some good questions, and he's got one person that's more scientific based, one person that's more Bible based, and it's just, that'd be a great conversation to have, as long as you can be respectful.
Look
right?
at we all have leaders. Told us.
I love it, man. It's 3 generations trying to figure it out, man. I
Sure.
love it.
I mean, check this out. I mean, you know what we understand about modern history, we'll say we go. You know, we have World War I, World War II, Vietnam War. All this. These are supposed to define our history right now. Which, who wants to define history on war? Which, I mean, I guess that's the nature of humanity, right? Go ahead. If I'm
gonna wait till you're done.
No, I just want to say, I mean, like in the past 100 years, 20th century, I mean, it's all about war. It's about countries, dominating. But some of the other history, it's kind of vague. And it could be defined any way that the new conquerors want to define it, So I mean, it's kind of like, you can almost at this point believe whatever the fuck you want to believe about, history past 1900, prior to 1900.
Yeah, I would say, especially your grandpa, you're not going to change his mind. Your father, you're probably not going to change his mind, and definitely your grandpa, you're not going to change his mind. He's too old and too set in his whatever he thinks. And that's what I learned in talking to him.
But anyway, who was trying to talk?
Let's let him reply.
Guys.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Speak to us, young man.
Sorry.
So people can change their minds, because
that's awesome.
When I was younger, I was baptized. I used to believe in God. As I grew up and got older and started figuring it out for myself and not listening to others and people's research, and indulged it in myself and learned it to myself, and went back far in history enough, I learned to become agnostic, to just believe that there is a higher power, and I have no comment on any religious factors. Yeah. That being said, to be in war and stuff, why is it we always need a leader? Well, we need a leader, democracy, president, houses, left, right, forward, back, to control an establishment or a community or as a whole so that they can keep their secrets to themselves and let us know we're going to be okay. Here, take some money. Here, have some health insurance. But we're not going to tell you the bad things. But if we go way back in history, before there was even leaders or before Egyptians, that's when.
What do you know
there's
about
always been
before
leaders.
Egyptians?
Sounds like he's starting to discover the secret societies.
Hell yeah.
She said secret.
So,
Damn, he said
what,
secrets.
like, I do strongly believe that 9/11, I visited there. I do believe it was set up. And I was there when the flag was found here in Washington State. The flag that was there at 9/11 was here in Washington State. How did it get here? We don't know. So
was it a prop?
One of the angry leftists.
You saw it on the
news. Your argument was that you can change your mind, which I agree with. My point was that the older you get, the harder it is to change your mind. You're a young man. Yes, I would hope that you would change your mind, but I'm saying your dad and your grandfather, it's going to be harder for them. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I'm taking a note on that. You said,
guys, one moment. I want to ask him something too.
Go ahead, get me good.
You said,
yeah, Jeppy Jet. Let Jeppy Jet talk to you for a minute. Go ahead, Jeppy Jet.
I just had one more quick thing to say.
Oh no, you say it, then Jeppy Jet. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just like that guy was saying, I forgot your name. You said that the 3 generations are still trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Which amazes me because we'll never know because we're being controlled by a higher power that is altering the image.
Yeah.
Dude, you're right on the money. What's up, Geppy Get?
Get in there. Get in there, bro.
And wiki and education.
Go direct, wait there, dude. Remember, someone else was just lined up to ask.
Thank you. He said he knows that 9/11 was a setup. But how long ago did you come up to this realization?
So when 9/11 happened, I didn't even know about it. I was probably still a little toddler. But as I grew older...
When did you begin to believe
When did you
this?
know it was something fishy?
It's like the leaves started to fall off the tree. When did it happen for you?
Right. When did this thing start saying, hold up, hey. Hold up, wait a
When
minute.
did you
first
have this paradigm shift?
What's up?
Why?
When did you first started shedding tears about the bullshit they're putting on humanity?
For the criminals that actually did some harm to the U.S. to try to spill secrets, they
No,
take them
I'm not
as their
asking
employee.
who. I'm not asking who. Like, I'm asking
when did you question 9/11? When did you question the official story?
2010, yeah.
When did you question the official story?
Revelation, yeah.
I was in a debate class for 2 years in middle school. I was 13.
Nice.
Middle school.
Nice.
What year?
What year?
What year is that?
Oh wow.
Oh shoot. 2009, 2010.
2009, 2010.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep.
So it took you like 7 to 8 years to find this lie, and I knew 10 hours after the event, less than 10 hours, that it was a setup.
And the reason, and I have a perfect answer for you, sir.
But how old were you when it happened? It's a big difference if you're 5 years old when it happens and you're 15 years old when it happens, bro. Of course, like if. So what were you like? 20 years old?
Let me answer your guys' question. Hold on. Yeah,
Okay.
I was too young. I was too young to know even what the hell happened. All I know is a plane crashed and I saw flames. That was awesome, but people died. Oh, I'm sad. But at the time that I figured out when I was in middle school in debate class is when I kind of realized when criminals do acts on the government, what does the government do? They don't detain them. They don't kill them. They take them in as their own and grant them, here's some health insurance. Here's some money. Here's this. They're altering the image so that we don't know, and they take them in as an employee so that we don't know.
Wow, he's going into a whole different.
No, but
Yeah, that's a deep,
I think he's
a
going
deep
somewhere.
thing. Yeah.
Hey, check this out. The Patriot Act. You know what the Patriot Act is?
Just tell us what it is.
Go ahead, Black Eye.
Well, I mean,
yes
What
or
the
no?
Patriot Act is?
The Patriot Act. It was enacted by the United States government after 9/11. You know, it's not patriotic. And it's
One
not
bit.
law either, but it's a Patriot Act, right? The Patriot Act was written several years before 9/11 by one guy. And so the act of 9/11 was that was a
Precursor for the
front.
signing of the Patriot Act.
Yeah, for the Patriot. They wanted to bring the Patriot Act in, almost kind of like this new thing with the Ouroboros, the unmentionable. I mean, it's like,
Cocoa Pebbles.
The V's. Anyway, it's just like anyway. I mean, it's like.
So does anyone have more information on the Patriot Act? What does the Patriot Act actually do as in terms of restrictive nature? So like we
It
understand.
actually, yeah, I mean, it really more legal restrictions than lawful, because nothing is lawful in America other than the Constitution. But yeah, I mean, Washington D.C. is a
I'm not
legal
asking for that.
institution. So that's
asking-
what I'm saying. You know, so they're just bringing more legal statutes on top of their unlawful legal
codes
program, you know,
corporate
whatever.
policies. Yeah.
So anyway,
codes and statutes.
You asked, so I answered. Anyway, continue. Yeah, I mean, Patriot Act was written long before 9/11, but two weeks after 9/11, they're like, Patriot Act, boom, and all the Senate and Congress is like, yes, the Patriot Act. They acted like they all wrote it in 2 weeks.
Ready to
No,
go.
yeah, I remember that, Helio. I remember that because I was surprised even then, and I wasn't really. That was the event that made me start looking into everything, right? But before that, and so just as I was thinking about it, I was like, man, Patriot, that was really
Man,
quick.
all these senators and congressmen are brilliant.
I was gonna say, yeah, like this is real quick. Man, they are good. They are good at their jobs. Look at how quickly they got some legislation and some documentation together.
Look up the Patriot Act and who wrote that fucking shit.
And I'm like, man, they really got their stuff together. That's great. And then I just started learning, really learning about it. And I felt pretty dumb.
Yeah. Well, we all were dumb, you know. Well, I was dumb back then too, even though I was a little smart. But yeah, I mean, it took me a few years to figure out what they did on 9/11. But yeah, once I figured it out, I was like, you mother. It's over for me. I don't believe a goddamn anything that comes out of anybody's mouth on the mainstream news, anything that comes from the government. You guys are full of shit. I won't believe anything anymore. I will never vote again. I think you guys are freaking dumb as fuck. Nobody. I don't think you're dumb. I think you're smart, and you know how to manipulate the population and write freaking rules and use the media to just freaking in movies and Hollywood and everything to manipulate everybody. You're a freaking twisted devil system, and I just won't believe it. Oh, they piss me off every day.
I know. Me too, Helio. Listen, Black Ice.
You know what's made the whole thing worse? Social media. Where was social media created? The first platform of social media? A newspaper from the government.
Yeah, and it's like it's like we have some access to that. It's like, hey, bro, I'm trying to tell you that. Hey, 20 years ago, they fucked you. Well, I mean, not even 20. freaking 40, 50 years ago, they fucked you. And they've been utilizing Edward Bernays' series of mind control.
Here's a good one, Black Ice. Here's a good one. Do you know how the internet was invented? Do you know why it was developed?
Communication between. No, I don't, but I could believe something.
Okay. Right. You could believe something. Don't believe anything. What was I going to say? Okay, so this is what I've learned about it, is that the Defense Advanced Research Projects of America, DARPA, developed a way to, communicate between floors within the same building called a local area network. And so the first internet was technically just in the same building, and then it advanced to, it was actually first called Ethernet, but then it turned into internet. But yeah, so
internet was first
at the
invented
very
for military
first
purposes and then expanded to the purpose of communication among scientists. The invention also came about in part by the increasing need for computers in the 1960s. During the Cold War, it was essential to have communication links between military and university computers that would not be disrupted by bombs or enemy spies. In order to solve the problem in 1968, DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, made contracts with BBN, Bolt, Beranek, and Newman to create ARPANET, Advanced Research Projects Agency Network.
Yeah.
There you go.
Telephone network. MIT.
Yep. So you got the best colleges, the best minds in the military, and in education, which is highly compromised.
And then
developing this thing that
Is it for defense or offense against the people? I mean, it's like,
well, think about
it depends on who's in charge, right? I mean, do you think that you are thinking better and you want to do the best for America as you see it? See, America, the ideology that most Americans have is total freedom, right? I can think and do whatever I want. I have total freedom of speech and whatever. But you don't have the money. Guess who has the money? Those guys you just mentioned. They're gonna utilize all that information. Guess who has power over the freaking media and all the platforms, Facebook and YouTube and whatever, the ads that come to you, television, the freaking news. It's like they're gonna pump you up. I mean, like, America, yeah. But at the same time, they're gonna be fucking brainwashing you into thinking you're free when they actually just sold you a fucking line of bullshit.
Hey, and that's a good point, Helio.
I wanted to add something. I've been just chirping a sec. Obviously looking into like DARPA and the establishment of the different various telephone, the different telephone communication systems. So if you remember, right, World War II.
I'll be right back. Let me go to the bathroom.
We have the laying of the transatlantic pipelines, right, as well. So that will hint toward what that was about. This sort of like cacophony of spider web legs that was built up off of that transatlantic pipeline, connecting all the different governments in an instant. That was a really important transitional point in our history, and again,
I think
look
so
how
as well.
brutal World War II is, right? And then we understand what happens with the information there, right? But it was the first time, I believe, that all of these countries, if we look at World War One, when I've studied World War One in great depth, right? Starting off with the death of Franz Ferdinand and his wife. That's what people were more pissed off about, was because she was so beautiful and she was beloved, right? But the point is the story is more sporadic. We have a lot more fairy tales that come out of World War One, right? Even like the embellishments on like Lawrence of Arabia and stuff like that. But what is it that was different about World War II, where this narrative and the story was so concrete? And it's the transatlantic pipeline. We have the capability of America to send oil all the way across to Europe with this cable, with this pipeline, and then running in tandem with that pipeline, we have the communication systems that connected all the various governments that were involved in the operations, from D-Day and on, right? So they had the ability to get their story straight, right? They have the ability to get their story
Can I
straight.
be really rude for a minute and interrupt just for 1 second to ask a completely off the wall question?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm deeply sorry to interrupt you, but so I'm dealing with a situation right now where I'm staying at my girlfriend's apartment right now, and her neighbor is passed out drunk in the hallway, and I don't want to. He's a veteran, and like, does anybody know a method to make this dude wake up and get in his damn
You have
apartment?
some
Because
smelling salts. I mean, you just break it and
Cold water to the face, man.
I know.
Freezing cold water to
Yeah,
the
just
face.
get a bucket of cold water.
I don't want to. I'm afraid I'm
me?
gonna startle him though. I don't know him. He doesn't
Don't
really know
touch
me.
him
I've
at
never
all.
spoken to him.
Wait. Does
I
your
don't want him to
neighbor
get in
know him?
trouble. I'm
Does your
afraid that
neighbor
one of the
know
other
him?
neighbors might call the
Everyone
police.
shut up. Everyone shut up.
All right,
Don't
go ahead.
fucking touch him at all. Legally speaking, we're not going to tell you to do anything to that man. Okay? For the sake of the server.
Yeah, just
no one's going to advise him to do anything
there.
like
I guess.
that.
I mean,
Sorry.
if
I've
he's
been
not
trying to wake
moving
him
or
up and talk
harming
to him, but
anyone,
he keeps
why
going on a
not let
trip
him?
about
Is he
being in
breathing?
Africa when he was in the service, and he keeps like
Wait,
going on
wait.
this.
So
I
you
don't know
know
what to
this
say to
guy?
him.
Wait a minute. So you
No,
know
I
this
don't
guy?
know him. I don't know him at all. He's just a neighbor.
I
This is
don't
the
know
first
him.
time I've
But
ever
he's
even
still
talked to
breathing.
him.
He's still breathing, but he's passed out outside in the hallway.
Yeah, in the hallway, right
I
in front of
won't
his
touch
door.
him.
He didn't even get the key in his door, so his door is still locked. I was gonna
He'll
try
be
to.
fine.
I mean,
He'll be fine.
No, he might not.
You
I
need
don't
to-
want somebody else though
Well,
to see him
call an
and
ambulance.
call the
He's
police on
got
him.
out.
And
Listen, he's
Yeah.
passed out drunk outside his house. Call an ambulance, bro. But you don't.
call an
If I
ambulance.
were
No, I don't want
to,
to get him in trouble, dude. Like,
how's he
I
gonna get in
understand why you're
trouble for
saying
getting
call an
Look,
ambulance.
look. Wait, stop. I was in the same situation.
check his pulse. Make sure he's breathing.
Don't
Yes,
touch him.
go.
Don't touch the guy at all, man.
He's
Don't
breathing. He
touch
keeps
him-
going
no,
in and
no,
out.
no,
'Cause I
no,
keep
look.
waking him up, trying to talk to him, trying to get him up, but he
All
keeps
right, you already did
like
that. All
talking
right, cool.
incoherently and
Well,
talking about his
Paul.
buddies that he misses. And wow, I
Oh,
don't
he
know what
was
the-
There's
talking
nothing
to
you can
you.
do, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
he was
nothing
talking to
you
me, but he's not making no sense. You know, he's just talking
It's
about
all good. Hey, man,
being in
drunk
the
people don't make
military.
sense.
So I was
Just
like,
let
is
him.
there
He'll
something
wake
that
up. He'll wake up in a couple hours and
Yeah, he'll sleep
just
it
make
off,
sure
dude.
he
No
knows
worries.
where his. Make sure you leave the keys right next to him, and he'll get up and fucking open his door, man. It's all good.
I just don't
Don't
want
even
somebody
touch his
else to
keys,
see
man.
him
Don't.
and call and call the sheriff
touch
on him and say, hey, there's I don't want to get him I don't want him to get in trouble. I feel bad.
Paul.
And his early people are about to start getting up and going to work, and I've been out here for like 2 hours. That's why I got off the channel. I've been trying to get him to get up and get back in his damn apartment. And I can't, I don't want to touch him. I don't want to startle him and he might freak out. I don't know. Well, I thought maybe some veterans out
Best
here
thing
might
to do
have
is
like
cut
a
water.
pep talk
Cut
that I can
water.
give him that'll get
Dude,
him up.
it doesn't matter if you're veterans or veteran drunk. If you're a veteran drunk, it's like me. I mean, fuck.
It's better to just
Unless
leave the
you're
situation
also
alone and not involve
unless you're
yourself.
also shit faced and you wanna join him for that,
Yeah,
just leave him there,
it's
man.
like-
He'll be all right.
Crash out next to you, bro, and we'll go to
Hey,
jail together.
at least he's
yeah.
inside and he's right in front of his place, dude. He's 2/3 of the way there, man. Don't even sweat. He'll be
I was
fine.
two-faced, but this started to make me sober up. I started slamming water, trying to
he'll
sober
be all
myself up, just in case, the sheriff comes. I can at least speak up for him and say,
Well,
hey, it's
if
okay.
he's
I got him.
laying right
I'll
in
say he's
front
my
of his
friend.
fucking apartment, if he's laying right in front of his apartment, the sheriff's not going to arrest him.
Not at all. No, he's not gonna get arrested, man. He's home already. He just needs to get inside. He's fine, dude. Trust me. Couple, 2-3
The
more
police will
hours,
help him in.
he'll be good to go.
If
So
you
you
think
think
the
I should
police
just
don't
leave him
help him
there?
in, don't help him in. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
listen,
that's all they do.
just make sure
I
he's
feel
not
bad leaving
vomiting
him
or
out there,
anything.
though.
Well, again, you'd feel worse if you touch him and then listen, my friend, right, resuscitated a woman, and he basically caused her to have a hairline fracture on her ribs. She fucking got him sent to prison for GBH, right? That's why I was giving the advice: don't touch him, especially from us guys. We're on a public forum, and then it's being live streamed.
Oh, he
So-
tried to resuscitate her and cause damage on her ribs.
Yeah, but it saved her life.
But he still went to jail.
Mm-hmm. 4 years.
He went to jail for saving her life.
4 years in prison. Yeah.
He's laying on his back. Should I at least try to push him on his side at least?
Don't touch him, dude.
Don't touch him, man. Dude, do you think this is the first time he's passed out on the floor?
He's probably an old pro. He'll come to in a couple hours and just look around and be like, "Oh shit, okay."
Oh shit! At least I'm right in front of that door. We're like,
Well, I've been in this building for 2 years, and I've never seen him like that. I've never ever seen him drunk. He never had anybody over. He doesn't have any friends. So that's what.
Well, I mean, that's kind of concerning if you don't know that he's, just an obvious drunk or whatever. But if he's passed out in front of his door, that is concerning.
That's what he did say to me when he came to. He said, "Oh, I don't usually drink," and I don't. He started saying all this crazy stuff like he doesn't usually drink and blah 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 blah. So
he might be going through some shit, and he just got on a bender tonight.
Listen, all you can do is watch him for a little bit more, right?
Yeah, keep an eye on him. If it does look dangerous or whatever, if you feel like he's in big trouble,
he would have thrown up already. If he was going to throw up, he would have already thrown up. That's the issue. If he throws up, he chokes on his own vomit. You know how to put someone in a recovery.
Is it like an apartment building and he's across the hall or something? Is that what the deal is?
Yeah, it's a small building. There's only 4 apartments in his one hallway, and he's just
passed out in front of his door, his apartment.
Yeah.
I will tell you another thing, man.
As long as he's breathing, just let him go. Let him.
Hey, listen, man. Listen.
Let him
you don't have to worry about him. You don't have to worry about him. No one's gonna fuck with him. They're just gonna step right over him. They're gonna go about their day. Okay, he's gonna be just fine. I promise.
Yeah, he should be just fine. I just suggest put a bottle of water next to him.
No.
Put a bottle of water next to him, bro. Because he's dehydrated and he's been drinking.
We can't advise
so at least let him wake up with a bottle of water.
We can't tell him to do anything, guys. Can't tell him to do anything.
Give him a wet towel.
No, I'm just trying to give him advice.
Well,
I'm not telling him to go.
If he made it that far where he's laying down on the ground in front of his freaking door, he'll make it inside eventually.
Yes, he'll be fine. All right. Cool. We good? Are we good with this? Don't touch him.
That'll be all right.
We're advising you not to touch him.
Get a wet towel, right? Just a bit of advice. Giving him a wet towel. What if you could get hypothermia or something? You gotta be careful.
You want to waterboard him?
Nah, he's not that.
Just put a bottle of water right next to him and he'll be good, bro. You don't need to do nothing.
Because he won't know where the bottle of water.
You don't need to touch him. You don't need to do anything.
Without the bottle, yeah.
Dude, if he's laying down in front of his running in front of his own house, like right in front of the door, and he's breathing, just leave him alone. And if I was doing that, I would be like, "Fuck off! I'm okay. I'll get up when I get up."
Trust me, he knows.
I'm a notorious drunk. Everybody knows that. So, and he already told you, he was like, "I drank too much tonight. I'm just gonna be okay. I'm right here." Just fucking let him get up and go into his house when he gets there.
He'll be fine.
All right. He'll be all right.
Obviously, if he starts throwing up, then you have a personal you have a responsibility at that point to put him in a recovery position, make sure he doesn't choke.
That's what I was wondering.
If you feel like he took some other drugs or whatever, some drugs or something.
No, I don't think he did. I think he's just blackout drunk.
All right, cool.
Hey, Ethan, you want to get up? Let's go inside, buddy. Yeah. Where your keys at?
Can he stand up?
His response was,
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? A response.
In his head, he said, "In my pocket."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just leave him there and put his keys right next to him.
I don't want to go in his pocket.
Fuck you! I gotta go to bed.
Don't touch him.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, you know what you need to do? Go get a pillow and a blanket, set him up, and leave a note on his door.
Don't touch him.
Don't fucking touch him.
You can't, dude.
How many times do I have to say it?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, we all saying that. Just leave him there, man. He's right there at home. He's like right in front of his door.
You can shout at him.
Then leave him alone. Don't get involved. That's what I said in the
And
first place.
if the cops come, then you can just walk outside your door and see. Man, I was trying to get
Make
him up
sure his
all night
rights
to
are
go
cool.
inside, but he wouldn't get up. And then the
Don't call
cops
the
would be like,
cops
"Oh,
either,
Make
man.
sure
That's
you
gonna
explain
that's
to them
gonna
I
there's
ruin
didn't say
everybody's
call
day.
the
flat
cops if
earthers on what
somebody
you could
else
do.
calls the cops. Don't call the cops. I'm saying if
Stick
the
up for his
cops
rights.
do come, say, hey, man, I was trying to
Don't
wake
even
him
get
up.
involved. Why do you have to talk to the cops about anything?
You don't
dude?
have to.
What?
Fuck. But they might knock on your door. I'm just like, yeah, man, I saw him out there, and I was like, hey, get up, get in your house, because I know he lives there. Whatever, man.
It's irrelevant to the story. Cops don't need to hear anything about that.
And most likely the cop will say, "Go
Fuck
back
the
to your."
police in a
go back
city
to
with
your-
authority.
Well, I'm just worried. You're blackout drunk. I'm worried if a cop did show up and try to wake him up or touch him in any way, and if he got, he's disorientated. If he got scared or physical,
Trust me,
it's
they
over.
know how
I
to
don't
think.
want.
Listen, wait there a
I
second.
mean, I don't even know him, but
Wait
he
there,
seems like a
one
big.
sec. One sec. So if you're thinking
He'll
about
be
these
all right.
things, if you're thinking about those potentialities, the police are as well. I can assure you. The police know how to deal with people that are drunk. He's not dangerous. He's completely incoherent. He's not going to turn around and slash one of their throats. You know what I mean? Like,
And like you said, I mean, everybody else's pet. It's late night. He's passed out drunk in front of his door. Are the rest of the neighbors asleep already?
Well, yeah, now they are, but it's getting, they're going to start. I think I know the one for sure that is across from him gets up pretty early and is going to be on her way to work. So, she might freak out. She's kind of a Karen.
What do you mean freak out, dude? She's gonna go about her day.
Well, how people are nosy and want to interfere with, she's going to step outside and see this drunk grown man with his pants half undone.
Oh, hell no.
You didn't tell us that part.
Well, yeah, I was trying to. I said like his pants, like they're not
got his
down.
pants down?
No, they're not down, but like they're, his
open.
His fly and everything is wide open. So if he rolls or moves a little bit, he might expose himself, and that could be a whole nother situation.
Dude,
yeah,
just keep an eye on him, man. I mean, as long as you're up, keep an eye on it. I mean, if you just like, hey, he's drunk, whatever. So no, as long as he's still breathing, he's going to get his ass back in an apartment. It's all good, man. I mean, if you live in a small apartment complex of 4 people, it's just like it's not probably no secret that he drinks a lot, or what the fuck, man.
No.
Hey, that's the weird thing is I've been here for over 2 years. This has never happened. I've never even heard him be loud or play music or drink or anything. So
you don't. Have you ever talked to him before?
No, I've never even talked to him before. This is the first time. I just got his name for the first time tonight when I woke him up. So yeah.
So if he
like
doesn't
he keeps to himself, he's really quiet. He doesn't have people over ever.
If he keeps to himself, then he's going to be shown that grace that you feel for him right now. Yeah, he's not a nuisance. He's not in public, so he's not going to get done for public indecent exposure or purposeful exposure if he rolls over and his cock's out or whatever, right? If someone else does that, most people don't want to shit where they sleep, right? But people don't want to have a beef with their next door neighbor. This is what I'm saying. You don't want that either. You don't even want him to get in trouble, right? Again, the best you could do, and if you are absolutely wanting to involve yourself in the situation, is if the police show up, then you can verbally maybe stick up for his rights when he can, right? Like, that's not anything that I can personally be told off for saying, or yourself. Again, whatever you feel like doing is fine. I'm not going to advise you to do anything specifically.
Yeah, I mean, if you've lived next to this guy for a couple of years and never had an issue or anything, and then tonight.
Okay, listen, guys. Listen.
Anyway,
hang on a sec. I'm new in recovery. I spent 20 years drinking and drugging real hard and real heavy. If somebody were to have called the motherfucking cops on me while I was merely just drunk outside of my goddamn door, I would be so fucking angry at that person.
Yeah, me too.
Because listen, and I'll finish here. Listen, the one thing I would want to have happen is to wake up as the birdies are chirping, going, oh shit, leaning up against my door. Oh fuck, crazy. Oh, weird. And then go in my house. Listen. I'm almost done.
Haven't talked to
I'm
very
almost
much.
done. Helio, I'm almost done. I'm sorry.
My bad.
That way, nobody else would. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know whether or not anyone saw me at that point. Maybe a neighbor would have shake me up. Hey, hello. Other than that, dude, if you wake up to fucking EMTs and cops and some flashlights in your face and 17 neighbors trying to fuck with you, no way, dude. Just leave them alone. Thank you.
Well, and that's what I was trying to avoid. That's why I was trying to see if I could get him up or help him in any way, just in case somebody else, tries to call an ambulance or the police. I was trying to avoid that. Just get him in his apartment.
Yeah, it's kind of like
I'm
kind of thinking maybe you could just which I mean, everyone's like, don't touch him, which that's probably a good idea too. But if you could actually get him into coherence and get him inside his apartment,
it's just none of your business. It's nobody's business, dude. Nobody's business.
Yeah, I guess
he's safe inside, man. He's good to go. Let it go.
Hey, if it's inside the apartment complex, he's actually when he's inside the apartment,
and I'm passed out, I would appreciate if somebody did whatever they could to get me at least inside. Or
yeah, but listen, there's legal issues with you entering his apartment without his consent. What if he's fucking got a screw loose, and then tomorrow he's like, "There's $20,000 worth of gold missing from the side because he's a fucking dickhead who wants money," right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, either way,
I've seen it all.
I don't know. I know. It's difficult. In that situation,
you want to do the right thing, man. I get it.
Is he snoring? If he's snoring too loud, then you can try to whistle.
You can try to
He'll be fine, Paulie. He'll be just fine. Don't worry about him.
Hey, that motherfucker could be okay. He's over there when they're in the hall over there. He's right in front of his goddamn door. As soon as he wakes up, he's gonna crash on inside and he's gonna sleep it off. I mean,
this fucking guy here.
This fucking
he won't
guy
get inside his fucking apartment.
He's gonna be okay. No problem. No problem.
Oh boy!
That's how many. This is how many men got raped.
Men got raped. What?
Yeah.
What?
And they had
are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, and they had no idea it happened.
So how do you know it happened? Get began.
This is how many men got raped by falling in front of their apartment door, and then somebody.
It kind of sounds like he wants to confess something to us.
I ain't gonna freaking go there.
This took a horrible turn.
I know. What that was. That was Kevin's fault. Don't blame it on me.
Wait there. A horrible turn, depending on your perspective, right, guys? Right? You know what I'm saying?
I guess if you want a horror story, I guess we're going there.
Well, I was talking more from the position of someone that wants to be bummed, Helio. If you didn't get that.
Well, I mean, that would be more erotic thing instead of a rape. I mean, raping is different than erotica.
That's what I just said.
I don't know.
I said it depends on your perspective, whether it's rape or not, right? You're not hearing
this
what
is really going off the rails quickly.
Jesus!
Don't rape your neighbor. Don't do that.
I'm not saying that.
If that was my intention,
you might want
I wouldn't have got the channel and asked you guys what your opinion was about
that might be your cover. That might be your cover now because you have lots of witnesses.
I think I've been watching.
Do it.
I've been watching and listening to too many audiobooks and Hollywood flicks. Holy shit! I'm fucking crazy. Yeah.
We know. It's cool.
Yeah. So, Paul.
Yes.
Cool, man. Calm down.
Yeah.
Everything good there?
Fine.
All right.
I'm fine.
Super.
Is your buddy
Are you a
still
flat
just
earther?
like sleeping in the hallway?
I'm a flat earther.
Obviously he's still sleeping in the hallway. I feel like the first
so
thing
he's sleeping as long as he's sleeping in the hallway, and I think he'll be fine. So let's get back to flat Earth.
Let's do it.
All right. Thanks for letting me interrupt for a moment.
So
no worries, Paul. Good luck, buddy. He'll be fine.
He'll be all right. It's all good. Shit, I've been in worse situations. I promise you that much.
Yeah.
Prove it.
If I'm sleeping right in front of my fucking apartment door, I'm better than I've been in a lot of situations in my life. I promise you that much.
We just
I've
lost
passed out in the bushes
Oh,
outside
there he
before
is.
plenty of times and woke up with the sun shining on me. So,
Dude, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like dude sleeping right in front of my apartment door. You know, that's like you couldn't ask for anything better at certain places. I
I'm on the
promise.
bed.
Imagine falling asleep like that on a dark alley.
And getting raped.
Dude, I mean, I'm not gonna tell you how many times I've been in so many much
And
worse
next day,
situations.
and then next day, you don't even know why you want to go drink again.
Yeah.
No, actually, I'll get up, be like, God damn, open the door and be like, is there a beer in the fridge? God dang, hair of the dog. God,
the beer is doing so good to me.
well, I mean, well, I'm not going to talk about alcoholism, you know, because that's
Yeah, I know.
it is what it is.
I think there's
But-
another Discord channel for that.
Do they have a Discord for alcoholics?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's just
absolutely.
Alcoholics Anonymous.
Dude, I host two AA
do they have
meetings
a
a week. on
Do they
Zoom.
have an alcoholic unanimous?
No,
Yeah, click the little
Nah.
Explore public servers thing.
They
and then just type in
probably do.
AA.
They probably do. But they're probably a bunch
Oh,
of
yeah.
dickheads, and I would just fight with them all the time and just yell at them all day.
Helio,
Yeah.
You're not meant to be
I'm a
drunk in the meeting,
dickhead.
though.
I'll fight with you. I'm a sober dickhead. I'll fight with you.
No, I'm only going to fight with alcoholics. God damn it.
Oh,
Well, don't go to AA. Then.
well,
Yeah.
Dude, imagine me in a room full of alcoholics just talking about flat earth.
I feel like you've got like AA the wrong way around. They're not going to be drunk. Like they
No,
are.
I know what AA is. I'm
Do you?
totally familiar with it. Yes, I do.
Doesn't sound like it.
What?
Then-
Because you think I need to go to AA?
No, because you're still drinking, bro.
Oh, so if I went to AA would stop drinking. Is that what
you
is
don't
that
go
what
to
you think?
Not
AA. It's a
necessarily,
program. It's a program that you work. You don't go to
right.
AA. You go to
It's a
meetings,
joke.
but you work
Yeah,
a program.
Don't take it personally.
Yeah, you work. Yeah, I wouldn't. I actually don't. I would never work that program. I'm familiar with
Hey,
the program,
actually,
but I would
technically,
never do
Helio,
it.
bro. Hey,
So I
real
was
quick,
correct.
Helio. You are already working the program. You don't know it. You've already admitted it. You've done the first step, which is the hardest one. You've admitted you have a problem. Boom.
Boom.
Yeah, it saved my life.
All right, cool.
Mine
Okay.
too.
Oh my
That's
god.
cool. Hey, man.
Dear Lord, please grant me the serenity to not drop kick a motherfucker.
Please
Hell
grant me this. To not drink. Either way, you know, it's fine.
Let's
Fine.
finish that
Okay,
off.
first step. Yeah, I admit you have. Yes, of course.
Did it? You did it. You didn't even
Hey,
want to do
I'll
it, but
tell
you did
you
it.
what. Hey, I'll tell you what. When I'm sober, I still have other problems too. When I'm sober, I still
Everyone
have other
does.
problems. So it's fuck it.
Helio,
whatever.
it sounds like
Change
your
the
ego
things
is
I
not your amigo, brother.
Give me wisdom.
You say my ego is not my amigo.
That's a good one.
That was pretty good. I like that.
Ergo, here she go.
Oh, by the way, the guy who brought me into this Discord is in the chat right now. Or is in
Apple
this
sugar?
party. No.
Yay.
Master
Chief,
Chief.
though, right?
Oh,
See
Master
how-
Chief.
See how
Yeah,
good
yeah.
my memory is. See how good my memory is. I remembered that shit.
That's Enoch.
Is that Enoch?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's me.
Yep.
I like Enoch, man. He's a
He's
flirt. When he
ace
come
too,
here,
bro.
Well,
I remember
you
when he
said
came in.
Enoch brought you in. So is it you bring somebody in, Enoch?
Yeah.
Yeah, what have you got to say for yourself?
Black Ice,
Huh?
1995 here.
Enoch?
What's that?
So it's Black Ice.
Let Enoch speak, please.
What about Black Guys?
Yeah, he was the individual that I invited here.
I don't really think his color of some skin's relevant here.
And all I told him was that that we're just
Be honest.
Yeah.
You know,
Just to
Crack
be
Villain,
honest.
if you would stop singing, then he can introduce Black Ice to us.
Mate, no one's talking on my side. Wait there.
I thought I heard you singing.
That's your ego.
Correct.
I'm saying it's completely silent, so yeah.
No.
Broken mic gang, right? Let me see if
No.
it's unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that glitch happened. No, I couldn't. Alright, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
That glitch happened.
Yeah.
You know the glitch where it's like it mutes people?
Yep.
Yeah, no worries.
Go ahead, dude.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, Black Ice is an individual that I've met on TikTok, and we were gaming, and I told him that I would like to introduce him to to this community, and that all I would like is for him to just be honest and open. And he was like, is this he asked, is this the name of it? And then he told me and I said, oh, well, since he was looking for it, I'll just might as well send him the invite. So I invited him, and he was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's the same one, just to be sure, right? Just like the lady that took the 2 pills to be sure. So anyway, he came in, and I just wanted to see how you guys seen him, see how he was.
So I see.
He's a
Black
cool
Eye-
guy.
Yeah, Black
I
Ice
heard
already
him on
has
the
on
last-
the fence and stuff. Yeah, cool.
I did all that.
Seems sincere. I see the rules, on the fence. Seems sincere. Yeah.
I did that just based on what I was hearing.
Awesome.
I don't ask people if they want to be on the fence anymore. I'm labeling motherfuckers straight up.
Yeah.
Well done, Crack.
Hey, Black Eyes, speak your mind. So this is an open platform.
Don't
put him on the spot.
I am happy that I did, since I recently just got into this. I'm gonna just use my fingers, quote, Earth. But,
Oh, hey, real quick, in helping you out and doing that, scroll. So on the left there, you get all them hashtags and places to go. You can go to. Scroll all the way down, and you'll see FE Tools. It's the second to last option down there on the channel options. See that? Click inside there. Just live inside there for a little bit. Explore everything you can inside there. There's a lot of good stuff. What else, guys? There's the.
Well, I would say, if you haven't talked to anyone besides Enoch before about Flat Earth or whatever, this is an open platform. If you're curious about Flat Earth, if you've never talked to anyone before, we're quite open about the topic. So if you have questions about it, that you can.
Oh, I'm not even done with him, bro. Like, I got more to talk to him about.
Well, I mean, it's just one of the general questions. Have you talked about the three questions or whatever?
No, I didn't even go with the 3 point. I didn't go over the 3 points with him. I wanted him to come in here and be honest. That's all I wanted first, and then after that, I was gonna go over the 3 points with him.
But he's been through all this.
No. This is I wanted him to come in here first, so that I wanted him to open up and be honest and see how he was gonna react with you guys. And then
Isn't he the young guy? Isn't he the young guy? He's been like 2 hours in here, and
yes,
yeah, he's been in here for 2 hours.
Grandpa,
the
Papa
grandpa
Bear,
and the
talk
dad.
about
yeah. His grandfather is a flat earther.
It's been done.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. You should, when you're talking privately to your grandpa, you should say, "Hey, Grandpa, I really appreciate you talking to me about this, and welcome to Flat Earth." See what he says.
Take a walk on the wild side.
Yeah, and like I wanted him to, you know, get to know the community, and then I was gonna go over the 3 points with him because I know when I first started
Hold on,
here.
I'm getting another call. While you keep talking, I'll be right back.
Sure.
Or
Take
Oh
it.
my goodness.
because when I first came in here, I didn't. It was just okay. I heard about it. I wanted to come in here. And I was open and honest with you guys. I told you guys about myself. That was it. And then I learned the 3 points. You know, and I didn't want to give him the 3 points and give him ammunition to come in here and then
Yeah.
be a
You
troll
did
to
good,
you
dude.
guys and you know, be like, "Oh, how do you know this information?" And you know, like no,
Hey,
like I wanted him to be.
let me ask you, Enoch. Did you already know most of this before you actually joined? It's like, yeah.
No, not at all.
So you became a flat earther by joining here?
Yes. No,
Oh
well, no.
shit.
I'm not. I'm
No,
no. Let
so
me.
you were already kind of like leaning on the fence or whatever
No,
you.
I was actually already a flat earther before coming in, and it
That's
was
what I was
actually
saying.
yeah, and it was actually a month before I actually decided to be a flat earther when I got in here.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, because I was still learning, and my
I
friend
know
was
when
teaching me.
Enoch came here, and
I
yeah,
remember
you
I
were
was
a
there.
flat earther,
I remember he joined. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah,
but
and
I
my
have a
friend
big
here,
announcement.
introduced telling me everything, and I had downloaded these apps about the flat Earth. You know
yeah,
and the stargazing app, and then the flat Earth app. And I had bought that one, and I've got just I was collecting the information that was being put on the app first, and I was like, you know what? I was like, fuck, this is all crazy. And then I had to actually come into the Discord chat and listen in because I heard it from the Flat Earth clock app, like about the Discord. And then I came into the
Ah,
Discord and learned, like,
yeah.
listen at first, but when I first listened, I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't understand the conversation, and I was like, "What are they talking about?" And then you guys approached me. When you guys approached me, I laid everything. I laid all my cards down on the table.
Wait. How do we approach you? I thought you
Well,
found
when I
out.
came in, right?
It's not about
I
the way
came
that we
in
spoke to
during.
him. Enoch,
I
wait there.
came.
Helio, what's this sort of sound of skepticism in your voice? When he came in, right, he's on about the way we approached him. I remember when you come in, like the very moment I was here, right? I was the first person that spoke to you, in fact, and I think
Yeah.
Get was there.
yeah.
And then
Yeah,
and then
man.
QE
Uh-huh.
QE ate my ass off after that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna like the way that you put that.
I think he'll like it. I think he'll love
He'll be
that
fine.
statement. I'm gonna.
Here comes
I'm
the
gonna
numpty
fucking.
clip.
I'm gonna. There's a numpty clip. I remember when QE ate my ass off. That was fucking brilliant. I love it.
Figure
Anyway,
of speech.
I'm not gonna clip it out, but go ahead.
But
The fuck you, Mark.
Give everyone else the idea to do it.
Yeah.
Somebody
Oops,
grab it.
too late.
Somebody grab that ass clip.
oh shit.
Helio, don't go grabbing
Good
asses,
stuff.
bro.
But yeah, no, I mean, it was a good. I feel it was it was a good experience. I would say,
Straight away.
and I wanted him to have his own experience, you know, and
Enoch, how strange is it that when you come in, I was here, and then when he comes in, yeah, I haven't been around for a couple of months, right? So it
Yeah,
happens
and
that,
you're
like,
back now.
yeah, man, and then he comes in the same time I come
Yeah.
back. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's
no,
fucking
that's
teamwork.
crazy. that is crazy.
It's divinity.
You got a pretty similar experience when you come in, basically. Yeah, man. But yeah, we haven't done any of the 3 points either, which is also crazy. So yeah, when he comes back, if you want to take him through it on the here or in private, just, you know,
Oh yeah, for sure.
you should. Yeah. But if you did want to do it here, we'll clear the floor, man. You know, let you go through it with him, man.
All right.
That'd be pretty dope.
Just if I don't fall asleep, if I fall asleep, then you guys can have Adam. Yeah, because usually I'm in here and then I'll be in here, dude, and then I end up falling asleep.
I think what you mean is as soon as Quantum Eraser jumps in, you're gonna fall asleep because he's so fucking boring.
Oh,
That's
no.
what you mean.
Well, if there's one thing about QE, he's not boring.
Makes everything very interesting, actually. Him and Axo.
Yeah, Exo's great too, man. All these personalities, man, they make a really good soup. I like to eat that
Yeah.
soup. I don't know why I just said that.
I can't say the other guy's name, but he was over the one that went to Mount Rushmore and then also rode on the skateboard in the nude and rode on ladies' boobies.
That was Bart Simpson. That was
What?
Bart Simpson. Dude.
QE was nude on a skateboard. I never
No,
heard
you're
of that.
talking about Branson?
No, I think it starts with an M. I think his name starts with an M.
It's like I'm a flat earther, nude on a skateboard. Look at me, woo! It means flat Earth is flat.
No,
Look
he
at me.
he just visited Mount Rushmore.
Maroth.
And I think he was he went sorry.
Is it Maroth?
I think I've heard of the event, but I didn't watch it. But I
yeah, he
I
was
don't know.
talking about,
To be honest, I wouldn't associate us
Orion?
with that event.
he's the one that said the Earth is flat, and then the lady was like, "The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat."
Earth is flat, and you got fucking
Witsit.
tits
There you
hanging
go. I'm
everywhere.
sorry.
Yeah,
I thought it
Witsit.
was a M, but it's a W. Sorry, Witsit. It was Witsit.
Yeah.
No, he is a motherfucker, but like, yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
which
Witsit's
is
ace
fine. I'm just
in
saying,
the
but
hole.
if somebody rides down a freaking slope on a skateboard naked and says the Earth is flat, I'm not going to promote that shit.
That's okay. No, that's fine.
Yeah, fine. Fucking throw that shit up there. If it gets
Listen.
1 million views, I'll be commenting in there on 2 different channels and be like, "Get your ass over here."
No, you
Yeah,
should
the
have
Earth is
Helio
flat,
go and
nigga.
do the
Get your
same
ass
thing
in here and
too.
talk about flat Earth. Woo! Flat.
Hey, something I learned in the music business: there's no such thing as bad publicity.
That's right, that's
Actors and musicians, we all know.
literally is.
So,
Especially if they're naked.
Good publicity.
Yeah, especially if it's a young, buxom beauty and she's promoting the stuff, man. No problem at all.
Even if it's a fat guy naked on a skateboard going downhill.
So when are you gonna do it?
It's freaking getting busted up.
Fat
You
guy
know?
now.
It's another thing. You know, the fucking fat dude on a skateboard just getting their ass busted up. That could get
I'd
you know,
rather
2,
see a
3,
buxom
4
beauty,
million
man.
views.
Sorry.
No, I'm not
Hey,
saying. I'd
Helio,
rather
you're
see
kind
that.
of a buxom beauty.
All right, well, check this out. I am a
that
little
real belly?
buxom, but I'm not a beauty. I'll tell you that much.
You're voluptuous, bro. Don't say that.
I have waves. I'll tell you.
Yeah, dude. You are not a good representation for a flat Earth.
Oh, I've never claimed to be. So then we're on. You know, we're all good.
No, I mean,
Hey, Helio, guess what?
What's up?
So, a buddy that I play games with is coming in here, and he's drunk too. So his mind is more open.
Wait. Is your mind more open when you're drunk,
Well,
or
your
is it
confidence
less
is
open? I guess we're gonna have to ask the sober people. We'll see what
When
happens.
he gets in here,
He's Colorado living. He's in VC check-in 1, Colorado living, and
Tell him
he's
to come
trying to
in
get
here.
access. He won't be able to
You
talk
want me
though.
to
He
check
needs
him in?
access.
I'll go
Holy
up.
shit!
I'll go
this
up.
is-
Yeah, it's Colorado
when he
living.
gets
Yeah,
in
you-
here,
somebody else
I'll
check
go
him
over
in,
the
man.
3
I'll just-
points with both of them.
I need to go smoke a cigarette. I'll be back in a little bit.
I'll go.
Get some coffee too.
I can't drink coffee.
Oh,
It just gives me the jitters. I can't fucking drink coffee.
I like Jaeger and Red Bull.
I can't.
For now, you do.
I can't drink coffee. I can't drink
definitely.
caffeine
Last
at all
weekend, I
anymore.
threw up.
I'm actually
That's all I'm
close
gonna say about that, man. You're gonna
I'm
put that
actually
shit down in
really-
a couple years because
I'm really close to. As much as I like the taste of coffee, I'm really close to like drinking decaf. Holy fucking shit! I never thought that would ever
So
see the light of day.
So-
I never
Wait,
thought I
wait.
would drink decaf.
Before he comes in here, I've never actually talked to him about this, nor have I talked about this
So
at
are
all in
you
my
are you
life with
just
anyone.
springing this on him?
I just
Don't
asked
do
him
that.
like, no, I'm not like pushing it on to him. I said,
No,
hey,
are you
let
just
him know where he's
springing this
going.
on him like let's say, hey, jump on in here and see what these
Well,
guys
yeah,
got.
he knows. Does he know he's
no.
coming into a Flat Earth channel?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
I asked him like, I asked him the question, and he's like, just get me in there and I'll ask.
Sounds
And
good.
I said, and I told him, okay, well, just be honest. That
Is this are you guys on another server? Is it a gamer server?
no, we're buddies. We have the same name too, Austin.
Nice.
We
used
play
to live in
Valorant a
Austin,
lot.
What do you guys usually talk about? What's the topic? I mean, or you just
I'd rather not disclose that.
politics, religion, friggin'
Helio, he just said he
games.
didn't want to talk about that.
Okay.
Drugs.
I guess we'll find out.
MDMA. There you go.
There, see, Helio, you got him in trouble. Come on.
Holy fucking shit. This is insane. Are you guys fucking tripping right now? Whatever.
No, I've only taken that once, and I'm never taking it again.
Wait, what?
Only once? No, I'm just playing.
No, you're not.
I plead the fifth on that shit.
If anybody needs a laugh, I posted in the voice text a little 2 megabyte video about gravity.
You know what? You know what the thing about gravity is? It'll bring you. It'll bring you down. It'll bring you down. Gravity, it's bringing me down.
Makes you depressed. Fuck gravity.
Fuck gravity. It's a bullshit concept. I don't like gravity. I think it's nonsense.
Gravity's racist.
Gravity is racist. It's against brown people. It's against white people. It is against freaking yellow people. All them motherfuckers. Fuck gravity.
And the one-eyed, one-horned, one purple.
All
people.
the one-eyed, one-horned, wonder flying purple people eaters. All them motherfuckers. Gravity can kiss my motherfucking balls. Fuck gravity. I hate that motherfucker.
Wow.
This is
Me
what
too,
we're going
man. Me too.
Has anybody thought why trees defy gravity?
Trees? Trees don't like gravity. They grow up. God damn. Gravity's trying to bring them down. That's why trees are growing up. They hate gravity. God damn. What do you, don't you realize?
What the fuck?
What the fuck, bro?
This is a whole nother fucking level of fucking stupidity. Oh yeah.
I'm trying to write a paper and I just stopped. I was like,
Damn, I'm fucking cracking myself up. God damn, I can't freaking figure out where that shit came from. Holy fuck.
Same shit. Yeah.
All right, so gravity makes shit come down, but trees are going up against gravity. I mean, come on, man.
And birds can fly.
And butterflies are free to fly away.
Wait,
That's
Helio,
friggin'
what's
John-
heavier?
that's-
Wait, what's heavier, guy? Black ice, what's heavier? A ton of feathers or a ton of bricks?
Same shit. Ton is a ton.
Black ice.
What did you say,
What?
black ice?
Dude, what's heavier? ton of feathers or a ton of bricks?
It depends what planet you're on.
No shit.
You got
A
some
ton
new
of
form of gravity.
helium.
Gravity, as we know it, pulls shit to the center. But since the Earth flat, right, gravity gonna pull shit to the center of that fucking CD. Which leads me to reason number one. Bitch, all the plants will grow slanted. Fucking plants grow against gravity using negative geotropism.
I've
If an
seen
orange
this
fell off
guy
a
on
tree
TikTok.
sideways, it hit your ass in the face.
If an orange fell off
That's
a tree
great.
sideways, it would hit yourself in the head.
Gravity's your
The
mama's
Earth,
bitch.
that can only happen. That can only happen if the Earth was spinning.
Because gravity's even pull all around. But since gravity pulling to the center of a fucking
Yeah, I love it. I love
Wait,
that.
yeah, I mean, holy shit.
He used
What's
to
he
have
doing in
good
BC
content and he
checking one
started
still?
doing that.
Yeah, share that with
Because
Helio, so Helio can share that on the Groovy and share that with people.
No,
Other people.
that was somebody that was in here earlier.
Did somebody else play that before?
That's a
Who
TikTok
was
guy.
that guy?
No, that was Black Ice, 1995.
millions in a big ass dome of water somewhere.
There
on
it
Earth.
is.
Number three, bitch, all fucking sports playing with a ball would be impossible. Because the minute you throw that bitch, it's gonna pull it down towards the center of the disc. Because we live on a fucking plate, remember? Oh, y'all
Dude,
finna Number
we gotta
four,
make some
since
shit
all
out
the
of
water's
this.
gonna
We
pull
can
up
get
in the
with
big
MIDI
dome,
HC
guess
freaking
what the edge is gonna be? Desolate. Antarctica, the edge. Alright, fuck gravity. Fuck all that, huh? The edges of the fucking disc would be our deserts. And number five, bitch, going to the edge would be impossible. Because gravity pulling you towards the center as you get to the edge, which would be the edge of the atmosphere. So by the time you reach the edge of this big
You
ass
clearly
fucking
don't
cake hole
understand.
that we on, bitch, if you slip.
Who, this guy?
This is retarded.
Hey,
That's
Black
just a
Eyes,
guy trying to
did I
sound.
trigger you because I was bitching about gravity?
No.
All right. Let's rein this bullshit in.
Right. All right. So, Black
Well,
Ice, I got a question for you, bro.
I got a headache. Minute.
All right. I got several questions for you. Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Okay.
When you measure a surface in any direction and there's no curve, what do you call it?
Is he even here, Black Ice?
He's
Yeah,
not going to answer
he's
that
right above
question,
Helio.
but I'll just be
Hey,
like, that's just fucking
Why?
crazy.
I wasn't
That's a
asking.
dumbass question.
Say the question one more time.
Step off the
I
gas
said
a little
when
bit.
you measure a surface in any direction and there's no curve, what do you call it?
Black Ice?
Peter,
Oh,
Peter,
come
we-
on, brother.
Hold on, guys.
God damn it, let him answer.
Can you just let them two speak, everyone?
No,
Yeah, just
it's
those
already
two.
painful.
What'd you say?
If you measure a surface
In any direction and there is no curve, what do you call it?
flat.
Right. So that would be a flat surface.
Yes.
So my second question is, if the earth was flat, would you want to know?
Yes.
Okay. If you have any proof of when, where, and who measured the earth's curve, could you please provide any evidence?
That was concise.
Black Ice?
Yeah.
So is that a yes or no? Would you like me to ask you again?
I wouldn't be able to provide.
Okay. All right. So this is going to lead me to my next 3 questions to you, okay?
Okay.
What is the radius of the Earth's curve?
There is no radius.
I mean, okay, well, to the globers, right? they claim this radius. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the radius that the NASA claims, right? What is that radius? Do you know?
No.
Okay, that's no problem. NASA, right? This is what everyone looks to. Okay, all the space, the Earth's curvature that they claim. Okay, this is what all the globers claim, is that the Earth's curve, that the Earth's radius is 3,958.8 miles. Now, you don't have to just take it from my words. You can actually go ahead and look this up for yourself. You can Google this. You can look it up. NASA, they have it. That's what they claim. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, now my second question to you is, could you provide a citation of gas pressure without a container?
No.
No worries. Either could be. C. I mean, 3. Or my next question. You provide. Sorry. Could you provide?
I think he's just
Hold on,
like.
hold on. Let it finish.
Could you provide proof that the Earth is spinning? Yes or no?
No.
Can I have
Welcome
another
to the
question?
flat Earth.
Yeah.
Did I say that again? Because I couldn't
on.
hear. Someone talked over you.
Someone wanted to add an addendum. What was the extra question?
Do you know the difference between heliocentrism and geocentrism?
No.
You'll have to understand that for us to be able to explain further why that guy's videos don't apply to what we believe, that flat Earth is just a disc in space. That's something you'll need to understand.
Okay.
And whether or not that is true, from what you've admitted, from those admissions, God damn it. Is the Earth a shape?
It depends on how you look at it as a shape.
Well, what shape is the Earth?
Circle.
It's a circle. A circle's 2D. Earth can't be a circle. That's ridiculous.
So is it a tabletop or a golf ball? How would you describe it better?
Please don't be offended. We're just asking questions to see where your mind is at.
My mind is, I've never touched this subject until tonight, so I would have to.
Here's something you have touched: Earth. You've lived on Earth your entire life. How do you experience Earth? As a 2D circle or a 3D plane? Or a 4D globe? I mean, what is it? A 3D globe, 4D globe? I mean, it depends on how you look at it, or you pretend it to be. It could be, whatever you want it to be, I guess.
Or 4D.
I guess I guess I would say I'm in the middle, because from flying in airplanes and seeing landscape, it's hard to believe both.
Hold on. Have you
flown an
ever
airplane?
experienced 4 dimensions?
No.
Okay. So why would you believe that 4 dimensions exist? traveling in an airplane, walking across, walking through trails, experiencing Earth as you have all your whole life. Why would you believe that 4 dimensions exist?
Fake proof water ball. You'll
Did you say they proved? Who proved what?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, somebody
I
said
think that
they
was-
proved something.
No,
I think that was Enoch.
All right, so where's this 4th dimension that proves space time? Where's this 4th dimension of space time? Where is it? In your reality, has anyone ever experienced space time?
It's just speculation.
No, I don't believe. No.
Cool.
Absolutely
So
not.
the Earth is not the third rock from the sun in the warping and folding of space time as a result of the third rock from the sun warping and folding space time and all the stories that they've been telling us about Einstein's thing. This is not Earth has always been Earth. We don't need a 4th dimension. It's only 3 dimensions. This is our creation. We live here in our creation. The 4th dimension is a mystery because it doesn't exist.
So space is a concept, time is a concept.
And curvature is a concept.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with the space-time continuum is that it's a continuum of concepts. Oh, great. None of that is... How does that make it real?
It's 88 miles per hour. It's like when you go, like in the Back to the Future thing, you go 88 miles per hour. Boom! 88.
When this baby hits 88 miles per hour.
That's the 88, bro.
I don't experience the ball, but it's a ball. I don't experience motion, but it is moving. Of course.
Of course.
Because logic is in that direction. If it's not moving, that means that it's moving. And if it's not curving, that means that it's curving. Yes. That's the logic.
It's like 88 brings you back.
I'm speaking about nature. I'm not speaking about globe in a class.
I know, sure. Yeah, of course. And just like Jebby Jet just posted, both of those are the same.
And every one of us experiencing the same thing. And nobody can say that they experience something different because it will be lie. That means if I experience that, if you experience that, and if everybody experience that, why we think differently?
It's because we're human, man. Humanity experiences life different than everyone. It's the gift. It's the gift of God to experience this.
Why water keeps always level in every situation, but only not in situation of the earth? And you cannot even show that how is that happening? That it's
What's really interesting when you're standing and there's a huge cloud layer. As far as you can see, those clouds are at the same level. Like water, you can stand on the sea and you can see water at sea level, and then you can see the clouds, which, by the way, are water. at the same level, often to the distance, and as far as you can see, they meet each other.
Since I've never touched on this subject, and if gravity is always pulling us towards the center, and the outside is Antarctica,
I need to
keeping
stop
us
you.
together and holding us
No,
in.
don't stop him. Let him speak. Please let him speak his mind.
No gravity
Let him
pulls
ask the
us.
question. Let him ask the question because I'm actually curious about the question. Please go ahead.
It's not so much a question; it's where my mind is at. Where my mind is at.
Yep, go ahead.
3 things, or 4. 1, I can't believe it unless I see it, and therefore the scientists and the white coats and all the other people that were involved with them and anything, it's hard to believe when there's no real proof evidence, when it's easily altered.
Yeah.
So therefore,
it's nullified.
Well, I mean, it's not easily altered.
the way it all makes more sense when the Earth is flat because of gravity. And the way you view it from space, it's one big circle. And you're staying right in the middle of its gravity point.
What gravity point?
The middle of the circle.
Okay, but it's not gravity.
Yeah, gravity just means white. It's Latin for white. Can I ask you a question now? Because I wanted to stop you, but I will ask you a question. How something what is never proven doing something? You can't prove a negative. How can something what is never proven to do something? Yeah.
Hang on, is Blackie
You
a
can't
Glover?
just like what Hank said. Negative.
Is Black Ice a Glover?
He's kind of on the fence. That's why we're talking to him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
So
cool.
You can't prove a negative. Something that is in somebody's imagination, that's not reality, so it's not in nature.
I'll tell you another thing. Before we move down this path, nobody here is trying to convince anyone about flat Earth, ideas of any religion or creation or anything like that. We're actually looking at our reality and making observations. You can come to your own conclusions, and that's what we're trying to encourage people to do. Take a look at what we've seen, analyze our information, and then come to your own conclusions. I just want to encourage everyone to do that. So, because I don't know, I just feel like this guy is like not in that place. So.
Okay, we have observations on the beach, and we can see far away, and there is not drop of 8 inch per mile square. We have that like 1,000 observation. Do you want to see that?
Hang on, why don't we stick on gravity?
Good call.
You don't need to go out into the woods about this stuff. Let's stick on gravity with the guy.
Heliocentrism and geocentrism.
So are we moving on?
Look, do you
gravity?
Black Ice?
Yeah.
Do you think
So
stuff falls down?
let's speak about gravity and not tell him that there is no drop of 8 inch per mile square.
Yeah, because he's stuck on gravity. He's not going to hear what you're saying because he thinks there's gravity. That's why.
Yeah.
He's going to just reject everything you're saying because he's still stuck on gravity.
Right. So we need to figure out which gravity that he believes in.
Gravity, it's like can you tell me any other word, please? Just change it.
Basically, what we're asking you.
Can I use space dust for gravity?
Yeah.
Black Ice.
Yeah,
Basically, what we're asking you, Black Ice, is which gravity do you believe in?
I believe in
There's two
space
different
dust
gravities.
because it's the third one. Nobody proved the space dust
Space dust.
causing anything. But yeah, I only changed the word. It's not called gravity. It's called space dust. It's never proven, but it's doing everything what it's doing.
Okay, so that's the third one, is what you're saying?
Okay, let me ask him, Black Guys. Can you tell me what you think gravity is, or how you show it? Did we lose him? Oh, hey, what's up?
No, I'm still here.
Can you just explain like how gravity works and how you can demonstrate it?
The weight of an object.
Right. So can you keep on going on that? Weight of objects.
Because of the north and south gravitational field.
North and south fields.
No,
Tell me
those
about that.
are magnetic fields.
Hang on.
Magnetic field and magnetic poles is not gravity.
Let him say it.
Better.
Yeah.
Let's be simple, man. Can you answer us what you mean? What gravity is? Not north gravitational field. What gravity is for you?
Gravity is the center.
Gravity is the center.
Attraction to the center of mass.
Yeah, what does that even mean? The center of what? Because if you think about it, when you put it in a sentence, it doesn't make any sense. The gravity is the center of mass. It doesn't mean anything. You're going to give meaning to it because it's in your head, whatever it means to you.
Okay, let me
Listen now
do
this
a
sentence.
let me do a hypothetical.
Stardust is the center of the mass.
Let me do a scenario. So, Black Guys. So let's say I dig a hole into the earth, right? And let's say I can go all the way through. Just say I could. And I get on the chair and I just jump in that hole in that chair. Am I going to go down to the center of the earth and then at one point I'm going to turn around and start coming back up? Or how does that work? Am I going to go all the way through the earth? How does that work if it's in the center?
Does air have a center?
No.
Will I fall to the earth if did they go all the way through and jump on the chair and go down?
No.
So what would happen?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The sentence is ambiguous. They make it ambiguous, so you give it a meaning. They have not given it a meaning because it's gravity is the center of mass. It means nothing.
How far would you go down if you jumped in a hole?
Gravitational force, the weight is a constant and always point in the same direction.
In what direction? Where is the force?
When an object has nothing touching it, there is only one force acting on it.
Which force acting on what?
Which force? What kind of force? A force of what? Of attraction or of repulsion? No, when we talk about forces, we talk about attraction or repulsion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let me speak, and I know what you're saying here, but
if you don't have these two, attraction and repulsion, then you don't have a force. That's not a force.
Hang on. I think he said his head hurts. I think we should give him a break.
That's
hey,
the thing.
Black Guys, you're always welcome, bro. We'll be here.
Whenever you want.
We don't need to overbear you. We're just asking questions. So
Yeah,
you're always
I want to give you.
Which is fine. It's a little annoying when there's like multiple people talking and multiple people asking questions. And
I still didn't get what gravity.
Like that right there. I understand you guys are trying to get an understanding of what I believe in and what I think is real.
Yeah.
And I'm just not at a level that you guys are at. Like you guys have been into this for how many years? And I've only been in less than 6 hours.
Yeah, Black Eyes, hold on.
You're doing great, by the way, kid. You're doing great.
Yeah, you're doing good, bro.
I want to
get
give
get.
him. I want to give him an example to reflect on. Uh, I'm not talking about to explain you gravity and stuff like that. It's a simple question. Um,
Here.
Yeah,
I'll
he's
answer
getting a
it.
little
Here.
attacked a
you
little
should
bit
ask
though.
yourself when you think of gravity.
When
You
I
see,
think of gravity, I think
we
of
can
something
pour. No, no,
falling,
no.
and when
Let
it
me
hits the
finish.
ground, it stops.
Let me finish. I didn't finish. I'm explaining to you now. When you take a cup of a glass, yeah, and you pour water inside, and when you think of gravity, you say that gravity attracts the water, so it keeps it inside that glass, so it doesn't flow outside of the glass. Correct?
Because there's a barrier.
Yeah. And the water will stay inside the glass. It will not flow out because it should climb the walls of the glass upwards against gravity to flow outside of it. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
No.
But well, when you put a glass on the table, yeah, and you fill it half with water, gravity holds the water down to the bottom of the glass, yeah, and it doesn't let the water to climb the walls of the glass and leak out. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. What about superfluid liquid helium? Why does it leaking out? It's climbing the walls of its container and is going to be leaking out of it. All of it.
Get bigger. He doesn't know what about that, honestly.
It's finding
Now
its
we'll be
medium.
It's finding what?
Its medium.
Okay,
Medium.
so
What's
hold
the
on,
medium of
Get. Hold on,
liquid
Get.
helium then?
Hold on,
Yeah.
you're
Get. Hold
going
on.
too much away with him with this. Get big
Yeah.
cat.
Yeah,
It's
hold
not
on.
too much. It's not getting away. It's
I want you to
real
start with
stuff
temperature.
that
We
we
went to the
experiment.
gravity. Now we are on the
And
helium.
we can test
Okay,
this.
liquid
It's
helium. And
testable.
okay.
Okay, let's leave the gentleman alone. Yeah, he's had enough.
Yeah,
No
give
shit.
him a break, guys. Give him a break.
Let him think about this stuff. Marinate. He's already on the right path, man. I love your thought process, Black Ice. I like where you're going with this stuff. So yeah, you'll stick with it. I can hear the curiosity, man.
I have a question for Get Beget. Why would you give some crazy example which you know he cannot verify that?
Why don't we leave that
Like
for a
the
different
super
I
room?
know
fluid
he cannot
helium.
verify. What do you mean he cannot verify?
There's no way
He
he's gonna
can, but
verify
it's too
super fluid
complicated.
helium. That's ridiculous.
Way too complicated.
It is, but
He's not a mad scientist.
Wait. How much cost the vacuum pump?
He doesn't want to buy anything. You gotta give
How
basic
much does it
examples.
cost?
but
If it
Does a
costs
vacuum
anything, it's
pump?
too much.
Guys,
It's too
Godric,
much to cost me.
Godric,
Stop.
wait.
No, wait there,
Let,
guys. You can deal with this in a different room. This is going to turn into an argument at this point, right?
yeah.
So
I'm done.
A vacuum pump is sold in store, and it's free you don't need to have special license to buy one.
Why we don't have on this server at least 10 videos about 10 people made that?
There
Because
is.
you're
nobody did
absolutely
it.
right though. At
Nobody
least
did it. That's why. Not one person did that.
You're right. I'm just saying though, like he
On
just got
YouTube,
onto the
if
subject.
if somebody wants to look it up, they can find it. It's on YouTube. People playing around with vacuum pumps. It's all over the place. He's got a point, which
And
is
that,
the guys.
and
Yeah.
that will give me direction that Earth is flat.
It means that
it won't.
The vacuum doesn't fucking exist. It can't exist. It's chaos. Nothing can exist in chaos. Anyway, if it's
It
beyond
illustrates
somebody's
the point.
thought process, someone of it. Yeah. It gives a
Vacuum
point
cannot
that
exist not because of liquid helium, because it needs to be barrier there in between, nothing else.
Sasha, why you argue with me for, bro?
When did I say
I'm
that
only
vacuum
saying.
exists
No,
because of liquid helium? Sasha, when did I say
Yeah.
that?
what that guy.
Dropped off. Anyway.
So I'm reading this and it says, how does the weight depend on position and time? We observe from our everyday observations that all of the objects we are looking at have weight. We can feel them pulling down on our hands when we hold them. Since the object is exerting a normal force down on our hand must be exerting a normal force up on the object by Newton's third law. Since the object isn't accelerating, the forces on it must be balanced.
And now you
This
stop
means
You
at
are
me.
talking about
And now
Newton's
you're
Let him
saying
laws
like
read
of
it.
this,
motion.
Let him read
grading
it.
on
Hold on,
stuff
Gabby Get.
about.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna
bro.
start
No,
He's
muting.
just
You're
reading.
good.
He's just
Let
reading what
him
he
read it.
what he
Let him
he's
read it.
just reading what he found, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, let him read. And we can explain to him that that is just, again, poetry.
Yeah,
Gravity,
just
as he said, it's white. That's what the word actually means. If you look up the word, gravity means white. There is no force. It's just white, just like you weigh, I don't know, for example, 60 kilos. I weigh 130. That's just a weight. You measure something, it's weight. There is no force in a weight.
basically
It doesn't,
density.
it doesn't, it does not prove anything. It's not a
Weight is
mystical
given
force.
by weight is given by quantity.
Yes.
Volume.
Yeah.
No, not volume.
Quantity per volume.
Yeah.
If there's more volume.
But then that would go into density because I can give you a volumeric area that's massive that weighs 1 gram. Right?
Can I say something?
Yeah, well,
say
both of them go
something. Go ahead.
together. It depends how you want to categorize it, but continue.
Just can be a bit confusing. So.
As long as
Go
you
ahead.
talk about
Go ahead.
superfluid helium.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry, dude.
Okay, if you are stuck into helium, I'm gonna move to the next thing, the next tip for black ice. If gravity is real, then people should be, these scientists, they should be able to explain why graphene aerogel does not float in the air. Why doesn't it levitate? Because graphene aerogel is 7 times lighter than the air. So we have a thing which is lighter than the air, but it's not going up. It sinks at the bottom, to the ground. It sticks to the ground. Why? Because it is
can't hear you.
solid. Oh, yeah.
You guys
Anyway,
you guys overdid it, man.
Probably got a call.
1 second, 1 second. Whoever it was that was reading something out a moment ago, you didn't get to finish doing so. So would you like to redo what you were doing, or would you want to move on?
He deafened.
I think he
He
definitely
definitely-
himself, bro.
All right.
Yeah, definitely.
Too much, guys. Too much.
He'll get there. It's just people need to realize when they're reading stuff, it is ambiguous. There is no specificity in what they are reading. That's why people get these thoughts and imaginations in their own head, because the thing is not specific. If I say, hey, you, what is a you? There is no you. I have to be specific and call out somebody's name.
That's the good thing about us holding their hand. So if they read something like that and then they refer to like Newton's law, we can go and visit that, talk about that, debunk that, and then make them realize what they've read and based entirely a fact is just some pseudoscience experiment and some.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you.
Oh, he almost got there.
It's
Listen,
cool.
we got to be careful not to jump on them all at once. I know we're all chomping at the bit, but we really got to be respectful of one person at a time, if the best we can. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When somebody starts to read something, sorry, go ahead.
Like
No,
he was
you're right.
getting
You
a
already
little bit.
When you're reading something, it's because you don't understand it, so you're just learning it for the first time.
Hi,
When
folks.
you're
How are you
reading,
doing? Can I say something now?
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Thank you very much. You, Master Chief, did a great job in starting with the radios and starting with these 3 questions where you said that if you cannot find a curve anywhere, then what is it? It's flat, right? And I think it would be a good idea to continue on that line and say, and if we can find no curve, if we can prove to you, but you can prove to yourself by go out and testing it that there is no curve. Keep it simple. Then how can it be a globe? Start there, explaining
Well, that is
gravity and
what he did,
density and
right?
all those things that we know about. That is very confusing to him. And you kept
No, it's
interrupting
not
each other.
confusing.
Listen,
He's been through all these questions. He's not a
right.
glober.
Wait there, get me get. So the last 2 times I've heard this guy speak, one with the accent, it's been to comment on what other people are saying in here. You can only regulate what you're saying yourself. Allow the people that have that thing in their mind to do so, right? Either lead by example or shut the fuck up, basically. It's my advice, because I'm not saying that for myself. I'm just saying those types of comments. This is a learning process. People reflect back on what they've said. Enoch did say, effectively
on that
point.
on that point,
Hold
on that point, Jebby Jet and Crack Villain, meet someone where they are. No, they may come in and try to say they might try to speak above their ability, but just just
come back.
I won't
That's what
say
he was saying,
put them
bro.
in their place. Just
That's literally.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Then we're on the same page. Anyway.
I just want to let you guys know. Hey, I just want to let you guys know that this kid, he's a very good kid, man. He's very bright.
I know, Enoch. I know.
Welcome back, man.
I know.
The whole
Yeah,
thing
and I
is-
wanted to say that. And when I gave my example with liquid helium and stuff, I was explaining before that I'm trying to give him an example and something to think, to reflect on.
Okay, he's back.
But yeah, I was being interrupted, and so it
Everybody was being interrupted. Let's try to work on that. Hey,
Okay.
welcome back, Black Ice.
But also, I remember that I said we have observation and examples that we can show you that that there is not 8 inch per mile squared, and we want to see that, and we move to gravity after that.
Sasha, we've been through this with him.
Oh, sorry, I don't know.
He knows. He knows it, and he's not a glober. He doesn't
No,
claim.
I didn't think that he's a glober.
Yeah.
The only point was
Good,
that I
good.
didn't know that he
Good,
go through. Somebody
he
could tell me,
chose-
Sasha. Yeah, sorry. That's
I'll
my,
explain to you.
So I think
He
then-
chose to
I
go
think then-
towards
That's my
towards
fault there.
gravity. He left that bit alone, and he chose to go there. So we went with him because we're not here to.
I know. I
point
thought
him
that
in any
he
direction.
mean that he's
How
not.
about
What is the definition of force for you? Force. In order to move something, you need force.
Force as an arbitrary term? I mean, what do you mean by force?
Wait,
order-
Enoch, pose the question
Okay,
to who
forget-
answer it as well, because the whole room's going to jump in and try and.
Why don't we have one guy talk to him? Somebody speak up and talk to him.
Crack Villain, you want to take it?
Hold on, I'm not done.
I'm asking Enoch to just ask the question to whom he wants to answer it, right? That's all. Just so that everyone don't jump in like this happened, right?
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking.
I'm
one
not
person
looking to talk. I'm not really looking to talk right now.
Okay.
I'm just getting pissed off if everyone's talking over each other.
Well, I mean, he asked, what is force? I mean, what do you understand as force?
Electricity is a force. Magnetism is a force.
That's what. Well, man,
Everyone shut the fuck up right now. Enoch was asking a question. Enoch, let him restate his question because everyone's jumping in on the fucking point, right? Let Enoch, I'm getting sick of this. Been listening for the last 2 days, not really jumping in much myself, right? Everyone is talking over everyone all the time. What the fuck is going on? Right? Let him ask his question again. Don't let someone else. Clearly, people are trying to talk to this one guy, right? Okay. Yeah. Enoch was probably posing that question to his friend, or vice versa. I don't know. So let him restate his question and direct it toward who it is he wants to speak to. Because this sounds ridiculous, guys. Sorry to get angry, but I had to shout to get it across because
I
people are
get it.
talking over me.
Let him ask and I'll answer.
Force, as in gravity. In order to move something, it needs force to move. Gravitational, gravity. To push, whether it's left, right, diagonal, up, down. Helium, why does it go up? Why can't it go down? Why can't it go left? Why can't it go right? Air, it's all around an object. You hold a ball, you drop it, it goes straight down. If you hold the ball and you let go of it, why doesn't it go up? Why doesn't it go left? Because there's air all around it.
Right. Okay. So the question to me was force. What is force? Right.
Yes.
So force is physical power or strength possessed by a living being. Strength or power exerted upon an object. Physical coercion or violence. Right. These are two definitions I just gave you of force.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
For beget, the answer or
Yes.
the question you were trying to get to me that took 5 minutes. What exactly do you want me to answer? That way I can get my mind off of it. And then you
On
guys
which
can continue
question? I'm
to shout
sorry.
over each other.
On which question? I'm
That's a
sorry.
good one.
Back to the screaming over each other. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead, Jibba Jet.
I'm about to smoke a bowl 'cause I'm getting a little.
Well, I'm with you, bro.
Well, I don't know. I don't remember which question you.
I think it was
Force,
about
man.
helium.
Force. Gravity.
Yeah.
Force. Come on.
Oh, about force.
Stop.
Okay. Yeah.
You asked me about gravity, and then you said something about helium. Explain to me so I get a
Yeah.
better understanding, because I'm new to this. I've only been in this Discord for 6 hours, and I've only been like I've
Yes.
ignored
Yes.
I've ignored the shape of the Earth all my life until now because of
And it's
Enoch.
4:00 in the morning
I
where
was.
he's at, man.
That was. I wanted to suggest you. When you think of gravity, when you hear people talking about gravity and this stuff, you know that gravity holds water on a cup, on a glass. You know, it holds us to the ground, everything. It holds the oceans to the ground, everything. But when we look at the behavior of superfluid helium, we see that this liquid, which is cold, very cold, below the lambda point, it's flowing upwards. It's climbing the walls of its container and will be leaking outside of it. It will not stay contained. And it's flowing upwards against the gravity. A very funny, strange thing that happened. It's you need to go to quantum mechanics to study why this thing is happening, because it's a quantum mechanic phenomena. It's not. It has nothing to do with gravity, and it shows that gravity actually is tooth fairy. Gravity is not the cause why things fall or stick to the ground. And to even strengthen all this, I'm saying, look at these new discovered materials like graphene aerogel is the lightest solid in the world, and it is 7 times lighter than the air we breathe. So in the logic of gravity, this material should be floating on top of the atmosphere, you know, should be rising upwards.
So
But it
helium
does
is
not.
being
It
pulled by
does not.
gravity.
When you have a graphene aerogel in your hand, a small piece of it, and when you drop it, when you release it, it will fall to the ground. And yes, when you search on internet, you will find explanation which will tell you that this material is a porous material. It is like a sponge. So a sponge, you can have it dry, it's very light, but when you put it in water, it will absorb water and it will be very heavy, because it will have the weight of the water inside of it also. So about this graphene aerogel, they say that it is filled with air inside, but the air is not in a container inside. It's not contained. It is in a free state. So it goes through it, It doesn't get trapped inside it. So this means that when you try to weigh this material, when you put it on a scale, you can see what is this material weight. But they say to us that you are actually weighing the air also. But I'm taking my scale, I put it on a table, and I set the 0, before measuring, weighing something. And then I hold my hands in a cup shape, I bring above this scale and I'm pouring down the air that was sitting in my hands, that I was holding in my hands. And that air is going to fall on the scale, and I'm going to be able to see how much that air is weighing. It's a joke, right? This is what they are telling us. So that material does not float because it is a solid and belongs to the negative plane of existence, the ground. I don't want to go any longer because it's a lot of information you have to take in.
It is, and to be honest, go ahead. I want to hear your response. I mean, what do you think about what he said?
Air, helium. Air goes down. Helium goes up, but they're the same thing. You can't weigh air, but you can weigh helium because it is a solid, so therefore it does belong in the ground.
Wait, you can weigh helium? No, how can you weigh helium? What do you mean? Helium is a chemical.
Remember Professor, what was it? Professor, what's that professor guy? It weighs 4.4 grams a mole.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, Where'd he go? Black Ice. Hey, I tagged you in a post in the live stream voice text about gravity. Thank you.
No, man. Yeah. Did you get any of what Gabby was just telling you about? Or were you just kind of like off in the nether?
No, I was listening. I can get a gist of it. I just need
you
to
ever
do
listen,
more.
You ever heard that song, "Twisting, Turning Through the Nether"? You know the Metallica song, right? Anyway, anyway, so when it comes to gravity, if you have this idea of gravity as being a thing that attracts masses, with either you can pick Einstein or freaking Newton, and you can pretend that shit exists. Masses attracting masses or warping of space time, and just bundles of mass and warping space time, and that's what causes gravitational turns and all that kind of stuff. That's all mathematical. There is nothing that way that exists on Earth in reality. Nobody can experience that, test it, prove it. It's all mathematical, conceptual.
Yeah.
Wait.
All right. So
if they think
the reason that objects fall down or go up is density and buoyancy. You don't have to throw a bunch of shit math at it.
Yeah.
And to add to that, if it was round, why is there air at the bottom? When you put air in water, it goes up and out.
Hold on. Air, you're going to have to define air at this point. Air.
Oxygen.
Oxygen is not air. Oxygen is an element.
It's a gas. Air is a mixture of gases.
Yeah, air is a mixture of gases. Yeah. So I mean, it's a dynamic. It's dynamic. Everything's still dynamic. It's like you don't just discount the whole thing because we all experience the same thing. It's how it's interpreted that we move forward.
And I will explain. You see, air and liquids, they are both fluids, but they are different kind of states of matter. They are nothing alike. They look similar. They look to have similar behavior, liquids and air, but they are not. Most of the liquids are incompressible, and air is compressible.
Well, it's like at the base concept, right? Air, or let's take water for instance. It's the only substance that we know of that in the natural state can exist as a solid, liquid, and gas.
Yeah.
The only known substance in all of existence that can exist in three states in the natural form. Other objects, or other gases, or other molecules and stuff can be manipulated to, like say carbon dioxide. You can put it in a cold state and make it, make it. But you're gonna have to manipulate it. But water exists in a natural state all across Earth in three different phases.
Yeah.
Without us fucking with it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the only one. And I mean, other elements you have to manipulate them to exist. under pressure, to utilize them. What's really curious for me is why do people
Check that voice text, Black Ice. If you could, please.
I think people want to think. I don't know.
If you like this mathematical and calculus side of science, yeah, I can give you some, because you said when we talk about gravity, it's a lot of math and physics and formulas and stuff.
Yeah,
but there is a kind like an explanation for the down vector, which at MIT University they call it incoherent electrostatic acceleration, and another kind which like elite academicians of this world or real scientists, they talk about incoherent dielectric acceleration, where magnetism and electricity is directly involved into this effect that we call the down vector.
And you know what? It has nothing to do with baseballs.
Yeah. And believe me, how much do you know about magnetism, for example?
Not a lot.
Well, I had a book in my library at home, and this book had 2,800 pages. And it was called Magnetism. And this book is only like one from a whole library, like giant library.
Well, you had
That's how
one
much
book that was called
mankind.
Magnetism.
Yeah. It was exclusively about magnetism. Yeah.
Globe.
So.
What? Did you just say globe?
No, Glatt. Glatt Flobe.
Oh, Glatt Flobe.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's he talking about?
The density and Archimedes principle.
Oh.
That's basic common sense. Is this what you've been trying to get to me the whole time?
Yeah, there's no need for gravity because gravity doesn't exist. I mean, and once you realize that gravity doesn't exist, then you can move forward to understand that you don't need gravity for anything. And the only reason you need gravity is if you believe that you're the third rock from the sun and you're part of, this big vast universe.
Well
Earth
said,
is the only place. Earth is the only place that exists. You
Hello,
don't
can I
need
speak?
gravity. There's no such thing as gravity.
I'm new here.
Gravity was created in order to explain a downward vector or a objective direction of down all the way across the face of a spherical ball. Because obviously, what came first? Was it gravity or was it the globe? Obviously, it was first.
I think someone else is trying to talk.
Forward. Well, I don't
Well-
care. I was talking.
Yeah.
At first, obviously, it was the globe that was, pushed forward, and then gravity was an afterthought in order to explain that objective direction of down that we all experience. Now that person can speak. Again, allow the moderators to do the moderation. I don't mind being the prick for a little while to get this room back in order.
Okay, so I had to go through like this other room to get here, right, to speak, right?
Yes.
So they didn't really answer my questions. They just did a lot of question asking. So like, is everybody here just like flat Earth people? You know what I mean?
I mean, gravity. We're gravity
like,
deniers, I guess.
I hear you, helioskeptic.
I'm
You seem
just
like
playing. I'm
a
just
weathered
playing.
fellow,
Yeah.
like that's leading the thing, right?
Yeah, almost
So
90%
okay, so
of people. Yeah.
I hear
No, I'm
that
not
you have
leading it.
your
I mean, you just came
well,
in when I was
you just
talking to
sound like
someone else.
like I said, you sound like a weathered man that knows what, or at least
Weather,
knows what
does it mean that
you've been
you picture
around
me as a
longer than me.
gray-haired,
You're
freaking
older than me.
bearded?
That's all I'm saying.
You're right. I
Okay,
have
hold
a
on,
beard and I have
hold on.
gray hair.
Okay,
You
so I
know,
hear
No,
you talking about like gravity's
no,
not real.
Helio is
So
not our wizard.
Oh,
Again.
I'm almost
I'm
over. I'm
just
almost done.
fucking
I'm
with it.
almost done.
I'm just
So I hear all
Carry
this
on.
stuff about the gravity. So I hear, so what's your thought on like the Matrix instead of a flat Earth? You know,
It's the same like when you cannot grow.
That was
Bread
directed
cannot grow
towards
without
Helio.
air.
Wait there. That was clearly directed towards Helio. Again.
Listen, Matrix versus flat Earth. Now, I wouldn't even
like which one? Because okay, sorry. So I would believe a Matrix before flat Earth, but
hold on. Check this
globe is
out.
widely accepted, so it's
The
easy
way
for me
I
to believe that.
Well, the way I picture Earth, I mean, I always call it Earth. Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. You can describe it any
Because
way
it's
you
widely
want.
accepted.
How do you accept Earth? Do you accept it by what you've been presented through your education system or whatever? Listen, Earth presents itself to you. Look inside yourself. Look at Earth. What do you accept? Now, when I was saying you probably came in when I was saying I don't think gravity is a thing. Did you hear me say that?
Yeah, but
All right,
I'm not
cool.
basing
But
my judgment
all
on
right,
you. On that,
but you're probably new to the subject, so you don't know why I'm saying gravity doesn't exist the way that they explain it. But so you're brand new. So have you ever talked to anyone about this before?
I mean, me and my friends, when we get hella fucked up on some drugs or something, we'll go.
Oh wait,
deep into this
are
shit,
your friends, any of your friends, knowledgeable and talk about this a lot, or you just guys?
I mean, it's hard to look shit up and believe what you see on the internet, so we make our own kind
All
of.
right, so this isn't about
get
belief.
together
This
on
is about what you experience every single day. You can go out.
Well, that's how we base our conversations.
All right, so
honestly, if
when you
anything.
go out, do you ever experience the globe when you go outside?
I mean, I don't know what you're trying to say. Experience the globe.
Yeah, when you go outside hiking, camping, fishing, freaking the earth, driving to work, driving back and forth, flying in an airplane. Do you ever experience the globe?
Like, am I just looking at stuff, or am I just being?
Well, you should. I mean, especially if you're flying an airplane. I mean,
Sure,
shit,
yeah.
you're 35,000 feet above the earth.
I'm experiencing my environment. Yeah.
All right, so that's Earth, right? That's Earth. You've always been here, always have been, always will be. This is Earth. Now, if someone said, "Hey," this is the line they've sold us. All right, so you're a human on Earth. I mean, we were all taught the same shit growing up, so let's just get past all the bullshit, right? We were taught some again third rock from the sun, solar system, all that kind of shit, right? We never experienced it. Even if you flew in a commercial aircraft flight, you never seen the globe. You might think, oh, I saw the curvature from an airplane. I mean, you can lie to yourself about that. Nobody's ever seen the curvature of the Earth. So where is this curvature, and where is this? The extent of what personal knowledge, fundamental in your heart, in your brain. Where is this globe? It only exists in your mind due to mental programming and television. There is no globe Earth. There is no third rock from the sun. There is no heliocentric model, there's no solar system. Earth is Earth. Earth is the center. Sun, moon, and stars moving above our head, just like the Bible says. And I'm not even a Christian, so I'm just saying. But that's the story, and it's not just the Bible. All of ancient cultures have said that. Sun, moon, and stars moving above us, Earth not moving. What you got to say about that?
I don't even remember how this brought up, but it wasn't about the flat Earth. What you were asking me, but you brought it around to flat
Well,
Earth.
it's the
So I
Flat
don't even
Earth
remember
channel.
what the.
This
I
is
don't
the
ever-
Flat Earth
I don't-
channel, so we're going to
Well, I
talk
don't
about
remember
Flat
what
Earth.
the original question was. You asked me
Well,
like 4 or 5 different questions right there.
All right. Well. I mean, what do you experience when you move across Earth? Do you experience Earth as a globe?
Oh, so these people before I got in this channel, right? They asked me what the difference is from a belief and knowing something, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So I told them I believe in shit that I feel like I know, right? And I wouldn't sit here and deny flat Earth or deny a globe because I don't know truthfully. But I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lean one way or the other because
Awesome.
I personally don't know.
Well, are you willing to take a look at some of the information here? I mean, you sound. I
Oh,
mean,
I've heard a bunch
you're-
of science. I'm not a person to go out of my way. It doesn't, I can sleep at night.
No, it's not scientific. It's from personal observations of other people.
Oh, well, I've heard
it's
all
like-
the sides of it. I've heard every angle you could come at. I don't know.
It's really. It's kind of, I mean, it can some of this thing. Once you figure some of this stuff out, it can get political, and people just like hate. They hate you because they ain't you, I guess, or whatever, or because you don't believe the mainstream nonsense. But no one here is trying to convert anyone to flat Earth or anything like that. We're just like trying to find people that are seeking knowledge, and we're offering an avenue for truth. And it's please don't believe me because I'm the last person that you should believe. But this is just like, it's a straightforward truth. Earth, you grew up on it. This is Earth. We all grew up on Earth, right? Same. It's just kind of weird to me that people don't see it, I don't know. I remember being in school, and I made a little styrofoam solar system. Sun in the middle, Earth third rock, Mars fourth rock, Venus closest, Mercury. Oh, I'm going to get an A for making a styrofoam solar system. And I think I did get an A for that.
Can you get the right answer if you don't ask the right question?
No.
See, that simple it is. We all seek to ask pertinent questions. Religions don't. They work with belief systems.
But they're not necessarily wrong, though, in a lot of situations. Because I think, belief systems or religions actually are more connected to history than any of the quote unquote sciences are.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult.
We do have these cults, like they call themselves Jehovah Witnesses or all these cells, religious cells. And when you
Wait a
go,
minute. I wasn't talking about Jehovah's Witnesses.
yeah,
I was talking. Well, I mean,
I know, but it's like a religion cult, it's in their own church. And also those who have the church of UFO, aliens, and stuff. Yeah, they have their church, and they believe. That's
Hey,
that's
let
what
me
they
ask you
do.
something, Jeb. Have
Yeah.
you did you grow up in a Christian family or any kind of religion, or were you in? I mean, you were in
Well,
Romania, right? I mean that's
yeah,
probably Catholic, right?
I'm Christian Orthodox.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So you're
And
you're Christian basically,
yeah,
or
the main.
that's the way you were raised basically. And so anyway,
No, he is more Christian than Catholic, Helio, but okay.
yeah, sure.
That's not a joke.
Yeah,
Helio.
because the Catholics are over there in fucking South America. All right.
No, because Catholic Church came from the Orthodox Church, Helio, in the history.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it.
When did you
It's
get moved to South?
more
Where?
a conservative religion. Orthodox
No, I
is
get it. Yeah, Orthodox. Yeah.
No, it's the first Christian religion. Get you bet.
Well, I mean, I guess
No,
it depends
some
on
of
it.
it
It
is.
depends on if you think the.
Should
We're
we
not going to
discuss that?
argue about this. I was just wondering if he
Anyway,
actually was raised as a Christian. That's all I was asking.
yeah.
Okay.
That's all I was
In my
asking. I didn't want to
family,
get into
in
the
my
religious part
family,
of it. I just was wondering if he was raised.
in my family, my grandfather was baptized. He was a Baptist, but not by choice. Like he was forced. Uh, After the Second World War, it was an American movement, something like this, that came in Romania, and yeah, they forced people to
That was
baptize
after World
themselves.
War II.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he wasn't a believer. He did not believe in God or stuff like that. But he was a very moral person.
Your dad was a good guy.
My grandmother was religious. She was going to the church every Sunday and stuff like that. So I was going with her. She was taking me when I was a child. But when I
Was it
started
what Rush was it Orthodox? I don't know what
Orthodox church,
Orthodox,
yeah,
but is it Russian Orthodox or
like Russian, yeah,
yeah? Okay, cool.
yeah. And when I started school, 7 years old, I moved to the city, and I got broken from this, but religion, like going every Sunday and stuff like that, dressing nice, blah blah.
Well,
At school,
shit. When that shit, I had to do that shit all the way through high school. What the fuck are you talking about? I was raised Catholic, Roman Catholic in America. In Arkansas, in the South, I was a Catholic.
Yeah.
Holy crap, man! I mean, I'm in the southern United States as a Catholic. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So anyway.
So at school, I was broken off from religion. We started studying biology, geography, physics, and teachers. They were saying that, hey, this Bible, religion stuff, keep it home. If you want to believe it, follow it. Yeah. But
Wait, the teachers in
it's
the
not
church were saying
science.
not
Yeah.
to follow it?
In school, the teachers in school. Yeah.
Oh, the teachers are saying to deny the religion?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh man, that's horrible.
Yeah. And we still had religion classes, but only 1 hour a week. And we had a priest coming as a teacher, and he was telling us like, hey,
you're saying after after World War II and everything started to settle down and everything, so then was Romania kind of established as an atheist kind of like state?
no, we were Orthodox, but the communists actually closed a lot of churches. Then they opened back, and the church was not a governing system anymore.
Because I know
Romania.
during with the Russian idea, under Marx, that was shit was like all freaking atheist stuff. And but so after that, I'm just wondering, it was Romania. So there were a lot of people trying to bring the church back, and it was just
You see,
hard.
in Romania was a monarchy before the communism, and in the monarchy, the church system is a very dominant governing system. And when it fell, when they removed monarchy and these legionnaires brought communism and stuff, they took the power of the church. Like,
Yeah, I imagine the whole fucking everything fell apart at that point.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
So and that's how it is now. But yeah, people have to have this distinction between when they say, "Oh, what do you believe?" When you ask me what do I believe, that has almost zero relevance to reality.
Yeah.
It's not science.
When someone says, "What do you see?"
Yeah.
That's
When I
that's why
see,
I would say,
well,
hey,
yeah,
Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. I see Earth, I see people, I see spirit, I see love, I see vice, I see everything. Everything.
You see facts, yeah.
Yep.
But we can lie to ourselves, like, hey, I see something different than you. Like, you say, oh, the sun is bright in the sky, and I say, oh no, the sun is dark in the sky. Like, I'm lying, obviously. A million people say otherwise, against me, but I'm the only one who says it's dark. So yeah, I can make that choice to do this, but it will make me a fool. It will not make me true. I'm not relating facts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'll tell you one thing. I mean, the sun is bright in my heart, man. 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The same here.
Yeah. So I really appreciate everything you guys do here all day long. All you guys, man. I really appreciate it. It's freaking, I think it's a light in a lot of people's world, in a world that's obviously gone completely freaking insane, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I hope it gets better before it gets worse, because right now it looks pretty dismal. And I want everybody to just not believe the bullshit in the mainstream media. But I just don't think that's going to happen. But I don't know. We're going to have to freaking do
I
it.
tell you a secret. When we had the revolution in Romania in 1989, the army was fighting against these people who went out in the streets to demonstrate against the communist regime. But these people were actually instigated by infiltrated CIA agents, not official CIA, but mercenaries, spies. And I saw groups of men marching on the street at night and shouting, "Oh, down with the communists, down with Ceausescu, the tyrant," and stuff. Yeah. And
they call them. What's the name? What's the name of those people where they pay people to freaking antagonize? They're called shit. I always forget this.
Agent provocateur and agitator.
There you go, agent provocateur.
Yeah.
Thank you, correct, Bill.
Yeah.
And it's really sad. It's really sad that everyone they can influence a crowd of hundreds of people. Just like they could pay two people fucking $500 each to just walk out there and go, we wouldn't just cause problems or just throw a grenade or some shit. And
it works. It works.
Well,
it does work. I actually started a riot before I've actually done this myself.
Are you an agent provocateur?
Yeah, I've done it on accident before, 100% in a certain situation. I've caused things like that to happen. Yeah, all it takes in certain scenarios is for one person to like throw a punch or just shit like that.
Well, it's like at the same time. I mean, if you're at a protest, in a protest, you don't want to be the first one to throw a punch, and neither do the cops or whatever. You're just like, hey, I'm speaking out. But then you get a dumpster fire in the back. It's like, oh shit, here we go, and everybody's just like,
but now the point I wanted to make with this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
This regime fell only when the people took over the national television station and they broadcasted a message saying that the army is with us, with the people. And only then the army stopped like fighting the people, because they were coming with tanks and these military transporters in the city, and they were driving over civilians and children and everything.
So they might have even agent provocateur themselves to stop themselves from freaking rolling over. I don't. It's like problem, reaction, solution, right? It's freaking crazy shit, man. These
people forget. Actually, people do forget that people live in countries and in your lifetime, and not my own. No, there were some things that happened in Romania after I was born in '93.
The miners' revolution later. It was a massacre.
Exactly. Yeah, people forget that it's just a European country, but going back not that long ago, there were these huge revolutions almost. Crazy stuff, man.
If you want to know, I can give you a story of the life.
Yeah.
But I need, if you want, but we need to do that privately, and I can tell you. And
man.
To be honest, Romania is a pretty small country compared
not
to
about Romania, but about Yugoslavia. But
yes, bro,
yeah,
I'd love to know stuff about Yugoslavia.
There's a lot of freaking crazy shit.
I'm coming from one fucking. It was totally destroyed. Totally.
Oh man.
Yeah, man. Yugoslavia.
It's not that point of destroying in that time, I realized that in love and war, everything is allowed.
Exactly. Oh yeah, man.
Because man, in that real sentence, and that's what is allowed. That I can speak to you, but you will never ever believe. That is like people writing history, and they're saying we know our history. We don't know our history because that small moment what happened. Nobody wrote about that. And that is not small moments. That is awful.
I bet you I believe
What?
more. I believe more than you know because anyone that knows me, I've had a stupidly crazy life, right? And I'm very young, right? So some of you guys are a little bit older than me, and living in countries that I happen to know about some of the unfortunate history of countries like Yugoslavia and Romania. I'd love to know some first-hand knowledge about that, experiences within. Like you said, all is fair in love and war, right? And I was talking about this literally last night and again the other day, which is that when you murder people, and when people are being murdered, there's contracts that you're sort of entering with, whether you want to see it as, Abba, Yah, God, whatever it is, whether you want to see it, the universe. People, when you steal from someone, when you murder someone, people are entering into contracts effectively with the environment, which is that I am allowing this to be done to me, right? And the thoughts that run through men's heads as they're about to die, right, will allow them to commit atrocities. There's often like young men in war, right? Young men remember being very young, and it's sort of like, fuck it, if no one else can have it, I won't. Those types of thoughts creep into the mind, and that goes across a broad basis, and
yeah, it's disgusting.
And crack, my story is not a military in a war. It's a civil
that's cool.
in a war.
Civilian, yeah.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff that I've found out about, in the past 200 years through different wars across Europe and through, America and everything, and all the bloodshed and gore and freaking power plays and shit. Oh man, that we can't necessarily talk on here a lot about. It's the most disgusting thing that these fucking assholes that control us now to this day. It's just like it's just putrid. And
Craig, can you imagine me when somebody come inside and asking why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie?
For me, that question, it's not touching only the point of the, the earth. It's of everything. And I am thinking, are you crazy? How you, what? I can give you, I can give you like 1 billion.
Hey, everything's good. It's butterflies and rainbows. Sorry,
Helio.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired.
Okay, I
No
thought
worries,
you were
Black
telling
Eyes,
me
dude.
I'm just talking too much. I thought somebody was telling me to shut up.
No.
Who's that, Gladflow?
No, that's Black Eyes that's about to go. Yeah, sorry, Sasha. What was the end of what you were saying?
I could like give 1 billion examples why some authority will lie. Because on the end, it's
100%.
authority. For one person, I don't know why one person would lie, but for one authority, I can give you. I don't know.
I can give you $100 million worth of reasons why somebody would lie.
I'd say, like, when we look at authorities, we could almost rationalize why they would lie, even, right? Like, look at like what you guys are talking about, get right with the revolution and what happened in Yugoslavia with Sasha. When you have authorities that sort of feel like they're placed on these pedestals in order to do a job and to do so well, like it becomes very easy to lie. Like when we have people that are extremely frightened, even like sometimes a lie starts off for a good reason and then it devolves into something that has to be protected over time, and then obviously sometimes the actual protection of the lie, atrocities end up being committed that are much worse than what the lie was protecting originally, right?
Yeah.
And you get lost in that, and men do get lost in that because they lose their true north.
That's where the tears start coming.
Greg, they were using on the national television the same news on the opposite side. Only they changed the number.
He's like, we're only making these deals with these corporations that are funding the enemy because we need the money and bada boom, bada bing.
Yeah, 100 people died in London, but no, 100 people died in Berlin that day in the same time. You know, that was not that was playing like that, that. People was believing.
Like real propaganda.
Of course, and I was watching media in that time, 92, 93, and because I could catch both sides because of frequency, blah blah blah.
No, if it was 100 people died, it was 10,000 died.
In that time, I was thinking if I'm like an extreme nationalist, but like extremes, if you know the geography, if I'm extreme Serb, I'm living in Zagreb, but I'm extreme Serb nationalist, but I'm living in Zagreb in that time, I will become extreme Croatian even if I'm extreme Serbian.
Of course.
Because of media. I cannot, I will look and say, what the fuck, look what they are doing. Of course, many things happened. it was not optical goal, no.
It's the same it was the same in Ukraine, right? Like where we have the pro-Russian, separatists versus, the people that believe they're nationalist. And like we see this, and I've personally heard of examples, and I've met men that have told me, like, I've fought for both sides, and I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, man, the propaganda is real out here. That was quite strange. I met like very big groups of men that were like, Ukrainian and Russian and Eastern European, and people forget that a lot of the Eastern European countries end up fighting the wars of the Finns, the Russians, whoever it is, right? Like. A lot of switching and changing of sides, right? Like, well, you know that yourself, Sasha. Like you were saying,
I'm always curious for people. Now, for example, take Afghanistan, take Iraq, take Syria, whatever. We are watching news, blah blah blah, but we are not thinking about one guy or two guys or girl, whatever, one person who is now there and thinking like this: when this fucking will finished. I want this all finished. I don't fucking care about this conflict. I don't want to be in this conflict. I want this finished. I want my civil life back.
Here's my experience. It's like when I was growing up, I wouldn't say I was anti-government, but I was always kind of like, yeah, fuck you. I mean, like, in high school they had ROTC, which is like preliminary for the military and stuff. Not that I didn't respect those guys, man. They're like soldiers, doing all that kind of stuff, right? But anyway, but these soldiers that had to go to war after, in my era, like 9/11 and stuff, then they come back and they're like, fuck war. And fuck Americans for sending me over there. They're all like freaking woke. You know what I'm saying? All the guys that went to Afghanistan and Iraq are like, this is some bullshit. They sent me over there for some nothing bullshit, and I'm sure it's the same for a lot of people in Europe and different countries too. They're like, man, fuck that shit. No.
Pat Villain. Hey, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, bro, but I missed that Black Ice had left. Did he leave on good terms?
Yeah, of course. Left like 20 minutes ago.
Okay, I know. I was just curious if he left on good terms. That's all.
No, he did 100%.
Okay, cool.
100%, dude. Just comment on that, Helio. So literally, was it not yesterday, the day before? I seen a good friend of mine from when I was younger, and he broke down crying because obviously everything that's happened in Afghanistan.
I have a good friend that
he's like
has
saying to me it was all for nothing,
from Afghanistan.
Well, no, he was fine. He hasn't got PTSD, but obviously he knows people that have, and then obviously what's happened since, right? Like, of course, this thing with Biden's happened, right? This quick exit, leaving weapons, the Taliban takeover, retake over, whatever.
Yeah,
so like, he's fully there crying his eyes out about it. No, I'm not asking you to. I'm explaining the experience of the men, right? Because we were talking with like Sasha and Get about the things that they've been through. I'm just saying, like, you know, that's a small snippet and portion compared to what's going on right in the Eastern European countries and Middle Europeans.
I mean, with what they're. Oh man, the media. I want to. If we could put just a hold on the mainstream media, just like a tight lock, nobody gets to watch the news anymore. I think the world would be a better place. You know, like, just we still have electricity, but no more MSNBC, CNN, Fox News. That's it. If everyone stopped watching that shit, and fucking Al Jazeera and all the motherfuckers, freaking British shit. What's that called? The British shit you guys watch? All those motherfuckers, shut them all down. Just stop them for a week. The whole world would be like, can take a breath. Oh, the world is okay. All right. It's like on all of the threat is the mainstream news, the mainstream media. That's the danger. Ain't no fucking COVID. Ain't no fucking COVID. Ain't no wars. It's the fucking news.
As a matter of fact, I would also argue the same thing because like humans are gonna do what humans are gonna do, but if it wasn't for the news and the exacerbation of ideas and things and events, like a lot of shit wouldn't be happening, a lot of shit wouldn't be thought. Like if the news wasn't there. Like there'd be an entirely different world. If the
Shut it down for a week, 7 days. Let's see what happens. Right? Come on, Elijah. Give me all this. 7 days, nobody watches the mainstream news. Fox News, CNN, fucking BBC, all that shit. Shut them all down. Freaking Al Jazeera, shut them all down. Nobody can watch it. Let's see what happens to the world. That would be a blessing, I think, on the world. It'd be like, thank you, God. Because all these people, hundreds of millions of people are watching this bullshit and believing every fucking word that comes out of their mouth. And they're being affected, not affected, infected by their bullshit lies and just believing all the nonsense. And the progenitors they're on, that are the news anchors. See, they call them anchors because they're the anchors. They're in the sea of bullshit. They're spewing lies that are just anchoring, just freaking spreading freaking nonsense bullshit. Fucking, and if you turn that shit off, the world be a way better place. Just freaking, hey, let's instead of forcing everyone to take vaccinations, let's force everyone to stop watching the news. How about that?
I think they're addicted to it. It's like fear porn.
It is fear porn. You're right, Ryan. What if we started trying, all of us start trying to pass a law? It's just like, let's make it a law that you can't watch the mainstream media anymore. It's against the law to watch anything on the news.
I'll take it.
You're fucked. I'm gonna send you to jail if you watch anything on the news and believe any of that bullshit.
I don't get it, man. I mean, nowadays especially CNN. I mean, you can see the script on their lips. You can see that they're just totally acting. It's absolutely amazing to me.
Like, I'm not gonna totally call out that shit in Afghanistan as a line of bullshit, but it might as well be. Because now they're just like, there's this big drama about freaking, freaking the president didn't do the right thing, and then they have these people falling off the airplane, and they took off.
Yeah, everything.
The whole thing is, the whole world's a stage, man. It's freaking insane.
Exactly. Everything.
Whether or not it really happened, it's still being utilized which I don't think it really happened at this point, but from some of the stuff I saw. But
yeah, I think that everything we're seeing on TV is exactly what they want us to see. They want us to see an incompetent president for whatever reason, whatever narrative they're going to go with that.
Dude, the last president was incompetent too. I mean, it's
exactly.
just like, Trump? Are you fucking serious?
It's people looking for a new leader.
No, this is idiocracy. We're literally living in idiocracy, minus the Brondo. So anyway, this is the most insane thing. But we're gonna try to do the best. I mean, I'm not even sure if there's gonna be another presidential election.
I wouldn't be surprised. Nothing surprises me anymore.
It's fucking crazy right now. And you know what's really crazy to me is like people around us like, oh yeah, well, vaccine, mask, lockdown, kids can't go to school unless they have mask. Oh yeah, okay, wear your mask. Oh, okay, I'm good with that. What the fuck? I'm sorry, I'm just freaking out right now. But it's just like, I mean, and this is the reason I'm being excited is because my loved ones, and I'm like, man, don't you see what they're doing to you?
I hear you.
This is only happening to you because they want it to happen to you, not
and you're allowing it, and they're allowing it to happen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, they want it to happen to you, and you're allowing it, and you don't even realize. And when me watching, my family being affected by this and infected by it, it affects me. And then they look at me like I'm the crazy motherfucker, So anyway, I don't mind being the crazy motherfucker. I always have been and always will be the crazy motherfucker.
Yeah, we're all going to be the new terrorists. That's what's the new bioterrorists.
Hey, Ryan, can you make this the meetup next weekend?
I was just about to ask her, when is the next one?
September 5th in Fayetteville.
Sounds good. I'll see what I can to see if I can get these kids taken care of. September 5th, same place?
Yeah. No, same place. It's a different place. I think I sent you the link just now. Did you get my message? I think I sent it to you. Yeah, I sent you the link. Yeah, that's the address. It's a different place. It's pretty close to the other place, but across town. We had a meet up there one time. We had like freaking 18 people showed up. one time. Nathan Thompson was there, and we had a good time there. Cool
It
place.
sounds good, man. Yeah, I can't wait to make it to one of them. And I'm definitely gonna try and make it to this one for sure.
Cool. And I talked to Damsel Medic last weekend, and she said she was going to try to make it too. So she might.
Oh, cool.
She just moved to Arkansas, so
Nice.
she's about 2 hours away from where I am. On the other side of Arkansas, or in mid Arkansas. So she's about 2 hours away. Hopefully, she can make it too. That'd be
Hey,
cool.
this is a random question, but is there a clothing company / like outdoor company called Honey Hole from Arkansas that you're familiar with?
Not that I know of.
No.
I've heard of that.
Honey Hole? No.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
I haven't heard of that one. Crack, your mic is really low.
Cool, bro. Is it? Wait. Still low?
Very low.
It's probably broke.
You say it's probably broke.
Probably. Yeah, man. Probably.
You got a broke mic? Are you in the broke mic gang? No. But anyway, yeah, man, that'd be really cool. Are you gonna bring your wife if you come down?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that'd be freaking sweet, man.
What's the deal with like if I weren't able to find a sitter, what's the deal with the kids? You guys try and keep it no kids?
No, man, you can bring the kids. I mean, but you're gonna have to stay overnight. You're gonna have to book a hotel room. There's plenty of hotels around, though.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Little adventure.
Yeah, bring
Is that
the
better
kids,
now?
man. Yeah, that sounds a
you're
lot
good
better.
now, Craig.
Yeah, man, bring
I
the
don't know
kids,
what
man.
happened there.
Freaking yeah, bring the kids, man. I mean, shit. No, it really is just like a bunch of flat earthers just hanging out. We reserve a portion of the restaurant, and then we just hang out, and talk shit all night, basically.
Yeah,
Same kind of thing, same we do here, about it, but it's live.
I'll see if I can solidify it this morning and make it a for sure thing, and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, there's some really nice hotels, really close to that venue. So yeah, you should be able to, if you set it up ahead of time, you might be able to get a good deal on a room.
Yeah, if you solidify the numbers, you guys could like pay for like to share like an apartment type deal, right? Like,
no, I fucking live here, so I don't have to. Anyway, I'm just saying. I mean, he has to drive from Missouri. I'm just saying, if we do have
Oklahoma.
the meetup, Oklahoma, are you in like Tulsa area?
Yeah, just outside of Tulsa.
Oh, shit, you might be able to even drive back in the same night, man.
Yeah.
It's only like 2 hours away. Oh, yeah, fuck that. You
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have to freaking book a hotel.
It'd be fun to get a hotel though. Anyway, maybe bring the RV or something.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah, take the
you
RV.
figure that out. I already gave you. I just gave you the address where we're gonna be and all that shit. Hey, Crack Villain, it'd be really cool if you booked a private jet to get over here and be at this meetup next weekend. That would be cool as shit.
Let's go, Crack.
You guys, if people chip in for it.
You
to help
crack
you do it.
rocking, man. You got all the crack rocks and everything, man. I mean, if Crack Villain showed up at this fucking meetup, man, that would be the bomb diggity.
He thinks I'm like a party animal. Like I'm literally like a follower of y'all, bro.
Dude, if you showed up at this, if the Crack Villain showed up at this meetup, we would give you a podium and you could make a speech, man. You could do your whole spiel. Like hosting Crack Villain.
I'll turn into like
all the way
guy
from Britain.
I'll build the podium. I'll build the podium today.
So you coming, bro?
I'll try and figure it out, mate. All right.
All right. So September 5th, it's next Sunday. Bring your ass on in.
Can I stay? Ryan, can I sleep on the top of your RV? I've always wanted to do that. Sleep on the roof of an RV.
You can sleep anywhere you want, Crack.
Hey, I'll provide a sleeping bag if you want to do that.
Oh no, that's
but you
right.
probably won't want one a sleeping bag because it's hot as fuck here right now.
Is it? Is it actually really hot?
Yeah, it's
I know,
really freaking hot.
All I know about is the ice storms over there that you continuously complain about. You know,
Oh,
it's
that was in the
as if,
winter time, but right now I'm
Yeah.
complaining about the heat. It's fucking hot as shit right now.
Right?
You much fishing in, or you much into fishing, Helio?
I'm a fisherman, but no, I haven't fished much lately. But
Right on. Yeah,
I thought you were going to say I'm a
there's
fisherman.
some
but I
good
don't
fishing
fish.
spots around here.
I would imagine.
What were you? Arkansas.
It's somewhere that I've wanted to go. For what reason? I don't know why. So don't ask me that.
Because it's beautiful, man.
That's what I imagine. Yeah, I just know in my mind that I have some images in my head of that place.
It's beautiful in the northern part. Southern part, it's just plains, but in the northern part, it's like Ouachita's and Ozarks. It's like where the Ouachita Mountains and the Ozarks meet, and it's
Helio,
it's
bro. When I move to America, you're gonna come and help me build my house, yeah?
Why are you moving to America? Are you gonna?
I am.
You want to be
I'm
an
moving to
American?
America. Yeah, man.
Fuck
He's proud to be an American.
Hey, I can do a little framing and a little bit of plumbing. I can do some stuff. I mean,
Every little bit helps, man.
Hey, I'm a cabinet builder, so that's my trade. I mean, so when your cabinets, that's
I do
my
need
thing.
some cabinets, man. I do need some cabinets. So.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm not a framer, house framer or anything, but cabinets is I've been doing cabinets for 20 years, so I know.
Would you be? Is that too far of a drive to come and do a job like that? Like if I were to hire you to do cabinets?
Well, I don't have I work for someone that has all the tools. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't fucking actually have all the tools to do cabinets, but
Right on. So you don't do it on the side or anything?
nah.
What about like a discount from that company? Do you have like a workshop, or is it that you go
There's
with
a shop
the
that
guy's
I work
van?
in. I might be able to convince them if I work, off of the clock and paid them for material and stuff. They might let me do it. But yeah, I work in a shop. It's a pretty cool shop.
Yeah, bro. That's. I'd
working in a
like
shop.
to. I'd love to work somewhere like that right now.
It's the
Just in
best
a
having
workshop.
access to all those tools.
Yeah, man. I'd probably get myself in trouble with tools, like too many.
I used to work for a company called US Optics, and we built rifle scopes from the ground up. We machined every part in house, and yeah, that was amazing having access to all that stuff.
Used to work at I used to work at Falcon Jet making interior cabinets for corporate jets.
Wow.
I did that for 9 years.
Oh no, what's he done with that?
That was the most stressful, pain in the ass job I ever had.
Yeah, the US Optics job I had, it was a it was a high end scope company, so you had a lot of celebrities and a lot of well known shooters in the game, and
Shit, I built cabinets for a jet for the Queen of Netherlands.
Nice.
For real?
Yeah.
What, for like a private jet?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that's pretty cool, bro. That must have been. Was it what type of wood was it? Like
I don't remember
wood?
I don't remember the interior. Yeah, I mean, dude, there were so many different. I mean, shit, I did so many different interiors. I can't remember the exact.
My favorite's
Don't ask me
mahogany.
specifics.
I love me some mahogany.
Yeah, we use a lot of mahogany, freaking some exotic woods. Like there was one from Africa, like this really dark, like hardwood or
ironwood,
all kinds of different
ebony
and ivory live together in perfect harmony. Side by side on my side. Keep on, hold on, why don't we?
Ebony and ivory. I actually don't know the words to that, so.
No, it's was it Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney? That was good shit, man. You remember that when that shit came out?
Yeah. Well, I don't remember when it came out. But
People are the same wherever you go. There is good and bad in everyone.
Could you imagine if they made
That's
a song
some
today
80s.
about
That's
that?
some really freaking striking 80s shit. That's funny as hell.
I love the 80s. I love the 80s. I wasn't alive then, but I still loved it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but
You weren't alive then? Holy fucking you fucking. Yeah, the 80s was awesome. Even though, dude, looking back, even for me, it's like weird, but at the same time, I'm fucking glad to have lived through it because it was just like it was just a weird period. It's just like it was like in America. I don't know what it was like in England, but in America, it was just kind of like a weird. It was like us trying to get along. It was like, whoo, I don't know. It's just freaking. Everybody's just fascinated with the 80s. That it's like nostalgia or whatever. But it's just like I lived through it. I was like, I was trying to be all that I could be. In the 80s.
All right, wait then. Let me ask you something. So, like in the UK, right? The 80s is sort of very well known for like everyone in the UK had money, right? This is what I attribute to like it being really difficult for my generation, right? People born in the millennials, right? Like everyone had loads of money in the UK, so they're just like, yeah, life's getting better. They didn't know that it was going to take a downturn, so like they just spunked it all. And then, but yeah, so like it was a creative era. Progressive in terms of the music and culture, but then there's sort of this lopsided thing that happens in the 90s with the advent of the internet, right? And then everything starts to go toward like niche ability of this niche thing of like everyone has their own interest. We don't have any we don't have national anthems anymore, like summer anthems. I mean, like not like God Save the Queen or anything like that. But was it the same in America then? Like let everyone have money type thing.
Well, I mean, I was growing up in the 80s, so let's see, I was born in 73, so let's see, 83. I was born in Ohio, and I moved to Arkansas when I was 10 years old. So I moved to southern United States from Ohio, when I was freaking 10 years old. I didn't really know shit about the South, but I found out pretty quick it's not the same as Ohio. And so I was going to elementary school, whatever. I was having a good time, whatever. But when you get into junior high, it's different than elementary school, right?
I don't. What junior high? Because earlier I got confused. When I was in middle school, and I'm like, I've heard so many phrases.
All right, well, middle
kindergarten,
school, yeah, kindergarten through. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, let's just call it numbers, I guess. Right.
Right.
Junior high is 7th grade. All right, 7th
grade. Okay, yeah. So that's when
so
you start
it's 7th grade. I'm 12 years old. That's junior high.
Okay.
9th grade starts high school.
See, we start high school year 7 here, like, you know, and we don't call it high school. We call it well, what do I?
Wait. So you go. It's when you're in your seventh year of school. You're walking the halls with
That's secondary, yeah.
With seniors, like 12th
Yeah, man,
graders?
we're walking around with people in year 11 and year 12, of course, man.
Fuck that shit.
What do you mean? I had fights with people that were in year 11 when I was at school, multiple times, like, you know, physical
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
man.
it doesn't matter.
So what you're saying that they split you up? So like that does make a lot of sense.
They split up. Like that's why it's called junior high and high school. There's two.
Is it in the same building at least, or is it three
No.
different buildings?
It's on the other side of town.
No, wait. Are you talking about do they split up middle school and high school, or?
No, like whatever he was talking about, where he went.
He said
versus high school, because like it sounds like
Crack's saying he was in 7th grade, going, you know, just walking down the halls with 12th grade.
They're all in the same place, Crack, not across the town.
They are.
Yes.
Okay. See.
All right. Cool. Anyway, now I just forgot my point again. God damn. See, Crack does this, man. No, but that's really weird. I didn't know that's what that was like in England. You know, they have 5 grades all walking around the freaking hundreds of freaking.
Well, at my school,
all these teenagers just freaking roided out, fucking weird ass teenagers of all ages just rolling around the class. I wouldn't want to be a principal at that school. I promise.
Right, so at my school we had a sixth form as well. So we had year 7, year 8, year 9, year 10, and year 11, year 12, right? And then we had 2,600 students at our school. And there's another school on the other side of like the town, which has got about 2,200 students in it. And like, yeah, man.
Fuck
yeah, you wouldn't have liked to have been a teacher at that school, not at all.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I was just like, fuck that shit, bro.
40 people in a classroom, 40 to 50 people in each classroom.
Oh my god.
Yeah, man. They used to use like anyone that was influential at school, they would utilize the influence of that person, right? So like when I was in year 11, I remember I said that I started a riot. Basically I started a riot at school, but just by saying one wrong thing. Because people were sort of like following what I was saying, and I was just like, yeah, let's just fucking go mad. Sorry to swear. Abba, not you guys, I'm saying that to God. So
well,
yeah.
fuck you for saying fuck.
Language, Timothy. But again, yeah. So yeah, man, like I started a full-scale riot of like 250 people just kicking off, smashing the school up. Because I basically, you know, I was wronged by a teacher. The teacher had assaulted me almost, right? Like tried to push me over. I was walking behind my friend. He was a new teacher. I was walking behind my friend, and I was holding a hockey stick right in my hand, and I like lifted it up and put it onto my shoulder, and all of a sudden this teacher just like full on double pushes me from the side, like nearly pushed me over. Right? The only reason I didn't fall over is like one of my friends like half caught me as I was like went past him. So he slowed me down a bit. And obviously I've turned on the teacher then, like, you know, what are you doing? Basically, like, I'm going to smash you up. And he, obviously we find out later that he explains that he thought I was going to smash this guy across the back of the head with a club. And the reason
you weren't though, were you? You weren't going to hit him with the
This is
club.
my best friend. This is my best friend who's in front of me. But
I'm talking about you weren't going to hit the teacher with your hockey.
No. The teacher thought I was going to hit my friend in front of me. You know, he pushed me. I turned around and then I started like having a go at him, shouting at him. I wasn't going to hit him at all. You know, but
you know, this sounds analogous to a problem that I'm having now. Now, when I say that, it's like, okay, so teacher initiates something wrong based on their misunderstanding.
Yes.
So they accept that and they say, I apologize, but you need to apologize for the 5 things you did born from that
The
misunderstanding.
reaction. Yes.
Teacher's
What the
always
fuck
right.
is
Another
now
one.
who's is that a justifiable response? Like, why do people feel like, well, in order for me to apologize, then that's all like, no, the fuck I
Yeah,
know.
no. Yeah, so
It's like,
right.
hey,
So
how about
one
we
sec,
act
Helio, one
as
sec.
if it
One sec.
never happened? Boom.
Well, no, because the person had done something wrong to Eli in this scenario, or someone that knows him. So
bad.
what I would say is let's say someone does something wrong, individually that person has a responsibility to apologize. If they start saying to you, "I'm not going to apologize because you won't," also like it's a contract deal, then they ain't sorry for what they did whatsoever, right? At the end of the day, they're either sorry individualistically based on the one event, right? Like with my scenario, I'll tell you what happened is that I did end up apologizing for my reaction. I didn't get blamed for it. I wasn't chastised or punished. The teacher was actually a really sound guy. He'd just come from a really violent school. And actually, it was the other teacher's fault. This is why I stuck to my guns on it. And eventually, I was apologized to. I said sorry for not calming it down because I should have had, I should have had more responsibility about myself and not let everyone kick off because I could have stopped it, right? That's what I was sorry for eventually, but it was the other teacher's fault. So
Yeah.
he explained to me that the teachers in the staff room effectively had told him to watch out for me, and that's why he pushed me, right? So, but they didn't explain to him what they meant by like watch out for him. What they meant by that is like he can be someone that influences like the rest of the kids or whatever, right? In the classroom, and people like look up to him or whatever. So they had put this seed in his head that I was potentially dangerous. But with your scenario, I would say that the apology should stand alone. They've done the thing wrong, and they know they have.
Crack villain. I thought we were talking about Elijah's.
So this will happen. Yeah, we are. So this will happen. Like, I'm not gonna give like super details, but
yeah,
argument was had because of well, they took my thing because they misunderstood what someone else told them, and they thought they could have it. And I said, okay, do you have my thing? And instead of saying, yeah, it's like, what are you talking about? Okay, did you take so and so thing? You mean someone else's thing? No,
was this
no,
contraband?
Listen, shut up.
I'm sorry.
So, no, my thing, not someone else's thing, my thing. Oh well, it was someone else's. I don't. So no. All right. So, can I take your thing in its place since we have the same thing? No. What? Yeah, you're bugging. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
So that's like a legal dilemma,
and then
right?
it was like, so the point is, everything that jumped off from that point was like just due to the fact that they were like, oh yeah, I did take this thing that turned out to be yours, and I apologize. So fast forward to this morning, and I go, are you ready to apologize for what was ultimately your misunderstanding? They say, yeah, I apologize. And then they said, you have about 3 things to apologize for.
Right.
And then I said, okay, like, and they said, if you don't know what you have to be sorry for, then I'm not going to tell you. Now, this is the kind of person that I despise. Because no, what you have to do, since you've lied to yourself all night, is you have to articulate logically to me why I have to apologize. I'm not going to come to your conclusion for you, obviously, or I would apologize already. Well, if you don't know what you're sorry for, then there's nothing else to be said. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, this is going to be a hard lesson in life. If you can't, because first of all, if someone does a wrong, you should confront them immediately. It's not when they confront you that you then, that's not the time.
No, yeah.
Secondly, you got to logically put those pieces together that make sense. And people think that because God's laws aren't as overt as if you step in front of a fucking Mack truck that's going 80 miles an hour, you're going to die. That's overt. There's no way unless it's I don't even know what kind of miracle. It would have to be the hand of God itself. You know what I mean? Like, but there are other things like lies that aren't physical things. So you're going to have to logically step me through why I should apologize. And then we can go from there. Maybe I apologize, maybe I won't. But if you can't articulate to me why I should apologize, you're fucked up.
Well, again,
moving forward in life,
or
that's going to cause
hold
you more
on,
problems to tell people, hey, if you don't know why you wronged me, then there's nothing else to be said. No, because you could be wrong, and and you might not know because you're not willing to suss it out in the open.
They've already lied to
rather
themselves.
harbor your feelings.
Well, they've already lied to themselves already, right? And then so they could be lying to themselves, right? So it sounds to me that they're trying to mitigate the damage in which that they had caused, by basically stating the reactionary nature of what you did. Obviously, things done wrong stand alone as things done wrong, right? But again, whether or not it's actually something that you even did, right? Because again, it's someone that's lying to themselves, right? Like, so they're probably trying to lie to themselves to find reasoning behind their own bad behavior to condone it in order. Because I know the type of guy you are. They're just trying to find reasoning as to, like I said, to condone that which they've done wrong. Again, yeah, they should probably tell you what it is that you've done wrong. Like at that point, because they're just I feel like they're sort of grasping at, like, trying to, like I said, trying to condone their own behavior by asking you, what do you think you've done wrong? They're trying to get you to question how you behaved in the situation, right? Basically. In order that you would come forth with something that they probably haven't even thought of themselves. Like, they just said that, and then they're like, well, if you don't know, like, that's like some childish bullshit, like,
Yeah, it was a child. I don't know how else to. It's like, all right, if the next text is an apology, then we have nothing to say. Okay. Like, who do you think that's hurting, you or me? Like, you're a child. You only have so many adults that aren't predatory to your good, your what, you know what I mean?
Your
You only
innocence,
have
yeah, of course,
a
bro.
handful.
People you can trust,
Everyone else doesn't give a fuck about. Like, this is a hard lesson that you're gonna have to learn.
Yeah. Of course.
All you had to do was tell me what I did wrong, and if I didn't apologize and it was sound and logical, then it would be on me. Like, I hate this vague, like, what is, I don't know, man, what these kids are watching, or like, I don't know how things, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
was
say
going
it's
to
a kid
say,
thing because grown-ups are like that.
yeah, of course. I was going to say maybe it was that you were, like, overtly aggressive towards a person and intimidated them, based on their misunderstanding. But it's a child, so I know you wouldn't have done that anyway. But I know you wouldn't have. And then so what as well? Yeah, no,
Even
I
if
agree.
I
They
want,
stole from you.
I'm the adult. So fucking what? No,
No, but
okay,
that's what I was going to say.
That's not a
That's
good
what I was going to
argument.
say. Wait there,
That's
wait
not
there.
a
I
good
was gonna
argument. Bro.
no, wait there. I was gonna say something else after I said that, so I don't want you to misunderstand what I mean by that. I'm talking about from their perspective. They might think that even if you were aggressive, that you weren't in your right to do so. Again, if someone sort of steals from you or is misunderstanding something and isn't willing to sort of sort the problem out afterwards, then it would suggest to me that obviously you were probably in your right to have a little bit of righteous anger about yourself. So they do need to explain what it is that they feel you did wrong, and then you could rationalize to them as to why it wasn't wrong what you did. Because out here in the real world, if you take something of someone else's, you might get clipped, you might get stabbed. So I wasn't going to say
Right.
you're in the wrong for being aggressive. It's just their equivocation of what you did in their mind's eye would be classed as wrong. But they're wrong again.
Right. That's why it has to be stated, because I I have everyone has the opportunity to defend themselves. Like the child is not exempt, and neither is the adult. Everyone has a choice, a chance to, um, you know, uh, challenge a claim against them.
Exactly.
So,
That's a sticky
this
situation.
idea that, like, because I did what I did and then you did what you did, everybody should be sorry. Like, no, unless I took it overboard and knocked you out, or some shit like that, like something that's obviously like where I would have been like, you know what, I didn't have to, but that didn't happen. All I was incredulous. It's like, so you think? Wait, hold up, wait a minute. My stuff? Well, hold on. It's done. It's my. All right. Well, I'm just gonna take your stuff. I'm not. That's nothing to be sorry about. Like, that's a confrontation. That's a decision. That's not. That's not an. That's that's not an argument in logic. Now that's just, well, you're basically saying you took my stuff, didn't know it,
Well,
but you don't
I was
care.
talking about this 5 minutes ago. I'm so glad you're saying this. So, by them doing so to you, right? So, like, again, this is what and I was speaking about this last night, the other day, and then earlier. So when we go out into the world and we wish to act a certain way, whether it's stealing, murdering people, beating people up, you enter into a contract, be it with Yah, be it with Abba God or the universe, that you are opening yourself up to the same. And this is a prime example of that, right? And that's what he needs to learn. This is the lesson. You enter into a contract of acting in a certain foolish way, you open yourself up to do so. That's the lesson you're trying to teach this kid, I guess. It's a good example of that. He needs to be left alone with that and understand what it is, it is for what it is. If you apologize, it may take away some of the lesson. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, and it sucks because honestly, this is what this is what has been learned from me by an adult in proximity. Whereas they didn't think the way that I think. It actually costs mental energy to think that the way to think. Actually, it's not to think the way we think, to think at all. It takes mental energy. Like, and people aren't used to thinking, because ultimately that's what science stems. That's everything that we talk about stems from the truth. And the method for getting to the truth is how you think. That's all it is. So if you can't think your way through things, like you can't do anything. Like, if you just have this base thought that, oh, I like, if you think that I can go down the block because the store is there, if you think that's thinking, like, oh my God, like that's just primitive base. That's an animal can do. I don't even, and animals save other animals, so they even show the capacity to think further than their carnal nature, that, or at least what we believe to be their carnal nature. So, so when a person, so I can see why they think the way they think, but it's not going to get them far. That's going to lead to a very bad result someday.
It is. Like I said, you're teaching them a valuable lesson at the end of the day, realistically, right? Enter into that contract, you enter into that contract. You want to mess with with other people, they're going to mess with you. at the end of the day. And like this sort of expectancy for other people to fix the problem after you've caused it is another issue. You know, take responsibility for yourself, basically. You know, moving forward, is it a relationship that, you know, moving forward you have to be involved in almost? It sounds like the kids. What's the kids saying? There's nothing else to say, like as
The
if
only
like
relationship I have to be in is with Yah. And that's what I'm beginning to accept more and more.
Same, brother.
I don't have to accept anything else. Because why am I accepting that? Because this means the only reason I accept Yah is because I wholeheartedly believe he's true. And if it's hard when you're judging yourself this way, like, oh, you know, I'm acting in this way because I know I'm logical. I know I'm sound. But honestly, I am. And people think that I'm wrong with me thinking that. That there's something
You broke
wrong.
up for the last 10 words. Wait there, 1 sec.
Yes. And people think that there's something wrong with saying, listen, you're not going to tell a doctor he's wrong. I mean, you could actually, you could.
Well,
you should.
we might, but we're
right.
talking about the collective you, normie you, right? They ain't gonna go out and do it. All right.
You're not gonna tell a lawyer, hey, you're fucking wrong. Well, I'm a master of fucking philosophy and logic. That's what I do. You didn't spend the last 4 years trying
Doing
to
this
figure out
daily.
how to categorize how people lie. You didn't do that. I did. Not only did I do it, but I can example it. Not only can I example it, but I can point out the example in other various historical texts who warn about the same thing. Many times, if not all times, straight from the Bible. Like, so under what so where I'm going off of I'm going off of what I know I can and can't do. I realize that other people think they're doing that and they can't. But if I thought that's what's paradoxical about this, because I keep saying I'm doing it, but it's like I can't even really in good faith say I'm doing it, although I know I am.
Yeah. It's because you understand the authority there is that, well, again, bro, just to reify that authority, and I don't mean reify in a fallacious sense, I mean to prop up, you know, Abba has given that authority to us. I don't care what anyone says, right? Yah has afforded us that form of authority, right? Because at the end of the day, I don't know, it sounds extremely big-headed, but we got a better informer than most. Most people are doing it on in their own way, right? And it doesn't matter. Even we take the Bible, it stands alone in terms of its. If you want to look at it, the Bible isn't philosophy, but if you don't believe in the divinity behind it, it is a form of philosophy. And philosophically speaking, it is a pretty sound book, right? More so than most. And like you said, but the authority that you derive in terms of those situations does come from that, and it comes from critical thinking about how you utilize that. And you don't have to accept any form of relationship other than the one you have with Yah. That's what I'm doing too, bro. Like the amount of people that have been cut out of my life is insane.
That's now, and that's what I mean about paradoxical, because it's like, who the hell am I to be the arbiter of truth? But I'm not. That's the point.
Yeah.
I'm
not speaking from my own spirit even, right? That's what I'm getting at too, bro. Yeah, you're not, you know, the authority doesn't necessarily come from yourself, the surety either, right? It's like that might be
here
kind
already.
of,
I'm experiencing it. It's already, the logic was here before I got here.
You're shamaring
This is why I keep open communication. Like most people in this world, oh, that's annoying. Oh, oh my God, here you go again. All these details, all this. Yeah, that shows the laziness and the condition of the world as it is today. As a matter of fact, the Bible even, and I think it's Timothy. Is it Timothy 6:20. I could be wrong, but he warns him of the pseudoscientists.
Yeah. Wait there.
Fake
Let me turn.
pseudo-philosophical mother effers.
Yeah,
Like,
and
why
even
do you think that's
let every
in
man
there
be a
if that's
liar.
not a thing?
Uh-huh.
If that's not a thing,
Uh-huh.
why is it in there? If I'm crazy, why is it in there?
Timothy 6. What was it again? Timothy 6. Is it 6?
6:20.
It might not be, but I believe I know the scripture you're talking of. 6:20. Timothy, guard what God has entrusted to you. Avoid godless, foolish. Yeah, it is Timothy 6:20. I thought it was not. Right. So Timothy, guard what has been entrusted to your care. Turn away from abalus chatter and the opposing ideas of what is falsely called knowledge. Yeah, man. And then obviously it's going to follow on from
There it
there.
is, right there. It's like that's not the only one,
Of course not. Let Yah be true and every man a liar, brother. Even that. Yeah, that's a broad one, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, bro, I feel a little bit bad because I popped off at everyone about an hour and a half ago. In here, when everyone's talking over everyone, and I'm like, shut up. I literally started screaming at everyone, mate. Ended up
That was
banning
totally
someone.
justified.
Was it?
Yep.
You sure?
In my opinion, that is, yeah. No, people were. I mean, there's times when we're having fun. There's times when this and that. But at that time, there was some serious work trying to be accomplished within the conversations. And yeah, there was way too many people talking over each other. I didn't even want to try to say anything because I didn't want to add, my voice to be another voice in there. But yeah, no, that was right.
I just felt like I was probably a little bit aggressive. Maybe that was all.
Yeah, dude. But when you did that, people were just like, "Oh shit, okay." And then look what happened. People, they were able to finish their conversation. So I think it was fine.
All right. Yeah, it's sometimes difficult to like moderate, especially with certain personalities and stuff like that. And I felt like I'd said it a couple of times, and then it's not getting through. And it's like, I think men should afford the respect to one another as if you're stood. I always try to imagine I'm stood in front of someone's face, and even when the words that come out of our mouths as well, right on here, you should say that. Yeah, you should speak as if you're stood in front of the man you're talking to. Like I might say some crazy stuff, but I would say it to someone's face, like 100%. A lot of this keyboard warrior mentality creeps into it, and it's never fun.
Yeah. Yep. We're all people, man. We do our best. I still think. I mean, this is my favorite server. I wouldn't have come on unless I knew it was like genuine and legit and had some like this is the best topic and the best subject in my opinion because it helped me. Like I knew I was a smart person and I knew I was having trouble regurgitating a lot of menial benign information and then when I started to really learn about the world like now I can't get enough. So
me and Eli spoke about this in detail about how regardless, like me and him sort of just set up this idea of like, right, let's say flat earth is a psyop. Me and him are like, I wouldn't even care.
Right.
We've learned so much since, in this journey, opened up our minds and been able to, like you said, just menial bits of information, the way in which and as well, we're gathering like value from this because we are actually effectively teaching one another how to be more rounded and at the same time less rounded, more pointed, like
yeah, totally
emboldened.
Yeah, I mean, you got to, it's great. It's like in trying to figure out both how to, I guess, argue against an anti-flat earther, and then at the same time talk to, like a glober or someone on the fence. It helps me understand the material better. If I need to try to explain something to somebody, I want to make sure it's as simple as possible. Like, I think I'm not cognitively all there all the time, and I know I've done some brain damage. So if I can understand something, you know what I mean, then hopefully someone else can too.
100.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. And I only wish I remembered it, because then I wouldn't have forgotten what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Wait there, I
all
might
right.
be able to tell you. Wait there. That happens sometimes. No, I can't. I can't tell you what he's going to say this time, Eli. Sorry, man.
Maybe next time. Hey, brothers, I'll be right back.
No worries.
All right.
That...
I know it had something to do with anti-flat earthers and just regular people who because there's like 3 different types. There's the one that was ignorant. That's me.
Mm-hmm.
There's the anti-flat earther, the one that isn't ignorant and rejects what is found. And then there's the one that is stubborn because they've been filled with so much information. They're regurgitating it and they don't realize how ignorant they are. And so when it comes to anti-flat earthers, the only way to look at them is as, something fun to do. Like like I sharpen my skills using anti-flat earthers, and when other people are around, I want to also make them look dumb. It's just like the martial artists in the movies who, they're walking by in the square, and there's like this tournament going on where this rival gang came in and is like fucking beating the hell out of everybody, and then they jump on stage and then they just fuck up the whole shit. It's like that's how I see it,
It's kind of like that, yeah. Because like I said, I always said, yeah, you're the ones who you're saying about like the people who are just in it for the fun, the crackheads, the ones addicted to the dopamine hits of arguing, and I say like we don't know whether or not we're crackheads because we're coming from a position of like not being the mainstream, right? So like we're arguing to like push point what we know to be the truth, and some people are arguing from a belief standpoint, even on the flat earth. I don't care. Some people have not got an intrinsic understanding of all of the nature of it, so they are arguing from belief, even on our side sometimes. And I would say that like we ain't gonna know if we're just argumentative twats until effectively it becomes a mainstream. And then if it becomes a mainstream and we still have that itch to argue it, much like the Globers will argue even though they're in the mainstream, that's if we propose that what they say is true, that we're infinitesimally small as a group and that we're effectively never going to make any sort of impact or change, which I don't believe. And effectively, if we take that axiom, then they are crackheads. But if we take it the other way, which would be this, which I think is the heart of some of the Globers, they can tell we make an impact and have made an impact, and they're actually frightened about losing their own model. And frightened of us getting into the mainstream, and this becoming something that's more established. Both ways around. Like I said, those are the 2 sort of options I've got for it. Oh, this bloody phone.
Hold on, I just got super distracted. Go into admin mods. Oh my god.
Okay.
And go back to 11:50 p.m. What the fuck? The video? No, God, no. Oh, God.
Wait there, bro. Wait there. 11.
I don't really have context, but if it's musical, don't doubt yourself.
Oh, it's so graphic.
Wait, where is it? Oh shit. Okay, wait there. 450 for me. Oh no, it's the milk.
Yes, yes. Oh my gosh, yo.
It's his face. Wait, that I've not seen yet. His arm.
Oh my god, yo.
Oh my god. No, bro.
That is horrible.
Brother.
That's horrific.
Oh, I just noticed if I die, I don't even have 6 pence to carry my casket. Oh, dude, that is graphic. Wow, I'm saving it. Admin mod chat's like the place that we just dump everything that's too bad for the other channels, I feel like, at this point. uh, Yo, Eli, what are you up to today anyway? Is there anything else going on in different servers? Like,
Not really. Not really.
I always miss that.
Um,
Oh, Brandon's server, there's people in there.
yeah, I was in there. It's sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's at the end of the day, I don't talk to anti-flat earthers like for for recreation. And
Yeah, I
so
get it.
sometimes going to Brandon's is like, I mean, I guess one could argue it's the same as being on Nathan's, and I do go there
Yeah,
quite
Nathan's a little bit
often.
different there.
Yeah, yeah. I just can't. And I guess this is why I got chewed out for doing, what I do on Ladies' Night. I just can't. I can't. I can't do
What
it.
did you do? What did you do,
I,
Brad?
I'm the worst. I'm the worst fucking side. I'm the worst. What do you call it? Passenger seat.
Yeah, me too.
You know,
I'm the same.
like
I avoid being there because I end up like I'm like ah! like
yeah. I gotta either. I can't be there because I want to be
me
there,
too.
but at the same time, like if something I can't. I don't. Again. Well, first of all, if any ladies are present right now, I apologize for my behavior during ladies' night. Um, just, I fully support ladies' night 1000% because I support like ladies in truth, obviously. Um, you know, it, sometimes I just can't be there. It's,
Me too, man. Mm-hmm.
or
It's hard to be told not to speak, and then sometimes you find that there's like great opportunities there, right?
Well, it's not
And it
even
must be
just
hard for
wanting to
them.
speak. It's more rude than that. Like I've been like super critical about like how they're debating,
Yeah.
and then it's like, all right, you know what? Yeah, all right, okay, you're right. There's nothing to be. You see how I can apologize? Like because it's
Hmm.
not my place. Like, like it takes the like my displacement there takes precedence over my feelings.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And so that's it.
To me, I guess my perspective on the well, I was asleep yesterday, but precious metals is kind of like that, I guess. Which by the way is in 4 hours. So I guess my perspective is not everyone can immediately just start out riding a bike. They have to use training wheels. So obviously people
So
are
use
riding a
my training wheels. No, I'm
Wait,
sorry.
what?
No, I said so use my training wheels.
Well, people riding a bike obviously can't start out. So even though riding on training wheels isn't obviously as good as riding a normal bike, I think, well, people have to start somewhere, and I think like maybe like putting it in chat or like DMing it would help. I mean, I
That's
fell
where I
asleep
be
yesterday.
at. I was criticized. Well, no. I was pointed out where I was wrong in voice text. Not voice text. Yeah, voice text. So the text chat. There is where my mischief happens. There's where my bad behavior goes on. I'm just like, oh my God, what the fuck? The ref didn't call it. Son of a bitch. Like, what are you doing? Can you even play ball? Where are you? Oh my! I'm the dude that's running up and down the court. It's like, all right, I'm sorry.
I don't know about ladies' night, but the way Precious Metals is designed is to get people who usually don't debate or who want to speak but usually are too afraid to. It's basically just a platform to allow them to practice. So there definitely going to be a lot of things missed on Precious Metals. I've missed things and people have told me privately. But I will always, me and Redford will always make sure or try and, I mean, participation's like the main thing we worry about. Accuracy is something we focus on secondarily. But
Yeah.
um lately we've had a problem where people who want to speak feel like they can't. So we've really tried to emphasize, like, if people DM me or Redford, we will make an opening for them, and we will try very hard to allow anyone who wants to speak, and we're going to try and call on more people. The problem is we would try and call on like more shy people before, but then we felt like we were singling them out and forcing them to speak when they didn't want to. So it's this really hard line to kind of try and cross, but
Maybe
it's
that's the issue. It's
yeah,
like again, and this is like, I'm not saying some people just shouldn't speak. It's like, but I guess that's where Eli's position comes from. It's like, well, yeah, cool, learn to talk about these problems, but like, and debate these issues, but like, if we're putting the truth across in videos to people about the truth, it's kind of like trying to be a professor before you're a professor, right?
yeah.
It doesn't usually happen, you know. But that's not me saying I'm a professor and that I should do it. I'm just someone who's got the confidence to speak, and I probably shouldn't fucking speak half the time. Sorry, Albert,
Well,
again,
don't
swearing,
say
but
that.
well, that's true. There's people
Um,
here that don't like to hear me speak at all, bro. 100%.
well, I get what you're saying. Which is why Precious Metals is really like the dedicated time for people who don't speak to speak. But
Mhm.
at the same time, we can't just randomly get pit bulls. People have to learn to become a pit bull, and I'm still learning that. Like me and Redford are probably the host and co-host because we're over apologetic and we're learning to be assertive.
But both of you know
You
the
know
content
what?
though, and the
Yeah.
information.
I just listen most
And
of the
then,
time.
you know, like, okay, fine. Like I said, it's not my place. Um, but what I do, what I in my mind, I think I'm doing is when it, oh man, when some guy or some anybody comes in here and they say something, and I post a document that is in full contradiction, and I tag the ladies, and they just let this. People come in here to jerk us around. Like I'm sorry. I don't like. I would like to see them destroyed. I'm sorry for. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry in my misplaced. I like I I shouldn't be getting frustrated with the ladies. Like regardless of whether they want to take my advice or not. I just want the person that they're talking to
Get fucked up.
to not be able to get away with like you can argue with somebody for 30 minutes over something that a document could adjudicate right there. And then it's like, well, you know, so again, it's not my decision to accept it or not. So I don't want to respond with I won't participate because I want to be there, but if I am there, it's very hard to not want to say something. It's hard. And I'm not saying that it being hard makes my behavior okay. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. But I am sorry.
Elijah, I think you're a very knowledgeable individual. And I think many of the people in the server would probably agree with that. At the same time, there are people who have like slightly different styles, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
Ladies are typically more gentle and
That's
usually
for
want
sure.
So, well, it's not ladies' night, and I will not agree with that. That I can, because when it comes to the level of aggression,
yeah,
I would say that I can be a very aggressive character. It's extremely aggressive and effective aggressive character. However, I feel like, and every time I say these things, I ask people to correct me because I'm open to criticism when I say these things about me that are just my opinion. I
Elijah,
feel like
can I?
well, damn, I just set it up to say it. Now, why would you interrupt right then?
Because I wanted to answer you. That's what you wanted to ask.
No, I didn't even ask the
ask
question.
anything.
Oh, he started to ask. Why does anybody want to? He started like that.
Why doesn't anyway? So I would argue that I'm the most reasonable, one of the most reasonable people here, especially when kids come in here. I don't meet them with aggression. I meet them with sternness, but I'm very polite. I'm very soft, and I'm like Quantum Eraser at the first question. I don't ever become. I don't go there. Like, oftentimes it's like I get to a point where it's like, you know what, brother, I'm trying to share something with you, and for whatever reason, it's not coming across. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to disengage from the conversation. I feel like the ladies are more aggressive than me. So as it's not ladies' night,
Sometimes they are.
I'm putting that forward.
I don't.
I think there's a misappropriation with your aggression as well. Go ahead.
Elijah, I think my opinion about you that you are more reasonable than anybody else what I met on server. That's my opinion. And that point, what you pointed, that you are posting something on the chat, I think that should to be pointed in that moment if it was so important to be pointed. How to explain it? If the argument was about that, and nobody saw what you pointed, that means that you need to be angry or whatever. Yeah, I only wanted to say that.
Well, that could be every 5 minutes, so that's not really justifiable.
Yeah, okay.
I can't do that.
But to tell you, like, I interrupt you like a million times, but to tell you about your, I don't know, this is like a compliment to give you, but you are a more reasonable person, and you are more, I don't know, if anybody can simple explain to reach the point, I think that that's for me. That's you, because I don't know. You know my problem of English and understanding, but I don't know. Every time when you're speaking, I understand every fucking word what you say, and that I don't know.
Thank you so much, Sasha. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
But
Thank you
one
for
thing I
saying
would
that.
say, I think your aggression and gets misappropriated as a form of like personal. Like I think people don't realize, like when it comes to, especially like being a moderator, I realize this is that when the onus is on you, is in like when you're not a moderator, right? It's like someone else's. The onus is on them to sort out, let's say, over talking and things like that. When it becomes on you, and you see things running away, you're like, shit, I actually have to deal with this. And it's not personal towards any one person either. It's like, and I've realized this as well. Like, it's sometimes easier to be hyper aggressive straight away with like over talking as well, right? Because
Yeah,
people
yeah.
just don't listen. And I notice that people take it personal when you do it just because of your tonality. And I feel like people the same with myself if I get like that. It's the same thing. And say you're getting a lot better at citing your sources than what you were 2 years ago, bro. That's something you've really fucking improved on. Again, yeah, there has been a sort of turnaround and change in your character. That's why you're sort of getting people maybe sort of criticizing what you're doing a little bit. And when I mean the change in your character, it's again, there's a modus operandi behind it. And that modus operandi is let's keep the information flowing, let's keep it on point, let's keep it less interruption, all of that stuff. It sometimes bears as fangs when it's not really. It's about if people take the content and the quality of the content therein after the fact of the aggression and take that into account with the aggression, you go, oh wait, it had value. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Elijah, listen, like a listener, I'm listening to you, and you know how many times I was listening when you speaking with a new person. How many times I'm seeing this Elijah? It's coming. It's coming. Only he wants that this guy asks the question, and that is never happening. And I'm listening that for I don't know now 3-4 years. Like if you I'm listening in which kind of center, from which point you are coming, from the point of human being, and then you go, and then you come to the point when you want that this person something like, can you ask me any kind of question why you think like that, and they never ask you that question.
Yeah, Eli does lead that way, doesn't he? He sort of says, well, why aren't you asking me what I think instead of presuming what I think?
But Elijah is making so easy that practically he is making question for you that you can ask that question. That's how I listening. I don't know how to explain. My English is, I'm listening to Elijah, and I will now ask this question. I need to ask this question. He is practically, it's offending me to ask this question, but they never.
Yeah, yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
May
No,
I add
I
a
get you.
testimony?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sure. No, go ahead.
I just want to say, also I said sorry, so I'm gonna type meme C sorry in a second. That's my motivation to stop saying it. Anyway, 12 months ago, I witnessed both of you get mod. I remember when you guys were like silver or gold, and honestly, I have witnessed a lot of growth from both of you. At least in my opinion, like you guys are a lot different than you guys were 12 months ago, Crack and Elijah. So I just wanted to say, continue to grow and learn to grow to be more confident and continue to do what you guys do.
Elijah, you are good in the last 4 years.
Thank you, C. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Like, and I'm only I exposed myself intellectually, and it's sort of selfish more than it's selfless, if I'm being honest. Like, and I only do it selfishly because I think that it ultimately serves everyone. When each individual like, because the reason that I'm open is because I want to see where any possible logical errors can be in my thinking so that I can become better. It's literally, that's kind of selfish, but it also helps others. You can't be afraid to make mistakes. You can't be afraid to jump out the window, but you also have to do the work and really read and really understand why something is occurring. You got to put aside the argument and see the patterns and try to address it that way. Because people are in this pattern. It's obviously their mind control. It's like you
Hey there,
gotta.
Eli. You're a father, right?
Yes.
Well, it can never be it can never be classified as you being selfish. In essence, right? You know, I was talking about this the other day as well. The sins of your father, right? The sins of your father, regardless, right? Generational curses effectively do exist in a sense, right? I'm not saying that your dad, you are guilty for the sins that he committed and thus you must pay. But the information in which your father fails to put forth into you that causes you to basically, be, disprepared for the world and living in this world, that and those patterns that you're speaking of and falling into them, again, is it selfish if it serves to inform somebody else, or should I say to remove generational curses? If that is the consequence, or should I say the effect that happens, right? The consequence of what you're doing, and it could be seen as something that helps to grow you and yourself. But yeah, it doesn't matter because it helps others. I'll be right back 1 second.
Is it just me or did it get silent?
Yes, it did.
That's unfortunate. I can fix that if you want.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Steve. Let me start
So,
off by saying that you're an amazing COD team member to play with. It's enjoyable playing with you. You make my nights better.
I appreciate it. I try to give you whenever I'm on, because sometimes I fall asleep. I try and give you company whenever, like, truth a lot. Wait, what am I saying? I did not. When Truth Flat Earth, Jose and MJ kind of just leave you alone. So I'll like usually group with you so you're not alone. And I like discussing like the Rye tech with you. That gun's amazing. Speaking of weapons, I talked to my mom about the state of the world, and she and I misspoke, agree on almost everything, which surprised me, like right to the core when it comes to the state of the world. And she and I were thinking on like she was considering concealed carry, and I'm like, yes, she gets it, she understands, she gets it.
That's rad, see.
And I'm like, this is amazing. Like, I didn't like I knew my mom got it, but not to that level. Like she gets it. We talked about like the green zones and everything, man. Like she gets it. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Like I'm so happy. She gets it. She's smart.
Congratulations, man.
Oh,
yes, Congratulations. Yes.
I'm just so happy, you know, because most people have a really hard time talking about that stuff,
Yes,
right, with their
sir.
family. But my mom gets it, and I'm like, oh, thank goodness. She knows about like everything except for what the server's about. That's like the one thing, but I feel like I gotta wait for that, to be honest.
Isn't a huge weight lifted off your shoulders?
Yeah, honestly, like she knows like we can't trust government, and that's like the big picture, in my opinion.
Yeah, my family's starting to come around. I got a sister flat earther now, and yeah, they're
That's awesome.
starting to figure it out.
I had my first day of school Thursday. It was a blast. I actually got to play percussion day one, which was pretty cool. I had a Caribbean conga, and I learned how to make a bass, make treble. I played in unison with like 29 other people. It was so great.
I bet. I love it. Like a drum circle, or
Yeah, it was awesome. That's exactly what it was. It was a circle. We were all in a circle, and we played the conga. Half of us played the conga, the other half played the cowbell, and the teacher was actually singing in Haitian Creole. It was amazing.
really cool. Yeah, that whole resonance that happens,
Cool.
man. It just you can feel it feels like something's going on.
There's nothing else like it. I felt amazing. And he talked about like how Caribbeans usually layer. So for context, I'm a business management major, but I I started university slash college at 15 part time doing dual enrollment. So I got a really good head start on like my business classes. But you need 124 credits for a bachelor's degree. But I already did all my business classes besides my capstone, and at 11 credits. And I'm like, well, I can't pick a minor because all the economics classes are spring only. I was going to minor in economics, so I don't really have a minor. And I'm like, so what do I do for those 11 credits? And my advisor just says, well, what do you like? And I said, I like music. I like philosophy. She said, well, why not take music and philosophy classes? So that's what I did. I'm taking world music. I'm taking a music oriented web design class. And what else? Oh, and 2 philosophy classes. So lots of fun. Speaking of school, they actually have a jab mandate, but luckily that doesn't apply until 2022. And I graduate fall 2021. So this is my last semester. So luckily I'm exempt from that.
Excellent.
So that's for the future? Like, whoa.
Yep. All schools in pretty much all schools in Ohio are mandating the
Yeah.
jab, which is
I think
ridiculous.
all schools in the United States will eventually.
This world is a show. Local government doesn't really exist, to be honest with you guys. Like, local government is following everything the federal government is. It's all a joke.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Yeah, I realized that a while ago. Like, because if a hero does make it out of the mud from a local area, all they do is exactly what you don't want them to do anyway. So, you're right. I can't believe that this is going down, but it lets me realize, oh wow. So when I had to make a decision to I still don't know. I got immunized when I was a child, and I got my daughter, she got her immunization shots and everything, and that was a normal thing. It wasn't anything to question. And I'm sure in the future, this vaccine won't be anything to question either. It'll just be another one of those things, you know, and but now I realize, wow, I could have made a choice back then with my daughter. Uh, perhaps there was something to research and understand before I made the decision that I thought that I took for granted. You know, maybe because obviously people still can go to school. It's not, there are people that aren't immunized that still have a pathway to getting everything they need. It's just we're too lazy to find those routes out. And so with this situation, I'm seeing, okay, well, seeing is that I have to find another way. There always was another way. I just didn't know it.
Religious exemptions, they can't violate your First Amendment.
See, I'm so worried about this.
They can't force you to do anything. They're just going to make your life.
consent.
They're going to make your
Live
life
in
a living
hell.
hell in order to, coax you into doing these things.
Yep. Small steps, exactly.
And you know what's crazy? The only thing that's hell is the fake propped up life that they give you on TV. That's the only thing. It's it's such a good the adversary, I'll call it, the adversary. That is very good. I can't even,
It's absolutely mind blowing the kind of powers they have.
Actually,
I think I can explain why we get this immunization in our early childhood. For example, recently in Romania, they caught a restaurant selling to customers 7 years out of date meat.
Ew.
And
it would have been
people ate it.
frozen. It would have been
People
frozen.
ate it. People ate it, and nothing happened to them magically.
Yeah, of course it wouldn't have got ill. It would have been frozen, bro. Listen, if it was frozen 7 years prior, and it wasn't out of date when it was frozen, it'd be alright. It'd be alright. Man, how's that
Honestly,
roadkill?
sorry. I just I wanted to get someone's specific opinion on this, like the state of the world right now and how they're starting to mandate this stuff, mandating a personal choice. I actually wanted to ask Dandelion what her thoughts were on this, if that's fine.
Oh yeah, you should get me out of the lobby because I'm arguing with people over veganism. So definitely, yes,
I
draw my
saw
attention
that.
from there, please. Just take me
I
away.
saw that.
What is it?
Can I argue with you, by the way, when you go back? I just
Yeah,
want to
please
argue
do.
with you.
Yeah, they're in there. Somebody just called. I think they're calling me a shill, but they're doing it in like a underhanded way. I just said who's the shill. I haven't got identified yet. I'm pretty sure I'm the shill for not going for the vegan religion with these other flat earthers. So yeah, that's always fun. But anywho, yeah.
Oh, thank
Please do
Abba for
argue with
that.
them.
Thank Abba for that, because I thought you were going to say you were arguing for veganism, and I was like, oh
No
no.
way. I mean, I don't care if people want to be vegans as long as they don't run around like, this is the
Yeah.
way. All must do this, especially if you're
But
flat earth and you love the
Yeah,
earth.
no,
I mean, come on.
my issue with it is
100%.
I hate this place.
my issue with it is like I've been a vegetarian. I've been just a meat eater. This veganism thing is a lifestyle that
Yeah.
comes from what they think is a moral decision. And my only answer to them is plants dance, plants fight when they're uprooted and planted with other families. They put off signals when they're being uprooted. You don't have a
Plants
moral stand. Like that's it. If you want to eat plants, fine, but why don't you just eat what they bear? Like the
How-
seed, like the fruit, like the nuts.
It's
That
not
that's
consistent.
Living food.
what about the leaves? Spinach.
Wait there. See what you said?
Oh, I was saying it's not consistent. Plants feel pain too. And I
No.
think I asked Dandelion about this like a day or two ago
No.
or something.
They have.
Yeah, we were talking
They
about the
react.
secret life of plants, which actually, now that you mention that, I got to read that book again. I'm pretty sure I still have it. I read it a long time ago. But yeah, because Rezan's in there saying plants don't feel pain, which actually, if that were true, I could see that argument. But I think they definitely, respond to stimuli in multiple ways. I mean, it's just this holier than thou attitude I don't like about them. That's why I
They're
confront them
alive.
about that. I'm like, become breatharians then. Eat nothing, and then I'll listen to you. You're a bunch of, and plus you better be you better be anti-killing unborn babies who definitely feel pain, who are unique, combination of DNA, never seen before, never seen again. If you're a vegan, especially one of these little people in the mainstream society that run around talking about it, you better be pro-life.
Wearing leather
every
sandals.
way. Yeah, you better be, and I know they aren't. So they're a bunch of hypocrites. you know, they're saying animals are better than people then, and they are definitely saying they're better than little plantists.
Look, I
You know.
understand to a certain extent. Like personally, I won't eat meat unless I've dispatched the life of myself, you know. But I feel like there's a spiritual. It's more of a spiritual thing. You know, if you're gonna do the deed, if you're gonna eat it, then you might as well do the deed. It's just the way I look at it.
Well,
hey, guess what? In the Bible, in the sorry, in the Bible it says that if you buy meat from someone who sacrifices an animal, and he makes these praises and in the name of certain god,
false gods.
It says you shall not eat that.
Of course, like halal meat, for
Yeah,
instance, that sold massively so in
kosher.
different places.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily even kosher, because one could argue that kosher meat would be and you do get kosher meat that's prepared by people that accept Yahusha or Yeshua or Jesus. I would just like to add with the plant thing, with the stimuli. Look at mangroves. Like people would say, well, they follow the sun, for instance, right? But it's not really that. They actually follow the water. So these mangroves do definitely respond to stimuli, as in they literally walk. There are trees that walk over a mile as the shoreline moves in mangroves. I don't know if anyone else knows about this. In very tropical countries, the mangroves tree line walks back over a mile. Throughout the year. That's incredibly insane. So so to suggest that they sort of don't have any sort of way of interpreting, like not a feeling, but I don't know how to say it. There's some form of understanding of information and in there, right? But again, the amount of animals that die in the production of vegan produce is insane.
Yeah.
So the soy industry alone, the amount of animals that die because of the machinery that they use, right? The amount of people that are affected as well by some of the main staples like palm oil and soy and all these different products that are used in veganism en masse. They're causing like massive problems because they're being genetically modified as well before use, and then after, so that people's own genetic material and cellular level is being affected by these like disgusting diabolical practices.
I mean, it's very important to check the grade of meat of what you are looking at. Like reading the ingredient list, is just the basic level of information. That's what they want you to know. You need to look up the level grade of meat. Like I think like Taco Bell's like sea level grade of meat. That's disgusting. People don't even realize what they're eating or putting into their body.
Like what the hell is a
Even
natural
Subway
flavoring?
guys. Oh, you don't want to know. Good rising, you guys. Hey, I took a year of botany on top of my biology degree for pre-med and all that. I tell you what, plants do feel. I have no doubt about it. And if you're a gardener like I've been all my life and a farmer, when a plant even is hurting for water, I mean, they look like they're suffering. And when they're drying up and dying or diseased, they look sad. So anybody who thinks they don't sense something, it's just not paying attention. They're not paying attention. Everything's alive.
If you look at the similarities, first of all, two things that I think are really interesting and why I believe plants definitely feel. Two things. So the first thing, look at a tree stump and then look at our fingerprints. The second thing is look at roots and then look and compare them to nerves, human nerve cells.
Well, you got to remember too, they're all interconnected. The plants talk between species as well as, to each other. And if you disrupt that, there's certain groves of trees like aspens and cedars and all kinds. They are even using the microbiology, the fungi, to talk between each other, which is fungi is so unique because it's basically a blend of plant animal. It's very strange. They're like the halfway.
Permaculture is the way to go.
It is. I'm going to a permaculture class this morning, actually.
Very cool. I'd love to hear some more about it. You going to be on later?
Yeah, I'll be on when I get back. I'm going to the expo where they're having all kinds of homesteading classes. It's Ozarks Homesteading Expo. So I've got my beekeeping stuff, and then today I'm doing the other stuff today. So more plant stuff today. So it's really cool.
I'm trying to decide where to move in terms of like living and homestead. I'm trying to decide what state to go to.
Oklahoma,
like Georgia, Oklahoma. Okay, one. Any suggestions would be very well appreciated.
Crack, if you're a masochist, you should go to Ohio.
No,
or California.
There you
Or
go, California.
I got my ass out of there, man. I'm born and raised in California. As soon as all this happened, probably about 2 or 3 years ago now, I just uprooted and took off.
Did you see Witsit's stream in Ohio? Like, they kicked him out like immediately. Like, people in Ohio are rude, especially near the north. It's ridiculous.
Where was that to? Sorry,
California, or not California. I missed it. Ohio. When Witsit did his Ohio stream, he got like kicked out within like 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, but it is Witsit, bro. Like, you know.
Yeah, I like to recommend. Sorry to change the subject from Witsit, but books. Growing as much as you can, and collecting every book you can think of. Everything from electricity to DIY to identifying mushrooms to anything you can think of, and they're going to be worth their weight in gold.
I'm starting a library actually for the local group here. We've actually got a building that they want me to clean up, a stone building. We're going to start putting books because I got quite a collection already. And then I've met even people I have been reading their books for a while now and watching on YouTube for a couple of years. They were at the expo, so it's pretty cool. So I don't know if you guys know about horizontal beekeeping. Russian doctor. Yeah, he's there. That's who's been doing it, and I bought bee boxes from him for startup here in Arkansas instead of using my usual stack method like I was back in Washington. I am so glad I left Washington, even though the humidity here is a little challenging at first.
If you want to be a fire starter, then collect books.
So hopefully Dandelion, you're still there. I kind of like took it deeper into the conversation about veganism, but you did ask her to open her mic for a reason. I didn't want that to be lost.
That's
fine. I don't even know what it was. Okay, yeah, get me away. I'm like really fighting. Yes, definitely. Like ban me, whatever you have to do. Get me out of there. I'm fighting with the gold member now. Please take me away. Take me away.
Okay. So my original question was, I wanted to know your perspective on these mandates that are happening in specifically the school system, because first they started with public servants, aka government people, who are taking away our rights. Then nurses, and now they're moving into the educational system for not only just teachers but also students. They're targeting my age group. How do you think about? How do you feel about that?
Oh my gosh, you really are trying to get me to rant, aren't you? Lucky for you, I'm in the right mood.
The nurses already got bored of TikTok.
Can I mention one thing that I thought was absurd to kick this off?
Yes.
So I saw an article that said teacher gave class because unjabbed teacher gave 50% of her class orchid Byzantine. 50%? Y'all know that? That's what she did? Okay. Wow. That's crazy.
I'm sorry. I just got accused of not being a truther. I am just not going to respond. Right, guys? You're all with me on that. I'm just not going to respond. Some crack villains in there backing me up. Thank you, crack villain. Yeah. I'm sorry. I will not look. Crack villain, if I need to look, let me know. I'm just not going to respond. Okay.
Yeah, I will do. All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, Elijah. I was so distracted by being called I'm not. You know what? I'm going to take it as a compliment. You're right. I'm not a truther for sure, because I think the truth movement is also a problem because most of them, the so-called truther movement, say flat earth is a psyop. Definitely not. I agree 100%. Anywho, I'm sorry, Elijah. I didn't hear what you said, but I did hear CI's question, which, yes, I think it's ridiculous. I think any parent who is, I'm sorry, I shouldn't sometimes I make statements that might make people think like, oh my gosh, she's judging me for doing this thing, that thing. Because I do understand, like, compromise with the system is a thing. And I used to do it, and so like, at first I didn't when I, was all by myself before I had kids. But then for a while I did for various reasons, which we won't get into. And I think we all have to some extent, maybe, unless you do, like, which I have done in the past, where you go off and you live on your own, which I consider doing it again, like with my kids. But then I realized, like, with your children, it's so much harder. Like when I was alone, it was easy to live away from society. So any single person that sits in here and whines and says, oh, I have to have a phone so they can track me, I have to do this. You do not. You can live on this earth with very little money. I did it for years. You got a tent. If you live in America, especially, probably in warm climates, it's even easier. I did it in Montana. Come on. You can. You can. You just choose not to for whatever reason. So if you've chosen to be connected to the society, whatever reason, then you get more disturbed about these things that are going on, like you said, CI. But, the stuff about the children, come on. It's getting out of hand. At first, they didn't target the children. I think, because it was like normalize it among adults. And then people be like, oh, I'm still alive. I guess I can now oppress my children too and compromise their health because the government said I had to. I mean, come on. If we're not going to do anything, or people in general, it's going to, wherever you are, I'm not saying don't join a movement by any means. Don't go sign a stupid petition. Don't even go to the stupid state capitol protest unless you want to. I mean, that's fine. If you want to, go ahead. Maybe you'll meet some interesting people there. That's the only purpose for that. But, in your realm, wherever you are, it's very likely, especially the people I know here, you guys know, I don't, if I don't know you, I can't say this is true, but the people who have been around the server for a while, like in your physical realm, you are probably the person who, has like a wider view than most of the people, like a more objective view, let's say. Not to say we know everything, because by all means we don't. Obviously, like we said, everything's being kept from us. We can't know many things. But we certainly can say this government is not looking out for you. They do not care about your health or safety at all. So do what you need to do. Live your life however you want to live it. And please do not make your children think that this is the world they live in. This thing they portray on television. That is a artificial world that has nothing to do with where you are, what you're actually doing. Just create. You can, when you have a family and children, you can create. You basically are from the inside out creating, a tiny little society, and make that a beautiful place for these children. You have no obligation to participate in their school system. Let's say, because for a while, I did have to send my daughter to public school when I was a public school teacher because I had that job. I couldn't homeschool her. I thought about it. But it was like, yeah, I can't do that. Now, because it's so funny, because ironically, because the world has all gone online, I can now teach online on the side. Just them, which is a wonderful blessing. Like, I can children teach, not overestimate the wonderful thing of homeschooling. Please, if you're considering it all, definitely do that. I mean, you can teach your child so much better. That's why for, forever, it used to be like, let's say 100, 200 years ago. Don't you remember? I mean, have you ever read an old novel? It's like the wealthiest people hired governesses to teach their children at home. I mean, did you never read like any Jane Austen novels or anything? It's like That's what the wealthy elite did and still do. Because obviously, a one-on-one education is going to be better than sending to a factory farm prison complex to get brainwashed. I mean, come on. And then it's in all these new, like, I guess they're talking about like making them do this thing or that thing. It's like, just don't participate. You know, they say do this or that thing. You don't have to go fight them. I did for a little while and so on. And then I'm finding like, you know what? You guys are going to tell my kid that to do this thing or that thing. We're just going to go do our own thing. And we'll find other people, which we have, other families that want to do our own thing with us and just create our own little groups and organizations.
Yeah.
And we just don't care about your stuff anymore. We don't want to participate because you guys are a bunch of fun-killing, life-killing people.
I know children who are homeschooled and they've learned the whole alphabet. So he was reciting the whole alphabet and backwards also. And he knew all the letters to read them at the age of 2.5 years old, homeschooled. So by the time they barely begin to speak, children, yeah, you can teach them the alphabet and the letters to read. So it has a lot of benefits, homeschooling.
I was homeschooled. My last, I actually dropped out of school at 8th grade because I couldn't stand it anymore. My parents knew I was too bored and couldn't handle it anymore. So they said, okay, fine, you want to homeschool? And I said, yes. And it didn't stop me from accomplishing anything. So I was working full time and done with all high school stuff by the age of 17, youngest certified phlebotomist ever in Washington State because I was able to get in because I was already done with school. And then I, of course, attended multiple universities in their honors program and then went on to even medical school stuff. So for a physician assistant. So anybody who thinks homeschooling can't get you anywhere,
Literally much further, actually.
Well, that's people's lack of faith in their own family name's autonomy. What you think? Like, do you think there's just a whole bunch of dumb people that can't read a book to their kids, like the teacher does? Like, what do you think? You know?
Right, exactly.
And
Yeah,
maybe
if you
that
have,
is
yeah,
the
what,
case,
oh yeah, what I was going to say, it just reminded me of the part I missed, which is if you are in that situation for whatever reason, you know, financial or whatever, that you have to compromise with the system and send your child to public school, which I know happens, because like I said, I did it. I knew because I was a public school teacher, I knew they're not learning what they need to be successful in this world. If they ever, and at that point, I was still in the mindset of like, oh, she should be able to compete with these people, you know, or whatever, because they want to keep you guys down. Come on, you know, only, yeah. And I just in the evenings would teach her what she really needed to know, you know, like I was basically homeschooling her in the side. And I just felt public school is just, that's where she goes for entertainment, you know, she's, you know, whatever, exercise, and so on. But I think, and some people might not agree with this, but I do think like it's different for females than it is for males because she was able to go there, and because of the way I kind of brought her up and taught her, like she kind of felt like those people were nuts. You know what I mean? And so, but she didn't like invest a lot in it. She just kind of went there, you know, did her little thing, came home, and so on. But like boys, I feel like are more influenced by the people around them. Because that's why, like, when I got to the point of my sons, first I tried the private school. They never went to public school, but that was like even worse. I won't even get into that, but I almost felt like, oh, they would have been better off in the public school, you know, because there is like the worst kids they are like the kids who like think they're all that because their parents have a lot of money. And I didn't have a lot of money. I just was like scraping, you know, to send them there. That was almost worse. But then, you know, like since my boys have been homeschooled, they are just like so much better in every way. I can't even explain it. Just like better in their minds and hearts, which is the important thing, you know. But yeah,
Dandy,
better people.
It's okay if I call you that, right?
For sure, I like it. It's cool. Yeah, I like it.
I find it very interesting what you said about boys and men, about wanting to like kind of fit into line and like blend in a bit. I agree with that. Have you heard of the Big Five personality thing?
No,
Ocean?
I don't know what that is.
I believe there is openness to new ideas, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. And typically, not always, typically men are more conscientious and women are more open to new ideas. Now, not always. There are men who have high O values. Mine personally are, I have very high O and N. I have moderate agreeableness, and I have low conscientiousness, which is interesting, and extroversion. But yeah, look into the Big Five. It's very interesting. Men are typically more conscientious.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much every part of that as well. And I mean, even the equivocation of an evaluation of your own axioms inside of the Big Five that make up who you are.
I mean, based on statistical data.
Hi, Martov. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon.
Hello,
Oh wow, it's pronounced Martov. I've been calling him Maroth for like ever.
Oh, you missed
Oh,
the
well,
T there.
Craigvillain, get it right. Get it right.
It is not
I got
Martov.
nice Craigvillain, though.
Well,
I actually
Maroth.
on my side. I'm so excited. Most people, when other people start fighting, they're just like, oh, I'm gonna stay far away from this one. Like, oh, at least they're yelling at somebody else, not me. But I did want to ask Martov, like about. I actually wasn't after I left Ladies' Night. Like, I started listening again, but I missed like the whole thing about the gyroscope. Like, can you summarize like what it was? Because you told me you had to jump in
basically,
there.
like this dude came in and he was like, "Oh, I'm a commercial pilot, so I'm like here to explain stuff to you people." And I don't know, he wasn't really directly condescending, but it was kind of there. And then the lady started to just ask him like, "Well, what do you do in your plane, and how do your instruments like what makes it a globe, right?" But basically, all he came up with was the directional gyro, which is basically a fancy compass because you have to align that thing to what they call magnetic north with an actual compass, and then you have to keep adjusting it while you're flying, right? So that was basically that was his point he was making. It was like, well, I have to adjust this directional gyro, therefore it's Earth curvature. But it's like, dude, it's literally the circumnavigation argument. Like the way I understand it, because he's aligning it to north, and then you move, and then it's not pointing at north anymore. I gotta fix it. Oh, now it's pointing at north again. I can keep going. It's like it's basically a compass. You're just not using the magnetic field. You're using a gyroscope, but it's still based on the magnetic field. So
but he lied about that first up. He immediately said when he started his whole argument was that had nothing to do with magnetic north. And that was the biggest problem, is he was being dishonest about so many things. And then, of course, he said he could see
I mean, like,
he could see Earth
in a certain way you look at it, technically it's correct. I mean, the gyro compass doesn't directly use a magnetic field. I mean, that's correct. But the way you align it to the magnetic field. So it's the same thing. Like, come on, dude.
You know what's analogous to that? They like as I've been, putting forth all that Ted Man has drip fed to me until I finally get, because math is like the last thing I wanted to do when I got here. Like, what I mean? It's like, oh, that guy knows it. Yeah, it's that over there, what he said. Like, I can understand when it makes sense until there's all of these X's and O's and R and all, and then it's like, I don't know what the fuck that's talking about, but I'm beginning to understand it more, and I come to a point where I'm okay with using celestial navigation as an argument. And people have been telling me, oh, sextants, they don't measure 90 degrees. That 90 degrees has nothing to do with it. Don't bring up 90 degrees. Oh, so a right triangle isn't involved. My bad. Excuse me. They'll just straight up, they're not. but you're not measuring it well. I mean, because it's you need the baseline.
Yeah,
Like you
true.
can't how you gonna fucking
Well,
so
I
it's
mean,
not like it's technically they're right, but it's already a given.
Yeah.
You're measuring the angle from the star to the ground. But how you gonna where's the ground at? Where is it from your point
yeah.
of view?
Yeah, but I mean, it's basically the same thing that he tried to like pull yesterday with the whole gyro thing, because he was like, "Well, I'm not using the magnetic field, so that it doesn't have anything to do with the magnetic field." It's like, no, because you're aligning it to what? Oh, yeah, there you go.
To that at the
Same
beginning,
thing.
and then it
Yep.
remembered.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Intellectually dishonest. And he knew it.
yeah,
That's
he
why
was a little bit.
he was double
Yeah.
speaking everywhere. And that's why he was double speaking, is because he knew he was kind of cornered again. Yeah, that guy was
Yeah,
really
yeah, he
funny.
was kind of double speaking, but I feel like if someone could have gotten the flat Earth circumnavigation thing, get him to understand that, that might have, been a little light bulb. Oh, wait a minute, I'm, with the gyro compass north thing. Maybe he would have got something from that. Maybe not. I don't know. But
He wasn't willing
he was being a bit dishonest. Yeah.
to tell us. He wasn't willing to listen. He was willing to insist.
No, these men are not actually real pilots. They are these gamers who play that flight simulator
Flight
from
simulator.
Microsoft. Yeah,
This is so obvious on the flat earth like that.
yeah.
So well, maybe you guys could help me out. Because I've been asking. I don't know that,
No.
and that's this is where knowledge comes, right? Because when I came to Flat Earth, the first thing I asked is, "Hey, I've been looking online and I can't find it. Can anyone tell me where they measured the dimensions that are claimed to be the Earth? When did that happen? Can anyone tell me?" And it's just 1,000 different ways to tell me how I don't need to worry about that. That's irrelevant. Oh, they did do it, and it's like, no, they just assumed it, and then
Yeah.
when was it actually?
Yeah.
So that being said, that's always where my inquiry begins. When I can't find the answer I'm looking for, that's where it starts. So that being the case, I'm looking for the mechanical explanation as to how much the moon rolls on its face like a quarter,
right,
in a 24-hour period, because it's not a perspective issue unless you're on the flat Earth. On the globe Earth, as you're spinning towards the moon, so I'm going to post some pictures eventually, but I'm saying that, well, I've spotted something that I hadn't realized, and it's only because I've never actually, for whatever reason, as many times as I've watched the moon, I've never on purpose went out just to see a moon rise, like I've done with the sunrise. So when I did that, it's what led me to my observation. So one night, just because I wanted to see it red, and I know if I get it on the horizon, it's going to be red. That's just what it is. And I wanted to see it, so I did, and I took pictures and I pointed it out to people, and they were like, "Whoa!" And I was like, "Wow, this is a really effective way of flat smacking." I may as well just show people things and let them come to their own conclusion. And that was a beautiful night on the boardwalk or the walkway, whatever that was, next to the water here. And so the next morning, meaning a few hours, 7 hours later, I'm starting my day, going about my business, and then I look up, and the moon is now upside down, or the orientation was the very opposite of what I saw 7 hours ago. And I said, "Oh, I thought this was a perspective issue. Like I'm looking at it like this, But somebody in Australia, well, if I was on the West Coast, I'm looking at it like this, but someone in Australia is looking at it like that. I never thought that in my same sky, I'd be looking at that. And you know what? I'm just talking. You guys are like, okay, but what's your point? Okay, hold on. Let me post these pictures, because ultimately, again, I'm going to show you how. If you're going to beg the question of a ball that's rolling towards the moon, then you can't say that the change of the orientation of the face is due to perspective. That's obviously absurd the moment I show you this picture. So that being the case, I want to know where this movement or this motion of that so-called physical body, where is that mathematically described? And what
Yeah,
is the
like the
rate?
change in the vector of the light that comes off of it that allows for it to be seen in that way. Even like, how is it doing that? If you've seen this observation in a sense, right?
Not even how,
Then,
just how much. Like, and is it in the maths, or did they just say, "Whoops, we forgot"? No, no. All movements are supposed to be accounted for. You got a complete heliocentric model, right? You know that it spins 27 point whatever degrees at 120 rotation, a full rotation every 27 and some change days. You know that. You should know how much it takes on the other axis.
yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
So look at this picture that I'm posting. So this is what I'm asking you to envision right now, and then try to someone. If you have the answer, that's great. I can shut up about it. So you are on the Earth, right? And then you see the moon. And then you simulate in your mind the Earth turning towards that moon until it's daytime and until it's in the position where you see it in the blue sky.
Right.
Would you think that that's a perspective issue?
1 second, dude. I was still in the lobby. I was waiting for it to come in.
No, it's they're both New York City, both from where I live, where I'm at. 7 hours apart. So I'm thinking
One
in
of
my
the days,
mind,
guy.
okay,
The only way I could say, listen, the only thing I could
red
say is
moon. Yeah.
the red moon is the real moon. That's the real orientation. The one in the blue sky, all I could say is that isn't actually the moon. It's an apparent position of it, and it's a reflection of, right? It's a reflection of it and placing it in the sky in that position in the daytime. That's the only way I can see it. I'm saying that's the only explanation they could give, right?
Is that a speculation of what it's? I don't care about what it's doing.
I'm saying that's what they're going to say potentially, right?
I don't care what they're going to say. I'm asking if it's already accounted for, not ad hoc explained after I brought it up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course, I know that.
Like, how could so this would be my answer. So I take it back. I'm now at nighttime. I'm looking at that moon. As I'm spinning towards it, it is raising higher and higher into the sky. I'm still looking at it, and then at some point, as I'm spinning towards it, because it's not really moving. And well, from that frame of reference, you understand what I mean. So since it's not moving, and I'm moving towards it, right? Then as it gets higher in the sky, and as the day comes, and as the sky gets bluer, eventually I'm gonna see it like that. How would then, like, at what point did it not become the actual moon? So I don't know. So I don't think they couldn't ask me that. They couldn't say that. So I would go back to, okay, so if I'm thinking about spinning towards that moon, I don't see how perspective would make it look upside down. Therefore, it's a mechanical issue. Therefore, where is that accounted for in your model?
Yeah, of course.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. Again, but like I said, the previous thing, right? Are we able to follow the moon in the day sky all the way through to see what it's doing? This isn't in response to anything. I'm just asking. Second.
That's exactly what I did. If I would have stayed up all night, I would have watched it roll. My only question is, what is the rate of that roll? Because it's obviously not my perspective if I live on a ball that's moving.
I know that's what I'm trying to say there, Elijah, is that if you was to have stayed up all day and looked at it in the day sky, right? Have you ever? That's what I'm saying. I've never seen the moon when I've seen it during the day in the middle of the sky. I've never watched it continue on for longer than like a couple of hours. It's like it just disappears out of the sky completely.
Yeah,
when it gets
it
bright.
takes 2 seconds.
So you don't
look at how quick it changed for me that night, and I didn't realize. Look at this. So it's not really an issue. You see it happening. Look at that. What the fuck? You know what I mean? So I know why it looks like that, because the Earth is flat and it's revolving around us, and it is a perspective issue.
It is a perspective issue, yeah.
I know
because
that.
it's like rolling like a wheel as it goes around us. I know that, right?
Right. As a glober, though, it needs to be mathematically put in there. It needs to have been there before I ask the question. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to tell from just these pictures as well, right? Because it's like, but then you were looking at it with your eyes, right? So going along with trusting your I've not seen the moon disappear in the night sky. Like I was talking about the transition from day to night, right? Like I've never been able to follow the moon. I've tried to literally do this, like follow the moon during the day sky. Because I was thinking about you saying you saw it in New York's day sky during the day, and then at the end of the night it was the other way around. And I was thinking in my head, like, well, that could just be optical, but no, the two images you've shown now is like different orientations. I'm trusting that you were looking at it with your eyes, obviously, so I'm trusting your observation from your perspective, because the photos aren't exactly clear, but I can see the outline.
Also, you have it backwards. So, I was looking at it at night, and then it traversed the sky. And okay, so at night it started at the 2 o'clock position on the clock, and then when I woke up, it was at the wait. I'm bugging the fuck out. 2 o'clock. It was at the 7 o'clock position at night, and then when I woke up, it was at the 2 o'clock position.
Right.
So it went from night sky to day sky. So it was there the entire time. I was able to watch it. So if I stayed up all night, I would watch it do this with my own eyes. Because I see what you're saying about, hey, if I took the picture that night that day, and then it disappeared, but then when it rolled around and then ended back up on the horizon that night, that would be a little dicey. I'm talking about you can actually watch it from night to day as it does that. Anyone can do this. I didn't know that this was a thing because I'd have been talking about it along with all my other moon stuff. I never actually saw it rise.
Something I'm gonna have to try and do myself, because again, the rising. So if, like you said, you went to sleep, like we need the whole observation basically. You know what I mean? Like someone needs to do it, the whole thing. You know what I mean?
I mean, unless there's magic involved, you can logically deduce. Like again, if you think you're on a sphere and you're spinning
what's going to be
towards the
said,
daytime,
Elijah? What's going to be said, mate, is that the sky, the moon that you took the photo of in the blue sky.
Yeah.
We need to definitely know you can follow it from the night sky into the blue, because
well, there's two things I can provide you, just like with my other argument. Two things I can provide for that.
I'm trying to eke out, yeah.
So there's timeanddate.com, and there's the timestamp on these photos. So So the only thing left is for you to say, well, I don't know that moon went from there in the sky to there in the sky, but we all know that the moon goes east to west, right?
No, but I don't know that, regardless of timeanddate.com, that doesn't account for the atmospheric hues that would block out the sight of the moon. Meaning, from that period of time you were asleep when you went into the second photo, right? The moon may have disappeared in the night sky at the end of the night, and then during the day there would have been potentially a couple of hours you didn't see it, right? Which would mean that you couldn't follow the actual body from there to there, so you don't know whether or not the second photo you took is just an apparent picture of the moon, more so apparent than all the rest, as in it's realistically, because it is daytime, attenuating through the atmosphere through the blue light spectrum, that is a form of reflection. And you get my point there, because I've seen the moon appear in the blue day sky and disappear in it, right? Meaning that where it appear, if I've seen it appear, I'm imagining that if I was to awake the night before, I couldn't have followed it all the way with my own eyes, never seeing it disappear and then reappearing.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna do that, but I know 100% that I could do that.
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not gonna do it. I mean, because that's like, I mean, okay, so I saw the sunrise and then I took a nap, and now it's at the 1 o'clock position in my sky. What is there to think about?
I understand.
You know, yeah. And secondly, they'd never say that because they admit that the moon does roll, but I can't find any mechanical reason
as to why it does,
or what the rate of it is, how it's accounted for in the heliocentric motions.
Maybe that's as well. Yeah, I don't know of a explanation for that either. Again, I believe it is a perspective issue. Like, we know it is a perspective issue, but it doesn't work as a perspective issue on the globe.
Right.
Obviously, we have the. I'm working this out in my brain as we're speaking.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, what? Like, I didn't immediately, like, I waited for like a good 30 minutes.
I haven't seen it roll myself personally. Like, haven't looked out for that as in essence. I haven't looked out for the roll whatsoever for me. But this may be because I'm in England, right? And it could be something to do with where I am. And then the portion in which I'm looking at it from, where I'm looking at it from as well. I don't know that I've seen it roll myself, and because I've taken a lot of photos of the moon.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Because you're not gonna check this out. You're not gonna see it roll much between 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock, which is where people see it. Like, if they're watching it going about their day and they look up, it's there. They go on, they play basketball, they play whatever they're doing, and then they look up again 30 minutes later, it's there. And then they look again 2 hours later, it's there. Like, so which is funny enough, from about 12 o'clock all the way to 4 or 5 o'clock, you're not going to see much of a difference at all. You might think, did that change? But you won't really, it won't be drastic. But where you could see it, like, say if you were not to catch it coming up, but if you were to see it going, and you did have a clear night sky, when it begins to go down, this is because it's getting away from you, and maybe it's circle. I still don't know if it's circling. Everybody says that. I don't fucking know. Not me. I don't know that. It looks like it arcs around me, but I'm just one person in a very small location. I don't know what it does everywhere. I don't. You know what I mean?
You don't need to, realistically.
Yeah. So it's like, that being said, I see the most drastic change before I witnessed this. I was like, yo, I wanted to, because what I was trying to do was the wax and gibbous thing, and it's like, haha, look, it's 2:00 in the morning. I'm looking at the moon. The sun's over there. There's no fucking possible way. But when I was doing this, I realized that it changed exponentially the more it got towards the horizon on the west. And I was like, yo, that kind of fucks up because I wish it was like halfway the way it was during the day. And now it kind of looks like it's pointing towards north a little bit.
Mhm.
And I was like, how is that going to skew my results or people or what people think about it? So I already knew that it kind of changed, but I didn't know it was that drastic. And but again, I understand why. Like if I have a 180 degree field of view and something is arcing around me, then obviously when it's on one end, it's gonna look the opposite of when it's on the other end. In my estimate, if I'm on a plane and it's going over
Overhead,
my head
of course.
versus spinning, you know.
Yeah,
Now
no, I understand
if I was spinning towards it, I would imagine. Well, see,
Well, its
now
face
the
is just
reason,
faced in one direction from where you are if you're spinning towards it, right?
except they've accounted for this by saying no, but as you spin towards it, it's going to spin towards you. Fine, but what about the cartwheel?
Yeah, no, this is rotation not around in a cylinder. This is rotating as if it is a wheel that the knives are thrown at.
Yeah.
I get you, bro. Don't worry. So yeah, that doesn't account for that when you're orbiting, you know. And if it is cartwheeling, then no, it doesn't account for it. It does with the perspective if it just goes overhead, like you know, they're going to argue that, well, it's going over your head on the globe, but it's like, but no, it's going to go over your head. If it's cartwheeling, it's going to stay in its perspective as it goes over your head, and then you're going to see it like side on, and also you're going to see almost two vectors at the same time of motion. You'll be able to track it and see it, like not two vectors, but its face would change actually. If it was doing what they're saying it does on the
That's what
globe,
I've tried
its
to
actual
simulate
face
this.
would change.
I've tried to simulate this in my mind. Like I've tried to put the two vectors
You
together
can't do
in
it.
my mind.
The face
I don't
doesn't
even know
change.
how that works.
The cartwheeling is fine, but
When you try to do both, that's when the mind breaks down. It's like it
yeah,
almost
because
like
it
it
could
doesn't.
flip on theirs. It could flip on theirs as it goes overhead, but with the cartwheeling, it won't just flip upside down. It would be orientated sideways, and then for it to do it and it to stay in that orientation, even there would be people somewhere else that would be able to see different parts of the face as well.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any perspectives on this? Am I
Yeah,
crazy or like, you know? I'm sharing this with everybody as I do with my rainbow, as what I do all my other unorthodox. All I'm doing is actually doing stuff. I don't want to do what everybody else is talking about. You know what I mean? Let me know if I'm crazy. Let me know if I have something. Word. Everybody just went to sleep.
Yeah.
I heard you. Yeah. I was going to say, Elijah, have you talked to Nathan? Do you know who that is? He formerly only had VC verified, but yesterday I just gave him that sun and moon role, which I thought that you were involved in that group. Oh yeah, you have it, the sun and moon. Yeah, because he is into observations, and he brought to the ladies' night that idea of the craters on the moon being caused by electric discharge, possibly, which he shared with me this video from the Thunderbolts project about that, the electric universe people. So you might want to chat with him sometime about that. I think there's a lot to that. I mean, I would lend a lot of credence to it. I haven't seriously investigated it myself, but I thought it was interesting stuff he was saying.
It is interesting. I mean, possible as it may be, you know. You know what I'm gonna say? Possible. Like I'm looking at things with say when I don't formulate arguments around, like, I'm not hypothetically saying anything. I'm saying this is what I observe. How does this work within the thing that we're all taught? When the moon could be, it could be electrical discharges because this is what it looks like. I mean, yeah. And like C pointed out, like, you know, our nervous system looks like the roots of a tree. Okay. And you know, I can't, what am I going to do with that? Say, yeah, that's for sure. I can't test it. I can't know it, but it's a good speculation, I guess.
Right. Do you guys still like, wasn't that sun and moon roll originally like you guys were meeting, like comparing observations or
Yeah, me
something?
and
Isn't that,
Eli
are
were
you,
doing it. We're breaking down
are
all
you
the
still
lies.
doing that? You still do it?
Not
We
really.
haven't lately.
I remember those. Remember when I made that video like a year ago? Or it was longer than a year ago. Like it was like the one with
Yeah.
like, it was like a thought exercise with the sun and the moon. That was kind
I
of funny,
remember
even though
that
the
one.
video's dated.
Yeah, like because you didn't. It's not like you said what it was. You wanted the listener or the viewer to like come to their own conclusion, you
Mm-hmm.
know, based on what they're looking at. And that's sort of my motive. It's like, hey, tell me what you're looking at, and tell me how it makes sense with your worldview. You know. But
It's kind of weird because
I think we should do more observations together. That's very fun.
I agree. And that was really fun. I remember like listening for a few minutes. I usually wouldn't say anything. I'd just hop in with my mic muted, listen for like 20 minutes and then go to class. But I actually still show people that video from time to time. And usually they'll say like, you, because remember I had the disclaimer at the beginning saying I'm not making any claims, I'm just showing data. People would be like, "Oh, you're lying. You are making claims. You're saying that the Earth is flat because of the sun and the moon," and I'm like, "I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying this is
That's
what
where
we
their
observe."
spirit is bringing them to. That's the problem, and everyone is afraid because you didn't make that conclusion. They're coming to that conclusion by, because what other conclusion can they come to? So they're
Hey,
basically, yeah.
I got a daytime moon at about 85 degrees west. Daytime. Yep, it does. It's all perspective, man. You see it come up, the shadow part will be on the bottom, and by the time that moon sets today, the shadow part will be on the top. And we can all observe that the next couple of days, man. If you want to
See
look at the moon.
now. So the thing with that is, the reason that I'm saying it's a mechanical issue is because it's like, okay, well, it damn near rotates for me from my one location, based on it going half. That means technically it should rotate at least something like probably a little over 24-hour time period. It should do a full rotation on that, from that vector. And that's a problem when you think about everyone on the earth. It's because it's not just my perspective, it's everyone's. Well, maybe that's not an issue, but like, the point still stands. It needs to be accounted for. I don't know.
Oh, I recorded this on July 28th, but I have a video of the sun. Just, it's not really for like the speculation things. I just really like it, so I'm gonna send that in live stream. It's uploading. I have my double VPN on, so it's gonna take a bit. It's like this big golden sun, and I really liked it. I was downtown, and I wanted to get footage of it. Had like a kind of rainbow red sky. Okay, it should upload. There it is. It had like a rainbow sky.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I love it. Oh man, that's beautiful. I know it looked even better with like, looking at it personally.
Yeah. It's
It must have
that
been
was
super vibrant.
Yeah, I had an iPhone 5S back then. I just upgraded to a 7, so the camera's not the best, but it was like fantastic in person. It was like instead of just looking like a tiny red circle, it was huge in real life. It was massive.
Yep, yep. I know exactly what you mean. I every year when the sun sets like in the middle, like between the tall skyscrapers, like you can see it, and it's just like takes up the whole street, like perspective wise.
It
The
looked
diameter goes
really
from one building to another.
Yeah, it looked huge. I don't know why it looked small in the video. It was like massive. Like it was so big. It felt like it was like less than a few miles away. Obviously, it wasn't, but it felt really, really, really close. I just had kind of a bad angle there, but it's like this massive golden sun. It almost looked like a really shiny penny. Like one of those fresh off the mint. Beautiful, beautiful sun. We should definitely do sun and moon speculation again. That was a lot of fun.
For sure, I'm definitely down. I'm definitely down. Look at this, guys. Here's another thing. Maybe, and I'll post the video that I got this from. So what the guy is detailing, like the eclipse, and then also when the moon is full. And you know what? I guess I can't explain it the way he did, or if I'm really even understanding. I just know that the moon is refracted both when there's a selenium eclipse and when there's a full moon. And the question becomes, well, if during a lunar eclipse the moon is in Earth's shadow, then when did it get there? Because obviously you if you've ever watched it, it can happen both ways. Either it could come sunrise or sunset. So in the terms of sunrise, when the moon was traversing the sky, your sky, the entire night, and then all of a sudden the eclipse starts, at what point does it become I'm looking at that moon directly to I'm now looking at an apparent position because that moon that I'm looking at that's been there the entire time is now somehow below the horizon. How does that work?
That's why we're here, man. Figure this shit out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's keep looking, figure it out. We're getting close.
Like what if the creator designed this whole thing? I mean, like what if this is like a puzzle that the humans are supposed to at some point crack? You know what I mean? What if we're supposed to actually know something? Like come as a collective. You know, there's this show called Sword Art Online. And in one of the last seasons,
I love Sword
the,
Art Online.
the yeah, it's amazing. So when they have to get to the top of the world tree where his wife is taken captive, he realizes that it's going to take all of the races that are pitted against each other. They're going to have to actually come together to work together to actually do this, because it wasn't meant to be possible for one, even though it turns out it wasn't meant to be possible for anybody. But the point is that he came to the conclusion that, wow, without the power of everyone, we could never achieve what our goal is. And what if that's the case here? What if I'm stuck behind because of all these goddamn Globers? You know, I don't know.
It's kind of similar. Now, I've never committed a crime in my life. I don't even have a speeding ticket. I don't drive, but I've just binge watched a lot of Larry Lawton because his videos are interesting. But from what I've heard, it's similar in prison too. Like, if all the prisoners work together, they could like actually have a decent system and rise against the guards. But the guards kind of divide people based off of race on purpose. So yeah, prisoners fighting prisoners, and the guards never get questioned. They're allowed to do whatever they want, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of why they wanted us to have a race war last year with the Floyd incident.
Oh yeah, that was funny. Yeah, they did want to start a race war, obviously. Again, it's because of obviously what's happening right now. To have the races in any way, shape, or form united would be dangerous. You create division just as you're about to cause human rights violations in order that people don't sort of stew together in their discontent over the violations of their own human rights over time. You need people to ignore that. You cannot allow people to bond during that.
I'm sorry, but what Marta wrote in chat's funny.
Sorry, see, I didn't hear what you said then. I was distracted. I was reading a comment that was
I
coming
said
through.
what Martha said in chat's funny.
It's snakes and foxes. You're in here, right? So yeah, you're thinking about it completely wrong. So the ISS is at a set height, okay? Higher than the plane, right? So if a plane that is the same size as the ISS, okay, is seen in front of the moon, right? But again, the size of the moon is an issue with scale as well, because the moon can appear to, I believe so, the moon, right? And we know so anyway. The moon can appear to be much bigger or much smaller based on the atmospheric conditions of the day. So you're comparing it next to something that size changes itself. Again, I happen to know it's a sound argument in the sense I've seen 737s, 47s, and I've seen at the biggest plane in the world, the Antonov 225, right? Well, the Antonov 225, in essence, is bigger than the ISS, and I've seen it appear to be a smaller angular size than the moon, right? And what I mean by that is that's based on my own like photography at the time and seeing it lots and lots of times. But it's an argument we can't fully make as a full rebuttal, because effectively, again, the day that I saw the ISS wasn't stood next to this other thing, and I don't have a scale thing behind it. If I could establish a scale chart, however, where I was to, let's say, take lots of different planes and their size and do the formula between that and another plane, and take its angular size, and then take the angular size of the ISS on lots of different days, and eventually create a scale that has a median, right, where we understand this, right? But then we don't need a size comparison. We can have a size comparison just based on the altitude of the individual planes, based on that and the altitude of the ISS. If the plane is lower, let's say at 1 mile, like you stated, the plane would appear to be bigger than the ISS. So that doesn't tell us anything, right? What we need is the plane to be at an altitude as the same size as the ISS, right?
be at an altitude where it appears to look either the same size or smaller, because that should be impossible. The ISS at the same size should always look smaller than if a plane is only at 40,000 feet, the same size as it, right? That picture, however, shows a plane, or an EXO provided it shows a plane of a roughly similar size. We don't know that it's not lower, right, than 7.2 miles. And we also don't know whether or not that was a day where the moon was supersized, so we really can't tell. Like I was saying, it doesn't show us. That's just my opinion. The argument can be a sound one though, if done correctly. Exactly. But that's just me. I haven't looked at his video yet where he says that he's created a size scale. I'm just wondering how that would be done. Because you need not just a size scale, you need a reference to the size scale on the scope itself. So you have a line, for instance, and they used to do this in World War II before we had laser rangefinders. So we would have a scale knowing that, let's say, a man, and this is the law of perspective, right? Which is that the angular size of a man, right? And you mark that down. Let's say he's 3 miles away from you, and he's 6 foot tall, and you can make the scale basically on the scope based on this information, so that you can range in your scope. So you can zero it. You can then look at him, put him between these subsets of lines that were pre-established by the angular size scale, and then in doing so, you can then go, oh right, he's 800 meters away because he fits between these two podiums, right? That's sometimes what the mil dots are actually for on a sniper's scope, to establish distance.
Unless this is like a 34-foot man.
Yeah.
No, obviously not. So it works. It works to assume, because it's not that much of a degree of or margin of error with the average height of a man.
But when we're using the moon as well behind the thing for the scale to show the thing, like that's impossible because the angular size of the moon changes. We don't know the actual altitude of the plane, and again, we would really need to see the plane appearing to be smaller than the ISS or exactly the same size. And in doing so, if it appears to be smaller than, it wouldn't even matter if it was a mile off the ground. It looks smaller than the ISS at a mile. That would make it worse, like you said. But in this image, they're roughly the same size, if not the plane looks bigger. And again, that's in relation to the moon behind it. So, and also meaning if the moon's big, then that might mean that the actual plane itself is appearing to be bigger based on atmospheric conditions on the day. It's so difficult. I'll repost a picture for the audience so they can sort of know what I'm talking about, that was posted by someone else. And like I said, this is actually an argument that I have used myself in the past, and it's something that I've had to think about in greater detail. And like I said, I've always said, though, in preface, that I would need to create, but it follows with logic that this makes sense. Logically, this makes sense, but the moving parts, again, it takes lots of observations of doing this to know whether or not, like EXO, when he was doing this, could know that 100% proves that point. But well, no, that's the point, is to disprove the fact that it is at that altitude, right? Because if it's at 253 miles high and it's only that size, it could never appear to be, effectively bigger than something else in the sky of the same size at a lower altitude, right? That would make no sense. But again, I'm just saying that this image, though it illustrates a good point, is faulty as an argument as it stands. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone isn't chucking shit out sometimes that can be taken apart when you really start to critically think about it. It follows rational. It's rational. It makes sense. And it makes sense. But again, oh, didn't know that.
You're here.
But yeah, I don't know. I might be being picky, but but yeah,
sometimes I see these memes. I personally never use memes like this. I would prefer to argue the point, and then by doing so, someone can either know whether or not it's rational in their own mind as as just a form of a logical argument, right? Using logic alone.
I like
Because
your meme. Some people respond better to visuals like that. And
they
it helps
do.
you remember the stuff. Like I would not remember those numbers, but if I save that picture, then maybe
Of
if
course.
I said it enough times, I would eventually remember it. But I would never have been able to pull those numbers out of my mind, even though I've heard people talk about it before. Yeah.
But the issue is as that meme stands on its own, just dry dropping it like that with no explanation, right? Like it literally is completely faulty. It doesn't prove a point at all. Do you see what I mean? It follows
Yeah,
logically.
especially for someone who's new to it. Yeah, right. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, as a standalone. There was another one that was like this. That was like you remember it's like the different Marcada map, and then another map. But there was an issue between the two maps because I can't remember what the reason was behind it. At first, it seemed like a great meme to me as well, and then eventually, like I can't remember who it was. I think it may have been might have been Miggy or something like that. They ended up just basically stating there was like, well, you can't really use this, you know what I mean? And they told me the reason, and that logically followed, but it was something I didn't see whatsoever beforehand.
Yeah, I've
Yeah, I think it
noticed
was
this
Miggy.
too. Yeah, I've noticed this too because I'm on Facebook. Like they use memes all the time, and in the beginning I used them, but again, yes, I was met with logical, sound rebuttals, and then I was like, "Yo, who's even making these memes?" Then I had to start looking into it, and I'm
Yes.
like, "Oh, all of this is not all of it, but a lot of it is faulty."
Truth be told, and I hate saying this because we put a lot of time into refining our arguments, especially around the 3 points. I think we really have to consider our audience more, especially people around my age. People my age, they're not going to get the mathematics. The thing they're going to be caught on, no matter what we say to them, is, well, why would they lie? Well, why would they lie? That's the people my age care
They're
about.
obsessed. They're
Story, and
obsessed with
they're
that. I
so
know.
obsessed, and you have to. You just have to say, we'll address that later. And so I have a friend I actually managed to push on the fence. Closer friend named Dolphin. All it took for him, and this is something we should talk about more often. Marconi. Why don't we talk about Marconi more often? It's so good. It's so hard to contest. Because then,
playing the Mamba.
Huh?
Marconi is always playing the Mamba.
Yeah, people, because then they have to concede, oh, well, radio waves can go through it. And that's a stupid concession to make.
Well, I mean, usually what they do is they just bring up, oh, well, it bounces off the ionosphere, right?
Yeah, and that's a stupid concession.
Which is like, okay, cool, but if you actually look, if you were to even in paint, try to make a little scale of this, what altitude is the ionosphere supposed to be from the surface, and then it just doesn't work at all.
Yeah, honestly,
it would have to reflect multiple times and then off the water as well. It's just ridiculous. Yeah.
We really, people my age have attention spans so short. So if there was one thing to talk about to them, obviously they're gonna be like, oh, well, you just say everything we say is fake if we go the NASA route. So truthfully, Marconi is really, in my opinion, and through experience, the most persuasive thing to talk to people about.
Yeah,
because it's kind of like a.
Yeah, but I mean, you would have to address that because if you bring it up and then they're gonna look at Marconi transmission, they're gonna find all that globe ionosphere explanation bullshit. So you would have to tackle that at some point, I think.
But that's why I'm saying we should focus on it more, so we can actually talk as a community, how to, I guess, counter that, so everyone's kind of in the know about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it definitely deserves more airtime.
So bouncing stuff off of the ionosphere, right? See, This is a good way of looking at it. So when you look into radar, right, and then they talk about using effectively forms of radar in order to find out actually the distance of the celestial bodies, right? Then you have to look into the equipment. You have to actually look into the individualistic equipment, then look into when I say right, so then look into effectively the types of radio waves that are using the types of patterns as well, whether it's a sawtooth pattern, the pulse patterns. They have different forms of patterns, and then also again, like there's massive issues with even doing that, like receiving back what you would call a bounce back or a paint from a sphere, which a sphere is a brilliant stealth shape. It has 0 right angles, right? That's the perfect shape to negate a bounce back. But again, the ionosphere, if it is something, and I'll try and find the data for it, because we need to make something based on this, which is that they're using similar forms of radio waves that they claim to use past the ionosphere to be bounced off of it. So there's an issue there in itself. That's complete double speak.
Also, do we even have evidence of like waves bouncing? To like, don't they travel in straight lines?
Well, you could say a wave could go out in a straight line, but then could be like crepuscular in fashion, in essence. So every individual wave. So like, if it goes in a straight line, that's the point. It would still hit a so-called barrier, right? And but the point is the argument for it to be bounced off of it, right? I don't see how it's going to change its whole vector and turn around to bounce back off the ground and back up, because it hits another thing that is an atmosphere, right? Like an atmosphere, right? The ionosphere is a sphere. So again, there's no right angle. What happens with a right angle, right? No right angle on this. It effectively means that its bounce is not one that comes straight back. Yes, it's done at an angle as well. So that that instance of that angle with the angle of the ionosphere, right? It's going to create a scooping effect that's going to slide around, and then to accurately know where it's going to come off, or even whether or not it's just going to continue to flow along it, if there's a barrier to stop it, is this then like a spongy type thing that when it hits it's like a trampoline, that when it hits it as well, somehow it perfectly comes back and changes its vector? If it was like that, it would suggest that it would turn around and change its vector back toward the person that shot it away. Or it's eventually it loses some inertia as it bounces, and then we have to go into the inertia of how waves would bounce, and how do we demonstrate any of this, right? Like, again, what they would say, the proof is in the pudding of actually bouncing it off the ionosphere, having a certain amount of information and transmitting that information from where you are to where apparently it ending up. But again, we have other ways of transmitting information, and there are ways of faking this as well. So again, it's like, how would you deduce that it was the cause of the information transfer was actually the bouncing off the ionosphere?
And couldn't that be a post hoc in a way?
What do you mean by that? I'm not familiar with that term.
Assuming causation is it explains simply, but it's more complicated than that.
Well, yeah, I guess so then, yeah. Of course. Assuming the causation of, yeah, of course, yeah, you could say that.
Post hoc ergo propter hoc is the full name.
It would even be on top of that as well, because it would be, yeah, like it's everyone else assuming the causation, and then also the people that are saying what the causation is lying about it because they're using a different means or mechanism in order to transfer the data.
Yeah, it's to give an example of a post hoc ergo propter hoc, it's like let's say a rooster crows. And then yeah, and then the sun goes up. Wait a second. The rooster has a magical power that when it crows, that means the sun goes up. That would be a post hoc, explained simply. So like, it's jumping to the conclusion. In a way, it could also be a non sequitur. See, that's where it gets confusing, but because it doesn't follow. But it's assuming that the rooster crowing, say that 10 times fast, is the reason why the sun goes up. But that's obviously fallacious because the sun is the independent variable. It's like getting the correct me if I'm wrong, Rod, Roger. It's kind of like getting the independent and dependent kind of like twisted, kind of.
Of course. I know what you're saying. Yeah, of course. That follows.
It's one of
That
my
follows.
favorite fallacies. Gravity in itself is a post hoc, but that's another can of worms.
Mm-hmm.
Open it.
Practice makes perfect. It's precious metals night in a minute. You could maybe explain
Not
it to the
yet.
audience. Well, I mean later, so practice.
Well, okay. So I kind of imagine it like Cavendish, right? Because that's one that never gets old to them. They always bring up Cavendish. Well, the object interacting with the medium, I mean, if you change the medium, it'll react differently. It'll bounce in air, but if you change the medium from air to water, obviously there's displacement and it reacts differently. It doesn't need the idea of gravity. This is relative density. Cavendish has nothing to do with falling objects. We know it was about the mass of the earth, right?
Yes.
That's what it was actually about. So if you say these balls are maybe I should reword that. Oh, whatever. These balls are attracted sideways on an X and Z axis, so that explains why things fall on a Y axis. Well, that means mass attracts mass. Correlation is not the same as causation. And basically, mass doesn't attract mass, and this is a post hoc fallacy, because they would have to prove to me that something doesn't float away without gravity. Once again, as I said before, Cavendish was not meant to prove gravity. It was meant to determine the mass of the Earth. And they presupposed gravity. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's another example of a post hoc.
Very good. Very well said. Yeah, post hoc. I've heard of it before. I understand what it is, and I could explain what it is. But yeah, it's good to put the term to it. Did you see the Star Wars ones that were found a little while ago?
Yeah, it was. I don't think it was Star Wars. I think it was Star
Trek. Sorry.
Yeah,
they're really cool.
Logic Lessons with Mr. Spock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're really cool.
I looked a
That's
little
Spock.
bit into that.
Yeah, man, they're very, very good. They're quite informative and interesting to look at the same time. They keep the attention of like even like younger kids and stuff like that. It's pretty cool, man. As an educational tool, anyway.
Back to gravity, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say about Cavendish. It's like you could say, well, okay, so you think that the result proves that mass is attracting mass. Well, first of all, you know you're already begging the question, because the reason you're trying to control for certain variables is because the mass of the Earth is going to affect the experiment, aka there's the mass of the Earth is attracting the ball, so you have to figure out a way to cancel out that vector and find it in another vector. So that's begging the question. But it's like, say I did accept that. Okay, so mass attracts mass. Why don't balloons collapse then?
Even if you
I didn't hear any of that.
Why doesn't balloons collapse? Do you get what I'm driving at?
You cut out for me. Once I'm loading back in and out.
He's back.
Yo.
Yeah. So I was saying, okay, fair enough. If mass attracts mass, then why don't balloons collapse?
Mass attracts mass. Oh, right, the sides of the walls of the balloon
Right.
are being attracted. Collapsation. Again, why do they collapse? Why do they get higher up, further away from the gravitational vector? As well.
So it's like the air in it itself. It's not compressing. It's not.
Yeah.
Like the moment I blow up a balloon, the air in it should begin to constrict.
They would say the mass of the walls of the balloon itself wouldn't be
have enough mass in order to overcome the force against the walls of it. So therefore, there wasn't enough force to pressurize the gas to make it smaller.
See, it's not even about the balloon itself. It really isn't. The balloon is just.
Why aren't we seeing the motion at least, right?
I mean, because if mass attracts mass and air is mass, and I blow air into a balloon, then the mass inside should bunch together. Therefore, the balloon should appear like it's deflating.
Like Charles's law under cooling, which we know the cause of that is cooling.
Exactly. None of that's happening. Like that's where it ends for me. I'm not about to get into a 2-hour Cavendish conversation.
Yeah.
No.
Since we isolated gravity away from Cavendish, like back to the post hoc stuff, gravity itself is a post hoc. Like, here's an example. I dropped an object and I was taught the theory of gravity was invented before I dropped this object. Therefore, gravity caused this object to fall. We all agree that things fall, but we should observe natural phenomenon, then make conclusions. We can't make a formula and then try and bend reality to fit that calculation or conclusion.
Well, yeah, that's legitimately what is done all the time as well. Yeah, of course,
I mean,
that's what we're dealing with.
Science is so ass backwards these days, and so is writing research reports. I would know I'm still in university. Trust me, I can write a 1,500 word paper in 90 minutes. I'm not even kidding. Sources and all, and I'll get like a 98% on it. But really, what we do is we form the.
I admit it.
We form the conclusion and then try and have evidence to back that conclusion. But it's so ass backwards. We should really be doing the opposite. Gather data, or form a hypothesis, gather data, test that data, or wait, I misspoke. I'm sorry. Test the data, look at data, form a conclusion. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. My coffee's wearing off already. I need more before precious metals. Shit, man.
You should always wait until the event starts.
Wait, Tia, your coffee's running off. Cash it before it goes away, man. Just grab it.
Drink space coffee. Chug it, chug.
Don't let it get away.
Long time no speak, Jimsy. What's up?
What's good, guys?
Oh, my favorite Roblox player. What's up, man?
We got friends, but we never played together. Cool.
I told you my account.
Wait, you play Roblox? Go away, Jimsy, man.
Hey, that's what brought me to the truth. I don't know if you heard my story, but true story. I was in.
You're right. You're young. Listen, you're younger. I'm allowing you to play Roblox. Yeah.
Yeah. Roblox is flat. That's why I was able to figure it out.
So is Fortnite. Another terrible one.
That game's trash, though.
So is Roblox. So is Fortnite.
I don't like it.
Okay, Roblox is more of a platform than an actual game. There's at least variety on it. Like,
yeah, that's true.
You got like the role-playing games for like the kiddos who want to own like a pet or whatever. You got the tycoons for soon-to-be entrepreneurs that find themselves in debt and cry. You got those war groups for those 13-year-olds who want to feel significant and then realize they're absolutely worthless and either ego-stricken down by some guy typing in all caps. Like, there's variety for everybody. There's even anime sword fighting games.
All right, let's Sword Art Online.
Yeah, they actually have a SAO game on Roblox. I'm not even kidding, and it's really
popular.
I'm in. It's literally called Swordburst. They have an economy and everything. It's called Swordburst Online too.
I just didn't like the pedophile community that they have there.
Oh yeah, fun fact: the guy who actually taught me about the truth in Group Recruiting Plaza, he turned out to be one. So, literally bypassed images of FMs and ZJs doing shit. Yeah.
See?
I was only 15, so.
What? Where is this?
Roblox.
In the game, like in the live playing community.
Yeah, they.
Yeah,
Jesus
man.
fucking
It's a
Christ. How does that
toxic
go on
community.
with nobody interfering?
Well, they have mods, but basically, so I'm not gonna say how it happens, but he told me there's a certain way you can do it where the mods, because mods have shifts, right? So there's a certain shift that the
I'm
mods
not worried about mods. The fact that
on
the claim
Roblox.
has been made that goes on, then the FBI should be involved. Fuck mods.
Exactly.
Well, I'm saying they allow it, is what I'm trying to say. So I agree with you. The FBI should be involved, but low key, I've seen some really messed up shit uploaded to that site, and
Yeah.
people think it's funny. So I wound up blocking the guy who actually brought me.
I appreciate the
Eventually,
heads up because I
Well,
would
there's
never have thought that. I would have just
Yeah,
let
man.
kids play that game without any questions
don't
asked.
That's
don't.
why I
well,
no, yeah, you
well,
don't,
here's
man.
but the thing is, like, well, you gotta take up your sword against the entire world then now, because
Yep,
yeah, that's true. It's
I
very
am.
nasty, but I'm sitting here cursing at the fact that videos get taken down about truth on YouTube, but there's kid porn on there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
On
They upload it as a
YouTube.
decal, and then they
That's
show
not
it in all these games.
that's not an exaggeration. There's legitimate
Yes,
sexual acts
mate.
between children being holy fucking shit.
Yeah,
I'm obviously
on
not gonna go
Roblox.
looking for it, but if what you're saying is true, then there's zero hope for the fucking
Dude,
world.
I've seen
Look,
it.
cause
They
look, you
literally they
Pay Money Wubby, sorry, Pay Money Wubby. He exposed TikTok and he exposed YouTube for censoring
Yep.
him, but allowing little girls to do like ASMR that have like gross sexual innuendo.
Oh, I've seen it. I've
You
seen
think
it.
that there aren't grown ass men? They're all of the grown ass men are commenting there. You know, like it's the sickest thing I've ever seen.
What the fuck?
I mean, if you look at Hollywood too, like I don't know if you know about the whole Dan Schneider thing with iCarly.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I'm
Jeanette
aware
Yeah.
about
McCurdy was
Nickelodeon and
abused.
shit. Yeah. That's why
Oh
my
yeah.
kids don't watch those Disney or Nickelodeon, none of that shit. None, they don't go
Smart.
online. But the video games now I have to fucking worry about.
Well,
Listen,
listen,
only
listen,
Roblox
listen,
stuff like that's a
listen, listen.
platform.
Listen, I'll tell you. So yeah, Roblox is a platform. There's certain communities that are safe and others that aren't. So the ones you really have to look out for if you have kids that play Roblox, do not allow them on Meep City. You really shouldn't allow them on Adopt Me because that's like the most popular one. Jailbreak is safe. Any like war groups you should be cautious of because they're like 14, 15-year-old boys who have really messed up humor. You don't want like if you have a little daughter, do not. But like if there's like an anime high school role play, that's safe. You go to like Jailbreak, that's safe. You go to like one of those obstacle course games, that's safe. But you go to like these bigger like certain role play games that are meant for kids, that's where the creepy people go. And also war groups, because you'll have teenagers who post all kinds of disgusting stuff and then try and force kids to look at it. I've been on Roblox for 10 years. I'm not really active anymore because I'm an adult now, but I dabble in it from time to time because I have a cousin who plays it. And I give her some of my Robux because I have a lifetime subscription.
But yeah,
Anyway,
so
PSA, watch your kids. Don't let the tablet be the parent. I know it's hard. I know, especially because of inflation, 5.6%. I get it. But really try as hard as you can to make sure your kids are like, don't just enable kids mode on YouTube. If anyone's heard of ElsaGate, that
yeah.
you really got to look at what your kids are watching. Don't let the tablet do all of the parenting. I know it's hard. I'm sorry. I know it's really hard for parents these days trying to make a living. But if you have the time, at least have a talk with them from time to time. Or look at
This
their
is not a
history.
talk for a 3 or 4-year-old though, that's
Yeah.
they don't need
1
to be
second.
exposed to it at all other than stay the fuck away. Sorry, I didn't mean to
So
interrupt.
let me make clear to him. So yeah, you don't really have to necessarily worry about games. Moreover, right? It's again just things like Roblox. So other games, for instance, right?
again, they've got communities, but they're mainly based on a different form of media, right? Like, for instance, like, you know, something like Call of Duty, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're going to be on that game, right? You can have your console or whatever you're on block any form of instant messaging from people that they meet in game. And then obviously no one can send them shit. They're just in the game. They might auditorily hear stuff, but you can also mute every person that might be speaking as well. Then they're just playing on the game, right? The same with other games on the console. But games like Roblox that are on the tablet that are like interactive, that have like, you know, chat panels and,
Right,
you
to
know,
connect to some community. Yeah, I get you.
Listen, the chat is not the dangerous part of Roblox. Truth
No,
be
it's not.
told, it's not. It's not, because you can even disable that if you have concerns about that. It's the people who bypass images and show it in a very public setting. Because there's some games that allow people to like use decals. Like there's a game called The Hood. Do
You can, like,
not let your kid
paste
on
on the
that. They
walls.
play. They'll play like bypassed audio. So like sometimes people can bypass audio of there, and they'll literally have like adult content. They'll have like signs with custom images on there. Like those are like user generated content games. That's what you want to stay away from. It's not even the interaction aspect, as well as the user generated content that you want to stay away from. Any game with user generated content, you should keep your kid away from. But like a game like Call of Duty, I mean, yeah, there's people in the lobbies that shout like racial slurs, but honestly, in my opinion, that's not as bad.
Well, that's what the mute
as-
button's for. I get that. Yeah.
Right. So Crack has a pretty good point that I wanted to touch there.
But yeah, like I've seen interactive walls basically where they use frames of images, and obviously they just get the image from a video with the frame rate, and they literally, like, it's a video playing, they've bypassed the sound, so then you have sound coming out and you also have the image. This wasn't anything nefarious, but I've been told of the nefarious use of this very thing. That was the point in what I was being shown at the time. I was being shown how that could be done, right, in order for it to be weaponized in that way.
Right.
And like, yeah, basically, like, you could be walking through the game and then there's a wall there, like in the side of the street, and there's like a porno playing on it, and also there's sound of
The
porno.
audio, right? Yeah. So that's anything that the user can upload into the game. That's like Rust or
Exactly.
All right, so just I got you.
User generated content is what you have to watch out for, because Roblox has a lot of that.
Rust does have communities that are alright though. Like,
Well, yeah, but that's not like a little kids game. That's I would never
Yeah,
let like a 4 or 5-year-old get on Rust and think that that's appropriate. But that's just me.
If you
But
have the
Roblox
chance,
on its
try
on
getting
its
a hold.
Go ahead.
If you have the chance, try getting a hold of an old PS2 or something that doesn't connect to the internet and get games on that, or get a
PS2's going
VHS.
in,
Or,
This
It's
is gonna
like-
sound.
Does anybody, real
just
quick,
saying.
sorry, does anybody know where that meme is? Because people say, oh, 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola, and then we show them the graph between using the two different mathematical functions. Does anybody have that?
It's in
like
the memes
both
list, I
of them.
believe. Wait, fuck, I can't remember the keyword. Anyone else? Sorry, Abba, for swearing again. Sworn like 3 times tonight. This is you guys' fault. I've not been swearing, and now you're all rubbing off on me. All right, be better, guys.
Sorry. Just to wrap up the whole like online safety for kids, if you are going to allow your kids to interact or play online games, truth be told, the kids games are more dangerous than the adult games. Like
That's
if they
what I'm
play like
saying.
if they play like Team Fortress 2, you're fine. Honestly, like Team Fortress 2 is fine. But if
Oh,
they're
that's
playing
such
like
a
a
good
kids game
game.
like Roblox, watch them.
exploding people, cool. No, but I get it. Yeah, the difference in danger between animated violence and pornographic material is
Right,
leaps and bounds. I get it.
exactly. Yeah, you got it.
Well, it's also, if it's a more adult game, then adults aren't going to go there to prey on adults. You know?
To be fair, as soon as you said that, I had the urge to find Team Fortress 2 and play it.
Yeah, me too, bro.
I played
such
it.
a good game.
I played it in 2012. I was one of those. So my brother
I
and
was
his friends
playing
nicknamed.
Did you get the orange box?
Oh, I played on PC. They nicknamed me the Butt Bandit because I used to be really good at sharking people. I was like, I was so good at trading. I got banned from a few servers because I would tell them the price, and I'm like, you do realize this item's only worth this much, right? And they're like, I know. And I would sell like an item worth 1 scrap metal for like 2 reclaimed, which is like and like a Girardi, and they're like, well, I just really want the item. Then they realize, oh, I could have gotten it for 1 scrap. I want a refund. And I would say, no, you already did the trade. I told you the price. And then I would get banned from the community server. But I'm like, hey, I got my 2 reclaimed. That's all that matters. Oh, good times. I was only 11.
Well, I don't remember doing any of that shit when I played it.
They didn't have trading on the Orange Box Xbox version. I've been a PC gamer for like 10 years.
I used to PC game all the time. It's a bit different now though. It's something that is it's something that is far too immersive for me to be able to do, unfortunately.
I mean, at least cross-plat's making a move.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I've probably spent all of an hour and a half on a games console in the last month. So
hey, that's great.
I just played my first game last night with my boys because they're finally old enough. Simpsons Road Rage, PS2.
Oh, that's a brilliant game.
I love it so much. I forgot how fun it was.
Yeah, man. Oh, that's such a good game. That really is a, like top level game when that come out. Like I was so impressed with it.
Actually, Crack, what was your first game you ever played?
And the first game I ever played, probably wait there. So I wouldn't actually know the first game I ever played. I was playing games before I can really remember. You know, I was playing on I was born in 1993, but I was playing on consoles that were, you know, 10 years, sorry, older than me, 20 years older than me. You know, the snares and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's hard to know. Right, actually, I do remember. It's called Clockwork. That was the first game I ever played, Clockwork.
Really?
That was the first game I ever played. Yeah, I remember
Let me
now.
look that up.
It's a brilliant game where you're a miniature character and you work your way up through a house. And you know, you start off in like the living room, then you go into the kitchen, and you're small and everything's massive, and you have to go through the maze of that basically. And it's a side-on view, like Rayman or you know something like that, sort of that type of
Yeah,
game.
like a platformer.
It's a platformer, yeah. It's a brilliant game.
So
anybody on here? Oh, go ahead, C.
Sorry, I'll make this quick and then we can get back to Flat Earth. Sorry for this long
I was gonna
tangent.
say another game thing, but whatever.
Oh,
go ahead.
You can
I don't
answer
need
too. My first game was Super Smash Brothers Melee. I was born in 2001.
Oh,
that's a good first game, if I have to say so myself.
that is a good game.
Yeah,
dude.
actually, wait there. No, wait there. Yeah, and then
Bomberman's good.
Bomberman as well was ones that I played.
I played that as a kid as well.
I played that on Game Boy Black and White.
N64, I was playing that on.
My
Game Boy, yeah.
My second game was actually Roller Coaster Tycoon, the original on PC.
I remember playing
like
that.
The
And Zoo
isometric view.
Tycoon.
I love that. See, I was a PC gamer when I was little too. I was like a
Same.
little entrepreneur, and and I was also like a psychopath or something. Because I remember making a coaster that costed 10 cents. I made it a 10-cent coaster, right? So they paid a dime, and then it was a shuttle launch, right? And then I upped the speed, and then they'd fly and explode, and they would die. They
That's
paid
like
money to die.
That's like building
Oh my gosh,
diving
see?
board on Sims. It's like building
And
a
I did
diving
this
board
as
on
a
Sims.
3-year-old.
See, do you remember doing that? Like building the diving board on Sims and then deleting the stairs once they dive. Setting fireworks off in the house.
They would encourage their sim to cook, and then they would catch the house on fire and then remove the doors.
Yeah. I remember like on Zoo Tycoon on like the dinosaur one, I used to like, you know, build like this biggest mazes of fences so people couldn't get out and then like delete all the fences quickly and let all the T-Rexes out. It's just like mash everyone up. Make it really cheap to get in, so loads of people are there as well. Just a massacre.
I used to be like the NSA as a kid on on Roller Coaster Tycoon because I would look at all like 6,000 guests and I would look for the ones that said I want to go home. So what I would do is I would get the little tweezers and move them to an isolated food court where all they could do is eat and they couldn't leave the park. and then I would open up a ride and I'd force them onto it and then it would kill them. No more upset customers now.
See.
I was evil as a kid.
Some evil stuff, man.
Did you guys ever play like StarCraft or Age of Empires or anything like that?
I wish.
Yeah,
I played
little
Civ
bit,
5. That was it.
Oh, I loved the originals of those. The later ones were pretty good too, but like the originals are just so epic. They ain't like it used to
Nuke
be.
and Gandhi. Anyway,
The
no
Earth is
proof of
flat?
motion. Yeah, no proof of motion.
Nice. Gas pressure without a container doesn't exist.
Second law, which I'm not an expert on.
Entropy.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry. You're not a sorry person.
I said it. I gotta write the meme. I want you guys to do that. Anyone who's gold or higher, please do that anytime I say it.
What?
That's
so I stop saying it. I'm not gonna say it.
You should apologize though, for sure.
No. No.
See, do it. You're pissing me off now.
Oh.
Yes, well done.
Hey, you're encouraging
Oh,
it.
that was baiting him. Gosh, I didn't even realize.
Elijah, I'm so I almost said it. Elijah, thank you for your patience. That's what I have to do. I have to say thank you instead.
Yeah. Definitely. Much better. That's a better
Patience.
seed, man. That's better.
I shouldn't be taking up all this time. Me and Redford basically get our own block for 2 hours. I'm a monster.
You're fine. You know,
No, I'm
we've ruled the room all day.
You monster.
I've been speaking all day. I'm tired now. I'm glad someone's here to take over a bit, mate.
So, Crack, actually, something I just thought of. When do you have studio access?
Oh, mate, I feel so bad about all of that.
I just figured I'd remind you. I didn't want to do it right away. I mean, you don't have to feel bad. I get things happen. I just wanted to ask.
So basically, see what's happened is I don't know what's happened to my sternum and everything, right? So I'll talk to you about it, but I'm getting a call right now. I'm so sorry. All right, I'll speak to you later.
Oof.
Is there still karaoke tonight?
I hope so. I really hope so. I had a blast last time I did it. And I remember you were there too. You did some rapping. Gorillas, right?
Yeah, I got a couple other songs I wrote that are pretty short and easy to learn and sing, so I'm pretty excited.
Ooh, doing your own stuff. Okay.
I try.
Yeah, I keep having people ask me about my second album I'm working on. Roger, no! Oh, he's already gone. coffee's wearing off. I need more. I don't like it when I take over the mic because then the topic goes away. I wish we had people who were like of the other positions, so maybe I could practice my debate skills. But I don't want to. I don't want to do it on precious metals because
Well, the
the
Earth
point
is
of
a
that is
globe.
to. What do you say?
The Earth is a globe.
Elijah, I know you're being disingenuous by stating that, though. I'm not gonna debate you.
How do you know? Are you divining my thoughts?
Well, I mean, I've never seen a globe mod before.
Maybe I've changed my mind. I've found evidence that it's proven to be a
Okay,
globe.
then I need to see that evidence. Hmm.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you've heard that Al-Biruni, he's actually determined the radius of the Earth
But
using a
how
dip
does
angle measurement.
that translate into reality?
Well, he was able to determine the distance to the horizon. Well, that's how we do that because he's determined the radius using the horizon. And so this is how we know it's a globe because this is where the geometric horizon comes in. You know, then that's where you get the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. That gives you the distance to the horizon, no?
But if we're talking about geometric horizons, does that mean the horizon is or isn't physical?
It's definitely physical, right? Yeah.
Okay. Because at least that's consistent. Because I've heard people say there's like multiple horizons before. I don't know where to start with that one.
Really? Wow. Who says that?
I've heard a lot of people from Gems say that there's multiple horizons. You'd be surprised.
Oh no
No, it's just that's
wonder.
just the
No
horizon that you see. That's
wonder.
the one that we're
There.
calculating the distance for, using the radius that Al-Biruni gave us. So if the math is correct, then you know it's a globe.
But math isn't necessarily reality because we can write any equation we want and come up with any explanation to match it. It's claiming the model in a way is a reification fallacy. You can have the math match the model, but it doesn't necessarily mean the model is reality.
Okay. No, yeah, I'm a shit glober. I can't do it.
It's okay. You actually helped me a bit, so I appreciate it. Thank you,
Yeah.
Elijah.
So did you know? And this is something that I just found out. Seeing is that I'm beginning to understand trigonometry more. So in order to get the radius using the horizon, he would have had to known his height on that mountain first. And in order to know his height on that mountain, he would have to use a method of triangulation. And if you're going to use, trigonometry, and if you're going to use that, well, then you're doing that on a plane because you can't get a vertex with curved lines. So he used the plane to determine his height and then said, now we're going to measure the curve. Like, it's insane. Like if you look up, just Google how to determine the height of something and just look at images, that's what I'm talking about.
Elijah, have you ever listened to my 55-second clip?
Of what?
I'll send it to you. Well, I'll just post it in live stream. I'm asking for feedback on it. BattleMod gave me some pretty good feedback, saying that I should go into more detail. about perspective on it and maybe extend it to 2 minutes. I'm looking for like genuine feedback on it.
Okay. Yes, you know what I don't like about the notifications? Like I'll see a message that I really want to see, but that message will be gone. It's not actually there. I just see it go across, and once it's gone for Discord, it's just gone.
I hate that too.
Sorry. Oh, you're not. Did you pay yet or?
Yeah, I did. Okay. Sir, what you have just do?
Yes.
You know, I'm getting kind of Depeche Mode vibes from this chat right now. Except I'm not enjoying the silence. But I'm... This is why I don't do stand-up.
Yeah, I don't know where everyone is. It's been a pretty good morning.
How's Lunatic doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, why are you
haven't-
asking Elijah anyway?
No, I'm asking you, but in third person.
I'm all right. Just having my coffee, conditioning my freaking tool belt, and I gotta go and get an oil change at 1. Whatever. That's what's going on.
You got 85 minutes, so to speak. So
No, I'm gonna wait until you say I'm not allowed to, and I'm gonna complain about it.
no, hey.
Use the Groovy Bot. Probably the last time you're using it for your Saturday thing.
Oh, that's right. Karaoke night's gonna be a bit harder to do then, isn't it?
Well, probably have to switch to like rhythm or something, but it's not going to be long before that's probably gone too, most likely.
Yep. Sadly.
And I'm the one who's been purchasing the premium bot for the Groovy. You get better sound quality when you have premium. Rhythm sounds like absolute shit with the free version, and I'm not paying for it. I'm supposed to be getting a refund for the rest of the year that I have on the subscription for the premium for Groovy. We'll see how long that takes to get.
Or we could all just put in $1.
No, I don't need any money from you guys. It's fine. It's just Groovy, since they're taking their cells offline, they owe me some money back. Unless you're talking about buying premium for like a different bot.
Oh, I didn't know they were doing like some different things to it. Yeah.
Happy Saturday, folks.
You know what that means?
I was just sitting here listening to you guys lurking.
Do you have any constructive criticism about the clip I sent Elijah?
Oh, yeah, let me watch it now. Open. Yeah, that's a good 55-second clip.
I appreciate it. Is there anything, any constructive criticism? Sorry, stutter.
When you say boats don't go over the horizon, I would add that because it's not a physical location as it is in the math, as dictated by well, you know how to word it yourself, but it's like it's not a physical location because if it were, then yada yada yada.
Thank you. I value your feedback.
But I liked everything else. Very good.
I appreciate it. Even though I don't really debate people often in live stream because I like to focus inward on the community aspect, I do kind of know how to debate. I just really don't like to. I'd rather build people up than knock down the people on the other side. I'd rather help build people up on our side.
But the thing to remember is you never want to get caught talking flatly to, no pun intended, to an anti-flat earther. Because no amount of logic is going to, they're not there to engage you in logic. They're just there to be anti whatever you're saying.
Yeah, but that's what debate means in this topic. We're always, if it's a debate, it's always against an anti-flat earther.
Not always.
Dude, people who are open to it don't really debate so much as just ask questions to get educated. They don't, I suppose they do battle a little bit at first usually, but get through the 3 points with an honest one and there's no debate.
Yeah, that's true.
Why would they lie? Bendy shadows, gravity. Bendy gravity. We got bendy gravity. Gravity bends. Dark gravity. I heard that was a good one. Anyway, yeah, you're right. That's the position. And we want to build people up. That's the right position to take.
I agree.
We don't want to knock people down, man. I don't. I mean, maybe somebody does, but we'll build you up, man. Support you, build you up, challenge you, but not knock you down. The Globies come in, man. They don't know fuck all. You know, the normies. They don't know fuck all about the globe. They don't know anything. They're not the anti-flat earthers. They're just people like we were, just like, oh, you flat earthers are stupid, man. What the hell are you talking about? What?
Yeah, those aren't anti-flat earthers, right? It's not until you show, like, again, you ask the 3 questions or you say something that's just objectively true,
right?
And they, well, even in the beginning, if they deny it and say, oh, I don't know if I believe you, blah, blah, that still doesn't make them anti. But when they start giving arguments to oppose what's objective, that's when, especially for a prolonged period of time, that's when it's a problem.
Yeah, and there's certain anti-flat earthers out there that, you know, they're just out here to make a buck or cause problems, and I don't know.
Some anti-flat earth dude.
What's that?
There are some anti-flat earth dudes.
Yeah, there are. For sure. Yeah.
No pun intended.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, so I like seeing new people come in here and see how little they know about what they're living on. And I can't think of anything more important than think about or talk about it and what you're fucking standing on and how it works and what's it made of and all that good stuff. How far we can see. We can see too far. Anyway, I'm driving out in the middle of the fucking desert.
Drive safely.
I'm still talking to you guys. They're listening, mostly listening. But you sure make my drive go by quickly. Does it seem like time is speeding up? I don't know. Maybe, is that just a perception?
Well, we can verify that time is not a physical construct.
Well, yeah, seems like you're not able to get as much done in a day, kind of a thing. Days go by faster.
Right. It's like, damn, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon already? Shit. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Missing time. Any of you guys ever have that?
Yeah, dude. You know, and most people would say, well, when you're younger, you know, because your life has been shorter, you know, a year seems like a long time when you're, you know, 7 years old, let's say, you know, but when you're 37 years old and a year goes by pretty quick, you're like, holy shit, another year gone. And I get that.
Right.
But like even my 7-year-old daughter, like when I just said, man, like I looked at the time, I'm like, man, time just seems to go by so fast these days. And she like agreed with me. She's like, "Yeah, this last year just flew by." I'm like, "It
That's
didn't
great.
happen when I was 7. A year
Hopefully
was a
that's not
long
because
time when I was 7. You know."
hopefully that's not because of the predicament we all find ourselves in. Because if you're not filling your life with random experiences, and a day is just the same day, that can go by very fast. You get what I'm saying? Like if you do like 30 things in a day, you'd be like, damn, that was a long ass day. But if all you did was sit down and watch TV, no, not even, because you're watching a whole bunch of different shows that could simulate the same feeling. But if you're just not doing anything, like you're just sitting outside, you're like, gosh, time flew. What?
See, I
What
feel
happened?
the other opposite. Like when I'm doing a lot, when I've got a lot on my plate, that's when time flies by because it's like, shit, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do that. Like looking at the clock, like, damn it, it's already this time. I'm never gonna get to it. Time's just flying by. It's when you're doing nothing, that you look at the clock like, holy shit, time's just creeping along.
Especially if you wake up at 5 in the afternoon.
But if time is just a constant and we're experiencing it so variable, that like the bending of time, like the bending of space-time fabric.
No. There is no fabric. Don't wear your space-time fabric to school, right? Don't do it, kids. Don't do it, right?
Because it can be warped by all kinds of gravitational wells.
No, I mean, I kind of feel like Einstein was right about the thing where you're courting a woman, right? And you're a young man, or you're dating a young woman and you're a young man, and time flies when you're with her, right? But that's not the bending and warping of space-time. That's just a truism that Einstein knew that everybody felt, right? He felt that way when he first laid eyes on his cousin, I guess. Right? So he knew that it was true and he knew that people could relate to it, but it has absolutely nothing to do with this concept of bending and warping of space-time.
He had to just put his cousin in there.
Solar, what's up, my brother?
Lacking you a lie.
I could use your help, your mathematical expertise. So it was pointed out to me by someone else that when they talk about the 69 miles per degree, that's a linear relationship versus the exponential drop that the actual Earth is supposed to be curving. Would that's an issue, right?
What do you mean an issue?
Well, when they say Polaris drops 69 1 degree per 69 miles, well, that's a linear function, it's not squared, like like it's more of that's a slope. That's not a
so you're saying it should be
curve.
exponential. That's interesting.
That's what I thought. And
I'm
just
digesting. I'm just digesting it because I consider that 1 degree for every 69 miles. That's based on taking the circumference of 25,000 miles and dividing it by 360 degrees in a circle. Yeah. And then it gives you a distance measure. But the distance measure has no relation to the actual drop. That would just be if we were trying to plot out on a clock face the distance between each minute, each of those little intervals. That would be the angle, so the 1 degree. But the drop would be a horizontal line and then measuring the drop down to where that new point lies on that circle. So it's a deliberate obfuscation on their side to try and stop talking about the drop that should be there, to bring up the 1 degree. And I was in GEM earlier today, and they were arguing that the 1 degree only applies to the circumference, which is the equator, which is the 25,000 divided by the 360. There's a different circumference from north to south, supposedly, on their geoid sphere. So therefore, our latitude lines, the north-south lines, are not 69 miles per degree. They're smaller.
But that would be negligible according to them if it was a.
But once again, it is exactly like you described. It's a linear expression when you're talking 69 miles per degree. But the actual drop rate is a squaring function. For each mile it's squared, because it would have to square as the drop continues to get further and further away, which is mathematically accurate for the first 1,000 miles at least. So yeah, they're just confusing two separate issues.
Okay.
You think they did it
I
on
was just
purpose?
trying it out. I was just trying the argument out. I don't know enough about math either. I don't have the flexibility to truly, genuinely, talk about this. But what I do know is that degree, that 69 miles per degree is derived from the assumption of the radius in the first instance.
Well, the thing that I've been wondering is that even on the AE projection, you have a circle line that is what we would term the equator, the central line in the AE projection or the globe model. And that central projection goes through a lot of land points, that equator period, that equator portion. So perhaps the dimension that they have for going around in that circle might be accurate, but they've just presupposed that it's the exterior, whereas it's concentric circles that are getting larger, and it's just one of the circles that they've measured. But say that circumference number, if it were accurate, then dividing up that interior up to the equator, you'd have that 69 miles at the equator portion. But every other area towards the middle would be less. Every area outside of the equator would be larger. So that 69 degrees per mile is only on the equator.
But the equator is, not that different from the north to south, whatever you would call it, longitude line. It's not that much of a difference, right? I mean, it's not going to be exactly the same, but okay. So what if we did it not on Polaris, but let's say what stars are close to the equator? What about Pleiades? Right? What if we did it from Pleiades from like Japan to, let's say, Florida? That would take care of that little discrepancy, wouldn't it?
Well, the real discrepancy is you can't get an angle measurement off of a curved surface. So if you're talking about the stars and getting any kind of measurement, it would have nothing to do with the surface curving away anyway.
I ask for a point of clarification so I can follow this in my mind. What is the observation for the 69? Like, what is the actual physical observation that somebody moved 69 miles and there was a degree?
There is none.
Yeah. Okay.
So that, like I said, what they've done is they've taken the equator, so take type into Google what's the circumference of the equator, and it's going to give you a number of 25,000 or 24,905 miles. You take 24,905, you divide it by 360 degrees in a circle, and you get 69 or 68,9 something. So it's purely mathematical and only applicable on the equator. Because if I take a latitude closer towards the pole, that circumference measurement will be smaller, still divided by the 360. So I'll have smaller dimensions at every latitude going towards the poles, to eventually it's almost insignificant. If I were standing on the very tip, then there would be, between each degree would be centimeters or millimeters. Wouldn't even be miles.
Right. So it is purely mathematical, and that equation's got to have an R in there somewhere, right?
And if these concentric circles, like on the AE map, each circle gets wider and wider, or the circumference of the circle gets wider and wider. If we could prove that the latitude circumference is wider below the equator, which they do even acknowledge themselves, that it's a bit bulgy, a bit more pear-shaped, So because it's a little bit wider after the equator, it's not 69 miles per degree anymore because it's wider. And if there was another concentric circle that was then wider again, it would be even greater distance for each degree. So the 69 degrees per mile, 69 miles per degree is only talking about an equatorial area. But then they use it anywhere over water to say, oh, but that's not 69 miles away, and you wouldn't have 1 degree of tilt. And they make up all this fallacious bullshit. But it should actually be based on the latitude line.
Well, I think it's all here to discourage us from looking at what the math might be actually expressing. Because number one, okay, we think of the equator and we think of globe, but actually the circle is a 2D plane. That's number one. Need I say more? Well, need I? I don't know.
I do not believe you do need to say anymore.
Yeah, oftentimes when they're talking about using the equator for these kinds of things, they often cut the globe in half, and you literally use it as if it's a 2D plane, because it is a circle, not a sphere.
It always devolves into a mental game, though, that is not based in reality. That's the point. You have to not make an actual observation for any of this to even be considered.
Yeah, that's funny. That's true. Well, you can't see any of these things. We're too small. That's why we stand on the backs of giants, and we go with the math and blah 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 blah. Shut up.
Fly by the seat of our pants.
Wait, is it true though? Because I've been to Ohio before, and I remember having trouble finding the pole star, right? Because, or wait, no.
In Ohio?
Yeah, I was wrong. I said it backwards. I have trouble finding it in Texas because it's low, right?
Yeah, it'll be right. If you're not at elevation, it's going to be closer to the horizon. You're probably
Right,
not
and
going to. Yeah.
I live in the piney forest, so I have to get like a real good spot to see it. I have to walk around to get a good spot to where I can see Polaris.
But is it at the rate that the math dictates it should be, or it must be? That's the thing.
No. You can't math that. That's it. There's the issue right there.
You're
We're
putting it
thinking
on a
of it in
sphere
terms of how
right.
Not, but you can't math it at all. So
No, I get it, because
understand
you can't use
why I'm saying that.
trig. Yeah, can't use trig.
No, you do use trig, but you
On a
can't
ball?
you can't. No, but what I'm saying is when we think in terms of how low a star is, Well, that's a perspective thing.
Right.
Like when
Correct.
when a lamp is overhead and then you're further away from it, well, that's a perspective issue. You can't always math that.
They're saying it's not a perspective issue, though. They're saying it's a sphere spinning through the universe issue. That's why
No,
it.
but I'm just talking amongst us.
Oh,
Trying
my
to
bad.
but when it comes to them including spheres, like, oh no, you can't do trig on that. That's where the argument ends for them.
I was agreeing with you. I just wasn't on. Yeah, I got you.
But you can do trig as long as you can establish what the baseline horizontal is, and then you can measure the elevation angle from that baseline horizontal. So if you've got a telescope that's set up that you can actually tune the telescope by the degrees, you want it to face 23 degrees up and this angle, and you look in your little book and it tells you this is where that star cluster is going to be seen. You can measure that elevation angle as long as you can always guarantee what is level, what is flat.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
That's
they've
why
got
you
a
have
built.
to do that.
But if it's spherical, but it's when they bring up the spherical trigonometry that's total BS. Like, there was Euclidean geometry, and then they had to invent non-Euclidean in the early 1900s to try and make the stuff work on a spherical shape. And the whole spherical trigonometry thing is absolutely ludicrous.
It doesn't. Yeah, because practically it doesn't make any. It doesn't work. It doesn't work when you're like, okay, yeah, but I'm getting these angles off of the top of the ball that is curving. That's like,
but you have to have that horizontal baseline for any
right,
angle.
exactly.
So it's like using a sextant, old 10th man's argument at the moment. Like with that sextant, you got to have that horizontal baseline, that plane, where they cut the earth, the top of the orange off to expose a nice flat circle and then describe everything on that circle instead of on the ball as they should do.
You know what, Solar? It's funny that people started mentioning the slicing a piece off the top, because when I was looking for, like, because people always say, oh, who said that the horizon is geometric, right? And I said, well, all of these videos pre 2020, and one of the videos is a debunking of flat Earth, but the first thing he does is slice off the top of a fucking orange to tell you this area is flat. Word? Well, then the area of equal altitude is also flat, and you can't have a flat ball for 8,000 miles. And then you square that, and it's like, hell no, you're tripping.
Yeah, I know that exact video. It's laughable. And they always use that as a demonstration of just how spherical it is. If I just cut the top of this apple off and make the top surface flat, like, yeah, that's how spherical. As long as I'm holding the spherical apple while demonstrating the flat surface, it's like, oh my word.
That's what you were saying earlier, Elijah. Like they don't want to engage in actual logical arguments. It's just like they have to make up something to go against whatever objective argument you're making. Have to make something up.
How do you make that shit? You didn't even make it up. You just straight lied to yourself. Like this. Yeah. That could be what we're working with. That could be flat, but everything, it's still a ball.
Yeah, it's a flat ball.
Why is none of this self-evident, though? They got to fucking go through mental gymnastics, and they don't see the problem with that.
Well, 10th Man has been talking to me about trigonometry and how the sextant is used for like a year. And I didn't get it until 2 weeks ago. So I can't even blame anyone. I can't, because I don't know where their head is at for them not to. Because all you got to do is actually look at it. For whatever reason, I was like, yeah, sounds cool. Black Swan is easy enough. I got my argument. Yeah, you're talking about the sextant stuff. That's great. I didn't know, like, the sextant is actually the one proof that the Earth is flat. The measurably,
as far as we can measure using the stars. That's the single most direct proof you can get. And I didn't want it because I was like, oh, I don't understand it. And then I started explaining it to other people using diagrams, and they're like, my brain just melted. And I'm like, nah, you can't be serious. This is the simplest. Look at this. Look at these triangles. There's 3 of them. You know how much space there is between these 3 stars? Look, they're all equal. They're parallel. The 90 degree from each star is parallel. That they can't be on a curved surface, because then they wouldn't be parallel. They would be converging to the center. But as simple as it was for me at the time, they were like, yeah, okay. So it's like, that was me. As simple as it was, that was me not too long ago. So yeah, I don't know exactly why or how. It's when you're ready, I guess. When a person
Did
is
you
ready.
guys? Sorry, bro. Did you guys hear QE's latest video with Scott Veach and the stuff that he was saying? Did you guys watch that? Well, if you haven't seen it, I implore you to go watch it, because it is so bad. The things that are coming out of his mouth, they're so logically inconsistent that
What
it's
did
like
VP
nails on a
Camp do
chalkboard.
now?
It's like the flat earthers are Yosemite Sam, right? And the globe earthers are just dancing till the bullet rains, and they're pretending like it's not happening, but if they weren't dancing, their feet would be blown off, metaphorically speaking. No violence.
That's a good articulation.
Yeah, y'all get back with me on that video. It is so bad.
You guys want to play it? Who has the DJ role?
Yeah, play the QE video. I mean, it's just flat earthers in here at the moment, so we can listen to another flat earther talking about that.
I just came on. What do you guys need played?
Yay,
Shut up, Sonny.
Sonny. I got 58 minutes, no, 52 minutes left to be a part of the conversation.
M. Scott V.
Oh, looks like Roger's got it.
Roger got it.
Yay, Roger, you guys, come on. I've been saying, hey, where you guys at? Y'all around? All my favorite people. Come on. I want to hear your voices. Jimsy, Sonny, Roger, Solar just dipped in. C's been here, Crack. Damsel. Damsel Medic Dandelion. No, Shines was here. Dandelion. I don't want to forget anybody. There are some people that I enjoy your voice. I just don't know your name, so don't fault me for that. But yeah, it's been a great conversation.
We know his name, but don't enjoy his voice.
M. Scott Beach, PhD, Booger Eating Schmuck, 19 July 2020.
I think it's the other way around. I think religion claims to know for sure, but scientists will claim, and I think this is good, they'll claim that they don't know anything for absolute certainty. They have probabilistic beliefs and confident levels of confidence in what they think to be true. And some have very high confidence. You might as well call them 100%, but technically, I think they'll stop just short of that. But probabilistic beliefs in the way the world works is a healthy and probably good way to approach things.
Probabilistic beliefs?
What's this?
He's saying that the idea of the scientific method should be unused, not used at all. The phrase shouldn't be used. The idea of it should be, it's not really used in real science anyway. It's just this sort of myth that's built up around science.
So the scientific method is not real science, is what you're saying?
No, that's not
Yeah,
what he said.
exactly.
No, that's not
Yeah,
what he
exactly.
said. No, that's not what he said.
Knowledge and science and research are done in ways that would be idiosyncratic for each individual person. Everyone approaches it differently, and they can approach it differently, and that's okay. That we need something different than a set of procedures to figure out what defines truth.
How knowledge is done.
How in
the world
know
do you do
what it means.
knowledge, you booger-eating schmuck? So, science...
It means we don't know the cause.
Science is idiosyncratic in its method? Eh? Wouldn't that make the process standardless and subjective? Isn't natural science distinguished from all other forms of explanation by its empirical and objective character? You sure you're not just making contradictory, nonsensical horseshit up in a feebly clumsy attempt to grease the skids for your belly laugher probabilistic belief observation tests? Additionally, the scientific method doesn't define truth. It's a method employed to validate or invalidate natural cause and effect relationships. Also, your fearless leader, Jem Pan, the Mr. Bird's humping natural experiment, said recently, all knowledge is belief, knowledge is a subset of belief, and knowledge is special belief. You just identified 30 seconds ago probabilistic beliefs. Therefore, according to you knuckle draggers, everyone should do probabilistic knowledge. That'll get us there.
First of all, the scientific method is not about finding the cause of an observed phenomenon. You know that, right?
Oh, really? So the scientific method, the one that you claim is a myth, which doesn't exist, isn't about cause and effect, eh? If something doesn't exist, how on the flying Fukuyama can you then comment on its attributes or lack thereof without escaping the straitjacket rubber room frontal lobotomy scenario?
You dumbass.
Back to reality. From Sean Carroll, Caltech physicist, arguing in The Edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They are the whole point. So, what's a hypothesis? From Lowell C., becoming a successful scientist, Cambridge University, a scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. From Drexel University, the scientific method is hypothesis-driven. One makes an educated guess to explain what? Cause and effect. From Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, a hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of what? Cause and effect. From the Institute of Physics, when planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. From the University of North Carolina, in an experiment, the independent variable is a variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is a response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. From your alma mater wiki, an experiment is a procedure carried out to support, refute, or validate a hypothesis. Experiments provide insight into cause and effect. From the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. So,
Calling all cars. We have
numpty dipshit.
all cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
Well, as I said before, though, I don't really think there is such a thing as a scientific method. I think there's the words don't really mean anything. Nobody uses a scientific method. It's not a thing that exists.
Science denier. You serious?
That's rhetorical.
Poor
We'll
old
just do 10
science
out of
denier.
185 million. We want to get out of here this century. From the Geo Society, Kristen McClellan, the title of the article, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, Professor Wolf's title of the article, Introduction to the Scientific Method. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, title of the article, 6 Steps of the Scientific Method. From the Khan Academy, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From Live Science, title of the article, Science and the Scientific Method. From Chem Libertext, title of the article, 1.4, The Scientific Method, How Chemists Think. From Northern Arizona University, title of the article, Defining
Wait,
the
the son of an
Scientific
astronaut is a
From
science
Purdue
denier?
University,
Oh,
title of the
amazing.
article, The Scientific Method. From the National Institutes of Health.gov, title of the paper, The Scientific Method. From the most prestigious secular science journal in the entire friggin' world, Nature, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night.
How can the son of an astronaut be a scientific denier? Science denier.
That's a good question. Yeah, but when he said it's idiosyncratic, right, that's when the doctor tells you we don't know what the cause of it is.
Yup, Hank, that's right.
M. Scott Veach, PhD, booger-eating schmuck. Just tattoo pretender clown dunce on your forehead and be done with it already. Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? By the way, thanks.
First of all, the scientific method is not about finding the cause of an observed phenomenon. You know that, right?
So you tell us about the virtues of the scientific method, then in the very next breath, tell us that the scientific method doesn't exist. Makes perfect sense. I bet you have scholars from around the world lining up to listen to you speak.
That's right. And sometimes the steps are similar. Sometimes the steps are the same, but not always. And it just depends on the situation.
What? Steps? Steps of what? That thing that doesn't exist?
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Scott, I've got to clear this up, Jen, here. So, Mr. Scott, you observed something, okay, and then you said you made another observation, and that gave you the conclusion. So this is your version of science.
What I said was, they observed the phenomena.
Yeah.
They had a hypothesis.
Okay.
They observed the phenomenon. They had a hypothesis.
Yeah.
To test the hypothesis, they used scientific observation.
So observe, then hypothesis, then an observed test? And pray tell, booger-eating schmuck, what's the difference between just your run-of-the-mill everyday observation and a scientific observation? Goggles?
Got him.
Then, Crayon Muncher, when does the probabilistic beliefs enter the picture? Before the first observation or right before you put on the goggles?
wanted to appreciate Huey's mad scientist laugh.
Yeah, that was it. Great stuff.
That was pretty good. I really appreciate that mad scientist laugh at the end. It's really unsettling when you do it right. And he did it right. It was amazing.
What's really amazing is that these people are like extreme science deniers, right? And they're supposed to be the people that are like defending the globe, right? Because flat earthers came out and started questioning the globe, right? Instead of joining the questioning and taking measurements and going, yeah, we can prove the curvature, let's go measure some shit. Like they automatically started butting heads and going, like, don't take any measurements, right? And then they completely tried to obfuscate the scientific method and pretend that it doesn't exist, like it's some kind of fairy tale. Like, what the hell, Scott, if you're out there, like, get in here and explain yourself. Like, maybe we misunderstood you, bro. Like, maybe, you know, there was a mistake. Maybe you had too much to drink that night. If you'd like to come in and clarify, I'm sure we could get you unbanned.
You gotta ask, Scotty, Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty?
I mean, for real, because that was, I mean, where's Bong when you need him? Pathetic.
That was
right?
a train wreck.
Isn't Scott Beach like the cream of the crop of Globe?
Yeah, he is. He's one of the best ones they got. He's one of the moderators over there. He's like out telling everybody else to like chill out, relax, right? Everybody calm down, don't poison the well. Let's just stay on topic. Like he's one of the top dudes over there. I mean, excluding Panda.
Ironic.
So the top guy is a science denier. Okay, that makes sense on a Globe.
Yeah, it does. Unfortunately. And they should be mopping the floor with our asses in the debates if the Earth was a globe. Like they should. I mean, I remember challenging people, anyone, to debate me in 2015, right? Because I knew the arguments and I was willing to have them tested. Like these people, the only time they challenge us is to get us on there so they can make some money. Like there's no professors coming out to defend the globe. If they are, they're far and few in between and tuck their tail when they get asked the science acumen questions. I mean, you think that professor is still having technical difficulties? What, like 4 months later? He couldn't get a phone up to a Wi-Fi connection? I mean, how many students does he have? He couldn't have brought a phone?
We're losing you, Hank. It must be the satellite connection. Just turn on the 5G or the 6G.
Or the 27G. OG.
What about Gandhiji?
So make sure you're not under a tree or something, so the satellite connection it's clear.
Yeah, they can't go around trees.
Saddaloon connection.
Or buildings. Or
Thanks, Flat Earth dude. Saturloon in the moon. Flat Earth dude.
Saddaloons, and cartoons on the moon.
No, in case you guys haven't seen that, Flat Earth dude got a snapshot, a perfect picture of a Saturloon. It's a silhouette of a Saturloon on the from the moon, not on the moon, not from the moon, in the moon. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think
Right, I've seen it once. I haven't seen it in forever. If someone has it, they should post it.
Every time we see Scott Beach, we got to sing that song to him. Because I mean, if he was like educated, like from a college and got a degree and everything, and like his professors heard him say that, like they would probably take him to the loony bin and have him checked in. Because that don't make no sense. I mean, what kind of religitard says the scientific method doesn't exist? Isn't that what he said? I'm still coming in.
Yeah, I hear you. Who was that?
Loud and clear.
Yes, Scott Veach said that the scientific method doesn't exist. Like what? Like QE made it up? Is that what he thinks? I mean, that is psychosis, right? I mean, somebody look up the definition of psychosis and get back with me on that.
In the first sentence, here we go. From NIH.gov. Again, what is psychosis? The word psychosis is used to describe conditions that affect the mind where there has been some loss of contact with reality. Period.
So, did the scientific method exist before flat earthers? Yes or no?
We were always flat earthers, even when we thought we were globers. They're going to turn that into an archaic idea also, I bet.
As far as I can tell, it already is. If you don't have gravity making space balls and Big Bang creating the heavens and the earth, you ain't got nothing. I love dismantling their gravity. It's like one of my favorite things to do. I got a chance to do it like 3 times in a row last night.
It's actually a perfect description of the globers, psychosis. It really is.
Mass hypnosis, mass psychosis.
Have you guys heard my new argument, Sonny and Hank?
No, go ahead.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's actually not an argument because I'm still in the asking questions phase. So,
all right,
the vector that the moon goes to, you know, that when it's rolling on its face like a cartwheel, right? That has to be some kind of mechanical consideration within the heliocentric model prior to me asking it. And the reason I'm bringing this up is simply because of an observation that I made from my one location. And then I said, surely that's accounted for in the heliocentric motions. So I'm gonna post right now what I'm talking about. So here is a picture of the moon at around 10 o'clock at night, and then here's a picture of the moon around 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. From my one location. So I thought to myself, okay, not making logical sense. If I was on a flat plane, then what that is doing above my head, if it's 180 degrees over there as opposed to 180 degrees on the other side, I can see how prospectively that would change my view. But on a ball where actually I am spinning towards that moon and then away from that moon, how would it ever, perspective wise, end up the way it looks on the bottom where the sky is blue? Obviously, it's daytime.
Yeah.
So I determine it's not a perspective issue, therefore, it must be a mechanical one. And I would like to know the math for which this is accounted for. I mean, I'm letting them beg the question. Just tell me that the math exists.
Yeah.
Just tell me it's out there. Where is it?
Awesome point. There's no, I don't think there's nothing they can say about that. That moon is flipped 180 degrees.
You know, I kind of
almost.
piggybacked off you the other day when you brought this up, and I said, take a look at when the star is like right next to the moon. Like you get that little Islamic thing that happens every once in a while with Jupiter. So when when the moon is rising and the star is kind of down and to the left of the moon, and then as it goes through the sky, the star like passes the moon and is actually like closer to the horizon. So the star starts out closer to the horizon and then ends up closer to the horizon and actually sets before the moon does. Even though the moon rose first. It's really weird to like see as it goes throughout the night. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but
Haven't. I need to see this. Now that you've said that,
yeah.
Obviously it's on my mind now. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna figure that out.
And Jupiter's in a really good spot right now for that to happen. So
I think I thought that was Jupiter. See, but for me in New York, Jupiter is so. And if I could be mistaken, but I think it's Jupiter. Because what other planets accompany the moon? It's Jupiter, and doesn't matter. I think it's Jupiter, and so I can see when Jupiter's in the sky at about. Let me see. Let me use my hands to handsy it 90. So I would say, yeah, it's about 60 degrees in the sky when the moon first peeks its way in through the horizon.
And which direction?
That's how I know it's there. Well,
which direction is it?
The star is southeast and the moon comes east.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, like 88 degrees east, 70 something degrees east.
Yeah, I just wanted to verify, so I knew I was looking at the same thing. There's a very, very bright one that's been up in the sky in the south. From me, almost directly.
Oh, my bad.
South.
That wasn't the star I was talking about. I was just talking about the moon, 88 degrees. I haven't. I'll do it tonight to see exactly what heading the star has.
But it's really bright. It's one of the wanderers, right?
Yeah, it's super bright. Wanderers don't twinkle.
Yeah,
they're just there.
I saw that last night. Like, I went out and looked. It was late. It must have been about 11:30 or midnight, and I think the moon had already passed by. Just missed it, but that bright planet was up there, almost directly where I would see the moon, and I was like, "Wow, that was really bright."
Yeah, the thing about Jupiter is it's like really bright, but they say it's like really far away. You know, so it has to be like massive. And they say that like Jupiter's bigger than all the other planets combined. And some people say that
You
it's
know
like a
what's crazy?
failed star. Go ahead.
You know what's crazy? The size of something doesn't determine its reflective luminosity. I don't even know if I can say that. Reflective luminosity. Can I? I don't know if I could say that.
Yeah, I
But
think you can. I think you can say that. Yeah. Yeah.
I meant to say sun, by the way, a failed sun, right? Because in their model, a star is a sun. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. But I knew I had to clarify because people were going failed star. What?
so you take a dull object because of how far away it is, and you make it super big. It's just a big dull object, isn't it? Like with it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
and the light still behaves the same way with the inverse square law.
And when has anybody ever seen like, well, I guess light could reflect off of a gas, but it's like if you had like let's say a cue ball, right? And you measure how luminant it is, and then you like chrome plate it, right? And then see how bright it is, how bright it reflects.
How about the brightness when you are actually near the object? Like, wait, can you guys hear me by any chance?
Yep, 10-4.
So the moon is bright when we are near when we look at it, right? But if you're like 10 miles from it, that brightness should be exponentially higher, no?
Blinding.
Yeah.
Well, what they say is that you're looking at the reflection from the whole moon's surface. So as you get closer to the moon and some of the surface leaves your eye, as the inverse square law is increasing the whole way there, it would be blinding. But then once you got close to landing, then you would be able to see again because the inverse square would be cross-canceled due to the surface area reducing.
The
That's
thing
what they
that
say.
the thing that they're leaving out is spherical shape cannot make an evenly lit surface. Period. It can't. It can't. It's impossible.
So where is the specular highlight on the sphere moon? Because there should be like a highlighted spot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like
Now,
from the sun.
now on that last point, tell me if I'm wrong, but let's just play devil's advocate. So if it was a sphere, the only way it could be evenly lit would be if it was self-illuminating, right? Does that sound right?
Honestly, I'm not sure, and I've mentioned this before. I said this to my friend, my actual critical thinking friend, and he says to me, "Well, look at this picture here. So you take something that's not glossy. You take something like it was some stone picture that he sent, and it did seem to be evenly lit." And I was like, "Fair enough."
And this was a reflection off a rock, yeah?
Well, there's a light that's the sun actually is lighting it, but it's not. There is no specular highlight. I don't know about the evenness of the light, but there was no specular highlight. And I was like, okay, cool, I'll take it.
Was this a smooth round rock?
Yeah,
Okay.
just like one of those. You know how you like think of a mansion and think of like the ball that's on the post. You know when you go through the gate,
Right.
like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he showed me, and I was like, okay, fair enough.
I've never been close enough to a mansion to see its balls.
Actually, there's a mansion right over here. I consider it my mansion, except I don't get to go inside. But yeah, so my mansion, yeah, it's kept away from me. Anyway, but I love the grounds all around it. There's beautiful surroundings.
You
Just
like that,
full of
Kathleen?
nature everywhere. It's so nice, man.
That I knew what you wanted. Are you getting on the internet?
Are you hot micing? Because I'm on the internet.
Flat monkey. We're all on the internet here,
Sorry.
listening to what. Sorry.
It's all right, bro.
Hey,
It
I'm on
happens.
the internet.
It happens.
5G.
Yeah. What about
My
Jamesy?
bad.
Special internet for special people.
What about Jamesy? Yeah. Don't forget about Jamesy.
I was told I was
Yeah,
special.
here in Mexico we have internet. Yes, correct. And the internet is dependent on a flat Earth. Cannot work on a globe.
Flat monkey was trying to talk, and we rumpus the shit out of him. Go ahead, Flat monkey.
I was not. I was talking to my wife. I was hot micing. I apologize. I had no idea.
Yeah. Okay. That's what we thought. All right. No problem.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, just spilt milk. We've all done it, bro. No worries.
But tell us how the internet cannot work without a flat Earth.
You got me on that one.
Oh, Jimsy. He said it with authority as if he knew.
Yeah, because reasons we all know of.
Absolutely. I completely understand.
What did they cancel? Silver? Precious metals? Did they cancel that or something?
Is that today?
No, it's in 18 minutes.
Oh, I'm just early. Wow, what a trip. I thought I was waking up late and stuff. Okay.
Last time I was here for that, I think I kind of hijacked the show. I'll be quieter this time.
No, we all take our turns. I'm trying to keep myself back because I'm a loudmouth. Like I will keep talking, so I have to stop myself.
Well, you're a boomer. You're allowed to be loud.
Hence the word boom.
Boom.
Big fat boomer.
Big bada boom.
Big bada boom. Multipass.
Yeah, just ask a Glover how the universe started, and they say big bada boom.
That's how you know they're highly intelligent.
It bada bounces. The signal bada bounces off the big bada ball.
Yeah, the radio waves bounce out of the big beta ionosphere.
Dude, can you imagine getting Scott Beach, right? His monkey ass, taking him from like college to college and letting Scott Beach do a speech about the scientific method was made up by flat earthers. You know how
That's what
fucking
I'm
hilarious.
saying. Why can't we do that? Like, why can't
I know.
I want to see more? I want to see more. This is fun, but I want these motherfuckers going. Not just Scott Beach. I want to know what these professors would have to say. I would reckon that they're going to say exactly what I've read in their papers. That this is just a mathematical description. There's no science behind this. This is my philosophy. Remember that 3-hour video he was watching? So I would assume that they would say that. Oh no, but I believe it's a sphere, and they might say, they might be a glober, and they might say, well, no, it's a sphere because blah 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 blah. And then you go, well, what about certain things like the CMB radiation?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Anyway, those of you brave enough or have the stomach enough to go in there, you ought to tell those guys, why don't they have an interview set up with Andrew Thomas Young? Perfect.
But you can. We're just not doing it. That's what the fuck I don't get. I'm going to speak with Mark Crispin Miller about the flat Earth, specifically because the logic he employed about the CIA and the propaganda that's going on right now, like this topic is right up his alley. I don't know how I'm gonna get him on like record though. Like I'm not gonna do it in a sleazy way. If I just have the conversation and there's no record, then that's just that. I'm not gonna, Not gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, but I'm saying I'm not gonna, secretly, I'm not gonna do that because But at the same time, I mean, he's already been blackballed. So what has he got to lose anyway? I don't know. I don't know how deep. I don't know if the heliocentric no is a step too far.
So I used to wonder why EXO called them perverted criminals, right? That's a word he used to use a lot back in like 2015. Words that he used to use a lot like 2015, 2016 era. And I used to wonder why QE called them pretender clowns. But if Scott Beach is saying that he's got like a master's or a doctorate or whatever the fuck he's claiming, like he's obviously a pretender clown.
Yeah,
he's either pretending that science doesn't exist or something. Because how could you say that QE invented it?
The closest.
He has
The
no option
closest that
whenever
I have-
defending the globe. Whenever defending the globe, we have to put the pretender clown hat and make claims like that.
Yeah, I think it's whatever QE says, they have to say the opposite. It doesn't matter what he says, so that's why they sound so stupid, because they just have to go with the opposite.
So in my estimation, the closest we've gotten was what is his name? Fight the Flat Earth. His conversation with that guy, I forget his name now, where because Fight the Flat Earth and Sleeping Warrior had been going back and forth about whether or not gravity is a force. So we'd anticipated it. The people who wanted to, who were following along, they already know. Okay, well, this is a force versus this is Einstein's theory, and this, And so when the guy comes on, he's like, "It's not a force, but you can think of it as a force." It's like that's the kind of attitude and answer I would expect to get from these people in university. They're like, well, if you think of it like this, they're not going to say straight up, there's evidence of this and then you're wrong. They're not going to do that. They're just not. That's why they're so quiet. That's why they do what they do when they say, maybe there's a problem with cosmology. They're saying what we're saying, just not in such an overt way.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
So if Scott Beach, if he likes to get published and he likes writing and stuff, why don't he like write all that stuff he said in that video, like write it down, right, and then send it in and get that published? Because I would love to see that. Globe Earther claims that scientific method was made up by flat earthers, and it
Scotty.
really doesn't exist.
Yeah, Scotty, could you
Maybe we
write that
should
up? Come on,
transcribe.
man. We're pushing for we're pushing for you, Matt. We want you to publish that paper. Go ahead, Scotty.
We should transcribe it
Come on,
for him
Scotty.
and present it to him
Scotty,
in
are you
in
okay?
a present manner, like it's a gift.
Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty?
Wait a minute. We totally rumpused over Flat Monkey again.
I was just saying, if my service just went red, but transcribe it for him and present it to him as a gift, and with instructions on how to use it, and he'd just hate it. It would just make him so mad.
Spurs Schemo has the original because he was the one that most likely turned it in. But you could hear Spurs like he was trying to help the guy out. He was like trying to give him an out from what he just said, because you always want to assume like ignorance rather than malice. So always assume they made a mistake. Like he was like, "Did you mean to say? Let me clarify. You meant to say that," and he doubled down. And I was like, "Holy shit!"
Even when the guy was like, he didn't say that, and he's like, yeah.
So maybe he was having a bad night. Maybe he had like a mental lapse. Some
Nope.
sort of.
That's what they believe in gyms. You know that.
I know, but you always got to assume ignorance, right? Like maybe he just doesn't know, right? He said those things, like some people have like a mental episode where they're usually okay, but something happens, like they catch their wife in bed, and they have like a moment of temporary insanity. So maybe he was having maybe he was having temporary psychosis. Like maybe if we asked him today and he came in here and said, "You know what, guys, I was off my rocker. None of that shit is true. It was all bullshit." But I
Okay,
doubt it.
as long as nothing he says is sidestepping reality, we'll see how that goes.
Which, obviously, I don't have any faith in him there.
You see what I mean? Yeah.
So I went into Gems the other day, and I was like, yo, I was like, have you ever noticed the moon from when it rose? And they're like, yeah. I was like, you don't see a problem with that? Well, what's the problem? What are you arguing? What doesn't make? I was like, it doesn't make sense. It's like, what doesn't make sense? I was like, well, if you have witnessed it and you have the heliocentric model in mind, it doesn't make any sense. And they're like, well, what's the argument? What are you talking about? Blah blah. Blah. I'm like, well, if you haven't, if you have seen it and you don't know what the issue is, I don't have anything else to say to you. Yeah, but just make it on. No. There's nothing. There's no claim to make. All you have to do is witness it and have the heliocentric model in mind. That's it. No, but you're obviously saying you're seeing something I don't. I don't see a problem with it. Then that's okay. If you don't see a problem with it, have a good day. Yeah, but what are you? Blah, 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 blah. This is what flat earthers do, and it's like, yo, I listen. This is why they say you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. I already know what kind of people you are in here. I'm not doing any more than saying, go look at this and think of this. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that we're having a real conversation. No,
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
like we're having a real debate. I'm too beyond that. I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't mean to.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. I mean, just those two images and what you just said, boom, that's it.
Like unless you're going to tell me, yeah, well, there's some mathematical. You just take a ball, because remember, it's not a 2D surface. So take a ball and now have it rotate to the point that it would never. You would see the same face all the time. Great.
The same face.
Now,
Wait.
now
The
while it's
same,
doing that,
yeah, Elijah, the same face all night long, but it rotated like a clock,
like a wheel,
like a wheel. Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
So it goes every 27 days or whatever. You know what? That don't even make no sense because, well, never mind. That don't matter.
Think about this. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Well,
Go ahead, finish.
So you're already thinking of it moving in that vector, but as it's doing that, turn it the other way too. Like, how does that even? I don't know. Well, I guess it could, but you need to tell me what the rate of that is. It could. You can't just come up with it today. You could, maybe you could. I mean, because all you do is look at the sky, make observations, and then put math behind it. So I'm saying they could. Why the fuck hasn't it been done? Where is it? I've been looking online. I've been asking you. I've been asking. I was at Brandon's. Nobody knows.
Here's another interesting thing about the moon. So it takes 28 days to go from one side of the sky to the other side of the sky. And then it takes 3 days to reset. Right?
Yep. Yeah.
And it's like a car. The sun is lapping the moon because the solar day is faster than the lunar day, I think. So they lap each other once every 28 days. Or something like that. Something close to that.
Okay.
But yeah, what you said about the moon rolling through the sky like a wheel, it's just, it doesn't make sense on their model, because if it's a spinning ball, it wouldn't look like that.
Yeah, you would see a different part.
Well, it would have to be. It would have to be a. That's why I said it has to be mechanical. It's not. It's not because of your perspective from the Earth. It has to be something that it has to physically be turning. And where is that accounted for in the model?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're done.
I got a lot of questions where there really is no answer. Don't you guys know that that's
Right, because think about it.
somebody decided to hey,
Oh, you're kind of breaking up.
they said,
There you go.
hey, so the sphere that we live on has a radius of 3,959 miles and a circumference of about 25,000 miles at the equator. So, yeah. And so then my first question was, well, how do they know? You can't find anything on it, right? That's the same thing this is. That's the same thing any other. If you have like when I asked them, okay, so, okay, it's 2 o'clock. I'm looking at the moon. The phase is pointed 3 o'clock. Okay, great. The sun is to the east though, and it's about to come up for me in 2 hours.
Maybe that
Well, 3
information,
hours.
maybe that info got sucked into the black hole.
And when there's no direct response, like it should be some Googleable, like what is a tree made of? Wood. That's it. You know what I mean? Like what? There are no answers to any of these questions that we ask on a daily basis.
All right, Elijah, think about it like this. So let's say you got like a professional ice skater, and when she's doing her little spin thing, she uses her coach as a reference frame because her coach is always there, right? Does he turn through the sky like a wheel? Like from her point of view, does he roll through her point of view? No, his head is always up and his feet are always down, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Peekaboo.
Hey, and every observer looking at the moon their feet is down and their head is up. Yes.
Y'all already know what happens in 60 seconds.
I see, you see, we all see what we see.
Mm-hmm.
Just
waiting on our lovely co-hosts.
Precious Metals Takeover fully endorsed by your boy Eli.
I
I support
appreciate it.
all of you guys that I wish would speak up more, so that I could just sit and listen. That's what I want.
Oh, there she is.
I was gonna say, you have so much good stuff to say, though, Elijah.
All right, do we get rolling?
Yeah, I think we should make Elijah be the honorary that he could step in anytime he chooses, actually.
Nah, no rule breaking, because then if me, because if any me and me we I don't want to lump him in with me now that I have a little bad blood behind my name, but I'll just say nah. I want to go by the rules. Rules is rules.
Well, you are a lead mod.
And it,
I don't know.
I mean, it's only for 2 hours, so I think it's fair. Anyway, let's get started if that's fine with everybody here. Welcome one and all to Precious Metals. I'm your host, CECI, whatever. Whatever you like to say. I'm with my co-host, Redford, Rectangle, Socialist.
Hello. Oh, no, just rectangle.
How are you, CI?
Could be better, but not the end of the world.
That is true. The world is still going.
And flat and stationary.
It is very true.
And contained.
And contained.
That checks out.
Geocentric.
Before we get started, I would like to say, if there is any point in time where you, the listener, would like to interject, and you are gold or below, gold plus or below, my bad, and you would like to contribute to the Precious Metals event, please DM me or Redford, and we'll make sure to include you. So please do that if you are in a position where you want to contribute, and you don't really feel like there's an opening to speak, so please let us know. We'll make room and allow you to practice, because that's what this whole event is for. How are you, Redford? The turns have tabled.
The turns have tabled. I'm doing well. The weather here has been... We seem to have gotten all the rain in the last week, which is good, but it's still gloomy out. Yeah, it's we finally got some rain, which was nice, but it's a little late for the garden. Now I think it's wrecking my tomatoes because of the uneven watering, but that's okay. It'll be all right.
Shall we move forward with the question? I can't speak French.
Yes, sorry. My allergies are driving me crazy. I just had to mute. I was sneezing. I think the fires, I don't know, there's still a lot of smoke here. But yes, let's go to the question for sure.
Wait, okay, it's been a bit. Am I supposed to read it or are you?
Well, you know what? I'll ask you. We can do that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we're going to play that game. Okay, so CI, would it be better to be an individual who knows everything or knows nothing?
Well, obviously, this is a philosophical question. So basically, I feel as if personally, since I was asked, I feel like it's almost a paradox, because one who knows nothing could also know everything. I mean, just ask Socrates. Anyway, semantics aside, if I had to pick from the false dichotomy, I would probably pick no. This is gonna be crazy, but I'm actually gonna pick know nothing, because if I knew absolutely everything, I was omniscient, I would probably kill myself. Because of how much stimulus. Oh no, I'm serious. Because of how much stimuli overload there is. You know everyone's thoughts. That's kind of creepy. I don't want to be the NSA. But if I know nothing, then I value the new experiences I have.
Oh, so this goes to like even everything, like people's thoughts, feelings, emotions. Everything. Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought we were just talking about knowledge. Okay.
Everything.
Everything.
Can I jump in for a second?
Oh, yeah.
Please.
So it's really interesting that you said the NSA, while at the same time I was thinking the word government, right? And that's one of the reasons why they would lie. Because if they can make you think that the state is all-knowing and all-powerful, right, what does it become in the mind's eye?
All-knowing.
It becomes God.
Small interjection. Do you guys need an announcement for the...
Yes, we
Okay.
do. Thank you so much, Roger.
Yes,
You always
thanks,
got our
Roger.
back. Love you, dude. No homo. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. But yeah, Hank does make a good point, actually. That's
Yeah,
true.
that is a good point. Hank, what's your choice, by the way, if you had to pick in this false dichotomy fallacy?
I guess I would choose to know nothing. That way I could learn.
Hey, high five. Should we call on someone, Redford?
Yes.
Maybe Flat Monkey?
I think that's a good idea.
What are your thoughts?
My service come through.
You're roboting a bit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think his wife is downloading the internet right now.
How do you download the internet?
His wife is downloading the internet.
I'm sorry. While we wait on Flat Monkey's internet to restabilize, remind me to call. Oh wait,
How
you're
about
supposed to
now?
call on people.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, Redford. I forgot. I'm sorry.
That's
Oh,
okay. That's okay. Flat Monkey's back, I think. But no, you can unmute, yeah.
I would also, even though it is like a logical fallacy in a sense, but I would go with ignorance is bliss, knowing nothing, because I mean, if you don't know any better, then like, I don't know, is it knowing nothing with the ability to learn, or is it just knowing nothing, unable to learn, unable to grow in any way? Because that seems like death.
You can still learn.
Okay, so if you can learn, then yeah, I'd like to know nothing because there's always room for growth. Whereas if you know everything, the only way from the top of a mountain essentially is down. So
Very
Yeah.
nicely said. Thank you for speaking.
What about Golden Lemur? Are you there?
Ooh, good choice.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good.
Great. So, would you like to answer our question for today?
Oh man. I'll
now we
take-
have more parameters. Maybe it'd be easier to answer.
Yeah, well, we're making up rules on the fly too, so maybe I can weasel my way into some kind of a different situation. So if I knew everything, would I be still a person? Would I have compassion? Would if that's the case, sure, I'll take the know everything, because then I could act in I could act properly. I could understand the world as it is, and maybe I could do more good. Maybe I wouldn't use it for evil, because if I understood the implications of my actions, I would do those things in a way that's really good. So I'll take the other one just for fun.
No, that's awesome. That's really good. Thank you so much for sharing. I like the input. The
bet.
different side of it.
I like your answer. My only question is, if you know absolutely everything, how would you shut off your thoughts when you need to sleep?
Well, I would understand that. I would understand that part of sleeping is allowing my normal biological processes to sort of take over. So I would also remember, because I knew everything, that like a nice warm cup of herbal tea with maybe some honey in it at night helped to calm me down, and I would just sleep. How's that?
There you go. You know all the tricks and tips, right? So you could just put yourself to sleep like a baby. It'd be great.
That's all good,
That's an awesome answer, Golden Lemur.
So that's what I think. And I don't really know, CI. I really don't.
That's okay. It's just kind of a hypothetical false dichotomy, but it's fun. So also, Golden Lemur, I want you to pick someone, and then we'll have Redford pick again.
Oh no!
Oh, I said it again.
I just pick anybody in the chat. Oh man. Let's see. What about Flat Earth Batman?
Okay. Effie Batman, you here?
Is someone going through a drawer trying to find something?
Oh, I'm hot making. I'm sorry. I thought I muted.
I think the stapler's on the right. Sorry.
Hello?
You forgot to use the bat signal, guys. Come on. Give him a program.
My bad.
Flat man.
That didn't work.
What about DCO?
F.E. Batman, are you there? F.E. Batman, are you there?
Well,
guys, he's just hanging around in his cave until he sees the bat signal.
Yeah.
I don't know the bat signal. What is that?
I can answer it.
If you
Oh,
guys,
there's DCO.
Yeah. DCO. Yeah. What's your answer?
well,
What's your
just
thoughts?
listening to you guys talk about this, it's actually really interesting because I would rather not know anything because what I enjoy the most is a learning process, not knowing something and then being amazed at what I found out from the process. So if I already knew everything, I would kind of lose out on that sense of like enjoyment of like finding something out for the first time. So
It really is an endorphin
that's the only
hit,
thing.
isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I agree. That's a really good answer. So what is your favorite thing that you found out and was able to uncover?
I do architecture and like graphic design and stuff, and I've been getting into like sacred geometry by using numbers and stuff like that. And there are things that you can extract through processes using numbers that you could not foresee yourself, but it comes through the process of doing something. So that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, the sacred geometry thing is quite interesting. I haven't done a deep dive, just a little bit. There's a lot there.
What about you, CI? What was your favorite thing that you learned, or the thing that gave you the biggest endorphin hit?
My favorite thing that I've learned. That's a really hard question. This is gonna sound corny, but my whole life I was told that I wasn't very good with people, that I wasn't good at music either. And when I figured out that both of these things were lies, or that I could at least change it, I was very happy because I had hope again. Hope is something that's very dangerous at the same time because it can cause people to try and do the impossible. They either surprise everyone with a miracle or they fall on their face.
So for me, it was the Japanese scientist who froze the water with love and hate on the bottles.
What's
And at that moment, I knew that I can't pronounce it. I can't really say it. I'm not Japanese, but at that moment, I knew that we could speak things into existence.
What's the scariest realization you've had, Hank?
The scariest realization. That's a tough one. Give me a second to think about it.
I would say karma and synchronicity when I observe them. People can call it pseudoscience, but once people see it, it scares the shit out of you.
Why does it scare you so much?
Because when I was looking at someone tweet about someone named Star, I got a DM from someone completely unrelated who asked me if I had looked at the stars in the sky at the exact same time. That's scary.
What? But isn't that kind of the beauty of how we're all so interconnected to each other in ways that we have no idea?
I don't want to be interconnected to that person, though.
Okay. That I can understand.
Yeah. When you still have a connection to someone you're trying to get away from, it can get depressing. But that's depressing. Let's swap this 180.
I think I got my answer. I think I found it.
Yeah, that's why.
I found my answer to the question. You said, what is the scariest thing that you discovered? And I don't have a lot
Oh, you're roboting.
Beep boop.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, try again. Try again.
How about now?
Yeah. Sounds good. We'll give it a try.
Okay, so this lady, right? She signed the pizza box and handed it back to me and went inside like she was going to eat the receipt. And I was livid, right? I was absolutely livid. I didn't know why. Yeah, she signed the pizza box because I asked for a signature. She signed the pizza box, handed it back to me, and went inside with a receipt like she was going to eat it. And I had to stop her. I had to go, excuse me, ma'am, I need a signature on the receipt. Here's your pizza. Right? I had to stop her. And I was livid, and I didn't know why I was livid. I mean, I was beyond livid. I was furious, if there's a better word than that. That's what I was. And I had to think about it. Why did that piss me off so bad? And the more I thought about it, it's because I knew that I'm related to this woman, and I didn't think people could be that dumb. And that scares me. That we have the capability of being that ignorant and that stupid. Because I didn't know that there was such low levels of cognition. I was unaware. And you know what? She wasn't like a special needs person, as far as I could tell. She was like a wife and a mother, like a normal person.
Wow. Yeah, that's very
That's
sad.
scary. That's
It
scary,
is.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That we have that capability to be that low in cognition.
Yes. Oh yeah, Lou. A really stoned normal mother, potentially. Yeah, you got to kind of wonder. And then I always kind of ask the question too, because my brain always is like, what medications are you on? What are you taking to make you be in that state? Because, well, I mean, not always, but more often than not, something's influencing them.
I was curious. You had said the best thing you learned, but then you roboted a little bit when you talked about the Japanese scientist who did an experiment, and then you concluded that you could. What was that again? Could you go into more detail?
Yeah, you can speak things into existence. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, I understand what it means. How does that connect to this experiment you were talking about?
Well, he manifested thoughts into vocalization, and he manipulated matter, did he not?
Yeah, so the study, it was based upon different words and even writing the words down. So he did ice crystals. So he would say a specific word or write it on a piece of paper, tape it to the jar or whatever, and then freeze the water and see how it reacted to that vibrational frequency of that word, of that meaning of that word. And then it would make ice crystals depending on that. Or he played music to it, like I think heavy metal created a similar effect to like hate, the word of hate, the vibrational frequency of hate. So there's pictures in the book. I actually have the book. It's really interesting. I do recommend it. I think it's really cool.
What's it called?
It's called The Hidden Messages in Water. And actually, I did have an audiobook link for it on YouTube. I will try to find that and I can send that to you if you're interested. Okay.
Yeah, I'd love to see
if it's
that.
still up, yeah. It's a fascinating, like super fascinating. And I was actually reading these studies on it after because they were saying it was pseudoscience. And I'm like, well, you guys don't understand because you have this group of scientists who don't believe this, right? Don't understand that everything's energy, vibrational frequency. So you have these scientists who have that cognitive block, which basically makes the experiment happen, right? Because you have to have the loving frequency to have it. So it's just interesting the spin that they put on these things, but they tried to replicate it, but from scientists and they couldn't do it.
And there's many variations in people that repeated this test. One is Jeranism, for example. He repeated it and he did it with rice. So he cooked rice, put it in 3 different containers. One, he did nothing. One, he blasted it with hate, and one, he blasted it with love or something like that, or in writing, and got the same results.
Yeah.
Oh, not exact same results because they weren't freezing it, but one was like moldy and nasty, and then the one blasted with love looked like it was still okay to cook. So you definitely don't want to eat like fast food because if their employees are getting paid like minimum wage, they're not cooking your food with good juju, right? You don't ever want to eat food that was cooked with bad juju.
Right. And that's a good point too. And yeah, with the experiment with the rice, so there's like the love, hate, and the neglect. And actually the rice that's neglected seems to fare the worse than even the hate, which is really interesting.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I found the
go ahead,
book.
bro.
Go ahead. Oh, I just said I found the book. Go ahead, Hank.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I was going to say that, you know, like, I don't want to be a manager, right? Because it would be a pay cut with more responsibility. It's just a cup of ice. And I've always told, like, no, I don't want to be the manager. I always told, like, new drivers, yeah. I always told new drivers, like, you're going to be manager one day. And at the other place, you know, and they would, like, take the manager position because I planted that seed in their head, right? And when I first said it, they were like, nah, I'm not going to be manager. But they would go ahead and take the management position because I refuse it over and over again. I never say yes.
That's a really interesting topic. This is fascinating stuff.
Do you mind if I pick the next person?
Go ahead.
All right. I wanted to ask Vlad on Flat Earth if he's available to answer the question.
Yo, what's up, DCO? Hope everyone is doing good today. I would have to go with your answer, bro. I would have to go with your answer. Yeah, the beauty is in the learning, it's in the process. So if I had to pick one of those two, I would start from not knowing anything. And to finish off the scariest thing, which I believe scares a lot of people, what Hank said is finding out that we're surrounded with so many dumb people, man. Since this cerveza bug, it's really disappointing. That's pretty much all I gotta say, man. I'm disappointed with how many dumb people we're surrounded with.
Yeah, I agree. I struggle with that quite a bit. I went to the
It's
city.
really
Yes.
depressing.
Oh, I went to the city yesterday, and now they've mandated the face diapers again here. But yesterday it wasn't, and I was like one of the only ones without anything on my face. It's been like that. It's crazy.
Are you
And
getting looks? You're getting looks from the people?
oh yeah, like people they'll like sidestep me too, and I'm just like, you guys are insane. Like this is crazy. Some people it doesn't bother them, but some people, like I've noticed too, like when I used to stand in line, everybody would like strike up a conversation. Now nobody wants to talk, nobody wants to make eye contact. It's such a sad state of humanity.
It is.
It's
But
just
as far as masks, I have to say, and I said a few times here, as far as masks in Pennsylvania here, dude, nobody's wearing it anymore. I don't know if it's
That's
vaccines or whatever,
awesome.
but like literally no one is wearing a mask. And again, I said this a couple of days ago. We had music festivals in Bethlehem and Allentown, week long, hundreds of vendors, thousands of people. I mean, we saw like 10 people wearing a mask out of thousands.
Wow. And here it's like the complete opposite. That's good though. That's hopeful, regardless, I guess, of the reason.
So, but like my wife said, like, oh, it's probably the all vaccinated. So I'm like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But that's interesting because here, people that have gotten the jab, they're still afraid. And I don't understand.
I know. Yeah.
I'm just like, but they're like the variant. I'm like, where? And they don't know. They get mad when I ask where.
Yeah, the same thing with the parents in school. Like, why would the parents of vaccinated children be worried about non-vaccinated children? That's what I don't get. Like, if you believe that your child is protected already, what are you worried about my child?
Well, again, this is where like I try to give people the benefit of the doubt and not call them dumb, even though they are acting like it, because they are just victims of this brainwashing of the TV, and they're just being incessantly bombarded with this information that they can't seem to now get away from. It's like their thoughts are not their own. You know, they haven't been for a while. And it's just
and they're turning them against us right now. Like you said, you're getting the looks, like God knows what's a few months down the road. What are we going to be dealing with,
I know what they're threatening here, and I know what the plan is, what they're trying to get to, and people are being complicit. Pardon me?
To report you, right? Like, is that what you...
Oh, no, they're trying to basically take away all of your freedoms if you refuse to get the jab. So, like, yeah, at one point, I'm sure they're going to make it that you won't be able to even go into a grocery store, because that seems to be where we're headed here.
Yeah,
so that's going to be... And you know, again, it's the people, right? I say to people, I'm like, you know, where you look around, there's no cops around. There's nobody enforcing this stuff but us.
Yep.
It's the people. We have the power, and you guys are just listening to your government, who has never in the history of my knowledge cared about your health before. But here we are. You go listen. You hate them. You complain about the taxes, complain about everything, but this something
Right.
believe them. And but again, it's the religion of science and what they follow. I don't condone to that. So it's a
Scientism.
Yes.
And you're kind of hitting on the first thing that I thought of, right? Is that we get the government that we deserve. We're served what we deserve, to quote what's her name from South America, right? And I had to think, what's the root of that? Well, the root of that is people, right? And that's what led me to the pizza box thing. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just the power, like the people and what we want. And the government and all of these places seem to just, they want to make the people happy, and people want these face diapers on. They seem to want to get the jab. So that's just the way that things are going because of how the media has perpetrated it and the propaganda. It's just, I'm what a time to be
Good about it.
alive.
And they feel good about it. They put it on. They like put their face out like, "Oh, I'm protected and I'm better than you." It's like, oh goodness, just please go away from me.
I know. And they think that, they're doing it. I had a conversation with this lady the other day. She's like in her 60s and she's just hilarious. And her daughter got the jab, and, she was, she's like, I got it for you. And my friend, this lady, she's like, I never asked you to. And I'm like, that's exactly it. Like, nobody's asking you except the media is telling you what people are saying. And when you actually talk to people, again, it's just the reality, right? It's always different than what the media is telling you.
And again, you know what's the craziest thing? I also brought this up a few days ago, that no one asks what's in the shots. And when they tell you what's in it, then how does this work for my immune system? How does this help my child? But no one literally asks what's in it.
Nope, because they've run them down so much. They've taken away everybody's freedom. It's just squeeze, right? Until everyone's just like, just tell me what to do so I can go, go shopping or go to the grocery or go to the movies, which, I mean, it's just degeneracy anyways.
And some people that were refusing shots, they were like, oh, I don't want it because it's not FDA approved. But those people, they didn't ask what's in it. Give me the fucking ingredients. What's in it? And tell me, how does this help my immune system? That's the most logical question to ask.
Oh, I know, but you're crazy. Why would you want to know what's in what you're injecting into your body? Right? Like,
why are you questioning authority?
Well, I gotta jump in, right? Because it seems we're in a loophole right now. It seems we're in a loophole right now, where the gold and silver have decided to moderate ourselves. And the thing is that the Nazis were hung at Nuremberg for practicing medicine without informed consent. Has there been one person that's been completely informed?
I don't think they can, because isn't there proprietary ingredients in the in the jab that they can't actually, like through a patent, they can't even allow people to know what's in it?
And the clinical trials will not be completed, even though we have one of them that has been approved by the FDA. The clinical trials are not complete until 2022 and 2023, respectively, for the two big jabs. So you cannot have informed consent when you don't have data. And it's my understanding as well that with one of the most well-known jabs, that you have an independent, you have a control group and a therapy group, a treatment group. Both of those groups received the jab, and what that means is that you're never ever going to know if it's efficacious or not.
Speaking of efficacy, I have actually read the 140, 150 page of Surpriser. See what I did there?
Oh, yeah.
I'm always creative with stuff like that. And guess what? Because I debate people on this all the time. Politics are really what get my juices flowing. So let me just explain to you the non sequitur that goes in this, and then I'll shut up my trap. So basically, here's how it goes. They failed to define efficacy, first of all, which is a pathetic embarrassment from a scientific perspective. That is embarrassing, okay? So they failed to define efficacy. What they do is give history. They give history on what it actually is. So that makes sense, as they should, kind of like an abstract. But you look, and this is how much of a non sequitur it is. Okay, so we administer the placebo, we administer the real one, okay? And we don't log demographics, we don't log gender, we don't log age, we don't even log how often people go outside, which these are important variables, right? So the efficacy is defined by saying, okay, well, you see, people didn't have any side effects. So it's 95% effective at not having side effects. So that means you have a 5% for side. That's pretty high. Whatever, I digress. So, well, according to them, 95% for no severe side effects, they said. Something like that. So basically, they say it is 95% effective at not having severe side effects. But that's where the 95% efficacy comes from, at preventing the Holocaust. So that is such a non sequitur. That
I
doesn't make
see,
any
yeah.
sense. That makes
No.
no sense.
It doesn't. That is
no sense. Sorry to get really. It
but
just makes no fucking sense. Excuse my language, but seriously, I debate people on this all the time, and they're like, "Well, it's 95% effective." Do you not trust science? Do you not trust the government? Fuck no, I don't trust the government. Why would I trust the government? Why should my default position be trusting the positive claim? I need evidence for that positive claim. I've researched this. My mom's researched this. Even my mom knows about this shit. And she's like, I will never, ever get it.
Wow. I wish my mom would say that.
No, no.
Are we gonna get
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it.
Not my love. Elijah wants me to repeat it. So basically, I'll go through it faster. Well, slower, sorry. Well,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't want to waste time. I feel bad.
Oh wait,
monologuing.
wait, hold on, wait, because I want my family to hold on.
Oh, is this on speaker?
He's recording you. Go, bro.
Okay, so basically, I have read the surpriser, if you will, actual reports, 140, 150 pages, okay? So let me just break it down for you. So basically, here's how the study worked. They give background on the Holocaust. They give background, as they should, like an abstract. Every scientific paper needs an abstract. That's why you need it in APA format when you write research papers or business papers. So, but they failed to define what efficacy is, exactly what it is. They use the term, but they failed to define it. So after that, you look through the paper, and I looked at their control studies with their placebo, with their actual active ingredient and whatnot. So they say they fail to give any information on the clients, how often they go outside, so someone could just be in their house, never going outside, and that'll be counted in this, which is ridiculous that they failed to provide any of this information. Demographics, age, none of that. How many children they have, if they plan on having children. All of this critical information is left out. But what they do say is, well, there's a 95% chance to not have any side effects, any severe side effects, when receiving this dosage. That's where the 95% efficacy comes from. Wake up! It's such a non sequitur.
Hey, CI, how can we be talking about efficacy as something that has never been isolated, purified, or gone through Koch's postulates of virology?
Exactly.
There's no gold standard. The test is ineffective. It's just like the globe. They skip past curvature and then go into gravity.
Not only
it's
that.
The same thing.
Exactly, Sonny.
Mr. Ouchie, Ow, right? Mr. Ouchie, he owns the patents to this. He owns the disease. He owns the cure. Think about how much money is being.
I have the patent information. I also have the Supreme Court rulings that it's been ruled illegal. Oh, hold on.
I know where he lives.
But here's the crazy thing. You know who paid $80 million to the Biden campaign? The same people who just got it approved. $80 million. But lobbyism doesn't exist, guys. It's just packaged with the First Amendment, right?
Right.
Okay, I want to say something off the tails of that. This is really important. So the mass hypnosis creates mass psychosis, and if you don't do your research, you might develop thrombosis.
I like that. It sounds like battle mod.
You know, I like to keep it real, keep 100.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for getting like really passionate about that. I'm usually not like that aggressive, but this is something.
See, I love it, man. No, it's time to get passionate. I'll tell you what.
Absolutely.
Can I say something really quick?
Of course.
Thank you. Hi, by the way, Gladflobe here.
Hey.
New
Hey,
guy.
welcome to Press Metals.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. I did not expect that so quickly, but I'm honored. So thank you. So being passionate about this current topic, the Cocoa Pebbles, the Cocoa Puffs. I was at breakfast with my mom just a second ago, and we got to talking about it, and I told her that I'm not going to get the Jabba Dabba Doo ever in my entire life, and probably won't get the other ones too for all the other things. And I told her because I'm not the R word, the bad R word that people get called sometimes.
Yeah,
I'm not that. And I kind of yelled it, and then she said, "What did she say? I can't remember." But anyway, I answered her with, "Because blah blah is a fucking blah," and it's the HOAX word. And she's like, she's like, "Okay, so do you want to just leave?" Because it was loud.
What?
Oh, because it was loud. I mean, everybody in the whole restaurant looked at me when I said it. Because I'm unabashed.
In a restaurant.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I don't care anymore. I just don't care.
Nice.
And
Good
so
man.
she's
Yeah.
and she was like, "So you want to leave?" And I was like, "No, but I just want to let you know that." And guys, I'm in school. I'm in the medical community right now, going back to school to do some stuff. But you know, I mean. This is ruining that. So she goes, "So what are you going to do?" I go, "I'll change careers over and over until I find something or I have to leave society." And she goes, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And Mom, check this out. This is my body, my choice, right? Oops. I get to say that about this. I don't have to do any of the things that y'all are doing as knee-jerk, fear-based reactions to something you don't know anything about. Anyway. So yeah, I get it, bruh. I know exactly why you worked up. I can't believe my fellow man. I can't believe my own mother. You know what I mean? I just,
I can't believe
I'm
it.
the same.
I can't believe my
I can't
dad.
believe my family either.
Yeah.
My mom's woke. I am so blessed to have a
Yep.
wonderful mother. She
Yeah.
knows. She
My
knows
mom
everything.
is
And
like
I told her they're gonna come door to door. They may. I don't want to scare people. I don't want to sound black-pilled. I'm sorry, but
They don't want to come to my door. I'll tell you that.
They have green zones, and you know what my mom says, and we're on the same page, and I'm so happy.
Like they
Nice.
can't come
know-
door to door to administer something to you. They cannot
can take
do
you.
that.
They
can
if
come
they have a
in.
warrant.
They can,
They have a warrant, and guess what? My mom, you know what she said to me, and I just smiled and said, "Yup." I'm so happy. She said, "I may need a concealed carry."
Shit.
Yeah. Well, see that's where it's gonna get interesting. Like if they're gonna that'll
Just get a
really
nice
be the breaking
pump
point of
shotgun. That's all you need.
society, right? If they actually come door to door collecting people, that's gonna be. If it comes to that, I really hope it doesn't, because I don't know if they actually can.
Well,
I'll tell you something.
They're already filing green zones. Look at Australia. You're considered mentally ill if you have the wrong opinion. That's how badly they want you to conform. They will take you against your will. They will commit you. And guess what? That's coming to Canada too, because it's part of the Commonwealth and the UK. It's scary. We're really living in the end times, man. I'm so sorry.
Settle down. Here's why. Hold on. Here's why. Here's one of the reasons why it's going to take these pathetic losers a little bit longer to eventually lose at this game anyway, is because we have people who are trained for this kind of thing, preparing for this kind of thing, just like they're preparing to give it to us, right? We've got a lot of people, I don't want to say the wrong word, but let's just say there's a lot of people ready for something like that. And I'll tell you what, America will be a very hard sell in that department. You're not just going to pull the wool over our eyes like what's happening right now in other countries. It'll kind of be a last stand sort of deal.
I know.
Sorry.
I gotta get out of here. Anyways,
I'm gonna do a shitty Southern accent. God damn it, you're telling me you want to force something in me? Bitch, I'll shoot you with my M16, motherfucker.
I'll tell you what, dude, I lived in Austin, Texas for over 10 years, and you don't want to try to make those people do anything.
Oh no, not in Texas. Those people
Nope.
don't play around.
Well, in Michigan, there's a lot of places where we have some heroes, if you know what I mean, some groups of heroes.
Nice.
Hey, I don't disagree with any of you. I wonder if we need to maybe get back to flat Earth, that we could get in trouble.
Great idea.
Sorry. Oh, I
would
just
say,
realized
Vlad,
we have
pick the next
to
person.
meet. Yeah, next person,
Yeah.
Redford. Sorry.
Oh. Wait, what? What made you pick the next person?
Mm-hmm.
Or if you find a person, you can pick one. Or we can pick
All right, Sunny. Sunny is right above me.
Yeah, Sunny. Maybe he can
Sunny.
serenade us with some guitars.
Hey, yeah, I'm here still, trying to stay focused. So, I'm easily distracted. Anyway, I would rather know nothing because, for one, I don't think it's my place to say what I should know or shouldn't know. I think more will be revealed as I go on. So I'd rather know nothing. Plus, the discussion we're having with all of the things that are going on is exactly one of the reasons I don't want to know everything. It's freaking too much for me, you know? Like if I go into that, like what's really going on, like I have to keep it focused more on close to where I am, and I'm finding like paradise. Like I can make a place paradise. Like I found nature has given me like freaking amazing gifts. Like I go to this one place, really, literally out in the woods, right, where there's food falling off of these trees that I can just go ride up on the trail and pick fruit off the ground and peel it and eat fruit right there. Nutritious, good food. Like I can get full on it. And then I look around and there's these coyotes they know I've been there for several years now. So now the coyote just like in the daytime walks right kind of like several yards away from me, not even flinching, nose on there, knows it, like they know I'm there. So one thing I've learned, but that's scary, that like creating my own place, because I feel like I'm in this perfectly safe bubble in this place. And I'm like, well, how did this place get here like this? Like I can sit here in the sun and not bothered by anybody, and there's wildlife around me and stuff like this. And most people don't know anything about this place I'm sitting in.
That's awesome.
It's
though.
wild. No, it's just
Yeah.
wild, you know?
Redford.
So those are the kind of things I'd rather, but creating my own environment, like literally I've created my own reality, and I used to live in a miserable place that was horrible, dreadful, like gray. There was no color left. Like really a sad state, you know? And so what I realized in that process is I had to go all the way to the very bottom, to the depth of just like despair before I could come out of it. You know, and so then I realized that I can create, that we've all been given these wonderful talents of being able to create a space around us with a certain vibration, right? That we can do that. Anyway, I'll be quiet now.
No, that was awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, Sunny. I always like your insight. That was great. Muslim Flat Earther, you have something that you would like to say, right?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Loud and clear. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Thank you for including me in this.
Well, thank you for DMing in the voice text that you want to be included. What would you like to answer the question? Or did you have something that contribute to what was already being spoken about? Because you can do both.
Yeah, actually, I have two things. The answer to the questions, I thought about it like deeply, and my answer will be that I would absolutely like to know everything, because I'm sure that I'm gonna die eventually, and I would have not enough time to learn everything. So I agree that there's fun in learning, but also it's sad if you don't know something fun, because if you have died. That's my reasoning behind it, and that's for the answer, I think.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing.
My pleasure, thank you very much. And about the water, the Japanese experiment, actually, it's funny. I confirm it 100%. We have used like for 1400 years ago, since the time of Prophet Muhammad, he told us like we recite the Quran on water as a type of medicine before drinking it, and it will have like a healing effects. So what that guy did is like using some like science and some like modern tools to confirm that, which is absolutely fascinating, and I agree with it 100%. And I recommend you all to try it. Like bring something, if you are not religious, bring something that of like healing effects, you know, and let recite it on the water, or like let the water hear it and drink it. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing. And I do think, yeah, people should be trying these experiments and testing them out for yourself, which actually leads me, you know, it kind of goes full circle, right, with the whole water thing, vibrational frequencies, how sensitive we are. I mean, we're basically made up of water. So, you know, be kind as much as you can.
Yep.
I was gonna say in that vein, right? Like not just ignoring water at all, like just focusing on your water, saying like, okay, I want the most purified, just focusing on having the purest water, just that intention itself will make your water better. Not just like having an afterthought, oh, I'll just buy a water bottle from from this store and not even think about it. So
Oh, yeah,
I
and
have.
that's I can't even drink bottled water, like, because there's fluoride added into it. What were you saying
Oh,
about Mike?
dude, it gives me not just that. The bottled water gives me heartburn. Like if I'm in a hot day and I'm trying to use bottled water as my like bottled water, it does not work. It gives me heartburn. It makes me like almost want to puke after a while. But I was gonna say on the energy part, on my water filter, I have written like as many. Well, it was my filter. Now it's just a water holder, like before we drink it in the fridge. But love, unity, cleansing, good, tasty. No, just all those things. Like and it sits there in that metal, and I feel like I don't know if it makes a difference if it's metal or glass. Like if one makes the frequency like holds it better, or you know what I mean? Because like all of these things do have a specific path which makes them travel easier one direction on one substance more than another. You know, that's why gold is so highly valued, or water is so highly valued because it's so conductive.
Silver.
Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to 24/7. How are you?
Finally undeafened and unmuted. Welcome.
We love to have you here. How are you
Hello.
doing?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm doing good. Doing good.
Awesome. You
How
got
are
a
you?
nice mic. Do you do YouTube or Twitch?
I used to stream on Twitch, yeah.
You can actually find this live stream on YouTube. I'll send you the link if you want.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Send it, please.
Oh, absolutely. Let me put it in live stream voice text for you. I'll ping you for it.
Let me
So
just
I was
interrupt.
muted the whole.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was. Yeah, I was muted the whole time because I was outside getting food, and I just came
Oh,
back.
sweet. What were you getting? What kind of food were you getting?
I got a local food called falafel. It's like a sandwich. Yeah.
What did you want to say, Hank?
Yeah, the drinking water, real fast. I wanted to say that for thousands of years, people have eaten off of silver, and it turns out that silver has medicinal properties. It's antifungal, anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, and antiviral. But you won't hear that come out of Dr. Fauci's mouth.
No, but they do say it's antibacterial, antimicrobial when they sew it into the leggings they sell here for working out, which is interesting, right?
Weird.
Yeah, very weird. I agree. But yes, thanks for adding that, Hank. That's very important. Half? How
Yes.
long have you been in the server?
I joined yesterday. Yesterday was my
Okay.
first day.
All right. So, what brought you to a Flat Earth server?
Well, to discuss, because I know that people who know the Earth is flat also are aware of other things like the vaccine. So I wanted a community.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Don't use that specific word.
Yeah,
Oh, I
because
see,
we
I
are
see.
being streamed right live to YouTube, so that's
Oh, I see. This is
against
live
the.
now?
Yeah, yes, it's always
Okay,
being
okay.
live, so we
Sorry,
have to
my
be
bad.
careful with what words we use. Yes, all good.
Okay, okay. So yeah, this is the main reason to share my information and get information from other people.
We found a seeker. Welcome, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
May I ask why your Discord account's new?
This one, or you mean, or my main one?
This one.
This it's called Half.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
were
but it was
asking
just
about my.
created yesterday. So, do you have
Yeah,
another
yeah.
account?
Oh yeah, that's why I said you mean my main account. My main account is called Bunny, I think. I can tag it right now. But for my own safety, I cannot join one on my main, you know?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for being honest. I appreciate it.
Are you? A quick question, Half. If you'd like to answer it, fine. If you don't, I respect that. Are you from the UAE?
No, no. I'm from Saudi Arabia.
Ah, okay, same stuff. Okay, thank you.
Oh, welcome.
No, I'm not from Saudi Arabia, but I think like what you're going through is even very sad and similar to what the UAE is going through. I spoke to a guy here from UAE called MJ, who's a moderator in here, and he said if they are to take selfies, they should wear the face diaper. Otherwise, they might like get fined or something.
Yeah, similar situation here. You get fined if you don't wear the mask in the public. But yeah, I think in other parts of the world, it's not as strict as here, you know?
Yep.
Oh,
I-
sorry. Yes.
Hey, Half, real quick. Can you turn up your mic at all? You're kind of low. Is anybody else hearing Half kind of low?
Yeah, he
Yes.
is a little bit low. Yep.
Okay, this should be better.
Yes,
Yeah.
much better. Thank you, sir.
Much
Appreciate
better.
that.
Thank you.
Okay.
We also have DSO. They'd
Oh,
like to say hi.
DSO! You finally got VC verified. You were trying to get VC verified the other day. Are you there?
If you don't want to speak, that's fine. Sorry to jump on you. All right.
So, yeah, where do you stand? What shape do you think the Earth is?
Earth is flat, I think.
Oh, okay, so why do you think that?
Many reasons. First of all, fluid mechanics. Like if we observe how water behaves, it cannot, like large bodies of water cannot stick to a ball. It's impossible.
That is true.
Oh. I like. Keep going.
Yes. Anything else?
You cannot observe curvature if you are on a mountain or an airplane or even in the ground. You cannot observe curvature, but according to the numbers they give us, we are supposed to see curvature, but we don't. So this is another reason.
You're on a roll, kid.
Mm-hmm. So when did you start looking into this? How long have you been looking into the flat Earth?
Maybe 4 years or 5 years.
So how did you first come across it, or how did that thought process work for you?
So I was just browsing YouTube, and then the flat Earth videos popped on the feed on the right on YouTube, and so I thought I just look into it and see what they had to offer. At the time, I used to believe Earth was a ball and all of the mainstream what they say. So I looked into the video, and then they presented like information that I've never heard about it. So from that point, I started researching even more.
Well, you come to the right place, because if you scroll down, there is an embarrassing amount of information down there that these good people that created the server have provided for you. It's a huge amount of information. In fact, I would say that you probably couldn't consume it all in 4 years if you tried.
Well, I've already did research, and I know most of the points. But yeah, I'll check the room that has the information.
Yeah, that's awesome. Because I mean, yeah, there's tons of stuff down there to look through. Maybe some things that you haven't come across either. There's
Yeah, of
lots there.
course.
Well, that's awesome. I'm glad that you found the server, and I hope that you continue to keep coming back and participate in the conversations. Is there anything you wanted to? Do you have any questions or just anything you wanted to talk about?
Well, I have this question. A lot of people who know that the Earth is flat, they say if you want to discover further land, you need to go beyond Antarctica, which is in the south. Okay, I say to them, at the same time they claim that there is an ice wall that is surrounding us from every direction, and that alone means you don't have to fly south. You can fly on any direction in a straight line to observe to what extent this Earth and to see if there is an edge or if it's infinite, or to just explore. You can just go on every direction, right?
Can I give you my thoughts on that, if you don't mind?
Yeah, please.
So when the Scandinavians discovered Iceland, they reported back to Europe that they had discovered Iceland, which means tundra, right? But actually Iceland is green, right? So if Admiral Byrd, if he did discover Greenland, pockets of habitable land, do you think the governments of the world would tell you? Or would they tell you that they would tell you that it's Iceland or tundra?
Yeah, they would just lie. I wouldn't think that they would say the truth. The government.
Right. So let's
Here's the
pretend that
thing,
it is tundra. Wouldn't we be able to terraform the tundra by using geothermal vents and irrigating them? Continue.
So yeah.
Some of what you said was speculation in the sense that we can't really check if there's further land, but we do know that there is an Antarctic circle around us. So that is conceptually true, that if you do go in a straight line in any direction, you will reach the Antarctic circle. So some of it is speculation, the further lands, because we can't go there. So hopefully that answers a little bit of your question.
Yeah, well, it does, but my main problem with this is when people discuss that they want to explore what's beyond, they always direct you to the south. But instead, my thinking is, well, if Earth is flat, you should explore in every direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is like just a point I wanted to make.
Well, there's a lot to be said about the North. You know what I mean? If you want to talk about a polar opposite. Yeah. Many myths and legends and lore about the North Pole. But yeah, exploring the whole thing. Only problem is we're not allowed to even know about any of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
It would be irresponsible to their overall pathetic agenda if we were able to explore the entirety of our realm, right?
Yeah, yeah. And to me, I think this is the important part of the flat Earth, because so it's flat. We want to know where it ends, or if it ends, because I know some people say, oh, it could be infinite. Yes, it could, but we want to keep on exploring to see what happens and where that exploration leads us.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's something cool to consider. But as it sits right now, we can't really go there. We can't really visit. So what we should focus on is what we can actually empirically prove, which is that the surface is level, especially at sea level, and we can see long distances. So I think that's where we focus on the most.
I was gonna say that you can't have it be infinite because it's a closed container. So it has to have edges, or we wouldn't have gas pressure. You know, or it has to have in like a spot where the sky meets the ground. You know.
Yeah, not like an
Yeah.
edge where you're gonna fall off. That's ridiculous. But
yeah.
I mean, honestly, let's be honest. We don't know about any of that, right? All we know is that we're contained.
right.
That's it. Somebody else might know something else, but all we can tell is we're contained.
I'm gonna mute my mic, guys, because I wanna eat.
Yeah. Thank
That's
you
okay.
for joining
Thanks
in the
for saying
conversation.
hi.
Yeah, welcome.
Bon appetit.
Enjoy your falafel, man.
Thank you.
He could
I
tell
feel-
what he was eating by the sound of it.
No, he said earlier what he was eating.
Yeah, he
So,
I know.
So what did we learn today, guys? We learned that we should bless our water and bless our food.
Yeah.
Sure.
We learned plastic is bad, and we also learned that Surpriser is a horrible, can't say company, group.
You know, basically, I think. So good.
No, man, go ahead.
Thank you. So basically, I think if we like want to sum it up in a very short sentence as a like benefit everyone, like we should eat what's alive and avoid what's dead. And if what's dead means like all the canned things, you know, canned food, canned poisons, what's alive should be like in no container, you know, from this like vast nature.
Fruits.
Because there's a like, I think German or Austrian researcher or scientist who like researched rivers. I forgot his name. I would like look up for his name. So he researched rivers for like a long time. So he found that the water alive is the water running. Once it's stationary, it's dead. It has no like benefits.
I'm sorry. What did you say? What were you talking about?
About a researcher who like researched rivers for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, and he discovered that water is alive as long as it's running in nature. Once you contain it and it's stationary, it's dead. It has no benefits.
Right. Once again, this is another thing that comes out of the Bible. Bless your food. Drink living water. Right? And living water means water that's running. So we're supposed to drink out of the rivers, but unfortunately, greedy people have panned all the gold and subsequently silver out of the river. And silver does what? Cleans things. So
Yeah, and I don't want Giardia, bud.
Also, what you can do for the living water aspect is you can take fruit or herbs, wild gathered if you know what they are or whatever, but fresh fruit or herbs, cut them up and put them in your water, and it'll flavor it. But it also, especially if you leave it for like a good like 2 hours before you actually drink it, it kind of brings the water back to life. Just like you can take yogurt bacteria or kefir bacteria, and you can take pasteurized milk and bring it back to life and bring it into a living substance versus the dead pasteurized crap that they sell.
Yeah, real quick, the name of that researcher is Victor Schauberger.
I'm not going to try that nightmare of a last name. Thank you for the link.
My pleasure. I will send the documentary on link it for you in Livestream.
Oh, okay, yeah, because Vlad posted something too.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I know. I'm
Oh,
like,
very close to it.
I don't know how to write that name out.
Oh,
Not
Vlad,
even
thank
try
you
to
very
spell
much.
it.
That's the link I was gonna link. Thank you very much, Vlad.
Yep, structured water.
Oh, we have the spiral effect here. Are you there, the spiral effect?
Actually, the spiral effect is kind of what you want to do to your water because that's what a river naturally does.
Yeah, exactly.
It's called structuring the water.
Synchronicity. Interesting.
The
It's a good
spiral
place,
effect.
so-
Are you there? Are you there? You unmuted.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm driving, so I'm probably not going to be having good quality on my mic. But yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Sound
Did you
good so far?
have a different username before?
Yes, you were the one that checked me in. I was Good Boy.
Yeah. Oh, that's you. Yeah, because I had in my note, I put a note that I checked you in, and I was like, I don't remember that name. Oh well, it's good to see you back. How have you been enjoying your time on the server here?
Oh, it's a blast here. Yeah, I was here all day yesterday.
Awesome. That's great. Well, welcome. Yeah, feel free to join the conversation. And if you have any questions or anything, feel free to join in. Good to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, I will.
Okay. I don't know if there's we have JII. If you want to be able to speak in the live stream, if you can go up to the VC check-in. Someone's being checked in right now, but Truth Prevails can check you in after, and then you can join the conversation. I think that's it.
Shout
Okay.
out to Truth putting in work.
Yeah, Truth is awesome.
Yup.
Okay. I think that's everybody that's new. Okay, we'll go back to our question. Says
All
who?
or no?
Oh wait, who?
Oh no, I'm not saying people. I was reminding you of the question in case you. Sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. I'm like, did I miss somebody? We gotta include them. Okay, says who? Are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh hey, welcome. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. Did you want to answer our question for today?
So let me clarify it. It's knowing nothing at all or having absolute knowledge. Is that right? One or the
Yeah,
other?
would it be better to be an individual who knows everything or knows nothing?
It's kind of an unfair question in some regards. So
It's a hypothetical. I
yeah,
know it's hard not to like overthink it, but it's just kind of for fun, right?
so I would agree with most people that if you start from a position of we won't call it absolute ignorance, but to pursue knowledge, I believe, is more fulfilling and is more exciting. But if you just woke up one day and had absolute knowledge, knowing everything, that would be a huge responsibility because there's the oversimplification that knowledge is power. But be that as it may, if you have all knowledge, then you have a large responsibility, and then of course, absolute knowledge, absolute power corrupts absolutely, right? So. I think it's a dangerous place to be. I think it's better to live in a state of humility and pursuing truth or knowledge than it would be to have it completely. So that would be kind of my opinion on the topic.
Good answer. I think you have a very good point. It's about the journey and not the end result. I like it.
Yeah, for sure. So that's what I got. Anyway, no Globers today.
Not really.
No, not really. Well, hopefully the ones that Truth are checking in, or the guy that the person that she's talking to. We'll see. We'll wait and see.
I mean, here's my thought. Okay, as a cultured Gen Z Zoomer, I'm just gonna tell you something. So the person in VC check-in right now is Clay's Glizzy 652. Now, if you look at their profile picture, that is a popular meme called Among Ass. Not Among Us, Among Ass. So basically, the real version of that profile picture is that guy shaking his butt, and it's a very graphic video. So he's probably a troll, but if he gets approved here, let's treat him like normal, walk him through it. If he trolls, I'll get him, or one of the mods will.
Life was
Sound good?
better when I didn't know about all of these weird things going on.
See, and it
I've
goes
learned
back to
so
the
much
question.
from you. See, yes, yeah, exactly.
Oh, you did it yourself.
No, I meant about all like the anime, all this like I didn't all this slang. I have no idea. Anyways,
Based. That's more Zoomer slang. Is based.
Yeah.
That's like something that's really good. Oh yeah.
Oh, I know. I use that all the time. Who is it?
As he was trying to say something.
On the topic of the pursuit of knowledge, I have to know.
Mhm.
Is it C? Is it Psi? Is it CI?
First
What
one.
is it?
But I'm okay with anything. Yep.
Okay.
Like the letter.
I'll try to remember.
Like Spanish for vodka, huh? Wait, no, that's not it.
Sí, señor. Muy bien. Mi español es terrible. Or I can't roll R's.
That was Russian though.
Oh, did someone say Russian?
I hate Russian accent. It is only one I do.
I only know one phrase in Russian, but it's vulgar. And I learned it because a Russian girl was talking trash about me in Overwatch. And I made her start shouting obscenities in English to me after I said it. Would you like to hear it?
No. Yes.
Okay.
Do it.
Если тебе нет бутерброда, шлапна на пояс, сука.
Wow.
That's not very nice, sir.
Sounds angry.
Did you understand it?
I didn't need to. The way you said it, man, I am frightened.
Yeah, I know.
Let me see if I can do like a more Russian voice. Если тебе нет бутерброда, шлапна на пояс, суka.
That's a little better, yeah.
Yeah. I'll okay, it's really sexist. I'm sorry. She took Zarya and then trash talked me, which ironically is a Russian character, but basically she called me trash and she was saying like she was insulting me and calling me retarded and stuff, which isn't very nice, especially because I'm on the autism spectrum. But so what my translation, because she was a gamer girl, right? I had to go for the edgy sexist thing. I'm sorry. This was many years ago. I said if she refuses to make a sandwich, slap the bitch. That's what it said.
Shit, that's
Oh my god, seriously?
And apparently it worked because she got angry. She was like, "You sister fucker," and I'm like, "Whoa, whoa," and I'm like, "Whoa." Video games are toxic. Be a nice person if you play video games. That's the moral of the story.
Listen, I know my sister's hot, but that's crossing a line.
I'm sorry. Oh, gotta type in the memes. Someone's gotta do that every time I say it. I say it too often. God help me. Please.
You're not even a Canadian.
Well,
I don't even understand. This shouldn't be allowed. Anyways, no.
if you're on the spectrum, you're on the goofy part of the spectrum, and I like that.
Well, it depends, because when I talk about surprisers, corporate policies, or politics, that's when I switch to the other side, which is the overly serious side that rocks back and forth and twiddles their hair, which I actually do that. People look at me and they're like, is this person on drugs?
Well, from what I hear, you sound like you got a good head on your shoulders.
It's heavy.
Good
Aren't
haircut.
they all?
Good head of hair.
Don't worry, I have a big head too, see?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's heavy. I can only lift 15 pounds. I'm pathetic. I weigh 128 pounds, though. I used to be like 115, 111, so that's good. I'm 5'11".
I remember when I was 128 pounds.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
No.
Just saying.
Yup.
Did I interrupt a format here? This is my first time.
No. You're okay. You're okay. So basically, the only real format we have is at the beginning when we do our intro, and even then, that has some like fluid a bit, like depending on how much we have. This is a lower crowd. Usually, we get like 40 to 45. So basically, anytime there's a new person, me and Redford kind of shift towards. But if there's nobody new, then we get to know our fellow community better. Our fellow flatties, as the people in lobby like to say. I want to kill them when they say that. Okay, I
That's
shouldn't actually say
CI's
that.
favorite slang. Is if you say hello, fellow flatty.
Like
He
that.
might ban you temporarily, but
Hold on.
that's a
No,
risk
like,
you take.
I'm actually gonna mute. I actually have
See, I don't mind being called a flatty. I mean, we call them globers all the time. So like flatters, flatties, I don't care. I mean,
Yeah, I don't mind it. We got to call each other something. So.
Even flat earther is regarded as an insult, and I mean, that's all good. It's flat, so.
Sorry, I had to repent.
Hello, fellow flat earthers.
Hello, fellow
fellow
flatty.
flat.
Good, you're back. What about Ryan? Hey, Ryan, did you want to answer our question for today?
Yeah, welcome, Ryan. What's up?
Oh, Ryan.
Ryan or
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I'm right in the middle of helping my wife with something at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, when you can join in the conversation, let us know, and then you
Right.
can answer the question if you'd like.
Right on. What's the question?
Would it be better to be an individual who knows everything or knows nothing? It's a hypothetical. We know.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay. All right, I'll be back.
Sounds good. What about Phil? Phil, are you there?
Fill me in.
Hi. How are you?
Hi.
Oh, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, can you hear me?
That's a little bit better. Oh. You're
You sound like
breaking up.
robot driving car.
Yeah.
Good Russian voice.
I don't know if you'll be able to drop out and come back in. We'd like to hear from you.
That's a 10-1 download upload ratio. 10 to 1. 10 to 1, good buddy.
Hank, you're a treat.
I'm a salty boy.
Mm-hmm.
See if Phil.
Phil, you might just want to reconnect, partner.
Yeah, he dropped out. He came back. Oh.
Okay.
Is this any better?
Yeah,
Tiny
that
bit.
seems better for right now. Yeah.
10-3, good buddy. Come on in.
Roger.
Been here.
Aw.